Others who traverse to Hogwarts typically reincarnate as infants, thoroughly prepared for their new existence. In contrast, the unfortunate Ivan finds himself abruptly transported to the very hall of the sorting ceremony. What? I once studied dark magic. My home is a dark magic shop in Nocturne Alley. My mother is an evil dark witch. Chapter 1. The Sorting Ceremony. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Justin Finch Fletchley. Hufflepuff. In the exquisitely adorned grand hall, a crumpled hat with a wide, gaping mouth sang and twisted restlessly, occasionally being playfully tugged at by a few daring young wizards, eliciting bursts of peculiar laughter. Each student's name was announced along with their assigned house. The young witches and wizards below clapped, either enthusiastically or half-heartedly. At least during this welcome ceremony, even the traditionally contentious Gryffindor and Slytherin maintained a semblance of harmony, awaiting their turn beneath the watchful gaze of professors and older students. The young wizards displayed a range of emotions, some anxious, others eager as they donned the sorting hat and proceeded to their respective house tables amid the whimsical commentary of the hat. Yet, among the throng of newcomers, a distinctly out-of-place, slender boy stood with a look of bewilderment, gazing around at the opulent yet retro decorations, the eerie floating candles, and the twinkling lights illuminating the grand hall. Translucent ghosts drifted through the air, and all of it left the boy momentarily disoriented, prompting him to mutter to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Strange, wasn't I just on a hospital bed, near death?" Just as the boy grappled with the familiarity yet strangeness of his surroundings, a commanding female voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Ivan Halls, Professor Minerva McGonagall, stood before a table draped in the sorting hat, peering at the parchment in her hands. After waiting a considerable time without a new student approaching, she frowned and called out once more, "Ivan Halls." After an extended silence, even Dumbledore cast a puzzled glance, while the upperclassmen began to murmur among themselves. Who called for Ivan? Such audacity. Could he have taken a wrong turn and missed the sorting ceremony? This could get interesting at that moment. The remaining new students, under the scrutiny of professors and upperclassmen, shuffled a few steps back, leaving only the bewildered boy with golden hair and dark eyes standing conspicuously in place. Mr. Ivan Halls, please come up to the stage. Professor McGonagall repeated to me. Ivan, somewhat dazed, pointed to himself, feeling a strange familiarity in this scenario. Yes, please come up quickly, just as the others have done. There are more children awaiting their sorting. Perhaps sensing Ivan's nerves, Professor McGonagall, despite her fourth attempt, bore no trace of anger, merely thinking the new student appeared a bit anxious. Before Ivan could fully process the situation, he felt a gentle push from behind as the front row of new students, in an unexpected display of unity, nudged him forward onto the stage. "All right, child, come here." McGonagall stepped forward, placing a hand on Ivan's shoulder, guiding him into a chair, and then set the sorting hat upon his head. The hat wriggled restlessly atop Ivan's head, its voice whimsical as it began to speak. "Hey kid, don't be too shy, you're not the first to feel nervous in such a setting. Trust me, just close your eyes and ITL'll be over before you know it. It won't hurt a bit. But is this truly Hogwarts? The wondrous domain of magic? Surely, it cannot be." As Ivan involuntarily began to ponder further, the sorting hat's voice resonated in his ears. "Yes, indeed, this is Hogwarts. You are not dreaming. I assure you 100%. I suspect you hail from a muggle family, am I right? Every few years, a few new young wizards arrive, doubting the authenticity of magic. They claim it's all tricks, always wanting to pull a long-eared rabbit from my depths. I tell them there's nothing inside me, yet they refuse to believe." The hat continued its monologue, recounting its amusing anecdotes, its mouth stretching almost to the brim. The hat's ability to delve into memories caused Ivan to hesitate, compelling him to focus his thoughts elsewhere. In his recollections, a witch, perhaps in her 30s with splendid golden hair, spoke animatedly, and suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. The sorting hat chuckled at Ivan's chaotic thoughts, surprised that a child from a wizarding family was unaware of Hogwarts. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ivan's forehead, although the thoughts and memories accessed by the hat belonged to the original owner. He feared it might uncover some significant secret. Thus, he forced himself to think of trivial matters. Seeing the sorting hat's apparent inclination to ramble indefinitely, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, prompting the hat to focus on its task. Finally, the hat ceased its chatter, and Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, though curiosity about which house he would be assigned lingered. Let's see. Optimistic, clever, with a penchant for daydreaming. The hat's tone elongated before suddenly dropping to a whisper. "And you possess a touch of dark magic." "I can wield dark magic." Ivan recalled the earlier memories in a haze. "Oh, indeed, an ancient and rare form of dark magic." The hat conversed quietly with Ivan, as if sharing a secret. Of course, I find it quite amusing, always revealing things one would prefer not to see. Someone once used it for mischief, perhaps you might try it too. Although I am certain Dumbledore would prefer no one to pursue such antics. The hat jested, "Yes, oh, where shall I go? Slytherin?" Ivan, intrigued by the revelation of his dark magic abilities, realized the pressing concern remained the sorting. Once sorted, he could finally remove this infernal hat that read memories. Among Hogwarts' 4 houses, Gryffindor demanded bravery, while Ravenclaw sought wisdom or a thirst for knowledge. Slytherin, on the other hand, valued cunning and exceptional magical talent at AS for Hufflepuff. Ivan mused that Hufflepuff typically welcomed the remaining students. The hat's mention of dark magic aligned well with Slytherin's criteria, however. It was also plausible that his optimism and cleverness could land him in Ravenclaw. Feeling somewhat vain, Ivan thought, oh no, neither. The hat's tone shifted to one of humor. Though this may disappoint you, Slytherin typically selects only the most talented young wizards. So, Gryffindor. The sorting hat, abandoning its previous whispering tones shared with Ivan, proclaimed in a resounding voice that echoed throughout the hall. Gryffindor? Ivan removed the hat from his head, taken aback, and he scarcely had time to voice his thoughts on the hat's assessment of his abilities. Indeed, that is precisely where you belong. The sorting hat asserted with unwavering confidence. I have never erred in my judgments. You possess the requisite qualities. Chapter 2. The Legend of the Academy. As Ivan prepared to inquire further, the jubilant applause from the audience erupted, compelling him to suppress his myriad of questions. He placed the sorting hat upon the corner table and descended the steps. Upon his arrival, several upperclassmen from Gryffindor shifted aside, creating a vacancy. A pair of identical twins, sporting vibrant red hair, eagerly ushered Ivan into the center seat. One of them, with exaggerated enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Goodness, I wager you were the very first to disregard Professor McGonagall's authority during the sorting ceremony. It's truly..." "Truly what?" Ivan asked, puzzled. "Truly brave." The other twin interjected. "You are destined to become a legend within the house." They exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. "Well, thank you," Ivan replied politely, expressing his gratitude towards the twins before inquiring, "I am Ivan Halls. And you are?" "I am George Weasley, and that over there is Fred," one of the twins began, winking at Ivan. "You'd best remember, so you don't mistake us next time. Fred absolutely loathes being called by the wrong name." "All right, George, I trust one won't confuse you," Ivan assured, fully aware of their identity-swapping antics, and turning to the other twin. "Isn't that right, Fred?" Fred, who had initially intended to join his brother in tricking the newcomer, was left momentarily speechless, while George, who had engaged with Ivan, stared in astonishment before finally asking, "Wait, how did you know I was George? Isn't it obvious?" Who among the newcomers is unaware of the Weasley twins' penchant for mischief? Ivan cleverly deflected, avoiding the truth he had gleaned from literature. "My goodness, are we that renowned? Even the first years are aware of us?" George and Fred exclaimed in delight, marveling at the fruits of their years of rebellion against Hogwarts regulations. Nearby, Ron nearly choked on his food, astonished to learn that his brothers had achieved such fame among the new students, something he had been completely oblivious to. George and Fred were curious about Ivan's whispered conversation with the sorting hat, having never witnessed anyone engage so thoroughly with it before. Ivan half-truthfully brushed it off, realizing that boasting about knowledge of dark arts within Gryffindor was hardly commendable. Seizing the opportunity, Ivan shifted the conversation towards George and Fred's adventurous exploits at Hogwarts, subtly probing for information regarding the various hidden passages within the castle. Having perused the original texts, Ivan was aware that George and Fred possessed a magical map capable of revealing most of Hogwarts' secret pathways and marking the names of individuals within. With such a tool, one could traverse this enchanted castle freely, evading detection by professors and caretakers. Although Ivan had perused the original text in his previous life and was privy to many secrets of Hogwarts, he could not claim to have a photographic memory. Thus, this map proved to be exceedingly useful. The Weasley twins, confronted with Ivan's adoration akin to that of a devoted fan, unwittingly divulged a plethora of information, even attempting to recruit him into their mischief-making endeavors. However, they refrained from mentioning anything regarding the magical map. Ivan was not surprised. After all, it was their first meeting, and no matter how amiable their conversation, such a significant secret could not be disclosed. Ivan merely sought to cultivate some goodwill for future endeavors. At that moment, an inexplicable voice resonated within Ivan's mind. Ding! Host has acquired hidden information. Task generation in progress. Task objective: explore Hogwarts. Current progress: 2,100. Task description: the curiosity to explore the unknown is a quality every young wizard should possess. The ancient castle harbors countless secrets. Please explore and understand them. Upon reaching a certain level of exploration progress, rewards will be granted based on performance. Startled by the sudden notification, Ivan momentarily paused his conversation with the Weasley twins. A golden finger? Ivan quickly grasped the situation, followed by a surge of elation. Although he had initially felt a mixture of joy and relief upon mysteriously arriving at Hogwarts, he also harbored an unsettling anxiety about the unfamiliar environment, which he had suppressed due to the necessity of disguise. Now, however, he felt considerably more at ease. Casually dismissing the Weasley twins, who were eager to continue sharing their adventurous experiences, Ivan focused his attention on exploring this newly emerged golden finger. After attempting various methods from the novel to summon the system, a series of information finally materialized before his eyes. Ivan Hall's profession, wizard. Magic bar, fear spell level 1, 3,200. Knowledge theory, magical item creation level 0, 435,500. Magical items, wand, purple wood, unicorn hair, 11 3/4 inches long. Magical power, medium. Compatibility, 72. 5. Academic record, none. The information displayed was as Ivan had anticipated, yet some details were rather unexpected. The fear spell? Magical item creation? Ivan pondered aloud, realizing that as a newly transported young wizard, these abilities could not have been inherited from his previous life. Recalling the memories that surfaced earlier, Ivan understood that these were spells learned by the young wizard named Ivan Halls prior to his enrollment. However, he struggled to recall any details about the fear spell, which did not seem to appear in the original text. Ivan found nothing peculiar about the situation. After all, Harry Potter was merely a novel, portraying only a fragment of the magical realm, incapable of encompassing the entirety of its wonders. The instances of dark magic depicted in the text were scant, and it was inconceivable that a true dark wizard would possess knowledge of only a handful of such spells. The restricted section of Hogwarts alone housed an innumerable collection of tomes on dark magic. However, Ivan's curiosity and trepidation was more piqued by the familial circumstances of his original host. A household capable of teaching its child dark magic before the commencement of school was evidently not one of benevolence. Ivan was increasingly concerned for his own safety. Should anyone discover that the young wizard Ivan Halls had been overtaken by the soul of an outsider, the consequences could be dire. What forms of dark magic awaited him? Would he be subjected to a harrowing fate, perhaps a searing death by flames? The mere thought of such grim possibilities sent a shiver down his spine, and he endeavored to retrieve the fragmented memories of his original self. Whether due to the nature of his transmigration, these memories appeared scattered and concealed deep within, eluding Ivan's every effort to recall them. Curse it! If only I could remember more, he muttered to himself, a headache forming. It seemed imperative that he master the art of soul extraction before the term's end, and devise a plan to utilize the pensieve in the headmaster's office to untangle his memories. Otherwise, the risk of exposure loomed large. As it stood, Ivan was even oblivious to the location of his own home. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a traveler from another world to find himself in such a predicament. At that moment, not only Ivan but all the young wizards and professors turned their attention to the stage, reminiscent of Ivan's own entrance, though his unique circumstances could hardly compare to the esteemed reputation of the savior. As a bespectacled, somewhat timid young wizard ascended to the stage, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The second-year Gryffindors beside Ivan clapped furiously, their hands reddening as they fixated on the forehead partially obscured by unruly hair, seemingly longing to glimpse the lightning-shaped scar. Harry Potter? Is she referring to the Harry Potter? One exclaimed. My mother said he vanquished the Dark Lord when he was just a baby. I truly hope he gets sorted into Gryffindor. Ivan joined the applause, lest he stand out amidst the crowd. He believed Harry deserved such accolades, considering the tragic bullying he endured during his childhood, stemming from the loss of his parents. Had it not been for Lily Potter's self-sacrificial protective magic that stripped the formidable Voldemort of his power, the magical realm might have witnessed innumerable deaths. When it was announced that Harry Potter would be entering Gryffindor, the excitement among the young wizards reached a fever pitch. The Weasley twins embraced each other in exuberance, shouting, "Potter! We have Potter!" Meanwhile, the applause from the Slytherin contingent was markedly subdued. The expression of the Slytherin prefect seated in the front row darkened upon hearing the Sorting Hat declare Harry's rejection of Slytherin. Ivan silently criticized the situation in his mind, but upon glancing at Dumbledore, who was smiling at Harry, he suddenly felt that the concerns of the Slytherin prefect were indeed valid. After all, with the headmaster aiding the savior, Slytherin's chances of winning the House Cup this semester were decidedly bleak. As Harry descended from the stage, Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, eagerly approached him, shaking his hand with palpable enthusiasm the moment he stepped down. Most of the others quickly vacated their seats, seemingly eager to engage in conversation with the chosen one. Even George and Fred joined the fray, leaving Ivan momentarily isolated. Ivan had no desire to join the commotion. Instead, he relished the sumptuous feast before him. It was said that British cuisine was authentic black magic, yet the food at Hogwarts proved surprisingly delightful. Ivan speculated that this might be attributed to the house elves preparing the meals rather than the wizarding folk of Britain. In a fleeting moment, Ivan sensed someone observing him and, upon raising his gaze, found Dumbledore's silver-blue eyes fixed upon him. Unfazed, he feigned innocence and shyness, offering Dumbledore a smile before indulging in a generous slice of cake. Swallowing it with ease. Following the sorting ceremony, the young wizards had ample time to dine, and Ivan continued to eat until he could no longer manage. At which point Dumbledore waved his wand to clear away the remnants of the feast. The banquet vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, a marvel of magic that, while familiar to the older students, remained a source of wonder for Ivan, who was experiencing it for the first time. At that moment, Dumbledore rose slowly, drawing the attention of the entire room to the stage. Well, since we have all feasted to our heart's content, allow me to share a few words. I have several announcements to make regarding the start of the school year. New students, please take special note. The woods on the grounds are strictly off limits to students. I trust that our older students will also remember this. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for Quidditch will take place in the second week. After briefly reiterating the customary rules of each semester, Dumbledore paused and raised his voice once more. Finally, I must caution you. Those who wish to avoid a grim fate should refrain from visiting the corridor on the 4th floor to your right throughout this year. Ivan could not help but scoff at Dumbledore's enigmatic warning, which was heavy on danger, yet devoid of any substantive explanation as to why the corridor was forbidden. This air of mystery only fueled the curiosity of the younger students. Unsurprisingly, Dumbledore's stern admonition seemed to have little effect, as several first years chuckled dismissively, while the older students wore expressions of seriousness. Certainly, the serious expressions did not include the Weasley twins, who were conspiring in hushed tones. Ivan suspected they were likely contemplating a visit to the perilous corridor that promised dire consequences. However, he felt certain that before any such escapade, Dumbledore would personally speak with them or perhaps assign the caretaker, Filch, to keep a vigilant eye on their antics, lest they stir up trouble. Chapter 4. Greetings, Hogwarts. After emphasizing the important points for the term, Dumbledore seemed to revert to his somewhat whimsical and affable self, donning his slightly askew wizard's hat, and proclaimed in a booming voice, before we retire for the night, let us all sing the school's song together. As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, Ivan distinctly observed the professors on stage exchanging glances of dismay, while several upperclassmen appeared as if they were grappling with severe constipation. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, oblivious to the atmosphere, waved his wand, and a long golden ribbon unfurled from it, transforming into words that slithered like a serpent. With his wand acting as a conductor's baton, the Hogwarts school song resonated throughout the hall. Hogwarts, 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 teach us whether young or old, or even a lad with a rash on his leg. Our minds can be filled with wondrous things. The various renditions and tunes collided chaotically, interspersed with the Weasley twins' attempts to lead the gathering astray. Yet Ivan found himself joining in, singing along with abandon. Surprisingly, he discovered that the cacophony possessed an odd charm, prompting him to question the validity of his musical taste. Following the flow of Gryffindor's new students, Ivan ascended the spiral staircase to the highest floor. At the corridor's end, Percy halted before a wall adorned with the portrait of the fat lady. Before the freshmen could inquire, they witnessed the fat lady shift her posture and solemnly inquire, "What is the password?" Upon receiving the correct response, she nodded and stepped aside, revealing a circular entrance in the wall. Ivan recognized that this led to the Gryffindor common room. Upon entering, Ivan was astonished to find the space far more expansive than he had anticipated. A banner emblazoned with a Gryffindor lion hung majestically from the ceiling. The spacious common room was furnished with several long tables, beneath which comfortable armchairs were arranged. A deep brown fireplace occupied the left wall, its flames flickering warmly, illuminating the room and dispelling the chill of the night. The Gryffindor dormitories accommodated 5 students per room, each featuring a 4-poster bed, with their luggage neatly piled beside them. Lacking any corresponding memories, Ivan could not even recognize his own suitcase or bed. Just as he prepared to allow his roommates to choose their beds first, A gray and white owl suddenly swooped down from the western railing, landing on Ivan's shoulder and affectionately pecking at his face. Maka? Ivan was momentarily taken aback, and then an unbidden recollection of that name surfaced in his mind. Regardless of anything else, from now on, I shall call you Maka. Ivan gently scratched the owl's neck, and Maka comfortably squinted its eyes. With Maka's guidance, Ivan swiftly confirmed that the bed against the wall on the west side was indeed his own. The surroundings were sparse. Aside from the bedding and pillow, there were merely some clothes, personal items, and a few textbooks that needed to be carried. Notably, Ivan discovered a small sign next to his bed, which thoughtfully bore the name Ivan Halls. Other beds also had similar signs, though Ivan had not noticed them earlier. Ivan had not been alone in the dormitory for long when the sound of a door creaking open resonated from outside, followed by a voice that seemed somewhat familiar. I never imagined that the sorting would merely involve wearing a hat. I thought I would have to wrestle with a troll. I knew I should not have trusted George's nonsense. Entering the room was a small wizard with fiery red hair and freckles adorning his nose, chattering incessantly, while a slightly frail boy with glasses he followed closely behind him. Harry? Ron? Ivan was somewhat taken aback to find himself sharing a dormitory with the legendary Harry Potter. What a remarkable coincidence. Hello, I am Ivan Halls. Ivan stepped forward to greet them. Hey, I'm Ron Weasley. Ron noticed Ivan's presence for the first time. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Harry extended his hand. Ivan first shook Harry's hand, and then turned to Ron with a smile. Earlier at the feast, your brothers George and Fred mentioned you. Oh, bloody hell. I can't believe they would say anything good about me. Ron fumed at the thought of George and Fred's usual antics that plagued him. Harry felt a sense of delight at Ivan's refreshing demeanor, as he had grown weary of the typical reactions he received from others in the wizarding world, either gasps of astonishment or incessant stares at the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He found such behavior utterly ridiculous. Friendships among young wizards can often blossom in mere moments, and with Ivan's prior knowledge of the original story, he quickly found common ground with the two, naturally forging a friendship. As they conversed in the dormitory, Harry recounted the injustices he faced before entering the wizarding realm, while Ron shared amusing anecdotes of being pranked by the Weasley twins. Before long, Neville and another fellow dormitory wizard joined their lively discussion, which continued late into the night until they finally retired to their beds. The series of events throughout the night left Ivan feeling utterly fatigued. As soon as he touched the bed, his body succumbed to exhaustion, rendering him incapable of rising again, even dismissing his initial plan to explore the system. In a hazy state, he could faintly hear Ron's voice recounting tales of the ratty dormitory. Ivan glanced up momentarily before pulling the blanket over his head, silently mouthing, "Hello, Hogwarts." The following morning, Ivan awoke abruptly from his dreams, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. And it took him a while to realize that he needed to attend classes. Suddenly transitioning from a sick bed to a classroom, Ivan found himself struggling to adapt. However, on the first day at Hogwarts, he had no intention of being tardy, despite the early hour, considering the notoriously mischievous staircases of Hogwarts. He felt it prudent to set out early. Of course, before departing, he did not forget to summon his still slumbering friends, Ron and Harry. Unbeknownst to them, whether it was the influence of Harry's savior aura or Ivan's streak of misfortune, they encountered two vanishing stairs on their way down, and poor Ron ended up colliding headfirst into a wall disguised as a door. Fortunately, it was Ron's unfortunate demonstration that spared Ivan and Harry from similar fate. Chapter 5. Will ordinary wizards ever have a chance to live? 2 chapters combined for 1,000 words. The trio barely made it to the classroom before the lesson began. I bet those staircases are conspiring against us. Try to make us late, Ron remarked, rubbing his still red nose as he was the first to step into the classroom. He glanced at the empty podium and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they had not arrived too late after all. The professor had not yet arrived. Harry, feeling fortunate, exchanged a glance with Ivan, relieved they had woken up early. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have been late. Harry and Ron were utterly bewildered. But once they took their seats, they witnessed a speckled cat on the podium leap down, its form twisting and shifting until upon landing, it transformed into a middle-aged witch, Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned, finally grasping the meaning behind Ivan's earlier words. Though they remained puzzled about how Ivan had known the cat was Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, equally astonished, had assumed her animagus form to observe this year's young wizards and to commence the Transfiguration class with a demonstration. Little did she expect to be recognized by one of her students. Ivan, seated at the front, watched the entire transformation process unfold with clarity. Precise, swift, and flawless. Transforming a podium made of wood into a sentient being was akin to altering the very structure of matter itself, even momentarily bestowing life upon the inanimate. The mystique and power of magic were undeniably revealed in that moment. While the destructive capabilities of wizardry might be somewhat lacking, its uniqueness and comprehensiveness in other aspects were manifest. Professor McGonagall's demonstration immediately piqued the interest of the young wizards. After explaining the methods and techniques for casting the transfiguration spell, she handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to transform it into a silver needle. As Professor McGonagall began her explanation, a prompt resonated in Ivan's mind. Ding, you have attentively listened to the professor's lecture, finding the content somewhat obscure. Your proficiency in the transfiguration spell has increased slightly. Ivan accessed the information bar and noticed a new line of data in the magic section. Transfiguration spell level 0, 6100. Upon encountering the content as he had envisioned, Ivan felt a surge of joy. This signified that, regardless of the type of magic, proficiency could be swiftly acquired through repeated practice. Mr. Halls, Professor McGonagall surveyed the room and, upon noticing a certain disheveled young witch whose match had evidently transformed into a semblance of a needle, she relaxed her tightly pressed lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. After casting a warning glance at those still idling, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to the somewhat dazed boy before her and spoke sternly. Mr. Halls, I believe I have previously cautioned you that casting spells is perilous. One must maintain focus before unleashing magic. Furthermore, rote practice offers little benefit. You ought to invest more thought, concentrate, and envision the appearance of the silver needle. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I will be attentive, Ivan Halls replied politely, focusing his mind under the witch's gaze as his wand, nearly 12 inches long, waved through the air with an enchanting rhythm. On the dark gray wooden table, a match appeared to be guided by an unseen force, twisting and contorting as it gradually morphed under the influence of magic. This development seemed to align with Professor McGonagall's expectations. She merely nodded and remarked on the necessity of further practice before departing. For most first-year witches and wizards were at a similar level of proficiency. Left behind, Ivan Halls murmured a soft sigh, pondering the apparent difficulty in accumulating skill. The acceleration of his proficiency, after an initial surge, had noticeably slowed, and not every attempt resulted in an increase in skill. Just as Ivan was drifting off during Transfiguration class, he was suddenly poked several times. Turning his head, he discovered an exuberant Harry pointing excitedly at a pair of slender, gleaming objects on the table, exclaiming, "Hey, Ivan, look! I did it! I did it!" "Indeed, Harry, you are quite remarkable and truly gifted," Ivan acknowledged, glancing at the mysterious objects on the table. Achieving a significant transformation of a match that could hold its form for an extended period was indeed an admirable feat among young witches and wizards, surpassing his own abilities by a considerable margin. Right? I didn't anticipate this. You see, my uncle and aunt are muggles, and before school, I was uncertain if I could even cast spells. Receiving Ivan's affirmation, Harry began to spill forth his prior concerns and anxieties. Before entering the magical realm, Harry was merely an ordinary 11-year-old boy who had suddenly become a savior in the eyes of many. While he garnered unimaginable attention and glory, he simultaneously bore an overwhelming burden of pressure. Harry had even envisioned the embarrassing scenario of failing to learn magic. Yet fortunately, circumstances had not deteriorated to such an extent. Ivan was not at all surprised by Harry's rapid mastery of magic. After all, the Sorting Hat had clearly stated during the house allocation that he was brave, kind, and immensely talented. The Sorting Hat even suggested at one point that Harry might belong to Slytherin. By the third year, he had already utilized the Patronus charm, which he had only recently learned, to vanquish or drive away hundreds of Dementors. Had it not been for Hogwarts' overly liberating approach to education, this exceptionally gifted savior would likely have achieved at least a professor's level of prowess before graduation. In this regard, Ivan expressed that he felt no envy whatsoever. After all, gifted young wizards were a rarity. He glanced around and noticed that most of the young wizards were of a similar caliber to himself, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. However, he was soon startled by Professor McGonagall's elevated voice. "Excellent, Miss Granger. Everyone, take a look. Miss Granger has successfully transformed a matchstick into a silver needle. Gryffindor earns 5 points." Not far from Ivan's seat, Professor McGonagall was holding up a silver needle, signaling to the surrounding young wizards. Meanwhile, Miss Granger sat proudly, her unkempt brown hair cascading over her shoulders as she raised her chin, accepting the astonished and surprised gazes of her peers. Ivan, who had been staring blankly at the silver needle, felt his previously adjusted mindset shatter in an instant. Were they to be overshadowed by such extraordinary talents? Damn it, he was so close. If only he had practiced a little longer. Surely Professor McGonagall would have praised him as well. Ron, poking the table with his wand, glared at Hermione in frustration, seemingly annoyed at the glory that had been snatched from him. Although he was not in much better shape himself, if anything, he was worse off. Ivan sighed with a hint of helplessness. What had happened to the promise of a talent report after his transmigration? What had become of the notion that soul fusion would significantly enhance his mental strength? The tropes common in various novels had not manifested in Ivan's experience, and he finally understood how accurate the Sorting Hat's assessment of his abilities truly was. Of course, his struggles with transfiguration remained unstable, and he suspected that, aside from talent, another factor was the reduced compatibility of his wand due to the soul replacement. If magic were akin to electricity, then a wand was like a plug, and spells were various appliances. Currently, the wiring was prone to short circuits, causing the lights to flicker unpredictably. However, Ivan realized that he could not resolve the wand issue in the short term. It was likely that he would have to use this wand for an entire semester. This revelation came after yet another failed attempt at the transfiguration spell, where he nearly caused the matchstick to explode. Aside from teasing Ron during transfiguration class, it served little purpose. Just as Professor McGonagall announced the end of class from the podium, another voice resonated within Ivan. Ding! After the host's relentless efforts, the transfiguration class has concluded. Please continue to strive. Overall class evaluation. Average. Evaluator, Minerva McGonagall. Reward, 5 academic points. As Ivan pondered the sudden influx of information in his mind, he had not anticipated the possibility of receiving rewards during class. The notion seemed surprising to him, particularly upon encountering the term academic points, which elicited a wave of sarcasm. Was this not reminiscent of his university days? It appeared that evaluations would be conducted by the respective professors of each subject. Could it be that, akin to a final examination, commendations and penalties will be dispensed based on performance? Nevertheless, despite the banter, Ivan felt a sense of exhilaration at the discovery of yet another functionality within the system, though he remained curious about the purpose of these academic points. Since triggering the system panel, he had taken note of the academic points feature. Perhaps due to never having accrued any previously, related functionalities had remained dormant. After a brief search, Ivan soon stumbled upon a newly unveiled exchange option within the panel. To his slight chagrin, the entire exchange section contained but a solitary academic excellence experience card, which required 100 academic points for redemption. Its effect promised to significantly enhance study efficiency for the span of 1 hour. The powerful spells and enchantments he had envisioned were conspicuously absent. Was this not rather disappointing? What could one possibly learn in just an hour? Yet, with circumstances as they were, Ivan found himself devoid of alternatives to ameliorate his inefficient study habits. What else could he do but devote himself to his studies? This realization stirred a sense of discomfort within him, as the acquisition of academic points was evidently linked to the evaluations rendered by his professors in class. In the History of Magic course, Ivan felt he had scarcely been afforded an opportunity to elevate his standing. However, Ivan soon grasped the advantages of the History of Magic class. His performance merely surpassed that of Neville by a slight margin, while the astute Miss Granger succeeded with merely 3 attempts. Consequently, Ivan received an unfavorable evaluation in class, resulting in a meager 2 academic points. The sole piece of good news was that, following several days of aimless wandering, the progress of the task, Explore Hogwarts, in the task tree had reached 30%. With each percentage point gained, a reward of 2 academic points was bestowed, culminating in a total of 60 points, far surpassing the rewards from daily classes. This development rekindled Ivan's hope of accumulating 100 academic points to exchange for an academic excellence experience card. Chapter 6, The Library. Ivan leisurely placed the last piece of steak into his mouth, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. No, I must head to the library shortly. You can play with Harry. Ron, initially disheartened by the lack of challenge in Harry's chess moves, suddenly seemed to register Ivan's words, causing him to drop the chicken leg he was holding. My goodness, the library? I thought there was only one person in the entire year who would venture there. Hermione? Ivan mused, recalling that in the few days since the term had commenced, the only little wizard who frequented the library daily was indeed their resident know-it-all. Indeed, who else could it be? Ron exclaimed with exaggerated incredulity. Suddenly, Harry tugged at Ron's shoulder, prompting Ron to notice that Hermione, clutching a stack of books, was also present in the common room. He lowered his voice and began to comment on Hermione's penchant for lecturing and her apparent disregard for others. Fortunately, perhaps due to the distance, Hermione seemed oblivious to Ron's remarks. Harry, feeling quite awkward, listened silently, disapproving of such gossiping behind someone's back. However, the other young wizards appeared quite intrigued. It must be said that Miss Granger had quickly gained notoriety in the gossip circles of the young witches and wizards for her instructive demeanor within just a few days of the term. Ivan did not partake in the discussion about Hermione, though he was not taken aback by the situation. After all, they were merely 11 and 12-year-old wizards, and none enjoyed being lectured to, especially by a peer. "Ivan, what brings you to the library?" Harry inquired curiously. Ron, though silent, clearly shared the sentiment that perhaps their companionship was lacking in fun, or that the wizarding games were no longer engaging. It felt akin to a friend suddenly declaring their intention to study rather than play video games after school, despite prior arrangements. Ivan's lips twitched slightly. He had no interest in playing wizarding games. Rather, he was merely attempting to explore alternative avenues for improving his academic performance. It was certainly not because the wizarding games were particularly novel or entertaining. Have you not noticed that the professors have been assigning increasingly difficult tasks? If we do not exert ourselves now, what will become of us come finals? Ivan cast a glance at Harry, finally exhaling a deep sigh. He was acutely aware of his mediocre talent and the disadvantage of his wand compatibility, placing him in the lower tier among first-year wizards regarding spellcasting proficiency. In such circumstances, the only way to enhance the professor's evaluations was to delve deeper into knowledge. "Ron, would you care to join me?" Ivan asked, tidying up his belongings after finishing his meal. While Ron's magical aptitude was somewhat superior to Ivan's, it barely reached a commendable level, and the gap compared to Harry was quite evident. Moreover, Ron himself lacked sufficient diligence, which would ultimately position him as the weakest link in their trio. Thus, with good intentions, Ivan offered a gentle reminder, although he did not anticipate Ron's agreement. As expected, Ron shook his head vigorously. "What nonsense! We've only just arrived. The finals are still far off. Why the rush?" With that, Ivan dismissed the matter and proceeded directly to the library. The Hogwarts Library boasts the most extensive and comprehensive collection of magical tomes in all of Britain and even Europe, encompassing everything from ordinary textbooks to the most arcane curses and dark magic. Truly a treasure trove. Upon his first visit to the library, Ivan was awestruck by the sheer volume of books. Rows upon rows of shelves were tightly packed together, each laden with thousands of magical volumes. A spectacle far more impressive than anything he had witnessed in films from his previous life. Perhaps due to the commencement of the new academic term, the library is not populated with many young sorcerers. A few are casually leaning against the bookshelves or the corridors, thus liberating a considerable amount of space in the central relaxation area. Ding! Exploration of the library has commenced. More significantly, with the addition of these academic credits, he has conveniently amassed the requisite 100 points to exchange for the coveted Scholar Experience card. Ivan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the restricted section, where he hoped to uncover spells such as soul extraction and cerebral closure. "Child, are you searching for a particular tome?" inquired Mrs. Elma Pinesworth, the librarian, as she approached with a gentle demeanor. "Follow me." Mrs. Pinesworth led Ivan to a nearby shelf, retrieving a copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and handing it to him. After a brief pause, she continued, "What you were examining earlier is the restricted section. Unless you obtain authorization from the professors, you're not permitted to view or borrow any related texts." "I was merely curious. I had no intention of actually entering," Ivan replied nonchalantly, shrugging as he held the book. He had no plans to delve into those perilous forbidden texts in the near future, for his current mastery of magic was insufficient for such advanced studies. After all, an entire semester lay ahead. He could always explore it when time permitted. Before he departed, Mrs. Pinesworth reminded him of the library's strict prohibition against loud noises. Soon, the lounge was filled only with the sound of turning pages, occasionally interrupted by distant noises that disrupted his thoughts. Chapter 7. Have I suddenly become dull? The serene atmosphere prompted Ivan to express his gratitude towards Mrs. Pinesworth in his mind. The library's rule against boisterousness was indeed warranted. As a foundational text on the theory of transfiguration, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was not overly challenging. Yet the thick pages were clearly not something he could peruse in a brief span. An hour slipped by in an instant, and Ivan had merely turned a little over a third of the pages. After some contemplation, he resumed his reading. By the time he finished the book, another hour and a half had elapsed. After 2 continuous hours of reading, Ivan set the book down, feeling slightly dazed. These ancient tomes of magic often contained cryptic and obscure terminology, seemingly designed to evoke the mystique of the arcane, which rendered Ivan, accustomed to contemporary literature, somewhat disoriented. Perhaps this is the essence of being a wizard, Ivan murmured to himself, pondering whether such esoteric thought processes were indeed the hallmark of a sorcerer's talent. Regardless, he found it utterly incomprehensible. Note: Reading progress of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 27. The system notification echoing in his mind was once again unexpected for Ivan, as he had not triggered a similar alert during his previous study sessions. Could it be that he needed to complete the reading? Ivan suddenly realized the distinction. He had yet to finish any magic book entirely, and that was likely the key difference. Once Ivan had formulated his thoughts, he began to express his discontent regarding the system's notifications, which bore an uncanny resemblance to mundane game logs. He pondered that after perusing a book, while certain aspects may elude his understanding, it could hardly be deemed tedious or incomprehensible. With a reading progress of 27%, Ivan found himself grasping the content. Those familiar with literature are aware that completing a book does not equate to flawlessly retaining and applying its knowledge. Otherwise, would not every student achieve perfect scores during examinations? Now, he was eager to ascertain the true prowess of the so-called academic elite experience card. Muttering softly, Ivan expended 100 points to redeem the academic elite experience card. Remaining time, 005959. In an instant, he felt as though something within his mind had exploded. The knowledge he had recently acquired and the texts he had consulted seemed to surge forth, only to be categorized and summarized within a mere half-minute. His thoughts gradually crystallized, akin to transitioning from an antiquated computer to a state-of-the-art model. A minute later, Ivan opened his previously shut eyes, his right hand gently gliding over the cover of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Though he had yet to turn the pages, the content he had absorbed previously now vividly manifested in his mind. What once appeared obscure and cryptic now seemed to possess a newfound clarity when intertwined with the context. As a foundational text for teaching young wizards at Hogwarts, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration had undoubtedly undergone multiple revisions, rendering it concise and precise. At least, so was for wizards. Ivan's fingers swiftly navigated through Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, while the index of his reading progress surged rapidly. In just 20 minutes, he had thoroughly revisited the entire book. Current reading progress of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 100%. Reading reward, 5 academic points. Transfiguration has reached level 1. Current proficiency, 12,200. Reward, 5 academic points. At the moment Ivan set the book down, 2 notifications resonated within his mind. It is noteworthy that he felt no tangible sensation accompanying the upgrade of his transfiguration spell. There were no dazzling effects or indications of enhancement. Rather, upon comprehending the principles behind the transfiguration spell, Ivan realized that casting it was no longer a formidable challenge. Transforming a matchstick into a silver needle was now a trivial feat for him. Even wielding a rather unremarkable wand would not hinder his performance. The results might simply be slightly diminished. As Ivan had previously surmised, the increase in proficiency did not directly amplify his power. Rather, it served to express his capabilities through the lens of proficiency. With approximately 37 minutes remaining on the academic elite experience card, Ivan did not linger for a moment. He hastily sprinted to the bookshelf, casually grasping the most recent volume, detailed explanation of basic spells, and began to delve into its pages. Upon first grasping the book, Ivan immediately sensed its substantial heft exceeded his initial expectations. The content encompassed analyses of commonly utilized magical incantations as well as various conjectures regarding the composition of magical energy. However, halfway through his reading, Ivan's expression abruptly altered. His once clear mind felt as if veiled by a shroud of white mist, and his flowing thoughts were forcibly interrupted. Have I suddenly become dull-witted? Ivan gazed vacantly at the intricate explanations of magical principles before him, momentarily struggling to acclimate to the shift in his intellectual capacity. After standing in place for a considerable duration, he finally regained his composure, gently tapping his slightly dazed head. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the remaining 30 minutes of his academic prowess experience card had already elapsed. Gazing at the half-turned pages of the book in his hands, he reluctantly resumed reading. Yet the latter half of the content appeared inexplicably profound and inscrutable, causing his reading efficiency to plummet drastically. This stark contrast was difficult for Ivan, who had previously relished the benefits of the academic mode. After merely a few pages, he sighed and set the book aside. Following an hour immersed in the academic mode, Ivan had profoundly grasped the formidable advantages of this exchange. This was not merely a matter of enhancing learning speed severalfold. It encompassed a comprehensive augmentation of comprehension and cognitive abilities, effectively transforming a mediocre student into a scholarly prodigy, or even a genius. The barriers to understanding knowledge seemingly vanished. Learning was simply a matter of engaging with it. Chapter 8. Everyone has their own suitable learning methods. During the recent experiment, Ivan also noted a hidden factor. One's own accumulation of knowledge significantly influences both learning efficiency and pace. This elucidated why he had only required approximately 20 minutes of the Academic Prowess Experience card to complete the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, while he had taken much longer to navigate fundamentals of magical principles, only managing to read through half in over 30 minutes. The swift reading of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was partly due to Ivan's pre-existing foundational knowledge of transfiguration spells, and partly because he had just perused the book, thus acquiring familiarity with its content. Conversely, fundamentals of magical principles encompassed a broader range of knowledge, and Ivan had not previously reviewed it, resulting in a considerably slower reading pace. Having comprehended the advantages and disadvantages of the Academic Prowess Experience card, Ivan promptly recognized that to optimize his hour effectively, the ideal strategy was to first peruse the corresponding book and subsequently employ the experience card to enhance his comprehension and cognitive abilities for a thorough review. This method would maximize his utilization of time. Moreover, each time he comprehensively understood a magical tome, he would be rewarded with academic points, which, combined with the advancement of spell levels, would allow him to redeem further Academic Prowess Experience cards. Thus, through this cyclical process, would not his capabilities soar remarkably? Having merely completed half of Fundamentals of Magical Principles, Ivan found that his proficiency in all known spells had notably increased, with both the Levitation Charm and Disarming Charm rising to level 1, thereby granting him an additional 10 academic points as a reward. This fortunate turn of events granted Ivan an additional 20 points to his previously diminished academic record, significantly reducing the time required to accumulate the necessary credits in the future. Contemplating this, Ivan cast his gaze upon the vast expanse of magical tomes within the library and suddenly realized that all these volumes represented potential academic points. If he could manage to read them all, he could hardly fathom the extent to which his abilities would grow. With this thought, Ivan rekindled his determination. However, contrary to his aspirations, just as he was ready to exert himself, he was informed that the library's closing time had arrived. It dawned on him that he had already spent over 3 hours within those walls. As a librarian of Hogwarts, Madame Pants certainly held no disdain for young witches and wizards who cherished knowledge, provided they refrained from causing a ruckus. Nonetheless, the library's hours were dictated by the headmaster, and Madame Pants could not extend them. At that moment, Ivan approached, holding a half-read book titled A Detailed Explanation of Basic Spell Theory, and gestured, "Madam, may I borrow this book?" Upon hearing this, Madame Pants turned to search the library. There were always a few individuals who preferred to conceal themselves among the sea of books, hoping to slip away unnoticed into the restricted section after the lights were extinguished. Of course, there were also those who, lost in their fascination, simply lost track of time. "Excuse me," Ivan called out. But before he could take more than a few steps, he heard a series of crisp female voices behind him and felt a sudden impact, as if he had collided with a wall, landing squarely on the ground. The book he held, A Detailed Explanation of Basic Spell Theory, tumbled from his grasp. Fortunately, the force of the impact was not severe. Ivan touched his slightly reddened forehead and stood up. He first retrieved the fallen book before noticing the clumsy girl who had bumped into him. Her thick, unruly brown hair was a clear indication of neglect, and her standard wizarding robe appeared somewhat oversized on her small frame, with a few magical texts scattered around her. "Hermione?" Ivan blinked in surprise. But it soon became clear what had transpired. It seemed our ever-curious Miss Granger had been hastily ushered out by Madame Pants and, in her eagerness, had collided with him from behind. Ivan? Hermione, also quite taken aback, only regained her balance with Ivan's support. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was a bit distracted and didn't expect to run into you." "Not a problem. Just be more careful next time," Ivan replied, handing back the book he had picked up from the floor and shaking his head to indicate that he bore no ill will. However, upon noticing the title in Ivan's hands, Hermione's enthusiasm bubbled forth. "I've borrowed this book before and learned so many new magical techniques. Oh my goodness. I never realized that a strong will could significantly enhance the power of certain spells, but it requires a high level of magical control. Otherwise, one risks losing control of the magic." As she spoke, Hermione's voice rose in excitement, as if recalling something important. "Indeed, learning necessitates both comprehension and memorization. It is not merely a matter of perusing a book from cover to cover. Rather than delving into text, such as a comprehensive explanation of basic spells, I believe one should first commit all textbooks to memory." Hermione, with an unrelenting fervor, articulated her thoughts and experiences, perhaps under the impression of aiding Ivan. Yet her demeanor bore an air of condescension. "Thank you for the reminder, but I believe everyone has their own suitable method of study. Ivan replied nonchalantly, beginning to grasp why Harry, Ron, and their fellow young wizards were less than fond of the astute Hermione. How could that be? Hermione mused, eager to continue her lecture, only to be interrupted by Ivan's swift actions. With a flick of his wand, Ivan executed a transformation spell upon the parchment Hermione had been using for notes. The parchment quivered slightly before expanding and morphing, its previously rough surface gradually becoming immaculate. In mere seconds, Ivan seamlessly transitioned from incantation to wand movement, achieving a standard akin to Professor McGonagall's demonstrations, and the parchment had transformed into a delicate slab of jade. Chapter 9. The Fear Spell. Hermione stood agape, her expression one of disbelief. She vividly recalled that just yesterday in Transfiguration class, Ivan had struggled to stabilize the transformation spell. How had he become so adept overnight? Ron, eyeing the book, a comprehensive explanation of basic spells in Ivan's hands, was nearly astonished to the point of disbelief. His knight figure tumbling from his grasp and crashing onto the table. The knight's armor shattered upon impact, and in a fit of exasperation, he swung the oversized sword, which was as thick as a toothpick, and struck Ron's left thumbnail. Ouch! Ron exclaimed, his left hand jolting as he sent the knight flying across the room. He glared at his split nail, furious as he picked up a cup and smashed the offending knight, tossing the remnants into a box to await automatic repair. With a concerned expression, Ron then turned to Harry and said, "Harry, do you think Ivan might become just like Hermione in the future?" "I hope not," Harry replied, his own uncertainty evident. The mere thought of two Hermiones gesticulating at them sent a shiver down their spines. Back in the dormitory, Ivan remained blissfully unaware that Harry and Ron were discussing him. At that moment, his focus had shifted entirely to the fluctuations in various statistics within the system. Ivan Hales. Profession, Wizard. Spell categories. Fear Spell, Level 1, 6,200. Levitation Spell, Level 1, 12,200. Transformation Spell, Level 1, 30,200. Disarmament Spell, Level 1, 16,200. Lumos Spell, Level 1, 1,200. Knowledge Theory. Magical Item Creation Level 0, 4,35500. Basic Spell Principles Level 0, 88,100. Magical Items. Wand, Purple Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 3/4 inches long. Magic Power Moderate. Compatibility, 72. 5. Academic Performance Index, 20. In merely an hour of indulging in the experience of a top student, Ivan's mastery of spells has ascended to a commendable level. With the other occupants of the dormitory absent, he seized the opportunity to experiment with the levitation and disarming charms using boxes, stools, and pillows. Wingardium Leviosa, Expelliarmus. After several minutes of self-entertainment through his whimsical attempts, Ivan beheld with immense satisfaction the pillow, propelled from the head of his bed to its foot by the disarming charm, along with the box and stool gently floating and descending in the air. Such is the power of magic. Few can resist the allure of this enigmatic supernatural ability, especially considering Ivan's prior affection for various magical and fantastical literature during his previous life, while confined to his sickbed. Regrettably, during the initial days of his transference, due to numerous constraints, he had not successfully cast even the most rudimentary of spells. Thus, the sudden ability to conjure multiple spells filled him with exhilarating joy. Presently, he found himself inclined to cast transformation and levitation charms on everything within sight. After a continuous experimentation spanning over 10 minutes, Ivan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, an evident sign of magical exhaustion. Through the frequent casting of spells, he began to comprehend the limits of his abilities. Firstly, with the levitation charm, he could suspend an empty box 1 meter above the ground for nearly 40 seconds, or elevate his bed for 5 seconds, albeit only to a height of about 30 centimeters. This particular charm intrigued him the most, for with further practice, he might even achieve the ability to animate inanimate objects, akin to Professor McGonagall. However, he pondered whether the transformation charm could be applied to wizards, such as turning an adversary into a tree, a brick, or even livestock during combat. Alternatively, could he transform obstacles surrounding an opposing wizard into ferocious beasts or traps, thereby securing a decisive advantage? Even Professor McGonagall, a master of transfiguration, refrained from applying the charm on enemy wizards during the ultimate showdown. Was it due to the charm's ineffectiveness on living beings? Yet, it could convert inanimate objects into living creatures, so it seemed illogical that the reverse process would be impossible. Could it be the influence of magical resistance? Do wizards possess a certain resilience against transformation spells, with stronger wizards exhibiting greater resistance? What exactly is magic? How is it that wizards can wield such astonishing spells? Ivan contemplated the only transformation that could affect powerful wizards, the animagus transformation. Even this formidable and challenging magic could only transfigure a wizard into a specific animal, not allowing for arbitrary shape selection. Why am I overthinking this? Ivan mused, gently rubbing his forehead. He was merely a first-year wizard, his spellcasting abilities limited to a basic level. There was little utility in pondering such matters. After experimenting with the levitation, transformation, illumination, and disarming charms, Ivan began to gauge his own prowess, estimating it to be above average among first-year wizards. After experimenting with the effects of ordinary spells, Ivan turned his attention to the fear curse, a dark magic that had appeared in the system since his arrival at Hogwarts. He had never before attempted to use it. A dim purple light flickered, and Marka tilted its head, gazing innocently at Ivan. No effect? Ivan pondered the lack of response from Marka, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Fear descends, fear descends. Ivan cast the spell repeatedly, enveloping Marka in a swirl of purple light. However, Marka, mistaking Ivan's actions for play, grasped the tip of his wand with its hooked beak and tugged at it. Logically, he should have been able to release the spell normally after reaching the first level of magic. Suddenly, Ivan recalled the memories that surged through his mind when the Sorting Hat invaded his thoughts. Fear. Ivan closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them just in time to see a drowsy gray-black rat dozing on Ron's desk. After a brief contemplation, he spared his owl Marka, grasped his wand, and approached. At that moment, Scabbers was blissfully asleep, remnants of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans clinging to his mouth. His tiny paws, divided into 4 fingers, occasionally twitched as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Chapter 10 Scabbers. What is wrong? Scabbers? Fear descends. Ivan waved his wand and tapped it on Scabbers' head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spell took effect, and the gray-black rat immediately went wild, its tightly shut eyes widening in an instant, emitting a piercing scream. With a powerful push of its paws, Scabbers launched off the table, knocking over several cups and decorations in a chaotic dash around the dormitory. Seeing such a successful result, Ivan finally felt at ease, as if he had performed a reverse Patronus charm, or perhaps a more intense version of the fear curse. It seemed that the combination of the spell's power with Scabbers' slumber greatly enhanced its effectiveness beyond Ivan's expectations. While Ivan reveled in the successful casting of the fear curse, Ron and Harry, hearing the commotion from the common room, burst in. Upon witnessing the disarray in the dormitory, Harry nearly questioned if he had entered the wrong room. Just as he was about to inquire, Ron caught sight of the frantic gray-black rat. "Oh no, Scabbers, what happened to you?" Ron exclaimed in despair, rushing into the dormitory and leaping onto Neville's bed, trying to catch the rat that had just scurried by. However, Scabbers, frightened by Ivan's magic, mistook Ron for the black dog from his dream and swiftly darted beneath the bed, leaving Ron in a state of confusion. "Ivan, what is happening here?" Harry asked, eyeing Ivan, who remained by the desk. "I was merely practicing my spells," Ivan shrugged, then added somewhat sheepishly, "As you can see, there may have been a slight mishap." Harry glanced at Ron, who was covered in dust and dirt after crawling under the table in vain pursuit of a mouse, and felt that this unexpected turn of events was rather significant. He could only sigh in resignation. "It seems we may have to spend the entire night trying to catch this rodent." Fortunately, the situation did not turn out to be as dire as Harry had anticipated. After some time of commotion, Ivan, recalling that he was a wizard, seized an opportunity to utilize the levitation charm, successfully lifting the mouse Scabbers, which was attempting to hide beneath a book along with the book itself, thereby bringing the farcical episode to a close. In the ensuing days, Ron sulked for several days, and Ivan, acknowledging his fault, naturally had to offer apologies. He even purchased some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as a treat for Scabbers, and with Harry's encouragement, Ron finally let go of his fixation on the mouse incident. It is worth mentioning that Hermione, upon hearing of the affair, openly mocked Ron for valuing a mouse over his friends, leading to a heated argument that nearly drove Ron to the brink of madness. Ron's attachment to Scabbers deepened, to the extent that he insisted on bringing the mouse to class, frequently feeling as though someone was plotting against his beloved pet. Meanwhile, Ivan continued his routine of shuttling between the classroom, library, and dormitory, diligently reviewing various foundational texts. He managed to gather enough knowledge to utilize a Scholar Experience card once again, and as a result of his recent efforts, his proficiency with spells had notably improved. Consequently, his grades in class had risen significantly compared to before, apart from Professor Binns, who consistently offered mediocre evaluations in history of magic. Ivan had received outstanding marks in all other subjects, particularly in charms and transfiguration, where his proficiency in the levitation charm and transfiguration spells had reached the second level. On one occasion, he even transformed a wooden board slightly faster than Hermione, leaving both Harry and Ron astounded. However, advancing to the next level of spellcasting was not an easy feat, as the required proficiency for each subsequent level doubled. Aside from his studies, Ivan was also on the lookout for the location of the Room of Requirement, envisaging it as a suitable place for testing spells in the future, as the Gryffindor Common Room was rather inconvenient for such activities. Unfortunately, after years of reading the original texts, Ivan had forgotten the specifics, only recalling that it was opposite a tapestry, which led to several fruitless days of searching. It wasn't until the following Friday that Harry received an invitation from Hagrid, disrupting Ivan's orderly life. Naturally, with good news comes bad news. He lamented that they could have skipped potions class that morning, as Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, was notorious for his harshness. In the corridor, Ron and Ivan shared snippets of gossip they had heard from their older brothers while feeding Scabbers, who rested comfortably on Ron's hand. Surely, it can't be that bad. Professor McGonagall is also ahead, and I have never seen her show favoritism, Hermione interjected, unable to contain herself. But it's not just me. Many of the upper-year Gryffindors feel the same way. Ron dismissed Hermione's remarks with disdain and turned to Harry and Ivan, asking, "You both agree, don't you? Professor Snape is perpetually brooding, and there are even rumors circulating that he was once a dark wizard." When mentioning the rumors, Ron noticeably lowered his voice to avoid being overheard. "That's impossible. Professor Dumbledore would never allow a dark wizard to teach at our school," Harry replied, shaking his head. Though Harry had sensed a certain animosity from Professor Snape during the feast at the beginning of the term, he found that the other professors had been quite commendable over the past few days. Snape, no matter how unpleasant, couldn't be utterly malevolent. Hermione nodded in agreement, leaving Ron with no choice but to glance at Ivan. At that moment, Ivan was amusingly feeding a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean to Scabbers. Upon hearing their conversation, he turned to Harry and remarked, "I can't say whether Professor Snape has it out for Gryffindor, but he certainly has it in for us." Ivan felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that his chances of receiving a favorable evaluation in potions class were slim. After all, affection breeds contempt. Even if Snape were to give him a poor grade after class, Ivan wouldn't be surprised. Harry looked at Ivan with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend his meaning. "Are you suggesting that Professor Snape dislikes Harry?" Hermione furrowed her brow, having inferred Ivan's thoughts from his earlier glance at Harry. Ivan admired Hermione's astuteness internally, but knew he couldn't divulge the truth, so he shook his head and replied, "I merely harbor doubts." "Don't you find it peculiar how Snape looks at Harry?" Chapter 11, Potions Class. Harry found himself in agreement, but noticing Ivan continuously feeding Scabbers, he interjected, "Ivan, if you keep this up, Scabbers will burst." At Harry's remark, Hermione, who had been poised to ask more questions, shifted her focus to the plump rodent in Ron's hands. Once a scrawny creature with matted fur, Scabbers now appeared quite transformed. After scurrying around the dormitory and gathering dust, Ron had thoroughly groomed him with a brush. And coupled with the generous feeding over the past few days, Scabbers had noticeably gained a bit of weight. "How can that be? The amount I'm feeding him is perfectly normal. Scabbers was so thin before. He should be getting more food," Ivan insisted, once again offering a Bertie Bott's bean to Scabbers. "Besides, this is a way to express my apologies," he added. Scabbers, however, showed no gratitude, glaring at Ivan with indignation and haughtily swatting his hand away. It was only when Scabbers realized that his small paws could not resist Ivan's strength that he took a tentative bite of the bean offered to him. After all, it was right there before him, and regardless of his irritation, one must eat. Wouldn't you agree? Inevitably, resistance proved futile. Upon careful reflection, aside from a few select flavors, the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans are rather delightful. Noticing the diminishing defiance of Scabbers, Ivan couldn't help but marvel at how Peter Pettigrew, this diminutive star, had managed to endure for so many years. While lacking in many respects, his composure appeared remarkably steady. Just a few nights prior, he had been pursued by his greatest fear, yet after merely one night, he was able to indulge once more. Although this pursuit had occurred within the realm of dreams, it suggested that Peter was entirely oblivious to the obscure dark magic known as the fear curse. Perhaps he merely assumed that Ivan had transformed his pleasant dreams into nightmares through some enchantment. After all, it was illogical to expect Ivan, this young wizard, to possess knowledge of events from 11 years past, let alone the fact that Sirius Black's animagus form was that of a large black dog. What if he becomes too fat? Ron expressed his concern regarding Scabbers, who was receiving Ivan's special attention. "Not to worry," Scabbers doesn't need to deliver messages. A little extra weight will prevent him from running off, Ivan reassured him. Inwardly, Ivan mused that if not for Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort's resurrection plan would not have been so easily executed. If Scabbers were to become as round as a ball, Ivan was eager to witness whether he could still evade the pursuits of Crookshanks and Sirius. As the group conversed, they made their way to the potions classroom located in the basement. Upon entering, Harry and Ron found themselves believing even more in the rumors surrounding Snape's dark affiliations. The classroom was small, yet it exuded a somewhat sinister and eerie atmosphere. Glass bottles filled with a bluish-green liquid lined shelves, some containing the submerged remains of various creatures. Given that the classroom was situated underground, Ivan could have easily mistaken it for a secret laboratory belonging to some dark wizard, had he not known it was Hogwarts. At this moment, Ron had entirely dismissed any lingering doubts regarding George's earlier remarks, hastily urging Ivan, Harry, and Hermione to take their seats, lest they give Snape a reason to deduct points. Bang! Shortly thereafter, a gaunt figure entered through the door, his sallow skin concealed beneath a long black cloak. His cold, indifferent gaze swept over the young wizards until it momentarily lingered on Harry, his hawk-like nose rendering him reminiscent of a colossal humanoid bat. Snape advanced to the front of the class, his right hand waving his wand, causing the curtains to draw shut, instantly plunging the classroom into darkness as sunlight was banished from the underground space. As the light dimmed, Ivan perceptibly noted a slight relaxation in Snape's previously taught expression. This master of potions, after completing the task, picked up the attendance sheet while surveying the young wizards beneath his imposing presence. I will now take attendance. I trust no one dares to vanish from my classroom. Neville Longbottom, Ivan Halls, Harry Potter. Upon uttering Harry's name, Snape's monotone voice exhibited a subtle tremor. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot, he remarked, his expression remaining impassive. Yet his words seemed laced with a hint of derision. A renowned figure has recently arrived at our school. The surrounding young wizards, upon hearing this, cast their gazes towards Harry, while Draco and his two companions exchanged furtive chuckles. Harry felt inexplicably singled out. Yet what he did not realize was that this was merely the beginning. Snape turned his head away from Harry, directing his attention to the crowd. You are here to learn the intricate art of potion making. In this realm, there is no foolish waving of wands, which may lead many of you to doubt the very essence of magic. I do not expect you to fully grasp the exquisite beauty of potion-making techniques. Snape paused, then spoke with a tone laced with enchantment. Imagine, as you simmer ingredients in a cauldron, the potion gradually bubbling, white smoke spiraling upwards, with the liquid coursing through human veins. This liquid, possessing an extraordinary and delicate power, can utterly captivate your heart and enthrall all your senses. I can teach you how to bottle renown, how to brew glory, and even how to stave off death, provided you do not exhibit the same foolishness as the imbeciles I have instructed before. Potter, what will be the consequence of adding powdered daffodil bulbs to the juice of wormwood? Harry appeared bewildered. What is a daffodil? What is wormwood? He turned to Ron for assistance, but Ron wore a similarly puzzled expression. Hermione, however, raised her hand high, only for Snape to feign ignorance of her gesture. Ivan, standing further away, could only silently mouth the words potion of life and sleeping draught. Anxious, Harry felt the weight of Snape's piercing gaze, which deterred him from looking towards Ivan, thus rendering him unable to discern the words Ivan had silently expressed. After a prolonged moment, he could only manage to stammer, I don't know, Professor. Ivan resigned, pressed his hand to his forehead, having done his utmost. Even if he had divulged the answer to Harry beforehand, it would have been futile unless Harry could memorize every book concerning potions. Otherwise, Snape would have myriad ways to target Harry. Chapter 12. Poor Scabbers. Observing Harry retreat into himself under Snape's relentless questioning, Ivan recalled a hypothesis he had encountered in a previous life. Each of Snape's inquiries held deeper significance. Most notably, the daffodil, used in potion preparation, translates from Latin to my regrets follow you to the grave, while wormwood typically embodies themes of pain and remorse. Ivan found it difficult to fathom the brooding, resentful Snape and the emotions he harbored when confronting Harry. Was it guilt for disclosing information that led to Lily's demise? Or was it profound love, willing to embrace death upon learning of his beloved's fate? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a hint of compassion began to surface in Ivan's gaze. Ivan Halls. Perhaps sensing the peculiar intensity of Ivan's gaze, Snape, after his relentless interrogation of Harry, turned his wand towards Ivan. By incorporating the powdered bulb of the daffodil into the juice of mugwort, one can concoct the elixir of life, a potent sedative. Bile is found within the stomach of cattle, while both the boat-shaped aconite and the wolfsbane refer to the same botanical species. Ivan, having perused the original text, was not easily daunted by these three inquiries. Nonetheless, a flicker of apprehension coursed through him, fearing that Snape might pose further questions. Despite having diligently reviewed the potions textbook multiple times prior to the class, Ivan discerned that Snape was unlikely to adhere to conventional expectations. The questions previously directed at Harry bore no relation to the curriculum of a first-year student. Unexpectedly, a system notification resonated within Ivan's mind. His expression shifted from concern to astonishment, which rapidly morphed into euphoria, casting aside any lingering trepidation. "Bring it on. Pose your questions, if I furrow my brow. Consider it my defeat," Ivan declared resolutely, his gaze firmly fixed on Snape. A true warrior fears not any challenge. He hoped for a barrage of questions, confident that he could answer at least one, thus earning a modicum of academic credit. Ivan's remarkable ability to change his demeanor left the other young wizards thoroughly impressed. However, to his astonishment, Snape did not even glance in his direction, but instead turned his expressionless face toward Harry to mock him. "Did you hear that, Potter? It appears not every newly enrolled young wizard is as foolishly ignorant as you." "Professor," Harry exclaimed, rising indignantly, intent on retorting, but Snape swiftly interrupted him. "Potter, due to your performance, Gryffindor loses a point." Having pronounced this verdict with all the gravity of a judge, Snape coldly resumed his lecture, leaving Harry, his cheeks flushed with anger, being firmly restrained by Ron. Prepared to confront Snape's challenges, Ivan found himself bewildered by this unexpected neglect. After casting a brief apologetic glance at Harry, he resigned himself to attentively listening to the lesson, eagerly anticipating when Snape might resume his interrogation. He moved like a magnetized iron shard, incessantly hovering around Harry, his vacant eyes meticulously scrutinizing every step of Harry's potion-making process. A minor mistake would elicit a torrent of scorn. Ron, sitting beside Harry, shared in the misfortune. Snape had discovered his pet rat, Scabbers, and publicly designated him as a test subject for the efficacy of the experimental potion, nearly reducing Ron to tears. Upon realizing their fate, Scabbers emitted a lamentable cry. Had it not been for Neville's unexpected mishap with the cauldron, which disrupted Snape's grim enthusiasm, Scabbers would have been coerced into consuming the dubious, murky concoction brewed by Ron. Ivan cast a sympathetic glance at the limp Scabbers sprawled across the table, lamenting the unfortunate fate of Peter Pettigrew, who had already endured 2 shocks in just a few days of attending school. For most young wizards, an hour of potions class felt like an agonizing ordeal, with students fleeing the dungeons in haste once the lesson concluded. Good heavens, how could Dumbledore have appointed Snape as a professor? He nearly killed Scabbers. After the potions class, Ron attempted to calm the trembling Scabbers while feeling an urge to smash the wall in frustration. Harry nodded in agreement, standing firmly alongside Ron, as it was intolerable to be so blatantly targeted on the very first day of school. Harry could not fathom why Snape harbored such animosity towards him. It was akin to Ivan's situation. Professor Snape seemed to know that Ivan could respond correctly, which is why he did not subject him to undue hardship. Hermione's praise made Ivan feel somewhat embarrassed. Had he not been aware of the plot, he might not have been able to answer Snape's questions at all. Hermione remarked that not everyone could master the potions textbook within just a few days of the term commencing, and besides, Snape's inquiries to Harry were not even found in the first-year curriculum. Ivan sighed. Hermione pursed her lips, refraining from arguing, for she had witnessed Snape's behavior in potions class that day. She had merely grown accustomed to following the rules and obeying the professor's instructions, which led her to offer a few words of defense when Ron lashed out. Ron and Harry were quite displeased with Hermione's defense of Snape, and the trio walked in a huff, but thanks to Ivan's mediation, they managed to dispel their grievances by the time they arrived at Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid, we've come to see you." Harry stepped forward and knocked on the door. Moments later, the sound of barking and running could be heard from within, and before long, the door swung open to reveal a massive figure emerging from the house. "Harry, you're here. Come in quickly." Hagrid greeted Harry warmly, simultaneously trying to soothe his restless dog, Fawn. Ivan followed Harry into the cozy hut. The interior consisted of a single room, its arrangement appearing somewhat chaotic. Dried meats and hams were hung by the window, and a large stove occupied the front area, with a kettle of water boiling atop it. A patched-up bed was situated against the wall on the right side. Chapter 13. The Secrets Hidden in the Restricted Section. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. There's no need to be so formal," Hagrid said as he placed a plate of raw cakes on the table and took a seat himself. The wooden chair creaked under his weight, causing Ivan and the others to exchange worried glances, but fortunately, the chair held strong against the burden. "Hagrid, this is Ron." And "This is Hermione," Harry introduced his friends once they were seated. However, before he could finish, Ivan stood up. "Hello, Hagrid. My name is Ivan. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, likewise," Hagrid replied, extending his large hand for a handshake. The size difference rendered the gesture somewhat comical. Fawn, the large dog, circled around Ron, occasionally leaping up to shower him with slobber. Ron, having anticipated Fawn's advance, had already tucked Scabbers into his pocket. Although he had never heard of dogs eating rats, his recent experiences had left him feeling rather paranoid. It was as if someone had meticulously plotted to harm his mouse. Subsequently, Harry and Ron vented their grievances to Hagrid, recounting how Snape had deliberately targeted them during class. Hermione listened intently, her brow furrowed, though she refrained from contradicting them. Ivan did not partake in their discourse. While it was true that Snape harbored disdain for Harry and exhibited bias against the Gryffindor students, he was nonetheless competent in his teaching. Many potion recipes had been refined by Snape himself. Particularly surprising was the excellent evaluation he received during the first potions class, rendering Ivan somewhat at a loss for words regarding his criticisms. Of course, it would have been preferable had Snape posed more questions during the lessons. The news of a robbery at Gringotts piqued Ivan's interest just as he was contemplating the hardness of Hagrid's cake roll. A newspaper by the teapot suddenly captured his attention. Harry and Ron, engrossed in conversation, paused and leaned closer to read the headline. On the evening of July 31st, a major robbery occurred at Gringotts. Authorities suspect involvement from certain dark witches or wizards, while the goblins at Gringotts insist that nothing was lost. On July 31st, Harry, as if recollecting something significant, suddenly exclaimed, "Hagrid, I remember that day was my birthday, and we were there too. Is that so?" Hagrid replied ambiguously, avoiding direct eye contact with Harry. The conversation awkwardly shifted to the rock cakes, with Hagrid enthusiastically inviting everyone to indulge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves struggling with the rock-hard cakes, nearly breaking their teeth, yet they felt compelled to avoid discarding them in light of Hagrid's eager expression. Ivan discreetly soaked his rock cake in tea, attempting to soften it before reluctantly consuming half. Having previously discovered that a wealth of knowledge without practical experience could stymie one's skill development, Ivan continued his search until he stumbled upon some leads on the morning of the following Tuesday in the castle's 8th floor. It was a spacious corridor adorned with numerous portraits, culminating in a tapestry depicting a giant bludgeoning a hapless figure named Barnabas. The door was flush against the wall, seemingly having been there all along. With a surge of excitement, Ivan pushed the door open. It closed automatically behind him, revealing an expansive training ground. The hall was brightly illuminated, with 2 rows of dummies set up for spell practice. Beep, a mysterious location with a wish-granting room has been discovered. The voice in Ivan's mind aligned with his expectations, yet he was taken aback by the 3% increase in exploration progress. Notably, the library, which housed ancestral knowledge, had only yielded a 5-point increase, underscoring the significance of this location. With a sense of urgency, Ivan warmed up and began to practice the spells he had learned, wielding his wand with determination. The white light struck the mannequin directly, causing one of its arms to explode with a resounding bang, sending a flurry of wood shavings swirling through the air. Yet, with a restoration spell, Ivan swiftly restored it to its original form. After nearly half a month of fervent study, he had mastered the fundamental spells: transfiguration, petrification, levitation, and luminosity. Although his proficiency was not particularly high, he had elevated each spell to a basic level, ensuring a more consistent performance. However, upon his initial attempts, Ivan soon realized that his accuracy with spells left much to be desired. While he managed well with stationary targets, hitting moving ones proved to be a significant challenge, often requiring several attempts for even a single hit. In his pursuit of practical experience, Ivan exchanged an academic excellence card during a training session, discovering that this learning enhancement was equally beneficial during practical exercises. The boost in cognitive understanding and analytical speed allowed him to cast spells with greater swiftness and precision, substantially improving his accuracy. He could even anticipate the trajectory of a distant target's movements and the path of his spells. This newfound capability made Ivan's performance in the card's enhanced state far superior, despite his spell levels being the same. "I become both foolish and powerful," he mused, unable to suppress a sigh as he exited the experience mode. The decline in cognitive function after each use always left him feeling as though he had momentarily lost his wits. Just as Ivan stepped out from the secret passage, the familiar sound of the system notification chimed once more. Ding! An unknown passage has been discovered. Exploration progress at Hogwarts has reached 40%. Reward: 20 academic points. Additional reward: Please collect at the 12th shelf of the 7th row in the restricted section between midnight and 1 a.m. Chapter 14. The Turbulent Flying Class, Part 1. Reaching a certain milestone in an exploration task granted additional rewards? Intrigued, Ivan noted that this reward was not directly issued, but required him to venture into the restricted section in the dead of night. A prospect that sent a chill down his spine. Nevertheless, considering it a reward, he resolved to go. After all, he had encountered ghosts before. What was there to fear at night? In the great hall, Harry and Ron were seated at a round table, enjoying their lunch. Upon spotting Ivan, who appeared dazed and disheveled, they called out to him. "Ivan, over here. Where have you been all morning? You look a bit worse for wear," Harry remarked, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Just found a place to practice some spells," Ivan replied, rolling his eyes as he speared a piece of roasted sausage with his knife and shoved it into his mouth. He had expended so much energy that morning without eating. He felt as though he might faint from hunger. It was the first time he had exerted himself so intensely, and even now, he felt a little lightheaded. As Ivan savored his meal, Harry and Ron animatedly discussed flying techniques. After all, flying was a dream for nearly everyone, and even riding a broomstick did little to dampen their enthusiasm. The atmosphere in Slytherin House was particularly lively, as Draco Malfoy boasted loudly about his past flying experiences amidst a throng of admirers. Ivan, having just taken a sip of goat's milk, nearly spewed it out in disbelief. A collision with a broom? How impressive! Why not soar into the sky? Flying so high without any protection. Surely you would have frozen to death long ago. Ivan, have you ever ridden a flying broom? Harry, already irked by Draco's bragging, eagerly inquired upon witnessing Ivan's exaggerated reaction. Never, Ivan replied decisively, shaking his head. Even if he had learned previously, the knowledge had long since slipped from his memory. And you, Ron? Harry asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Ron did not disappoint Harry, regaling them with tales of his youthful practice sessions on Charlie's old broom at home. Ivan listened quietly, observing Ron and Draco's exaggerated tales, knowing that soon enough, during their flying lesson, their true abilities would be revealed. As anticipated, during the afternoon flying lesson at Madame Hooch's whistle, of the 20 or so young wizards present, only Harry successfully summoned his broomstick from the ground with alacrity. Ron, however, was less fortunate. Perhaps due to his overly enthusiastic shout, the broom shot up and collided with his forehead. "Up!" Ivan called out, mimicking Madame Hooch's demonstration. Yet his broom merely spun lazily on the ground, showing no intent to rise. Anxiety welled within him, and he regretted not having perused a few more books on flying to hone his skills. When Madame Hooch completed her round of inspection and turned back, a spark of inspiration struck Ivan. He deftly kicked his broom with his foot, nudging it into his hands, thus becoming the third student to secure a magical broom. Noticing Ivan's steady grip on the broom, Madame Hooch nodded in approval before moving on to instruct the other students. With a sufficient amount of academic performance points, riding a broomstick should be a simple task. However, Ivan had long lamented the fact that the system offered only a scholar experience card as a redeemable option. Why is there no option to enhance one's innate talents? He mused. As a student of average aptitude, how could he maintain the facade of a top scholar if exposed? Where would he procure the performance points then? To safeguard his classroom evaluation, as Madame Hooch instructed the others, Ivan envisioned countless stylish riding techniques and potential challenges he might encounter during the flight. He fervently hoped that a shabby broom would grant him some grace. The thought of mounting it only to remain grounded was simply too embarrassing. "Everyone, look here, I shall demonstrate only once," Madame Hooch announced once everyone had a firm grip on their brooms. She stepped forward to illustrate the correct riding posture. "Now, when I blow my whistle, push off the ground with force, and remember to hold on tightly to your brooms. Aim to rise a few feet into the air." Madame Hooch commanded loudly, and Ivan, seizing the moment, mounted his broom, prepared to embark on his inaugural flight into the skies. However, before Ivan could make an attempt, Neville, not far from him, suddenly soared into the air with a whoosh, emitting a piercing scream. Terrified, Neville flew at least 20 feet high, causing chaos among the young wizards below. Ivan recalled that Neville might fall after this, and he swiftly drew his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Ivan flicked his wrist, casting a levitation charm towards the plummeting Neville. The magical force immediately halted Neville's descent, suspending him over 3 meters in the air. Madame Hooch, whose heart had been suspended in anxiety, finally felt at ease. One could only imagine her distress. Had anything gone amiss during her flying lesson, she would have felt utterly ashamed to remain at Hogwarts. "Well done, Gryffindor. 5 points." Madame Hooch cast a look of appreciation towards Ivan. At that same moment, Ivan received a notification of an increase in his academic points, filling his heart with joy. The Gryffindor students, led by Harry, Ron, and others, began to applaud. However, before the clapping could last long, Neville fell directly from the air. The atmosphere became rather awkward. "I'm sorry, Madam Hooch. It seems my magic has run out." Ivan's smile faltered, and he shrugged helplessly. After all, managing to catch Neville as he plummeted was already quite an achievement. Chapter 15. The Turbulent Flying Lesson, Part 2. Madam Hooch bore no ill will towards Ivan. Instead, she hurried to Neville's side to assess his injuries. "Madam Hooch, is Neville all right?" Ivan inquired, reassured that his intervention had mitigated any severe injuries. "Fortunately, it's only a minor injury," Madam Hooch reported after a brief examination, helping the bruised Neville to his feet. The scene of Neville plummeting from such a height had nearly alarmed her, so even though his injuries were not grave, Madam Hooch insisted on escorting him to the infirmary. With that, she took Neville, whose face was still streaked with tears, and they made their way toward the castle. Once they had distanced themselves, the Slytherin students erupted into laughter, with Draco Malfoy mocking. "Did you all see that? That clumsy oaf, falling from the sky like a slug. I wager he won T-Dare to ride a broom again." "Enough, Malfoy." Harry, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to silence him. Yet, Malfoy showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he intensified his taunting. "Goodness, our Potter is evidently friends with that oaf." "Of course we are friends, and you shall not refer to Neville in such a manner," Harry retorted angrily. Ivan frowned at Malfoy's words. Yet, he recalled from the film that Malfoy was merely a mischievous child, not inherently malevolent. As Ivan pondered this, he suddenly heard Malfoy point at him and exclaim, "Friends? Was he, like the others, a friend who would drop the foolish giant from the heavens after gaining a few points?" Ivan's lips twitched as he stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and delivered a decisive punch to Malfoy's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Damn it, these brats are truly unbearable." Malfoy, clutching his slightly swollen cheek, scrambled to his feet, fuming and threatening. "You dare hit me? I will make sure my father expels you." Ivan, unfazed by Malfoy's threats, knew that old Malfoy, despite being a board member at Hogwarts, lacked the authority to expel a student outright. Dumbledore certainly would not dismiss him over such a trivial matter, especially considering his association with the so-called savior, Harry. "Well done, Ivan," Ron chimed in, also rolling up his sleeves, having long harbored disdain for Malfoy. Meanwhile, seizing the distraction, Malfoy mounted his broom and soared into the air. Perhaps the height granted him a false sense of security. After enduring a beating, Malfoy showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he brandished a crystal ball high above his head, taunting the group. "Look what I've got. That fool's crystal ball. Now, where should I hide it? Perhaps toss it into a tree? Aren't you all his friends? Come and get it." Malfoy. Harry was nearly apoplectic, ignoring Hermione's protests. He mounted his broom and ascended into the air. Though it was Harry's first time flying, he quickly found his rhythm, and soon the two were locked in aerial combat. Observing this, Ivan intended to lend a hand. He positioned the broom between his legs, mimicking Harry's takeoff stance, eager to experience the thrill of flight. However, the broom seemed to have a mind of its own, refusing to budge no matter how much Ivan wiggled its handle. "Come on, move," Ivan lamented, tapping the broom shaft, only to realize he had yet to complete the first step of attuning himself to it. Fortunately, before Ivan could linger in confusion for too long, Hermione stood before him, arms crossed. "Ivan, are you planning to break the school rules as well?" She glared at him, puffing with indignation. "No, I believe Harry can handle this on his own," Ivan quickly replied, tossing the broom to the ground nonchalantly and gesturing for Hermione to look upward. Harry, riding his broom with remarkable ease, quickly gained the upper hand against Malfoy. Hermione even began to suspect that Harry had practiced before coming to school. However, Malfoy was not one to concede defeat easily. Realizing he was outmatched, he promptly hurled the glass ball into the distance. "Here, catch this," he sneered. The glass ball flew far away, prompting Harry to dart after it, narrowly avoiding a collision with the castle's stone walls, then diving down after the crystal ball. "No, Harry, stop," Hermione cried out in sheer terror, while Malfoy erupted into boisterous laughter. His mirth, however, was abruptly stifled when he witnessed Harry execute a graceful dive, seizing the glass sphere in his hand. Unbeknownst to both Malfoy and Harry, Professor McGonagall stood at a distant open window, her expression one of astonishment. Hermione and the others, who had been anxiously concerned for Harry, finally exhaled in relief. Ron, in a fit of indignation, brandished his wand. "We must teach Malfoy a lesson. Leglock her curse," he shouted, invoking the spell he had recently learned in class. Regrettably, fortune did not favor Ron this time. His wand emitted a peculiar plume of white smoke, yet produced no effect. Initially startled, Malfoy, soaring on his broomstick, prepared to evade, but upon witnessing Ron's embarrassment, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ron's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his frustration mounting to the point where he wished to leap into the air and thrust his wand into Malfoy's gaping mouth. "Let me handle this," Ivan sighed, observing Ron's exasperation. After a brief respite, casting a spell or two should pose no problem. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, Ivan turned to the somewhat flustered Hermione beside him. "Hermione, you remember the levitation charm, don't you?" "Of course," Hermione replied, casting Ivan a puzzled glance and nodding absently. "Why do you ask?" "That's splendid," Ivan said before she could ponder further. He raised his wand and declared, all petrified. As the incantation escaped his lips, a grayish beam of light shot forth from his wand, racing towards Malfoy. Oblivious to Ivan's intentions, Malfoy, reveling in his triumph, was abruptly struck by the Petri Ficus Totalis spell. Within half a second, his once pale skin transformed into a rigid gray, his expression and movement frozen at the moment of petrification. In this state, Malfoy was rendered utterly immobile, unable even to twitch a finger, let alone control his broom, and plummeted straight down from the sky. Though his body was paralyzed, Malfoy's consciousness remained intact. Yet, given a choice, he would have preferred not to be aware of his predicament. The sensation of plummeting from great heights, watching the ground draw ever closer, was a harrowing experience that could shatter one's composure. Had he not been petrified, Malfoy would have already been screaming in terror. At the moment Ivan struck Malfoy with the spell, he turned to Hermione, exclaiming, "Now, Hermione!" The clever young witch instantly grasped his plan as he acted. But she had no time to chastise him. Instead, she shot him a glare and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa!" At this point, Malfoy was paralyzed by fear, envisioning himself shattering into countless pieces upon impact. Malfoy even contemplated how, after his demise, old Malfoy would torment Ivan, Harry, and others to exact vengeance. Just as Malfoy mused that the Malfoy lineage might decline due to his unfortunate passing, his rapidly descending body abruptly halted mere inches from the ground, allowing him to discern the intricate patterns on the floor beneath him. Miss Granger, who had successfully cast the emergency spell, exhaled in relief, while Ivan quietly lowered his wand beside her. Once Malfoy had stabilized on the ground, the young wizards from Slytherin immediately surrounded him. In contrast, the Gryffindor students reveled in the misfortune, as Malfoy's previous haughty demeanor had been quite irksome. The only one dissatisfied was Miss Granger. "Ivan, how could you use the petrifying spell on Malfoy? You nearly killed him." Hermione glared at Ivan, disbelief evident in her eyes. "Well, your levitation charm was quite impressive. If Professor Flitwick had seen it, he surely would have awarded you points," Ivan replied with a smile. Malfoy, of course, could not succumb to a mere petrifying spell. At worst, he would suffer some discomfort. Even if Hermione's spell had faltered, he was there as a safeguard, after all. Indeed, Professor Flitwick might even expel you. Hermione retorted sharply. "That seems unlikely." Ivan scratched his head, believing he would merely lose some points. Perhaps even face a night in detention or a foray into the Forbidden Forest. If it were the latter, Ivan thought it might not be so bad. Yet, he firmly resolved not to venture into the Forbidden Forest this semester. He would not risk it. After all, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, often meandered in the forest, and who knew if misfortune would strike? Thus, it was best to lay low. As long as one did not court death, Hogwarts remained relatively safe until fourth year. While lost in thought, Ivan made his way toward Malfoy. However, midway, he was intercepted by several Slytherin wizards, led by a boy Ivan vaguely recalled, presumably named Blaise. "How? What brings you here?" Blaise tightened his grip on his wand, furrowing his brow. In the face of an external threat, Slytherin displayed remarkable unity, despite Malfoy's usual arrogance. Many young wizards were willing to defend him, creating an unspoken circle of protection around Ivan. The valiant Gryffindors stood resolutely behind Ivan, wands drawn, although their novice spells were likely less effective than a punch. Ivan shook his head, raising a hand to halt Ron, who was preparing to roll up his sleeves, and addressed Blaise. "I am here to lift the petrifying spell from Malfoy. I trust you all witnessed that it was Malfoy who instigated the conflict." Blaise appeared hesitant, yet after a moment's contemplation, he gestured for the others to step aside. True to his word, Ivan released Malfoy from the petrifying spell. Malfoy, having just endured a tumultuous experience, trembled visibly as he rose defiantly from the ground, striving to maintain his composure before the gathered crowd. He glared at Ivan and shouted, "How dare you cast a spell on me? You are finished Hars. Is that so?" Ivan replied, fixing his gaze on Draco Malfoy. What do you suppose would happen if I were to inform the professors about your theft of Neville's crystal ball and your unauthorized flight? Ivan advanced step by step, his tone suddenly turning grave. I've heard that Filch delights in taking disobedient children to his office, chaining their hands to the ceiling, and employing a whip and wooden sticks for some rather peculiar punishments. Malfoy was momentarily struck with fear, as such rumors indeed circulated among the upperclassmen. He even forgot that if this were true, Ivan, who had also broken school rules, would face similar consequences. Noticing the effect of his words, Ivan prepared to continue. But before he could speak, Madame Hooch's voice rang out from behind them. How dare you, especially you, Harry, riding down on your broom with that bewildered expression. Her anger intensified as she noticed Harry clutching the crystal ball. Upon reflection, Ivan realized he had unwittingly implicated himself. Had he not previously used the levitation charm to save Neville, Madame Hooch would likely still be in the infirmary, worrying over him. Chapter 17. What do you have to say for yourself, Malfoy? Can someone explain what is happening here? Madame Hooch surveyed the young wizards before her gaze settling on Malfoy and Harry. Both boys turned pale with fear, but Ivan interjected, Madame Hooch, as you can see, they were merely practicing their flying skills. A conflicted expression flickered across Malfoy's face. He opened his mouth, eager to reveal Ivan's attack on him with the Petrificus Totalis, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Malfoy understood that if he spoke, Ivan would surely expose his theft of Neville's crystal ball and his provocation, and he was well aware of which offense carried a heavier punishment. To avoid being confined to the detention room and subjected to Filch's whims, Malfoy begrudgingly accepted the narrative that he and Harry had been practicing flying together amicably. However, he would not allow the insufferable Ivan to escape unscathed. Indeed, but it wasn't just the two of us flying just now, he declared, raising an eyebrow at Ivan, the threat in his demeanor unmistakable. Madame Hooch shifted her focus from Malfoy and Harry to Ivan. Very well, Ivan conceded, shrugging nonchalantly, though inwardly he scoffed at Malfoy's childish attempts to drag others into trouble. A silent agreement passed between Ivan and Malfoy as they exchanged glances, both recognizing the need for a temporary truce to avoid unearthing deeper issues. Malfoy was unnerved by Ivan's mention of punishment, while Ivan feared being assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Given Ivan's current slight frame, he was not inclined to take such risks. When did he and Ivan practice flying amicably alongside Malfoy? However, considering Ivan's frequent glances, Harry wisely chose to remain silent. Neville had just been sent to the hospital. What if another mishap occurred? I apologize, Professor. Ivan initially expressed his polite regret, then immediately added, but I believe no young wizard can resist the allure of soaring freely on a broom. Who wouldn't aspire to become a glorious Quidditch player representing their country after graduation? As for Malfoy and Neville's incident, it was merely an accident. Fortunately, our levitation charm was effective and no one was harmed. Ivan spoke passionately about his love for Quidditch, nearly declaring his ambition to become a champion in the sport. Madame Hooch's expression softened somewhat as the instructor of the flying class. She too was an enthusiast of both flying and Quidditch and could comprehend that yearning. Even so, you must face the consequences of violating school rules. Although her anger had lessened since the beginning, Madame Hooch remained stern, contemplating how to discipline the mischief makers, but was interrupted by the timely arrival of Professor McGonagall. Madame Hooch, may I borrow Mr. Potter for a moment? Of course, Madame Hooch replied, initially surprised, then nodded in agreement. Having not witnessed Harry's flying earlier, Madame Hooch assumed he had committed another error and was summoned by Professor McGonagall. Thus she briefly recounted Harry's unauthorized broom riding during class. Professor McGonagall merely nodded and gestured for Harry to follow her. Harry's mind was a muddle. He remained oblivious to the unfolding events and could only anxiously accompany Professor McGonagall as they departed. Meanwhile, Ivan pretended to hold the broom and assumed a flying posture while attempting to diminish his presence discreetly. However, contrary to his intentions, due to the previous flying class's mishaps, Madame Hooch was reluctant to allow these young wizards to fly freely and decided to assess them one by one. Unfortunately for Ivan, who had been led astray by Malfoy, he was the first to be evaluated. Ivan gazed at the broomstick in his hand and sighed, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have openly admitted his lack of flying skills. Now, having been tricked by Malfoy, he found it impossible to claim he couldn't fly. Ivan reluctantly attempted to fly. This time, the broom gave him a modicum of respect, wobbling slightly but taking off under his control. After a brief flight, Ivan landed smoothly. Madame Hooch pursed her lips, evidently unsatisfied. After all, her expectations for Ivan had been high based on his prior performance, yet he now flew unsteadily. Ivan cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, Professor, I believe this broom may be rather outdated. It feels somewhat unstable during flight. My previous flying was quite commendable. Malfoy wore a sly grin, utterly astonished by Ivan's abysmal flying skills. It was no wonder Ivan had remained earthbound while Harry soared above. Suddenly, Ivan interjected, "Isn't that right, Malfoy? Otherwise, how could you have possibly fallen from your broom?" The mirth that had danced in Malfoy's eyes dissipated instantly, replaced by a glare directed at Ivan. After a moment of silence, he managed to retort, "Of course, I too believe there might be some fault with these brooms." What other choice did he have? To slap his own face with the truth. Malfoy expressed his despair, aware that revealing the truth would lead to punishment. After all, could he really claim he fell due to his own lack of skill? Chapter 18. The duel denied. The afternoon flying lesson passed swiftly, steeped in Ivan's turmoil. Fortunately, everything turned out well afterward, and Ivan became the first student to complete the flying training. He took a moment to check on Malfoy, carefully advising him to be vigilant while flying and to avoid plummeting from the sky again. In the distance, Madame Hooch observed Ivan's performance, her opinion of him elevating yet again, given the long-standing animosity between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students. She found it commendable that Ivan could set aside his biases to show concern for Malfoy. Malfoy, seething with indignation, vowed to demonstrate a complex flying maneuver to prove his prowess. Unfortunately, before he could finish his declaration, Madame Hooch promptly intervened. "Ding. The flying lesson has concluded. Overall evaluation, excellent. Evaluator, Rolanda Hooch. Reward, 10 academic points." As Ivan strolled through the corridors, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the final evaluation. Despite the disruptions caused by the troublesome Malfoy, he had still achieved his anticipated goal. In contrast, Ron and Hermione were in no such good spirits, their minds preoccupied with concern for Harry, who had been taken away by Professor McGonagall. Hermione, especially, remained agitated and, unable to contain herself, rushed to Ivan's side as soon as class ended, exclaiming, "I believe we should inform Professor McGonagall and Madame Hooch of the facts. What if Harry gets expelled?" Ivan paused, gazing at Hermione. "That won't happen. Professor McGonagall wouldn't expel Harry over such a trivial matter. Perhaps she intends to invite Harry to join the Quidditch team, since he performed admirably. To join the Quidditch team, one must at least be in their second year." Hermione corrected Ivan's statement. "There are always exceptions. Not every young wizard can fly as skillfully as Harry from the outset," Ivan replied with a smile. Hermione pondered for a moment, and it seemed there truly was a possibility. Ron's eyes lit up as he joined the discussion with the two about Harry's potential entry into the Quidditch team. If Harry could make it, Ron felt he surely could as well. When the trio arrived at the Great Hall, ready to partake in dinner, Harry was already seated there. Before they could approach, Harry eagerly greeted them, unable to contain his excitement about Professor McGonagall's decision to let him be the Seeker. Despite Ivan having already prepared them for the news, they were still quite astonished, particularly Ron, who was ecstatic. "Harry, I can't believe you actually joined the Quidditch team. You might be the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. I mean, do they still need players? Like beaters or keepers?" Ron looked at Harry with anticipation, hoping to hear some good news. "Wasn't it Malfoy who took Neville's crystal ball, and then I chased after him? What did it turn into us training with Malfoy?" Ivan had no intention of withholding the truth, revealing how he had embarrassed Malfoy with a petrifying charm. "If I expose Malfoy, I'll have to serve detention with him. Besides, he has learned his lesson, hasn't he?" Ivan shrugged. Ron chimed in, embellishing the tale of how Malfoy had been outsmarted by Ivan during their flying lesson, which instantly lifted Harry's spirits, drawing out hearty laughter. Yet, Hermione remained discontented with their disregard for school rules, seeing Ivan and the others engrossed in their revelry. She turned away in frustration. Ivan contemplated calling her back, but chose to remain silent. Hermione's disposition needed some adjustment. Of course, adhering to rules isn't inherently negative, but sometimes immersing oneself entirely in rigid structures seems excessively inflexible. Just like in the original narrative, Malfoy faced little to no repercussions for his mischief during flying class. This was undoubtedly unfortunate for Harry, as Professor McGonagall had not granted him the opportunity to explain. Even if Harry had clarified the situation, it was highly probable that McGonagall would have merely deducted points from both of them, leaving Malfoy unscathed. At least for now, Malfoy appeared quite intimidated, and it was likely he wouldn't dare to stir trouble again anytime soon. Unfortunately, the momentary satisfaction was short-lived. Before Ivan had even finished his meal, Malfoy arrived with Crabbe and Goyle, seeking confrontation. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of his two cronies, Malfoy resumed his previous arrogant demeanor. Though he glared at Ivan with barely concealed resentment, Ivan and Harry remained unperturbed, merely gazing at Malfoy as if he were a fool. Ron was particularly eager to reveal Harry's status as Seeker, which he imagined would surely amuse him. The nonchalant attitude of Ivan and the others unsettled Malfoy somewhat. Yet he gritted his teeth and delivered his challenge. Halls, if you have the guts, come to the trophy room tonight. I want to duel you. However, to Malfoy's surprise, Ivan resolutely shook his head. Not going. What a joke. Tonight, he's preparing to receive the rewards issued by the system in the forbidden section. What time does he have to indulge Malfoy in a duel game? Hars questioned. Are you afraid, Hars? Malfoy sneered. I'm not interested in dueling a defeated opponent. It's simply a waste of time, Ivan replied, casting a disinterested glance at Malfoy. Come back when you've mastered more profound magic. Otherwise, should you fall again, no one will come to your aid. Chapter 19. Exploring the forbidden section. As Ivan spoke, he suddenly seemed to recall something and added, Oh, and Malfoy, you still owe Hermione a thank you, so don't forget. Hars, that was a despicable sneak attack on me, Malfoy exclaimed, drawing his wand and pointing it at Ivan. His fair cheeks flushed with anger. Even if I were to fall from the heavens and perish, or be imprisoned in Azkaban, I would never thank a mudblood. Upon hearing the term mudblood, Ivan frowned, and Ron jumped up, shouting, Malfoy, we accept your challenge. Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson. Very well. I shall await you tonight, Malfoy replied, raising an eyebrow with a sinister smile before turning to leave. What is a duel, anyway? Is it merely two individuals thrusting swords at one another? A perplexed Harry asked as Malfoy departed. Certainly not. How can we be as foolish as those muggles? Ron proudly recounted the rules he knew. First, both parties must stand opposed, then bow to each other. They will raise their wands and engage in a magical duel of honor. If one party falls, the assistant must take their place until one side is entirely defeated. Ron grew increasingly animated, finding dueling far more exhilarating than the monotonous classroom routine. Besides, he had long harbored a dislike for Malfoy. Harry swallowed hard. Ron is exaggerating. That's the formal wizarding duel. At most, we would use disarming spells or leg-locking curses. Sometimes even fists prove more effective, Ivan explained, shaking his head at Harry. Ivan, are you going tonight? Ron inquired eagerly. No. As I've mentioned before, I have other matters to attend to this evening. I cannot afford to concern myself with Malfoy. Ivan replied, shaking his head once more. To Ivan, the notion of foolishly waving wands and casting spells at one another in a duel seemed utterly absurd. It hardly embodied the image of a wizard he held. He would much rather witness a fencing display, which at least possessed some aesthetic value. Considering Ron and Harry's restless spirits, Ivan kindly warned, whether Malfoy will show up tonight is still uncertain. He might simply be attempting to lure us in, only for Filch to come and capture us all. Surely not. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, believing Malfoy would not stoop to such depths. For this was an honorable wizarding duel. Seeing the expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, Ivan realized he could not dissuade them any further. With a sigh, he ceased his admonitions and resumed perusing a guide to quick flying on the table. According to his recollection, Harry and his friends' endeavors tonight should be fraught with excitement, yet devoid of peril, allowing them to glean further insights regarding the Philosopher's Stone, even should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Dumbledore would undoubtedly take charge to ensure that his chosen savior encounters no misfortune. Naturally, they must attend. It is a duel. Malfoy would certainly not miss the opportunity, and if he arrived only to discover their absence, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Ron fervently encouraged Harry, having committed to the venture earlier. However, without Ivan's presence, they were merely 2 against 3 on Malfoy's side, which seemed an insurmountable challenge. We can summon Neville to join us, and that would make 3, Ron suggested, finding merit in the idea. While Malfoy's lackeys were somewhat dim-witted, they were also physically imposing, and a confrontation would undoubtedly be disadvantageous for them. Why did he suddenly feel more anxious? At midnight, in the Gryffindor common room, Ivan set aside the book titled Teach You to fly quickly. The dormitory was already deserted. Harry and Ron had stealthily slipped out with Neville some time ago. Ivan could only wish them good fortune, for the 3-headed dog was not known for its amiable disposition. The fat lady, tasked with guarding the passage, seemed to be absent, perhaps visiting elsewhere. The nocturnal atmosphere of Hogwarts felt eerily desolate, the corridors shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint flickering of candles every few meters, allowing Ivan to navigate his way forward. Fortunately, in this wizarding realm, ghosts were not particularly fearsome. Ivan had conversed with some of them and felt no trepidation. He merely grumbled internally about the system's rather demanding reward mechanism. It was rather hardcore that he was required to fetch the reward from the restricted section himself, which hardly seemed systematic. Ivan proceeded down the elongated corridor, encountering the vexatious moving staircases once more. At night, these staircases appeared to be even more mischievous, their movements utterly unpredictable. Often, just as Ivan approached, they would shift to another location, possibly designed to pose a challenge for young wizards like him who fancied nighttime escapades. Fortunately, Ivan's spell work was not in vain. He utilized the levitation charm to momentarily hover, allowing him to glide to his desired destination. The Petri Ficus Totalis spell enabled him to freeze the staircases in place, rendering them immobile. With the aid of several uncomplicated spells, Ivan navigated quite smoothly. Surrounding the moving staircases were numerous portraits, among which several elderly scholars with white beards watched with keen interest as Ivan leaped about, while others greeted him enthusiastically. Alohamra, Ivan intoned, unlocking the tightly shut entrance to the library. For safety's sake, he closed it behind him and subsequently waved his wand to cast the Lumos charm. The tip of his wand emitted a brilliant white light that flickered momentarily before stabilizing. Though it dimmed considerably, it sufficed for Ivan's needs. Chapter 20. The Origin of Bloodlines. Ivan traversed through a sea of books with his wand raised, showing no inclination to linger in the ordinary section, instead heading directly towards the restricted area. His gaze swept across rows of bookshelves, and he was tantalized by the plethora of highbrow tomes, including those he had long coveted, such as soul extraction and cerebral sealing techniques. If given the chance, Ivan would have relished the opportunity to utilize hundreds of scholar experience cards to immerse himself in this treasure trove for a fortnight, thereby dramatically enhancing his prowess. Yet, he ultimately resisted the temptation, mindful that he lacked sufficient academic credits for such indulgence and remembering the purpose of his visit. Following the signs in the restricted section, Ivan soon located the 12th shelf in the 7th row. However, this area appeared unremarkable, with an array of spellbooks meticulously arranged, leaving no space unfilled. Unwilling to concede defeat, Ivan attempted to uncover any hidden mechanisms or secret passages, but found nothing. Inadvertently, he knocked a volume of dark magic to the ground. The book, seemingly animated, began to turn its pages of its own accord, and after a few flips, a billowing black mist erupted from its pages, revealing a man's head, mouth agape. As if in a silent scream. What terrified Ivan was the absence of sound, yet his eardrums began to throb, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if a voice truly echoed before him. The inky fog thickened, and it seemed the head might burst forth from the confines of the book. With a decisive clap, Ivan slammed the volume shut, pinning the black visage against the pages, and, as the book closed, the mist dissipated. Just a book, and yet you've stirred up such a tempest? Ivan muttered through clenched teeth, rubbing his ears. After a moment's hesitation, he dared to pick it up. The cover bore the title Decoding Advanced Dark Magic, and its texture was markedly different from the other volumes, akin to the feel of skin. A chilling thought flickered through Ivan's mind. Could it be human skin? He felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling the anguished visage of the man's head. Such a possibility seemed all too real. Casting a glance at the reward tasks within the system, he noted no changes, indicating that this incident bore no relation to the rewards, confirming that it was indeed an unintended encounter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each bookshelf in the restricted section was identical, with books categorized by type across 6 rows and 7 columns. Yet Ivan keenly observed that the 12th shelf was conspicuously missing a cabinet. It struck him as odd. Despite the absence of a cabinet, the entire row remained impeccably aligned, as if the very fabric of space had warped. Had someone employed a confusion charm here? Perhaps one of the cabinets had been cleverly concealed. Ivan narrowed his eyes, recalling how he had meticulously examined this shelf numerous times. It seemed likely that someone had cast a confusion charm, distorting his perception, and that the earlier piercing scream had inadvertently dispelled the enchantment he had fallen victim to. Even though Ivan discerned the source of the anomaly, he still felt somewhat at a loss. Having perused a comprehensive explanation of basic spells, he could surmise that this was a spell for concealing objects. However, his repertoire of magic was woefully inadequate. None of it could be of any assistance. Apparitium. Ivan attempted to press his wand against the bookshelf and softly uttered the incantation for revealing spells. The entire bookshelf began to tremble slightly, and a fissure appeared in the middle of the 12th shelf, which quickly expanded, unveiling a new cabinet before Ivan's eyes. This concealed cabinet appeared no different from the others, filled with thick tomes. As Ivan ran his hand over the spines of these books, he heard the system's notification sound upon touching the last one. Ding! Reward has been dispensed. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, while his mind erupted with exasperation. Was this truly how rewards were distributed? Had it not been for his fortunate circumstances and cunning, Who knew how long it would have taken to find this? This wretched system was utterly thoughtless. Reflecting on how other systems seemed to cater to their users' needs, Ivan felt a wave of despair wash over him. As a host, his plight was indeed arduous. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, Ivan excitedly extracted the book from the shelf. The cover was somewhat coarse, emblazoned with the words "Origins of Bloodline." The pages were slightly yellowed, indicative of its age as a tome capable of enduring the test of time. Ivan discovered that this was yet another magical book not mentioned in the original text. Given that it was a reward from the system, he began to leaf through it eagerly. After perusing a few pages, he was disappointed to find that Origins of Bloodline did not contain the powerful spells he had envisioned. Instead, it resembled a historical account, chronicling events preceding the Wizarding Wars. During that era, wizards did not dominate the magical realm as they did now, nor were they capable of enslaving house elves, remarkable beings endowed with formidable magical abilities upon reaching maturity. In contrast, human wizards were pitiably weak compared to these inherently powerful creatures, managing to carve out a niche in the magical world solely through numerical superiority. Fortunately, humans were inherently tenacious. Some wizards chose to delve deeply into magic, crafting more potent spells to enhance their abilities, while others focused on expedient methods, such as seizing the powers of these formidable magical beings. A portion of wizards achieved success, experiencing astonishing enhancements to their strength. More terrifyingly, this bloodline power could be perpetuated, allowing their descendants to inherit such strength. Although the potency of the bloodline might diminish with each generation, this revelation was enough to drive many wizards into a frenzy. However, the risks of bloodline fusion were exceedingly high. Aside from a few fortunate individuals, most wizards perished tragically during the experiments and integrations. Some of the fortunate failures managed to survive, but the cost of being grotesquely transformed into monsters, cursed for generations, akin to werewolves and vampires. Some wizards even chose to cultivate more powerful magical creatures that resonated with their own essence, embarking on experiments of bloodline fusion to enhance their strength. This led Ivan to recall the basilisk slumbering in the secret chamber and the eight-eyed giant spider lurking in the forbidden forest. Most disturbingly, some wizards sought to establish extraordinarily amicable relationships with less intimidating magical beings, hoping their descendants could inherit each other's bloodlines. In Chapter 21, First Put Down Your Axe. We must speak. Ivan was surprised to find the illustrious Dumbledore family among the list of recorded successes. This made him ponder the phoenix fox associated with Dumbledore, and the rumor mentioned in the Crimes of Grindelwald that whenever a member of the Dumbledore family is in dire need, the phoenix will come. Ivan speculated whether this might be connected to their past fusion with phoenix blood. According to the records, the Dumbledore family belonged to a relatively gentle faction, obtaining consent from their counterparts before undertaking fusion experiments, which likely explained the close bond between the phoenix and the Dumbledore lineage. However, Ivan found himself perplexed when the text abruptly ceased. Just as he was engrossed in reading about the fusion methods, the book seemed to be missing several pages, as if they had been forcibly torn away, leaving only inconsequential content behind. As he contemplated the nature of the so-called reward being mere information, the system notification chimed once more. Bloodline origin has been completed. Challenge task activated. Challenge task: defeat or kill the troll. Reward: bloodline fusion potion recipe. A shiver ran down Ivan's spine. He had always assumed this was merely an educational system, not one that involved combat for rewards. What piqued Ivan's curiosity further was the identity of the individual who concealed this book, which was safeguarded by confusion spells and specialized concealment magic within the restricted section. Dumbledore was the first person to spring to his mind. The greatest white wizard of the century had both the authority and the motive to hide bloodline origin. After all, bloodline fusion was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, and the number of wizards who had perished from it far exceeded those who survived. This terrifying mortality rate had prevented those with exceptional bloodlines from becoming mainstream among wizards. Besides Dumbledore, others like James Potter and Sirius Black could also be potential culprits, given their penchant for hiding significant artifacts. Furthermore, Tom Marvolo Riddle, or Voldemort, who once resided at Hogwarts, also crossed Ivan's mind. Countless conjectures whirled in Ivan's mind. However, he chose not to linger on them, for he had an abundance of information to digest that night, and even faced with a plethora of forbidden texts, he felt no inclination to read further. On his way back, Ivan focused his attention on the newly activated challenge task. Upon discovering that the target was a troll, he felt a twinge of concern, for he was not naive enough to underestimate the creature simply because Harry and Ron had defeated one in the original narrative. They were able to achieve victory, largely due to fortuitous circumstances. Had it not been for Harry's aura as the savior, the trio would have likely met their demise before the professors arrived. From the information Ivan gleaned from his readings, trolls are formidable foes, massive in stature, incredibly strong, and possessing a certain resistance to magic. Even a fully grown wizard must exercise caution when confronting one. Ivan sighed. Had he not learned from Origins of Blood that merging with the blood of magical creatures could enhance one's magical aptitude? He would have preferred to avoid such monsters in his first year. Ivan traversed the deserted castle, having momentarily lowered his guard due to the ease of his previous journey. However, not long after emerging from a secret passage, a swift blue, ethereal light collided with him. It felt as though he had been plunged into icy waters, sending a shiver through his entire being. Turning to investigate, he discovered a grotesque specter wearing a tattered hat, Peeves the poltergeist. Peeves was ecstatic, clapping his hands and shouting, "Look what I found! Another new student! Come quick! There's another one! Petrify them all!" In response, Ivan swiftly cast a petrification spell, the ashen light striking Peeves squarely in the chest. Yet, the poltergeist merely staggered back, laughing even more heartily. "Ha ha, futile! You cannot harm me!" Peeves taunted, circling Ivan in a mocking dance, seemingly intent on ensnaring him here. Not disheartened by the ineffectiveness of conventional magic, Ivan recalled that ghosts are not immune to all spells, and he possessed a dark incantation that specifically targets the mind. Fear incantation. Just as Peeves was reveling in his antics, a beam of purple light shot forth from the tip of Ivan's wand. Peeves' demeanor shifted instantly. He screamed and bolted into a distant classroom, his shrill cries echoing back to Ivan. "No, Barro, spare me. I swear I mean no harm. And Nick, just put down your axe. We can talk this over." Pleased with Peeves' reaction, Ivan nodded in satisfaction. He accessed the magic menu of his system and discovered that the fear incantation had inadvertently progressed to level 2 over the past few days, explaining its impressive efficacy. As he dealt with the bothersome poltergeist, a flurry of hurried footsteps resounded from afar, reminding Ivan of Peeves' earlier mention of discovering yet another new student. Just as Ivan prepared to retreat into the dark passage to avoid detection, it was too late. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville burst forth from the opposite direction. Harry and the others were equally surprised to encounter Ivan there, but this was not the moment for pleasantries. In less than a second, Harry seized Ivan's arm and urged him forward. "Ivan, run. There's no time to explain. Filch is right behind us." Before Ivan could articulate the existence of the hidden passage, he was forcibly pulled into another corridor, compelled to follow suit. As Ivan ran, a faint sense of familiarity washed over him, until Harry boldly stepped into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, prompting Ivan to realize that the situation was turning dire. "Quick, get inside. Filch is coming." Harry and Neville worked in tandem to pull the reluctant Ivan into the corridor, while Hermione swiftly shut the door behind them. Ron, unusually diligent, energetically locked the door, ensuring that Filch could not enter. Harry let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, but we're not in a position to leave either," Ivan murmured as he gazed at the locked door, then sighed again while peering into the depths of the corridor. "I would rather face Filch outside." Harry was somewhat perplexed by Ivan's words, but soon felt something sticky on his shoulder. Turning to investigate, he discovered 3 enormous heads staring back at him, foul breath wafting from their gaping mouths, accompanied by the occasional dribble of yellowish saliva that splattered onto his clothes. In the next moment, Hermione and the others caught sight of the 3-headed dog, and their terrified screams shattered the tranquility of the night. Chapter 22. Who the hell locked the door? Harry found himself at the rear of the group, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the monstrous creature. The putrid stench assaulted his senses, nearly inducing nausea. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Ivan's voice pierced through the chaos. Obstacles abound. Invisible barriers materialized, momentarily halting the dog's vicious heads in midair. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ivan's magical construct was shattered by another gaping maw adorned with fangs. Fortunately, in that fleeting second, Harry managed to regain his composure and narrowly escaped disaster. Ron, however, had already lunged toward the door, shouting for everyone to run. He tugged futilely at the locked door, only to realize it had been secured. "Which bastard locked the door?" Ron exclaimed in despair. Ivan, momentarily exasperated, rolled his eyes as he temporarily restrained the 3-headed beast with a sleeping spell and a petrification charm. "Wasn't it you who locked it?" Ron, panicking, feared he might meet his end there. Hermione, taking charge, pushed him aside and placed her wand against the lock. Alohomora! Bang! 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 As they distanced themselves from the cacophony of banging and howling echoing in the distance, the group collectively exhaled in relief, especially Ivan, who had been inexplicably pulled into this ordeal. While restraining the three-headed dog earlier, Ivan had realized that his magical prowess was regrettably limited. The sleeping spell merely impeded the creature's movements without truly incapacitating it. Had Hermione been a moment later in unlocking the door, he might have met his demise. For in such a confined space, there was no room to evade. This experience profoundly underscored Ivan's vulnerability. While he might easily contend with a first-year wizard like Malfoy, he found himself utterly defenseless against genuine peril. Would that creature truly not burst through the door? Ron cast a glance at the still unsettled door behind him and began to voice his complaints again. Surely, that door must possess some unique qualities. Otherwise, it would have broken long ago. Ivan interjected. How could Professor Dumbledore possibly keep such a creature within the castle? Harry, still shaken, had never anticipated encountering such a terrifying beast at Hogwarts, particularly one that nearly devoured him. Hermione, somewhat irked, reminded them, I believe you should recall that upon our arrival, Professor Dumbledore explicitly warned us that certain places were off-limits. If we hadn't violated school rules and ventured out in the dead of night, we wouldn't have stumbled upon this. Perhaps due to the recent brush with death, Hermione's tone was sharper than usual. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, aware that Hermione was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, while Neville nearly broke into tears. Surprisingly, after venting, Hermione had no intention of reporting their misadventure, but instead revealed that she had noticed a trapdoor beneath the three-headed dog and speculated that it was guarding something significant. However, before departing, she cautioned Harry and the others that whatever lay beneath was of no concern to them. It was a matter for Professor Dumbledore to address. Hermione's attitude left Harry and the others perplexed, yet they felt relieved that she was unlikely to inform Professor McGonagall about their rule-breaking escapade. I wish we had heeded your advice from the start, Ivan, Harry admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for Ivan had mentioned the possibility earlier that afternoon. Oh, forget it. Ivan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was indifferent, knowing full well that he had never expected Harry and Ron to resist temptation and remain in their dormitory. Their unexpected encounter was merely his misfortune. By the way, Ivan, what were you doing in the corridor just now? Harry inquired curiously. Oh, I was merely looking for you, Ivan replied nonchalantly, unable to confess that he had been sneaking into the restricted section to read. Instantly, Harry and the others felt a wave of shame wash over them. But that sentiment dissipated within minutes, as they shifted their focus to speculating about the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog, pondering what secrets it concealed. Harry then recounted a time before school began when he had accompanied Hagrid to retrieve a package from Gringotts. Ivan chose to remain silent. The newly activated challenge task was already enough to give him a headache, and he had no interest in meddling with Dumbledore's schemes. In the following week or two, Ivan diligently worked to enhance his abilities, dedicating the remaining time to fervently searching the library for books on giants and trolls. Titles such as A Comprehensive Guide to Magical Creatures, A Guide to Taming Dangerous Monsters, and On the Possibility of Hybrids Between Giants and Trolls filled his reading list. He even unearthed the book Walking with Trolls. Indeed, this tome was authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, who would replace Quirrell in teaching defense against the dark arts next semester. Despite being aware that Lockhart was a charlatan skilled only in the forgetfulness charm, Ivan recognized that this did not detract from the book's authenticity and professionalism, which was precisely why he was able to find it in the Hogwarts library. To speak candidly, upon gazing at Lockhart's iconic smile, revealing his pearly white teeth on the cover, Ivan was disinclined to open the book. However, given the dubious content of the previous volumes, such as A Comprehensive Guide to Magical Creatures, which merely mentioned trolls without any medicinal value, and the fact that not a single part of them was palatable once they were cooked, he found little hope. Furthermore, A Guide to Taming Dangerous Beasts stated that wizards could typically overpower trolls with greater strength, an utterly pointless observation. If one possessed the prowess to defeat a troll, why would they resort to perusing books? The tome titled On the Possibility of Hybridization Between Giants and Trolls presented an academic discourse that left Ivan wincing. In contrast, Walking with Trolls offered a biographical account that detailed the habits and weaknesses of trolls. For instance, trolls are generally of low intelligence, possess a voracious appetite, and consume nearly anything, making bait a prudent strategy for dealing with them, as there exists a high probability of the troll devouring the bait. Additionally, the diminutive size of a troll's head in relation to its massive body results in poor overall stability. Thus, a powerful spell directed at a troll's legs might disrupt its balance, allowing one to flee a few more steps before being devoured. Lastly, the troll's head itself is a vulnerability, being far weaker than other parts of its body. A significant impact could easily render it unconscious. In the 23rd chapter, Ivan mused that he could be a tad cheeky. After finishing the book, he smacked his lips, pondering the misfortune of the master whose experiences were so vividly recounted by Lockhart. Evidently, he had had ample close encounters with the foul-smelling trolls. Whether it pertained to advancements in potion-making or mastering more potent spells, his academic record had undoubtedly suffered. Yet, Ivan soon realized that being a diligent student was no simple feat. Even answering questions required competition these days. In any class, whenever the professor posed a question, Hermione would invariably raise her hand high, and upon receiving permission, she would swiftly and accurately provide the answer. Ivan felt utterly despondent. He merely sought to accumulate some academic points, yet Hermione's presence had drastically diminished his gains. The focus of their upcoming lessons would be the disarming charm and the obstacle charm, both of which would become some of the most frequently utilized spells in their future endeavors. In the charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood elevated on a stool, enthusiastically imparting essential magical knowledge to the young wizards, occasionally demonstrating with a flourish of his wand. With over a decade of teaching experience, Professor Flitwick adeptly invigorated the students' eagerness to learn. Now, who can tell me what the incantation for the disarming charm is and what it accomplishes? He inquired, scanning the eager faces of his students. Hermione was the first to raise her arm high, casting a glance at Ivan, clearly attentive to her only noteworthy rival in the classroom. However, Ivan, under Hermione's astonished gaze, rose abruptly and addressed Professor Flitwick. The incantation for the disarming charm is Expelliarmus. Professor, its effect is to disarm the opponent by stripping them of their wand upon impact, and it also carries a certain force, with a repelling effect depending on the caster's proficiency and the disparity in magical power between the two. Professor Flitwick, who had just intended to pose a question to Hermione while perched on a stool, found himself momentarily taken aback by Ivan's sudden outburst. Well said, Gryffindor, 2 points awarded. Flitwick quickly regained his composure, though he felt that Ivan's eagerness to answer was somewhat inappropriate, prompting him to gently remind, "Very well, Professor." Ivan glanced at the rewards displayed in his system interface, feeling satisfied as he took his seat. His obedient demeanor elicited a nod of approval from Professor Flitwick, who surmised that Ivan's enthusiasm stemmed merely from a passion for learning. Clearing his throat, Flitwick continued, "Next, we will discuss the impediment jinx." Before he could finish, Ivan sprang up once more. The incantation for the impediment jinx is Impedimenta, which creates a magical barrier to obstruct one-directional attacks. Its advantage lies in the ability to stack multiple barriers for enhanced defense, while its drawback is the inability to guard against assaults from other directions. Am I correct, Professor? Ivan beamed amiably at Flitwick. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ivan, unable to raise her hand in time before the discussion concluded. The other young wizards trembled under Ivan's scholarly brilliance, wondering if it was truly necessary to compete so fiercely over simple answers. Indeed, Professor Flitwick managed to utter, gesturing for Ivan to sit down, this time without awarding any points. Ivan was unperturbed, understanding that the scoring system relied on the recognition of the teaching professor and was determined by the complexity of the questions posed. After mastering the art of eagerly answering questions in class, Ivan found his acquisition of academic points accelerated significantly. Although Hermione was exceptionally bright, her bashfulness prevented her from emulating Ivan's audacious tactics. Every time she encountered Ivan thereafter, her petite face would flush with indignation. Initially, she admonished him for his behavior, asserting that they ought to engage in fair competition. Ivan, however, resolutely shook his head, dismissing her concerns with a chuckle. Could the spirited exchanges among scholars be deemed unfair? After all, he had not violated any of Hogwarts regulations. It was likely that the founders of Hogwarts had never anticipated such fervent dedication to learning from any student. Ivan mused that even if they were aware, they would surely shed tears of joy from their coffins. Left speechless by Ivan's retorts, Hermione found it especially difficult to counter him when he recounted his own experience of losing 5 points in flying class, now feeling compelled to make amends tenfold. With that, Hermione found herself at a loss for words. While Ivan reveled in his triumph, the professors of various subjects found themselves increasingly exasperated, grappling with the question of how best to manage Ivan's remarkable enthusiasm. Having tasted success, Ivan next extended his reckless ambitions toward the final bastion of his studies, potions class, intending to gradually discern Professor Snape's limitations. However, no sooner had Snape departed than the system's notification chimed in, as expected. Ding! Potions class concluded. Overall evaluation, satisfactory, excellent. Evaluator, Severus Snape. Reward, 10 academic points. The obstinate Ivan could not help but voice his grievances. Then, in a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin, pondering whether he might dare to be a bit more mischievous. Chapter 24. The terrifying troll. Of course, such thoughts merely flitted through Ivan's mind. Should he push his luck further, Snape might indeed deduct a significant number of points from Gryffindor. While Ivan remained indifferent to this prospect, he had no intention of jeopardizing his entire house for the sake of accumulating academic points. Thus, in the days that followed, during potions class, Ivan limited his antics to discreetly gathering materials needed for brewing a sleeping potion, refraining from any grander schemes. Name: Ivan Halls. Occupation: Wizard. Spell proficiencies: Level 2 Fear Spell, 265400. Level 2 Levitation Spell, 97400. Level 2 Transfiguration Spell, 382400. Level 2 Splitting Spell, 84400. Level 2 Petrification Spell, 191,400. Level 1 Shrinking Spell, 74,200. Others omitted. Knowledge Theory. Level 0 Magical Item Creation, 435500. Level 3 Potions, 1800. Level 2 Basic Spell Principles, 218,400. Magical Items: Wand, Purple Wood. Unicorn Hair, 11 3/4 inches long. Magical Power, Medium. Compatibility, 72. 5. Academic Points, 107. After nearly half a semester of diligent effort, aside from the newly learned Shrinking Spell, Ivan had elevated all his known spells to Level 2, significantly enhancing both their potency and stability compared to Level 1. Notably, his knowledge of potions had reached a commendable Level 3, while his proficiency in magical item creation remained stagnant, leaving him at a loss for any direction. He had also preserved a sufficient number of academic points for a potential experience card, just in case. Meanwhile, Peeves the Poltergeist lurked mischievously within one of the lanterns, startling unsuspecting young witches and wizards as he suddenly sprang forth, only to retreat into another lantern amidst their exclamations of dismay. "Ivan, what on earth are you doing crafting all these thorny spikes?" Harry inquired, glancing at the half-ringed, jagged spikes that Ivan had conjured from some found branches, their hideousness accentuated by the menacing glint of their elongated points. "Just for fun? I'm merely practicing a spell." Ivan waved his hand dismissively, offering a brief explanation. However, Ivan's hands did not cease their motion. He waved his wand, directing it at the newly formed spike, and with a shrinking charm, he diminished it to a fraction of its size before tossing it into his bag. Instantly, a clattering of metal echoed from within, prompting Ivan to deftly stow it away. But where was Hermione? Ivan glanced around, perplexed by the absence of the ever-resourceful Miss Granger. At that moment, a faint blush appeared on Ron's face as he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, it was Harry, unable to bear the tension, who revealed that Hermione had overheard Ron's private disparagement earlier that day. "I didn't say anything wrong. She is just like that," Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ivan furrowed his brow, surprised that such an incident could occur in his presence. After a moment of contemplation, he stood, grasped his wand, and made his way toward the exit of the Grand Hall. "Ivan, the banquet hasn't even begun," Harry called after him. "Of course, I'm off to find Hermione," Ivan replied, leaving only the silhouette of his retreating figure for Harry and Ron to ponder. Having departed from the bustling exhibition hall, Ivan sought out a concealed passage, hastening toward the abandoned girls' bathroom with the intention of persuading Hermione to leave, lest she interfere with his subsequent confrontation with the troll. However, midway through, Ivan reconsidered his plan. He was uncertain how long it would take to convince Hermione and had no way of knowing when the troll would be released. If they happened to be trapped together in the bathroom when the troll arrived, they would find it difficult not only to fight, but even to flee. In contrast, it would be far more prudent to confront the troll at a distance from the bathroom. Thanks to prior reconnaissance, Ivan quickly located a suitable corridor, where he scattered several rock cakes, gifted by Hagrid, across the center. These cakes were soaked in a potent sleeping potion, sufficient to incapacitate several adult wizards. As for why he chose rock cakes, Ivan reasoned that trolls were not picky eaters. They would consume anything, and rock cakes were conveniently portable. It would be a waste to leave them in the dormitory to become infested with insects. Given Hagrid's fondness for them, perhaps the troll would share a similar appreciation. With ample preparations complete, Ivan concealed himself in the shadows of the corridor, ready to confront the troll with the simplest of strategies. He would not recklessly brandish his wand against such a formidable foe. Life is but once, and one must know when to exercise caution. Less than a minute after Ivan readied himself, the floor trembled slightly beneath him, and he caught a whiff of a foul odor. His demeanor shifted, and an acute tension enveloped him. The troll was approaching. The next moment, a colossal creature, towering 12 feet high, loomed into view from the opposite end of the corridor. Ivan's eyes were first drawn to a massive foot, resembling a calloused hoof, followed by the troll's corpulent torso, which appeared akin to a giant barrel hewn from a decayed tree, slathered in an unsightly coat of green paint. Its diminutive head, only slightly larger than Ivan's, sat atop this grotesque frame, creating an absurdly comical contrast to its imposing stature. Most crucially, it clutched a hefty wooden club, dragging it across the floor, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds. Ivan swallowed hard, finally comprehending why Dumbledore had chosen a troll as one of the guardians for the Philosopher's Stone. The mere sight of this massive creature was enough to instill caution in any adult wizard. For a young sorcerer yet to graduate from wizardry school, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Ivan couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't opted for a direct confrontation. Had he carelessly been struck by the troll's club, he might have found himself traversing realms once more. Chapter 25. Confrontation with the Troll and the Ineffectiveness of the Fear Charm. As he observed the troll lumbering closer, Ivan softly uttered the incantation for the levitation charm, causing several rock cakes on the ground to gradually ascend, allowing the troll a clear view, lest its small head fail to see and trample them. However, Ivan's heart fluttered with trepidation, fearing the troll might not be as foolish as described in the texts, and might recognize this as a trap. Thankfully, he soon discovered that the troll was even more dim-witted than he had anticipated. It exhibited no semblance of the wariness typical of living beings, completely disregarding the origin of the food before it, and simply grasping it to devour. To facilitate its grasp, the troll even dropped the club it had been wielding, embodying the very essence of a glutton, leading Ivan to wonder whether Quirrell had been skimping on the troll's rations, pocketing the saved galleons for himself. However, to Ivan's astonishment, mere minutes after consuming the rock cakes, the troll showed no signs of collapsing. Instead, it began to twitch its nose, seemingly in search of additional sustenance. Ivan was bewildered. He had ensured the quantity was sufficient to incapacitate several adult wizards, yet the troll exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This was utterly unscientific, nay, entirely unmagical. Could it be that the potion he brewed was of inferior quality? Ivan mused upon his newly acquired third-level potion skills, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. As Ivan contemplated whether to take direct action, a resounding voice shattered the already precarious situation. From the concealed passage, he caught sight of Hermione abruptly appearing around the corner, prompting the troll to eagerly retrieve its wooden club once more and stride towards her with palpable excitement. In that instant, Ivan realized that Hermione had been drawn by the sound of the club clattering to the ground. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that had he known, he would have set the trap further away. Of course, he was merely voicing a thought. Had he placed it any farther, he could not guarantee that the troll would pass that way. On the other side, facing the advancing threat posed by the troll, Hermione found herself momentarily paralyzed by fear. Her mind incessantly signaling her body to flee, yet her legs felt weak, barely able to support her. Just as Ivan had surmised, the girl who had been weeping in the bathroom had been compelled to investigate the vibrations beneath her feet and the resounding crash of the wooden club. However, Hermione never imagined she would encounter such a terrifying creature as a troll within the corridors of Hogwarts. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, a voice resounded at the perfect moment. Fear descended. A bright purple glow emanated from the other side, and the troll's enormous form rendered any spell nearly infallible. At the very instant the fear spell struck, the troll halted in its tracks, standing bewildered and motionless, while Ivan, who had been hiding in the secret passage, emerged. "Ivan!" Hermione exclaimed, seizing him as if he were a lifeline, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Yet Ivan remained vigilant, breaking free from Hermione's grasp with his empty left hand while raising his wand in his right, intensifying the power of the fear spell. Hermione's cheeks flushed, but under Ivan's prompt, she quickly noticed something amiss with the troll. Initially, she had believed Ivan had subdued the creature with a single incantation, but it appeared to be more complex than that. "What is happening?" Hermione whispered, to instill sufficient fear in the troll. Ivan had replicated the three-headed dog, Norbert, amplifying it and substituting it in Hermione's stead. The troll, now under the influence of the fear spell, was utterly perplexed, staring at the peculiar dwarf before it, who had inexplicably transformed into a massive three-headed dog. The visage seemed vaguely familiar, yet it appeared significantly bulkier than it had in its recollection. Had it perhaps indulged in additional meals recently? "What should we do now?" Hermione silently inquired with her gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Ivan was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. Time was of the essence, and the professor could arrive at any moment. If they missed this chance, Overcoming the troll would necessitate facing the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor alone in the future. With this thought, Ivan gestured to Hermione, indicating she should use the levitation spell to seize the troll's club and swing it back at its head. This was indeed the method employed by Harry and Ron to defeat the troll in the original tale. Even if it failed, at the very least, they could disarm the creature. Hermione harbored doubts about Ivan's fantastical plan, yet, trusting him, she resolved to proceed. However, swifter than Hermione's incantation was the club swung by the troll. The already dim-witted creature, after multiple failed attempts at communication, ultimately chose to lash out in anger. The combination of its monstrous strength and a club thicker than an adult's waist sent a wave of dread coursing through Ivan. In a moment of dire urgency, Ivan resorted to his last trump card. His remaining academic credits in the system plummeted to a single digit. In the next instant, his cognitive speed surged 100-fold. The trajectory of the club and the troll's subsequent movements raced through Ivan's mind. He then pivoted and charged, tumbling awkwardly with Hermione on the ground. Behind them, a tremendous crash erupted, as the once solid corner of the wall was obliterated by the troll, sending dust and debris scattering across the floor. The fear enchantment previously employed by Ivan was dispelled, and even the most dim-witted of giants would realize it had been outwitted. Raising a wooden club, the giant prepared to pursue, but after just a couple of steps, it suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness, stumbling and crashing against the wall. The potent sleeping potion it had ingested earlier had finally begun to take effect. Seizing the opportunity while the giant's mind was clouded, Ivan sprang up from the ground, pulling Hermione along as they created a distance of several meters between themselves and the giant. The giant, now regaining its wits, displayed an evident high resistance to the sleeping draft. Although it could not comprehend why it had suddenly become disoriented, it was certain that crushing the two diminutive figures before it was the right course of action, and with fury ignited, it charged toward them. For the giant, 10 meters was hardly a distance. It could cover that ground in mere seconds. However, for Ivan, it was ample time. Chapter 26, Challenge Task Completed. Shattered. With Ivan's precise calculations, the discarded wooden stick caused no harm to the two. It merely struck the ground a short distance behind Ivan, producing a resounding noise. The loss of its weapon did not deter the giant. Rather, it became more ferocious, for the two small figures were within arm's reach, fragile enough to be crushed with a mere hand. 5 meters. The giant closed in, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in its minuscule head, while Hermione, in despair, shut her eyes. Ivan, remaining composed, pushed Hermione aside and retreated, retrieving a bag from his wizarding robe and tossing it forward. Simultaneously, a beam of pure magical energy surged ahead, striking the bag. Under the veil of magic unleashed, dozens of shrunk iron thorns within the bag rapidly expanded to palm size, scattering across the floor. The magical beam was a small technique Ivan had unexpectedly learned in Transfiguration class, as Ivan's transformation spell had approached near level 3 proficiency. Only the lower-level shrinking spell had been dispelled. With pinpoint precision, one of the iron thorns landed directly beneath the giant's descending right foot. As the giant's massive foot came crashing down, Ivan distinctly observed the creature's grotesque visage contort in agony. Taking advantage of the giant's instability, Ivan continued to retreat, swiftly casting another splitting spell, this time targeting the legs that bore its weight. With flesh torn asunder, the giant's colossal frame could no longer sustain itself, and after a single step, it lost its balance entirely. The giant's hefty body came crashing down, landing precisely where the wooden club had fallen. At this moment, Ivan had retreated to a position just a few centimeters behind the wooden club and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed his final transformation spell. During the incantation, he faintly heard the prompt indicating an upgrade of the spell in his mind. The giant's simple mind could not fathom why the detestable iron thorns had suddenly appeared on the ground, much like it could not understand why the wooden stick it had discarded had transformed into a pointed spike standing upright. Fortunately, there was no longer any need for contemplation. The conical spike pierced directly through the giant's eye, crimson blood mingled with white brain matter gushing forth, trickling down the pointed tip. In the fleeting moment of life's end, the creature, with its remaining eye, stared blankly at the peculiar dwarf before it, an expression filled with boundless confusion and a hint of fear. Ivan stood merely 30 centimeters from the giant's lifeless body, having lowered his wand. Hermione gazed at the fallen giant in a daze, her face still etched with despair and terror, remnants of which had yet to dissipate. In just a few moments, the once menacing giant had collapsed before Ivan. Ivan breathed lightly. Despite the brief clash, he had exerted every ounce of his strength. were it not for the initial effect of the potent sleeping potion that momentarily delayed the giant's advance, and the timely assistance of the pre-transformed iron thorns. Easily vanquishing the giant would have been a fantastical notion. Ding, challenge task. Defeat or kill the giant completed. Task evaluation, excellent. Task reward, bloodline fusion potion recipe distributed. Just as the notification of task completion chimed, Ivan was about to inspect the reward when a sudden, loud, and hurried series of footsteps echoed behind him. Professor McGonagall, the first to rush into the corridor, beheld an unimaginable scene. The corridor was in ruins, strewn with iron thorns, the walls pockmarked from the impact, and the giant lay before Ivan, its head grotesquely gaping. Yet, Ivan and Hermione appeared to be in relatively good condition, aside from a bit of dust on their clothes. They seemed unharmed. Professor McGonagall nearly questioned her own perception, and the arriving Snape also struggled to believe his eyes. Quirrell was even more astonished, momentarily forgetting his disguise as he hastily approached the giant's remains, confirming yet again that this was indeed the giant he had unleashed. It appears that this year we not only have a savior of the magical realm, but also a genius, having achieved what some professors could not even accomplish at the beginning of the term. Snape, the first to regain his composure, regarded Ivan with an impassive expression, though his words dripped with sarcasm. Quirrell, now back in his previously timid demeanor, hunched his body, a worried visage, and upon hearing Snape's words, merely shivered, offering no further reaction, as if the professor mentioned by Snape were not he. Professor McGonagall, seething with rage, spoke up, "Harris, can you explain what in the world has transpired here?" Despite Hermione's presence, it was evident to McGonagall and the others that Ivan was the principal actor in this incident. After all, the tears in Hermione's eyes had yet to dry, and traces of lingering fear were still visible on her face. "As you can see, Professor, I merely encountered a giant while passing through this corridor." Ivan shrugged innocently and spoke up. "Coincidence?" Professor McGonagall was not at all convinced. Snape, observing the scattered iron thorns on the ground, added his remark. Due to the lack of time to tidy up the aftermath, Ivan found himself at a loss for words. Ivan came to find Hermione. "Professor, we can vouch for him." At that moment, Harry and Ron emerged from behind a suit of armor in the corridor. They had actually arrived earlier, but had coincidentally stumbled upon Ivan's moment of glory, leaving them with no option but to silently cheer him on while remaining hidden. "Harry, Ron, I thought you were supposed to be obediently staying in your dormitory." Professor McGonagall glared at the two. Chapter 27. How foolish I am. "Yes, Professor. Theoretically, we should be in the dormitory," Harry replied, swallowing hard under McGonagall's scrutinizing gaze. "However, practical circumstances often yield different outcomes." McGonagall's expression darkened immediately, prompting Harry to hastily elaborate. "What I mean is, Ron and I heard about the troll at the feast, and, remembering that Ivan and Hermione were here, we rushed over out of concern." Ron clenched his teeth, preparing to reveal his earlier unkind words that had caused Hermione to retreat to the girls' bathroom in tears. "Indeed, they came looking for me." However, Hermione suddenly interrupted, turning to McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, I came to confront the troll, believing I could handle it. You know, I've read about how to deal with such creatures. I never expected the troll to be beyond my imagination. If Ivan hadn't arrived in time, I might have lost my life. As for Harry and Ron, they must have come secretly out of concern for us. How could you think that way? Silly girl, you're only in your first year. How could you possibly handle a troll?" McGonagall reproached. Coughing lightly, Ivan interjected, reminding McGonagall that there was indeed a first-year wizard here who had successfully faced a troll. Ivan's straightforwardness left McGonagall somewhat at a loss, but fortunately, Dumbledore arrived just in time, summoned by Filch to alleviate the awkwardness. The moment Dumbledore appeared, his gaze fixated on the scattered iron thorns and the troll's corpse, particularly lingering on the conical spike that had pierced the troll's head. A remarkable transfiguration spell among young wizards I have seen. I doubt anyone could execute it better than you. If this were in class, I'm certain Professor McGonagall would award Gryffindor 10 points for it." Dumbledore unabashedly expressed his admiration. "Albus, what we should be discussing now is the matter of these children secretly confronting a troll," McGonagall interjected. Nodding, she acknowledged her surprise at Ivan's transfiguration skills. Yet this was clearly not the time for such discussions. "In that case, let us proceed." Dumbledore mused for a moment before addressing everyone present. "Miss Granger's recklessness will result in Gryffindor losing 10 points. Although Potter and Weasley have violated school regulations, their camaraderie is commendable, thus they shall not face punishment at this time." Harry and Ron exhaled in relief, while Hermione bit her lip, finding the deduction of points somewhat difficult to accept. As for Professor Dumbledore, he paused momentarily, causing Hermione and her companions' hearts to race again. However, Dumbledore suddenly adopted a lighter tone, proclaiming, "Due to your actions, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 20 points." Hermione's anxiety finally dissipated completely, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Ivan, the impact of the point deduction seemingly diminished. Ivan also smiled, for at the moment Dumbledore announced the bonus points. The system concurrently granted him 20 academic credits, equivalent to several days of diligent participation. Is this not a tad lenient? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, concerned that Dumbledore's actions might encourage Ivan and his peers' reckless behavior. Not every young wizard has the capability to triumph over a troll shortly after enrollment. Dumbledore shook his head in disagreement. "By the way, Professor, I won't have to compensate for the troll, will I?" Ivan, in a good mood, casually inquired. "Certainly not," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "However, would you be able to come to my office later? I am quite intrigued by your experience in defeating the troll. Perhaps after I conclude my current matters, we can have a thorough discussion." Ivan's smile froze instantly, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Could he refuse? Feeling a wave of frustration, he lamented, "If only I had refrained from speaking up." How foolish he felt. He should have devoted time to studying the mind closure charm before venturing into the restricted section. On his way to the headmaster's office, Ivan inexplicably entered a mode of incessant self-reproach, repeatedly regretting not having studied the mind closure charm in advance. Of course, he could not entirely blame himself. Previously, in pursuit of successfully completing challenging tasks to earn academic credits, he had allocated almost all his points to potions and several crucial spells, leaving no surplus for the study of the mind closure charm. As for learning the charm independently, without an experience card, Ivan decided against it. He vividly recalled the exceptionally talented savior, Harry, who, even under the guidance of the master of the mind closure charm, Professor Snape, had failed to grasp it. Ivan feared that self-study would be a nightmarish endeavor. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ivan felt slightly reassured. As long as he occupied his thoughts with inconsequential matters during their conversation, Dumbledore would surely not forcibly delve into his memories, would he? Approaching the door of the headmaster's office with trepidation, he was greeted by a grotesquely large stone guardian. Upon uttering the password entrusted to him by Dumbledore, the beast slowly rotated upward with a dull rumble, revealing the hidden staircase behind it. Ivan ascended the staircase, entering a spacious, circular chamber adorned with the portraits of all the former headmasters of Hogwarts, their names and tenures elegantly inscribed beneath each likeness on the weathered walls that exuded a sense of history. What piqued Ivan's interest most was the pensieve resting on the long table to the side, alongside Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fawkes. The pensieve was a coveted treasure for Ivan. Mastering the art of soul extraction would allow him to utilize its capabilities to sift through his memories. Furthermore, phoenix blood served as a vital ingredient for the most prestigious blood fusion potions. However, if he were to contend with Fawkes, he would be in for quite the challenge. Suddenly, as Fawkes languidly preened his feathers, he inexplicably shivered, his crimson eyes scanning for potential threats. Upon realizing that the only being present was a harmless young wizard with minimal magical prowess, he promptly closed his eyes once more to rest. Ivan, appearing innocuous, extended his right hand under the guise of fostering a friendly rapport for future communication. His nimble fingers hovered momentarily in the air, seeing Fawkes still in a semi-slumber. Ivan cautiously brushed a single finger against the phoenix's plumage. In that instant, the seemingly dormant bird opened its eyes, engaging in a silent standoff with Ivan. After ascertaining that Ivan harbored no malice, Fawkes dismissively flapped his wings, swatting Ivan's hand away, his gaze imbued with warnings. As a phoenix, Fawkes was not one to be trifled with. However, Ivan's audacious attempts at intimacy were relentless. Being Dumbledore's pet and possessing a degree of sentience, Fawkes was unlikely to retaliate against Ivan. Ultimately, after a playful game of hide-and-seek that lasted several minutes, Fawkes begrudgingly acquiesced. This was largely due to Ivan's consistent display of goodwill. Had he shown even a hint of hostility, his fingers would have surely been lost. To Ivan's astonishment, he found himself in a position to stroke a phoenix. With great delight, he engaged in the act, applying his past experience of interacting with parrots, striving to cultivate a bond to the point where Fawkes would allow him to draw blood without protest. Gradually, Fawkes went from impatience to indifference, ultimately raising his proud head to permit Ivan to caress the feathers on his neck. As Ivan delighted in petting Fawkes, he meticulously observed this legendary creature of Western folklore. Contrary to the majestic phoenix he envisioned from his previous life, Fawkes resembled a large turkey adorned with splendid golden-red feathers. Although he appeared regal, Ivan found himself inexplicably pondering how the bird might taste. An idea sparked in Ivan's mind, Perhaps he could satiate his thoughts with culinary delights. Without hesitation, he envisioned an array of delectable dishes, fried, grilled, and roasted delicacies. Just as Ivan contemplated the notion of roasting a phoenix, a gentle voice echoed in the air, suggesting that fire is the phoenix's sanctuary and perhaps a different method of preparation could be considered. Ivan turned his gaze, and there stood Dumbledore, his towering figure entering the room. Despite his advanced age of over a century, the greatest wizard of the century showed no signs of decline, exuding vitality and even engaging in light-hearted banter with Ivan. Fawkes, who had been gently stroked by Ivan, swiftly took flight, pecking angrily at Ivan's head before fluttering onto Dumbledore's hat, eyeing Ivan with caution. Fawkes could hardly fathom that the seemingly innocuous young wizard before him harbored plans to roast him. "Professor, I am quite curious as to how you discern my thoughts. Can you truly read my memories?" Ivan inquired innocently, rubbing his slightly aching head. "Sometimes, a person's actions and demeanor can reveal their thoughts," Dumbledore replied, neither affirming nor denying, his words carrying a weight of meaning. Ivan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, though internally he was already mocking. "I believe you not. You crafty old man." Perhaps due to the fact that his academic experience card had not yet reached its allotted time, Ivan felt a surge of power infiltrate his mind as Dumbledore first spoke. It vanished only after Ivan posed his question. Even Ivan could surmise, with utmost certainty, that this force was Dumbledore's soul-reading magic, though he was bewildered as to why he could perceive such a silent, soul-related magical trace while in the state of the experience card. "Shall we have some cockroach clusters? Or perhaps the latest flavor, fizzing whiz-bees?" Dumbledore suggested, selecting a treat for Ivan to try. Ivan, having no interest in the infamous cockroach clusters, opted instead for the fizzing whiz-bees, unwrapping one and tossing it into his mouth. As he bit down, a wave of honeyed sweetness flooded his senses, the candy pieces seeming to possess a life of their own, dancing wildly in his mouth, evading his teeth. It reminded him of the popping candy from his previous life, albeit sweeter. Dumbledore did not rush to inquire further. Instead, he prepared a glass of chilled lemonade for Ivan, adopting a posture of attentive listener. After savoring the candy and downing a generous portion of lemonade, Ivan gradually eased his initial apprehension upon meeting Dumbledore and began recounting the events. Of course, Ivan did not regale the tale that Hermione had spun while lying, as it was far too implausible, and he doubted even Dumbledore would believe it. Moreover, Ivan was uncertain whether Dumbledore might employ his soul-reading magic during his narrative or glean something from his expressions. Thus, Ivan spoke mostly of the truth, albeit omitting some key details. To bolster his credibility, he even recounted the general course of the battle. The remaining uncertainties lay in the pre-transformed iron thorns used to restrict the troll's movements and the possible presence of a sleeping potion's components detectable in the troll's corpse. The former Ivan found himself at a loss for words. If Dumbledore were to inquire, he could only feign that he had been practicing transfiguration and shrinking charms. Fortunately, Ivan had commenced crafting this contraption several days prior, and numerous young wizards could vouch for him, thus ensuring that no matter how deeply Dumbledore probed, he would arrive at this singular conclusion. The latter, however, was something Ivan did not even broach, for even if discovered, Dumbledore's suspicions would not rest solely upon him. It was Kino who was most likely to bear the brunt of blame. Ivan swiftly calculated the potential inconsistencies in his words, seeking any oversights. Yet, Dumbledore's subsequent reaction struck Ivan like a powerful blow against cotton. The esteemed white wizard appeared unfazed by any impropriety in Ivan's remarks. Upon hearing how Ivan had ingeniously employed the iron thorns he fortuitously possessed, coupled with his transfiguration spell, to execute a miraculous comeback in a mere 10 seconds, Dumbledore clapped his hands in enthusiastic applause, his expression radiating unabashed admiration. "What a splendid battle! You surpassed my expectations. I believe Severus was indeed correct. Hogwarts has gained another prodigy," Dumbledore exclaimed with heartfelt fervor. A young wizard, merely months into his studies, who could maintain his composure when confronting a giant for the first time and skillfully exploit the resources at his disposal to vanquish it, was a rarity Dumbledore had not witnessed in decades. As Dumbledore lauded him, Ivan felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, such attention from the venerable professor was hardly a favorable omen. The ensuing conversation grew increasingly relaxed, devoid of the treacherous probing or sharp suspicions Ivan had anticipated. Aside from the initial inquiry regarding his soul, Dumbledore was as amiable as a neighborly elder engaging in casual banter. This led Ivan to mischievously ponder whether Dumbledore was perhaps succumbing to senility. However, during their discourse, Dumbledore inadvertently mentioned Ivan's mother, Alicia Halls, which piqued Ivan's interest. "Professor, do you know my mother?" Ivan feigned curiosity. Indeed, your mother made quite an impression during her time here, Dumbledore replied, winking at Ivan with a knowing look, hinting at something significant. Dumbledore's half-finished statements left Ivan perplexed. It was uncertain whether this was due to his own ignorance or merely a clever exchange between astute minds. Nevertheless, he found himself utterly bewildered. Ivan could only muster an awkward yet polite smile in response. Ultimately, through a series of subtle inquiries, he gleaned that his mother had once attended Slytherin House. He refrained from probing into his father's matters, as his fragmented memories lacked relevant information. Asking the wrong question could lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, Ivan departed with an air of elegance and swiftness, while Dumbledore, seated with one hand soothing Fawkes, contemplated Ivan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Delightful pastries. In front of the Gryffindor common room at Hogwarts, Ivan called out the password, and the fat lady, who guarded the entrance, nodded and stepped aside, revealing a circular passageway. Each time Ivan climbed through, he couldn't help but critique the designer of this passage. Why choose a pipe-like structure of all things? The midnight Gryffindor common room was enveloped in darkness, and the usually roaring deep brown fireplace had been extinguished, while the surrounding magical lights remained unlit, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Ivan maintained a composed expression as he walked forward, but his right hand gradually slipped down to grasp the wand at his waist. Suddenly, as Ivan reached the center, a surge of intense flames erupted from the fireplace, followed by an explosion of brilliant white light from the magical lamps around him. The red lion banner, emblematic of Gryffindor, unfurled gracefully from the ceiling, accompanied by a cascade of colorful, indistinct objects drifting down. Who were these heroes of Gryffindor? Who dare to be so audacious? At the forefront were Harry and Ron, who immediately teamed up to lift Ivan down, followed by the Weasley brothers, who mischievously tossed him high into the air. The nearby Gryffindor cubs joined in the ruckus, cheering him on. Heroic Hal, Slayer of Trolls. Ivan was tossed back and forth, his body nearly falling apart from the exuberance, until the excitement waned and the little lions finally set him down. In no time, word spread like wildfire, becoming ever more exaggerated, and Ivan was lauded as the hero of Gryffindor. This welcome celebration, of course, was orchestrated by the mischief-loving Weasley brothers. Though he understood the unfolding events, Ivan remained somewhat bewildered. After all, in the original story, Harry and Ron, who had actually defeated the troll, did not receive such treatment. Moreover, the troll had fortuitously collapsed right before Ivan. Its deathly state, pierced through the head, was indeed legendary. It was only after Ron embellished the tale that such a significant reaction ensued. The hospitality nearly made Ivan forget he had come to Hogwarts to study. As the guest of honor at the welcome party, he was already utterly exhausted and parched. This surprise was indeed grand. Ivan recalled Dumbledore's final words before his departure and couldn't help but make a quip. However, despite his jest, a faint smile crept onto Ivan's lips. Chapter 30, An Unexpected Letter. Ivan, you were simply magnificent tonight. After everyone had dispersed, Harry, who had been jostled to the edge of the crowd, stepped forward and enveloped Ivan in a big hug. Perhaps, Ivan shrugged, then explained, but you shouldn't exaggerate so much. I put in quite a bit of effort to deal with the troll. It wasn't that Ivan was being modest. Rather, the tale had already become somewhat distorted. In one version Ivan heard, the 12-foot troll had morphed into a 20-foot giant. Such excessive praise could be detrimental. Oh, come now. You are the hero of Gryffindor. We only saw you save Hermione and then slay the troll. My goodness, it was truly swift. Ron playfully punched Ivan on the chest, grinning. Once again, we merely mentioned the circumstances, yet who could have anticipated this outcome? Harry expressed that they bore no responsibility. By the way, where is Hermione? Ivan inquired. I have no idea. I just saw her moments ago, Harry replied, a hint of perplexity in his voice. You save her, yet she hasn't even uttered a word of gratitude, Ron exclaimed in frustration. She must have been called away unexpectedly, Ivan suggested, shaking his head. Hermione is not the type to behave in such a manner. Due to Hermione's previous selfless acceptance of all punishment, Harry and Ron's opinion of her had shifted, leading them to accept Ivan's assertion. Next, Harry and Ron, with an air of secrecy, led Ivan to view a parcel containing a pristine Firebolt 2000, which Professor McGonagall had sent to Harry earlier that morning. Ivan had missed this occurrence, as he was in the library at the time, although he held little interest. Witnessing the excitement on their faces compelled Ivan to feign admiration, before hastily sending them off to bed. With some leisure at last, Ivan finally had the opportunity to examine the reward he had received for vanquishing the troll. Bloodline Fusion Elixir, Potion Recipe. Required ingredients: dried nettle, mistletoe berries, valerian root, black nightshade petals, mouseberry, black bat horn, powdered mountain flower. Special ingredient: 150 milliliters of active blood from a magical creature. Note: the potency of the blood diminishes significantly if removed from the body for more than 3 days. Prerequisite: level 6 in potions. Note: requires level 4 in potions under experience card status. Gazing at the extensive list of required materials, Ivan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was simply too much. Furthermore, many of these were high-grade potion ingredients, with prices that were astonishingly steep. Even if he risked capture by venturing to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley to procure them, he would still find his galleons woefully insufficient. The prerequisite of level 6 in potions made Ivan frown, despite having advanced to level 3. He knew that each subsequent level would require exponentially more effort. Progressing from 0 to 3 was far less arduous than advancing beyond 3. Fortunately, the small print at the bottom provided some relief. Achieving level 4 in potions was within reach if he exerted himself. He had not anticipated that the experience card mode would also confer benefits in potion crafting. For Ivan, the easiest aspect to acquire would be the blood of a magical creature, although there was a limitation on its efficacy after 3 days outside the body. He was aware that Hagrid would soon be hatching a baby dragon. He could not hope to contend with an adult dragon, but surely this newborn would be an easy target for him. At that time, drawing a little blood would pose no challenge, provided he prepared everything else before the dragon was sent away. As Ivan pondered these matters deeply, he faintly heard a commotion outside the window. Turning to look, he spotted a grayish-black owl tapping on the glass with its beak, a string tied to its leg, seemingly securing something. Gula? A single word flashed into Ivan's mind, and he conjectured that this might be the name of the owl. He approached the window and opened it, allowing a dark gray owl to swiftly fly in, landing on Ivan's shoulder and shaking itself off. Earlier, the entire dormitory had gone to attend Ivan's welcome party, leaving this poor creature to endure the night breeze alone. At this moment, Ivan was too preoccupied with the envelope hanging from the owl's leg to concern himself with its welfare. Clearly inscribed upon it was the name Ivan Halls. Ivan untied the string, grasped the envelope in his hand, yet hesitated to open it, his expression shifting through various emotions before he finally sighed. He had long anticipated this day, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, he tore open the envelope. A sense of relief washed over him as he read the rather mundane contents of the letter, which merely inquired about his experiences at Hogwarts and which house he had been sorted into. The letter was signed by Aisha Halls, his mother. However, the more caring the words were, the deeper Ivan's guilt and anxiety grew. The guilt was undeniable, although this unexpected journey was beyond his control. He had inexplicably usurped another's child, and thus he could not easily accept this situation. His anxiety stemmed from Dumbledore's ambiguous remarks about his mother and the conspicuous mention of the fear charm in the system's interface. Reflecting on the fear charm, Ivan felt a twinge of disbelief. Which ordinary mother would teach such perilous dark magic before their child even began school? The quickest method to enhance his abilities was to concoct the bloodline fusion potion he had recently acquired. Thus, despite the discomfort he felt upon receiving the 3 gold galleons enclosed in the letter, he ultimately accepted them. He was in dire need of funds, after all. The black owl named Gula, responsible for delivering messages, had been waiting patiently. Seeing Ivan dawdle, it tapped its beak against his head as a reminder. After a moment of contemplation, Ivan jotted down some amusing events from school on a blank piece of parchment. Initially, he intended to mention the incident with the troll, but ultimately deleted all related content before sending the letter. Having single-handedly defeated a troll shortly after enrolling, Ivan surmised that his mother's first reaction would likely be one of horror, prompting her to confront Dumbledore, rather than feeling proud of him. It was wiser to maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. Having completed these tasks, dawn was beginning to break, and Ivan pulled the blanket over himself as he lay in bed. In a hazy moment, he suddenly pondered a question. Was Dumbledore's mention of a surprise referring to the welcome party, or this very letter? The following morning, after barely 2 hours of sleep, Ivan reluctantly got up for class, sharing the experience of fatigue with Harry and Ron, who were also yawning. However, upon noticing each other's dark circles under their eyes, they couldn't help but laugh, which significantly lifted their spirits. After a night of rumors festering, it seemed that Ivan's encounter with the troll had spread throughout the entire school, resulting in hushed whispers following him wherever he went. Ivan couldn't help but quicken his pace, and by the time he reached the Transfiguration classroom, the situation had somewhat improved. Hermione had arrived even earlier than the 3 of them. She was quietly seated on the right side, flipping through the pages of her book. With the adjacent seats already occupied, a few young witches from Gryffindor were chattering animatedly, discussing something unknown and occasionally inquiring of Hermione, who appeared rather impatient until she caught sight of Ivan, at which point her face brightened with joy as she set her book aside to approach him. Professor McGonagall deliberately cast a glance at Ivan, then cleared her throat and addressed the seated young witches. I believe I mentioned at the beginning of the school year that transfiguration will be one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. If you apply yourselves diligently, transfiguration will suffice to resolve most of the challenges you encounter. You have all heard that just yesterday, Mr. Halls. Utilizing his exquisite transfiguration skills and remarkable intellect, successfully vanquished a troll in the corridors of Hogwarts. Consequently, Professor Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor a full 20 points. McGonagall concluded. As soon as McGonagall finished speaking, the room erupted in a clamor of discussion, with Ivan suddenly becoming the center of attention. Although many young witches and wizards had heard this news before, it had come from Harry and Ron, and thus lacked credibility. Now, however, it was confirmed beyond doubt. Despite receiving such praise from Professor McGonagall, Ivan felt no joy, for in his experience, such commendations were often followed by a but, which aligned with the typical discourse of teachers. Sure enough, he soon heard McGonagall continue. At this point, she said, her gaze sharpening, should I find out that anyone engages in similar dangerous activities again, I will certainly recommend to Professor Dumbledore that they be expelled. Furthermore, even for Halls, defeating a troll is not as easy as you might imagine. After this, McGonagall surveyed the room and noticed that the young witches and wizards had fallen silent, then turned her attention to Ivan, giving him a knowing look, urging him to respond. Ivan immediately understood and stood up, his expression grave and his tone somber as he declared, Yes, Professor, I swear. The troll was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent I have encountered in my 11 years, without exception. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted from the audience. For many astute young witches and wizards recognized the underlying implication in Ivan's words. As a first-year student, only 11 years of age, they perceived the troll as Ivan's very first adversary, and thus, the most challenging one. Professor McGonagall was displeased with Ivan's dismissive attitude. She preferred that he elaborate on the fear and trepidation he felt when facing the troll, as well as the harrowing experience, to provide these eager children with a cautionary perspective. Initially, she aimed to spark their enthusiasm for learning transfiguration through his tale of triumph over the troll, then to set an official tone regarding the incident, curtailing the increasingly exaggerated rumors circulating among them. After all, it is better to open the floodgates than to block them. Rather than concealing this matter and allowing speculation to flourish, it would be more prudent to present it as a typical case to promote its positive implications. Dismissing the individual in question serves as a cautionary tale to deter lesser wizards from developing the notion that if one can do it, so can they, thus straying further down a path of self-destruction. Ultimately, the objective is to diminish his reputation, preventing him from basking in arrogance following his victory over the troll. The only unfortunate character in this narrative is Quirrell, who is relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, illustrating the troll's prowess, and will likely become a subject of ridicule at Hogwarts after today. The young Ivan, whose mind is far more mature than his 11 years, quickly surmised Professor McGonagall's intentions. If possible, Ivan would not mind cooperating with her, for discretion is indeed the better part of valor. However, the circumstances surrounding his defeat of the troll are fraught with ambiguity, and the more he speaks, the more he risks incrimination. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would inevitably inquire about his motives behind transfiguring a multitude of sharp iron thorns. Thus, Professor McGonagall meticulously prepared her opening remarks, but under Ivan's uncooperative demeanor, she only achieved half of her anticipated outcome. Ivan glanced at his meager score, a mere 2 digits, and realized he still required 799 points in potions to advance. He could only awkwardly indicate that he might consider the professor's invaluable advice, striving for fair competition and making an effort to raise his hand to speak. Chapter 31. Bold Ideas. After the reminder, Professor McGonagall ceased to engage with Ivan and formally commenced the day's lesson, instructing them to transfigure any personal item into a button. For Ivan, who had already elevated his transfiguration skills to level 3, this task was effortless. With a gentle flick of his wand, he transformed a feather quill on the table into a round button, upon which delicate circular patterns could still be faintly discerned. To earn extra points, Ivan had pushed his transfiguration to its utmost limits. Professor McGonagall, passing by, nodded in satisfaction and discreetly awarded him an additional point. However, the other young wizards lacked his proficiency. Merely managing to successfully cast the transfiguration spell was commendable. The results varied wildly, with the young wizard sitting not far in front of Ivan, Seamus Finnegan, even managing to explode his ink pot during the attempt. splattering dark ink all over a nearby classmate. Ivan even witnessed one student surreptitiously ripping a button from his garment, attempting to feign that he had conjured it himself. But alas, Professor McGonagall was not so far gone as to be easily deceived, and the unfortunate lad was relegated to standing in the doorway as punishment. Having witnessed Ivan's impressive transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's standards were significantly raised. Aside from Hermione's paper ball turned button, the remaining attempts left her rather disheartened. She clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Let us pause our transfiguration efforts for a moment. Who can tell me the key to successfully casting the transfiguration spell? Professor McGonagall inquired. Professor, the transfiguration spell is a complex form of magic requiring the caster to vividly imagine the desired form in their mind. Objects subjected to the transfiguration charm become easier to transform when their shapes and properties closely resemble those requiring transformation. Additionally, transfiguring living beings proves to be significantly more challenging than altering inanimate objects. Only a select few wizards proficient in transfiguration can successfully achieve such transformations. Ivan Halls. I believe I had previously cautioned Professor McGonagall, who instinctively felt the urge to reprimand Ivan. However, upon turning around, she discovered Ivan was raising his hand, staring vacantly at something across the room. Granger? How could you? Professor McGonagall realized that the eager responder was none other than the typically demure Hermione Granger. Though Miss Know-It-All trembled with nervousness, she maintained her composure, tilting her chin confidently. Professor, I'm not mistaken, am I? Of course not. And your response is quite comprehensive. However, given your conduct, I cannot award you any points. Professor McGonagall stuttered in disbelief, taking a while before she instructed Hermione to sit down. Hermione's expression exhibited a slight disappointment, yet upon seeing Ivan's bewildered demeanor with his hand raised, a smile crept upon her lips. Ivan gradually lowered his raised hand, brimming with confusion, questioning whether he was dreaming or if the Hermione before him was merely an illusion. Harry and Ron, sharing Ivan's sentiment regarding Hermione's unusual behavior, could hardly contain their curiosity once class ended. What on earth is wrong with Hermione? I actually saw her stand up in Professor McGonagall's class without permission. Goodness. I can only imagine Professor McGonagall's shock, Ron exclaimed. Hermione, he continued, astonished. Ivan, I heard from Ron and Harry that you encountered the troll while specifically looking for me. Thank you. It was nothing. Aren't we friends? Ivan replied with a smile. Despite feeling somewhat annoyed at Hermione for unexpectedly disrupting his plans during the troll incident, Ivan recognized that it was largely due to his own poor choice of location. Fortunately, the outcome was not unfavorable, and thus he dismissed the minor inconvenience from his mind. Ivan found it perplexing that she would be so distressed over this. The points she had accumulated through answering questions over the past semester paled in comparison. Why then? Ivan pondered. As they continued their conversation, Ivan endeavored to dissuade Hermione from her notion of disrespecting the teacher, but his efforts proved futile. Determined as ever, Miss Know-It-All seemed resolute in her plans. Eventually, their discussion veered towards academics, and Ivan was astounded to discover that Hermione, thanks to her extraordinary memory, possessed a theoretical knowledge base in certain subjects that surpassed his own. This was likely due to his recent focus on practical abilities, having devoted half of his academic points to training in the room of requirement. Even so, Hermione's depth of knowledge was still quite formidable. Harry and Ron trailed behind, unable to interject, as the topics of conversation between Hermione and Ivan were entirely beyond their comprehension. Or rather, it could be said that they recognize every single word. Yet when combined, they fail to grasp the meaning. Is this the discourse of the academically gifted? Harry and Ron often feel somewhat superfluous, especially as Ivan engages in a discussion about the principles of spells with Hermione. Upon hearing a notification chime in his mind, Ivan abruptly halts, glancing at the system interface to discover that his proficiency in basic spell theory has indeed increased significantly. This revelation sparks a daring thought within Ivan. Chapter 32, I traveled all this way for merely this? Just as Hermione was about to discuss the various applications of transformation spells with Ivan, she noticed a growing intensity in his gaze directed towards her. Ivan, what is it? Hermione feigned calmness as she spoke. Follow me first. I'll explain later. With Harry and Ron looking on in astonishment, Ivan eagerly grasped Hermione's wrist and dashed away. Along the way, Ivan's rising popularity meant that numerous individuals recognized him, and the sight of him sprinting hand in hand with Hermione only fueled the curiosity of many young witches and wizards. This was indeed big news. After all, the tale of Ivan battling a giant to rescue Hermione had spread like wildfire, igniting their imaginations. Some younger witches exhibited disappointment, yet their curiosity propelled them to follow closely behind. George and Fred couldn't contain their excitement, whistling and giving Ivan a hearty thumbs up as they passed by. Are they headed to the library? Hermione snapped out of her daze, the blush on her cheeks still prominent. Realizing her misunderstanding, she felt a mix of embarrassment and a desire to hide amidst the stacks of books. Upon discovering that the book Ivan had thrust into her hands was one she had already read, Hermione managed to steady her emotions and quickly regained her focus. This was due to the potent properties of black bloodgrass, which typically required the addition of a counteracting yet milder herb, mouse tail, to neutralize its effects. After Hermione finished her explanation, Ivan continued to wave the banner of academic exchange, flipping through the subsequent pages and inviting her to elucidate further. Whenever he encountered a section he was familiar with, he eagerly interjected, fostering a mutual dialogue. Eventually, an exhausted Harry, Ron, and the gossiping onlookers arrived to witness this harmonious scene. They were actually here to study. As a member of the gossiping faction, George almost thought he was hallucinating. Goodness, what on earth is happening in this world? Others found it difficult to accept. They had come all this way only to witness this. Would certainly prefer that I practice Quidditch right now. Harry nodded in agreement, as they had no desire to squander their precious time in the library. George and the others, however, were determined to stay and observe the unfolding events. Yet, a large crowd gathered at the entrance soon caught the attention of Madame Pants. Silence. Those wishing to read in the library must keep quiet, or else make yourselves scarce, Madame Pants stated impatiently. As Mrs. Pants exhibited a desire to dismiss the gathering of eager young wizards, the crowd of curious onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only a few reluctant to depart. Meanwhile, Ivan remained blissfully absorbed in his studies, oblivious to the unfolding scene, his spirits buoyed by the rapidly ascending proficiency displayed in the system interface. Hermione, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of foundational theories across various subjects, effortlessly eliminated Ivan's need to consult multiple texts for verification. Additionally, the young witch's comprehension capabilities far surpassed Ivan's usual state, which significantly enhanced the efficiency of their learning after her insightful interpretations. Hermione's presence acted as a veritable accelerator for his studies. Compared to his solitary reading without experience cards, the growth in proficiency surged to more than double its previous rate. After discussing for several pages, Hermione nervously raised her gaze to Ivan, anxious about any potential inaccuracies in her explanations. Having witnessed Ivan's effortless defeat of a troll and his remarkable mastery of transfiguration, Hermione felt that Ivan had far surpassed her, which only added to her apprehension during their discourse. Why have you stopped? Ivan, engrossed in her explanations, suddenly noticed the silence and turned to find Hermione anxiously watching him. What you just explained was quite excellent. I happen to share your view. This part aligns perfectly with my thoughts as well. However, I have a different interpretation regarding this aspect. The ensuing hours were spent in a fruitful exchange of learning and discussion. Thanks to the diligent study over the preceding half semester, Ivan had amassed a wealth of knowledge that allowed him to engage in the conversation on relatively equal footing. Unbeknownst to him, he had revisited several books he had previously completed but not fully comprehended, advancing his reading progress to a remarkable 100%. Notification: Basic Potion Formulas and Herbology Analysis reading progress has reached 100%. Reward: 5 academic credits. Notification: Advanced Transfiguration reading progress has reached 100%. Reward. The substantial academic credits acquired from extensive reading, coupled with prior rewards and spell upgrades, saw Ivan's credits surpass the significant milestone of 100. He had anticipated that this would considerably hinder his learning efficiency while in the experience card state. Surprisingly, after merely articulating his insights and providing explanations, Hermione grasped the concepts with remarkable speed. Yet, unbeknownst to Ivan, Hermione was under considerable pressure herself, as beads of sweat soon began to form on her forehead. She had to engage her already astute mind at full capacity to grasp the increasingly profound explanations Ivan was providing. Chapter 33: The Bet with Malfoy. Before long, November arrived, bringing with it a chill in the air. Through their daily academic discussions, Ivan's potion-making skills approached the 4th level, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the minimum standard required for brewing the bloodline fusion potion. In order to avoid the predicament of having his memories searched and extracted, Ivan took the time to sneak back into the restricted section. Over the past few weeks, he had accumulated enough academic points to elevate his mental sealing technique to level 2 within a few nights. However, before he could revel in his achievement, he was beset by the challenge of procuring the vast array of magical ingredients required for concocting the bloodline fusion potion. With merely 3 galleons, 15 sickles, and a handful of nuts in his possession, He realized that even if he stealthily slipped away to Hogsmeade, he would likely be unable to afford all the necessary materials. This was all thanks to a letter sent by his estranged mother. Otherwise, he would have found himself devoid of even a single galleon. Is there any way to earn a substantial amount of galleons within a month? Ivan unexpectedly inquired, pondering aloud as he and his companions made their way to the Great Hall, troubled by their financial constraints. How about we rob Gringotts? Just remember to include me. Ron jested. Come off it. You'd be thrown into Azkaban before you even made a move, Hermione scoffed, rolling her eyes and elaborating on why Gringotts was reputed to be the safest place in the wizarding world. In addition to its myriad of intricate defenses, it was said that a dragon guarded the vaults. Harry and Ron listened intently, while Ivan, privy to the underlying truths, internally scoffed. Really? That so-called safest place was just breached this year by Quirinus Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, and it will surely be compromised again before long. Nevertheless, Ivan acknowledged that the security measures at Gringotts constituted a nightmarish challenge for him at present, leaving only Ron to propose such an outlandish scheme. By the way, Ivan, why do you need so many galleons? Harry suddenly asked, curiosity piqued. Before I came to Hogwarts, I took a small amount from a vault. If you don't need much, I could lend you some. At this, Harry eagerly produced several galleons from his robe pocket, claiming that he had plenty more in his dormitory. Harry's generosity dazzled Ivan. Having read the original story, he understood that the small amount Harry mentioned likely amounted to 100 galleons or more. Even if the ingredients for the bloodline fusion potion were extensive, these galleons would be more than sufficient, perhaps even enough to cover what Harry had laid before him. Moved by Harry's sincere gaze, Ivan felt a surge of gratitude. After all, they had known each other for merely half a semester, and such an act of camaraderie was indeed noble. Of course, this also stemmed from Harry's lack of understanding regarding money. Never mind, I was just speaking hypothetically. No matter how many galleons I have, I wouldn't be able to spend them here, Ivan ultimately replied, shaking his head and graciously declining Harry's generous offer. However, Ivan held a different perspective. To him, accepting Harry's kindness now would mean incurring a personal debt, which was not ideal for someone like Ivan, who wished to avoid entanglement in Dumbledore's schemes. Besides, there was still time. If he couldn't find a solution later, he could always approach Harry for financial assistance then. Under Ivan's deliberate change of subject, Harry soon forgot the matter, and the group gradually began discussing the upcoming Quidditch match. As Gryffindor's well-hidden ace, Harry did not possess the confidence that others imagined. Instead, he felt quite anxious. He could hardly bear to think of the disappointment Wood would feel if Gryffindor lost the match due to his failure to catch the golden snitch, especially since the team had not won a Quidditch trophy in quite some time. Ivan, brimming with confidence, encouraged Harry, for no one understood Harry's flying talent better than he did. Coupled with Harry's innate good fortune, unless a plot contrivance occurred, it would be difficult for Gryffindor to lose. In light of Harry's loyalty, Ivan also planned to keep an eye on Chino during the match to avert any unforeseen incidents. Unbeknownst to them, the group arrived at Hogwarts Great Hall, just as Ivan was preparing to enjoy lunch at the Gryffindor table. He overheard Malfoy at the neighboring table mockingly recounting Gryffindor's years of defeats at the hands of Slytherin. Enraged, Ron was ready to confront Malfoy, but Harry and Hermione managed to restrain him, aware that any conflict in the Great Hall would result in severe point deductions. However, amidst the commotion, Ivan took the initiative to approach Malfoy. As Malfoy continued his tirade at the Slytherin table, upon noticing Ivan's advancing figure, his smile morphed into one of disdain, tinged with a hint of fear. Fortunately, Malfoy soon recognized that they were at the Slytherin table, making it unlikely for Ivan to instigate a conflict, which gave him a semblance of courage. He then scolded Ivan sharply. "Halls, what do you want?" "Nothing much, just thought I'd propose a wager." Ivan replied with a beaming smile, placing 3 galleons on the table. "Let us bet on whether Harry will successfully catch the golden snitch and win the match," Ivan declared. Malfoy regarded the 3 galleons on the table, but did not immediately acquiesce. To him, such a trifling sum was insignificant. However, he recalled his past encounters with Ivan, which made him wary of any potential schemes. As for Harry, the secret weapon of Gryffindor, his capabilities had already been exposed during their recent training sessions, which Malfoy was at least aware of. "Well, if you don't want to bet, that's fine. I was merely hoping to make a profit with this little sum." Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, preparing to pocket the galleons and leave. "Wait a moment," Malfoy, somewhat perplexed by Ivan's demeanor, caught onto a detail in Ivan's words that piqued his interest. "How about we raise the stakes?" Malfoy snapped his fingers with an air of superiority, prompting Crabbe and Goyle behind him to instinctively rummage through their pockets. After a prolonged search, they managed to produce only 2 galleons and 8 sickles. Observing the meager wealth of his 2 lackeys, Malfoy felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly extracted 4 galleons from his robes, slamming them onto the table. I possess merely 3 galleons, 15 sickles, and 20 nuts, Ivan stated, seizing the opportunity as Malfoy took the bait. With a nonchalant demeanor, he revealed all the money he had, believing this sum to be sufficient to establish the wager. Malfoy raised an eyebrow with a smirk, intent on emptying Ivan's pockets. Despite the fact that tuition at Hogwarts covered accommodation and meals, various expenses such as purchasing daily necessities, materials for extracurricular potion brewing, gifts, and snacks required monetary expenditure. Malfoy eagerly anticipated the sight of Ivan struggling to make ends meet. Very well, the wager is set, Malfoy declared, offering money without hesitation, which Ivan gladly accepted, knowing that an additional galleon could procure several materials. As for the possibility of loss, Ivan deemed it exceedingly unlikely, if one dared not gamble on such matters. The prospect of swiftly amassing galleons was merely a distant dream. Having successfully outwitted Malfoy, Ivan felt a wave of satisfaction. By the end of the competition, he would possess 7 galleons, likely enough to satisfy most of his needs. Ivan, what did you just discuss with Malfoy? Hermione inquired. Nothing much. Merely a wager that in the upcoming match, Harry will undoubtedly catch the golden snitch and lead Gryffindor to victory, Ivan replied. How could you do such a thing? Gambling is not a commendable pursuit. What if Professor McGonagall finds out? Hermione frowned. Come now, if you don't say anything, who would inform Professor McGonagall? Ron interjected carelessly. Upon hearing Ivan's words, Ron felt tempted to take a gamble with Malfoy himself. Harry, on the other hand, felt the weight of mounting pressure. George, wearing a mysterious expression, pulled Ivan aside, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before whispering, Ivan, we inadvertently overheard your conversation with Malfoy. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining us to earn some galleons? Fred chimed in, echoing George's sentiment. Collaboration? Developing magical prank props? Ivan mused, glancing at the system interface where his proficiency in magical item creation had remained stagnant, suddenly intrigued. How did you know we intended to pursue that? George and Fred exchanged surprised glances. Isn't it obvious? Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, unable to divulge his knowledge of their future. Not quite. We still lack the necessary funding for development. Should we prepare adequately, you would be most welcome to join us, George remarked, dismissing the need for further questions. While Fred spoke plainly, what we mean is to set up a betting scheme for the upcoming match, which could yield substantial profits. However, we lack the capital, and as participants, we cannot take the lead, hence our consideration of you. The two glanced at Ivan, their faces etched with anticipation. Surely, you wouldn't consider throwing the match intentionally? Ivan pondered a troubling possibility. How could we even think of such a thing? Are we those types of people? George exclaimed in fury, with Fred echoing his indignation. Besides, our Gryffindor team has suffered consecutive defeats for years. Who would bet on us to win? There's no profit in match fixing. Ivan's apologies hung unspoken on the tip of his tongue, as he imagined how heartbroken Wood would be upon hearing their thoughts. Meanwhile, Joel and Fred grew increasingly animated. Indeed, we could manipulate the betting odds, inflating Slytherins while lowering Gryffindors. Those proud Slytherins would be furious enough to part with their gold. Their mischievous ideas multiplied, even contemplating bribing Lee Jordan, the commentator, to sow discord, despite his unwavering Gryffindor allegiance. He would undoubtedly favor Gryffindor regardless of any financial incentive. Ivan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing that Joel's talents were far too great to be squandered on merely running a joke shop. With such a keen business sense, he ought to be managing legitimate Quidditch betting. I suppose I could agree to this, but how much gold do you have? Ivan mused, finding merit in Joel and Fred's scheme. Given the Slytherins' haughty nature, they were likely to fall victim to their own pride, experiencing firsthand the harsh realities of life. 5 galleons, that's all the money we have. Joel and Fred grimaced as they pooled their resources. Ivan contemplated further, then added, however, let us keep this betting scheme from Jordan. If it comes to light, he could face severe repercussions as the commentator. Agreed, Joel replied thoughtfully, nodding cautiously. At that moment, Fred interjected, we'll cast a secrecy charm, ensuring that anyone involved will suffer grave consequences if they dare breach the agreement or betray us. So, is the contract established? Ivan nodded, extending his right wrist. Yes, the contract is established. The Weasley brothers mirrored his gesture, after which Joel waved his wand, and a mark appeared on their wrists. Ivan glanced at his system interface, noticing a new status. The consequence for violating the contract would be a 5-fold increase in tongue size for an entire week. Though not a particularly severe punishment, it would suffice to deter the young wizards. Considering the proud temperament of Slytherin students, Ivan surmised that even if they lost the bet, they would likely refrain from reporting it. With a sly smile creeping across his lips, he thought that should suffice for the galleons needed to procure potions. Chapter 35. The Misfortunes of Quirrell. With this plan in place, the Weasley brothers fostered animosity, parading daily around the Slytherin table while boasting about Gryffindor's newfound strategies that would easily crush their old adversaries, Slytherin. Recently, whispers have circulated regarding Ivan, the so-called hero of Gryffindor, who has orchestrated a gamble. Should Gryffindor triumph, the payout would be tenfold. If Slytherin emerges victorious, the profit would match the wager. Upon learning of this, the young wizards of Slytherin were incensed, feeling as though their defeat was a foregone conclusion. As the wealthiest house at Hogwarts, Slytherin was certainly not short on funds, and Ivan soon received several gold galleons, though more often it was silver sickles and bronze nuts. Given that this wager was merely for amusement, and the participants were but young wizards, typical bets consisted of a few bronze nuts or a single silver sickle. Nonetheless, the amount Ivan collected in recent days was considerable, especially with occasional bets from students of other houses, rendering their principal insufficient for payouts. Should they lose, disaster would surely ensue. In light of this, George and Fred grew increasingly anxious, feeling compelled to take action to salvage the precarious situation, perhaps by intensifying Harry's training. Unjustly burdened, Harry's training regimen escalated yet again. Fortunately, this dismal period did not endure for long, as the Quidditch match was soon underway. "Harry, give it your all. You must seize the golden snitch," George intently urged, his demeanor solemn, as if the outcome of the match held the fate of the world in balance. "Indeed, otherwise we shall be left to eat dirt," Fred concurred, nodding in agreement. Fred's comment left Harry perplexed, for he had heard similar sentiments echoed by others throughout the past few days. Initially, he felt a weighty sense of responsibility, interpreting it as encouragement from his seniors. But he soon found it peculiar that students from Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and even Hufflepuff would occasionally utter such bewildering phrases to him. This left Harry feeling quite vexed, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Captain Wood, after delivering an inspiring speech, noticed Harry's distracted demeanor and cautioned, "Stay focused, Harry. The match is about to commence." Harry took a moment to ease his tension and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the grand doors to the field swung open, and the Gryffindor players soared forth on their broomsticks, Harry following closely behind. As they passed through the dimly lit backstage area, a vast circular pitch unfolded before Harry's eyes, the previously empty seats now brimming with spectators. The Gryffindor section erupted into cheers upon their entrance. Ron and Neville were proudly displaying a large banner, fashioned from an old bedsheet and enchanted by Hermione, which shimmered in the air with the words "Potter" for the win. Harry felt a surge of emotion, yet curiously, he did not spot Ivan in the crowd. After scanning the area, he successfully located Ivan near the Slytherin stands, seated right beside Professor Quirrell. Harry was perplexed as to why Ivan was seated there when he suddenly noticed Ivan smiling at him, directing his wand skyward. Moments later, a firework-like beam shot into the heavens, exploding several dozen meters above, where faint luminous points coalesced to form the phrase "Gryffindor will prevail. Go Harry Potter." A warm sensation enveloped Harry's heart, causing him to dismiss his earlier musings and focus intently on the impending match. Meanwhile, after encouraging Harry with a touch of magic, Ivan turned his attention to monitoring Quirrell. In truth, had the outcome of this Quidditch match not directly influenced his potential fortune, Ivan would have had no intention of associating with Quirrell this semester. The prospect of indirectly encountering such a formidable adversary in his first year left Ivan feeling quite apprehensive. Fortunately, there was no necessity for him to take any drastic actions. Merely observing Quirrell from a distance sufficed. Ivan was convinced that, under his scrutiny, Quirrell would hardly dare to utter any incantations. "Why are you staring at me?" Quirrell, curled up in a corner, was visibly uncomfortable under Ivan's occasional gaze, as if his secrets were laid bare. Aware that his blatant scrutiny might raise suspicions, Ivan feigned curiosity and struck up a stilted conversation with Quirrell. "Professor Quirrell, I heard you once encountered a vampire in the jungles of Romania. Is that true? And how did you defeat a ghoul in Africa?" The prospect of conversing with the Dark Lord for the first time filled Ivan with trepidation, leaving him uncertain about what to discuss. In such a lively atmosphere, would it appear overly contrived to delve into academic matters? Thus, Ivan opted for lighter topics, sharing amusing anecdotes from recent events. "Enough," Quirrell interjected, unable to contain himself. Normally, with Quirrell's amiable disposition, he would not easily lose his temper. However, Ivan's inability to engage in meaningful conversation consistently brought up painful memories he wished to forget, transforming him into the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Whispers echoed during his classes, suggesting that his position as the defense against the dark arts professor was a result of some underhanded dealings with Dumbledore. The most frustrating part was that he could not explain himself. He could only harbor his burdens in silence. Chapter 36. I have contributed points to the House. I have served the House. I demand an audience with Professor Dumbledore. Though angered, Quirrell, as a principled undercover agent, quickly regained his composure upon realizing his lapse in decorum. I apologize, but I am too fatigued at the moment and wish to rest for a while, he murmured, pulling the hood of his cloak over his head and adopting a peculiar forward-leaning posture as he closed his eyes in slumber. Very well, Ivan conceded, choosing to remain silent and refraining from provoking Quirrell further, for his objectives had already been achieved. His audacity to mock Quirrell stemmed from the understanding that Quirrell would never resort to violence over such trifling disputes. In the original narrative, the Weasley twins had once hurled a snowball squarely at the back of his head, a spot that harbored Voldemort's serpent visage. The blatant affront to Voldemort's dignity did not provoke Quirrell, indicating that their pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone took precedence over all else, rendering them capable of enduring lesser grievances. As for retribution at a later time, spare me. By then, Quirrell would have been reduced to nothing but ashes, and the fleeing Voldemort would hardly concern himself with such a minor character. Noticing that Quirrell had genuinely closed his eyes, intending to drift into slumber, Ivan redirected his attention to the arena, where the match had escalated into a fervent contest, with both sides engaging in a flurry of underhanded tactics. A Slytherin chaser feigned a goal, only to swing his bat towards George, who narrowly evaded the blow thanks to his quick reflexes. Such behavior was a blatant foul. Jordan Lee, the commentator, a seasoned Gryffindor supporter, vociferously condemned the Slytherin transgressions, his incisive remarks prompting Professor McGonagall to furrow her brow in disapproval. George, unwilling to be outdone, teamed up with Fred to corner the Slytherin chaser, nearly causing him to collide with the railings. Meanwhile, Jordan feigned ignorance of the Weasley twins' actions, occasionally praising their flying prowess. This blatant double standard incited the ire of the Slytherin students, particularly those who had placed bets, for had it not been for the professor's watchful eyes, curses would have rained down upon the commentator. Nevertheless, several nearby Slytherin students hurled various objects at Jordan, protesting the unfairness of his commentary. This is a conspiracy. We demand a new commentator, or else a rematch. As Jordan dodged an assortment of flying cans, scrap paper, and even undergarments, he persisted with his commentary until Professor McGonagall could no longer tolerate the scene, prompting her to summon two students to remove Jordan and replace him with Cedric from Hufflepuff as a temporary commentator. Jordan clung desperately to the railing of the platform, but ultimately succumbed to the strength of the two students, his indignant cries resonating as he was dragged away. I've contributed points to the House. I am innocent. I demand to see Professor Dumbledore. With a wave of her hand, Professor McGonagall cast a silencing spell, restoring tranquility to the arena. Ivan, observing the theatrics of Jordan, tugged at the corners of his mouth but harbored no concerns for Jordan's well-being. Unbeknownst to him, Jordan had no inkling of their clandestine betting activities. His fervent confrontation with Slytherin was purely driven by his passionate spirit. This minor incident did not occupy Ivan's thoughts for long, as the outcome of the match ultimately hinged on whether Harry could seize the golden snitch. As for Harry, he displayed remarkable prowess, surging forward almost instantaneously upon spotting the golden snitch. He deftly evaded two Slytherin chasers attempting to impede his progress, reaching out to seize the elusive snitch that was tantalizingly close. Just then, his broomstick began to tremble violently beneath him, as if intent on casting him from the sky. Harry had to grip the broom tightly to prevent himself from being shaken off. This unexpected turn of events elicited gasps from the crowd, and the Weasley twins speculated whether a Slytherin student was resorting to underhanded tactics to sway the outcome of the match. They anxiously glanced towards Ivan, who had been designated to handle outside matters according to their prior agreement. Ivan was momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning to observe Quirrell, who was huddled in a corner, seemingly motionless and perhaps even asleep. However, Ivan's keen eyes caught a glimpse of Quirrell's mouth subtly moving beneath his hood. Silent, wandless magic. An unsettling realization dawned on Ivan, who had not anticipated that Quirrell would dare to engage in such antics right under his nose, employing such advanced techniques. Although the spell cast might not have been particularly sophisticated, Quirrell's apparent prowess indicated that he was far more competent than depicted in the original narrative, making him more than suitable for the role of defense against the dark arts professor. Whether he was drawing upon the Dark Lord's power remained uncertain to Ivan. After elevating Quirrell's status in his mind, Ivan faced a quandary: how to rouse the slumbering professor. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of performance? Who was afraid of whom? With a determined resolve, Ivan donned an anxious expression, placing his hands on Quirrell's thigh and shaking it vigorously. Professor Quirrell, look, Harry's broom seems to be malfunctioning. He is about to fall from the sky. You must think of a way to save him. Under Ivan's vigorous shaking, Quirrell's hood was knocked askew, revealing a bewildered expression and a gaping mouth that had yet to close. Unfortunately, Professor, you missed it. It was truly perilous, Ivan exclaimed, his face reflecting a sense of relief as he saw Harry regain control of his broom. He quickly withdrew his hands from Quirrell's thigh, feigning a look of lingering fear. In the stands, many shared Ivan's concern for Harry, with Malfoy rising from his seat in a fit of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment Harry would plummet from the sky. If that were to happen, the insufferable Ivan would have no choice but to relinquish all his savings, enduring a meager half-semester thereafter. Given that he considered Harry no rival, Malfoy could only conceive of this form of retaliation. Not to mention, he had heard that Ivan had organized a wager to earn galleons, possibly plunging himself into debt. As Malfoy's anticipation grew, Harry's broom suddenly stabilized once more. Draco! Look, Potter is really falling, Goyle shouted, pointing skyward as Harry, in his pursuit of the snitch, had inadvertently collided with a Slytherin seeker, sending him tumbling down. Malfoy leapt to his feet once more, reliving his earlier hopes in that fleeting moment. As it is in Golden Thief, Chapter 37, The Marauder's Map. Following the conclusion of the competition, George and Fred, brimming with anticipation, hastily sought out Ivan, neglecting even the celebratory gathering. The trio discreetly convened in an unoccupied classroom. Ivan laid before them the spoils of their endeavor, 15 golden galleons, along with a substantial amount of silver sickles and bronze nuts, all piled upon the table. According to their previously established agreement, Ivan would receive 40% of the total, amounting to 6 galleons, 19 sickles, and 28 nuts. The remainder belonged to the Weasley brothers. Ivan's bounty also included the stakes from his wager with Malfoy. Is it truly this much? George exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he gazed at the pile of coins. Despite their earlier ability to muster 5 galleons, that had taken them years of diligent saving, unlike the effortless accumulation of wealth they now witnessed. If we could do this annually, we would be rich. Fred mused dreamily. Let us not get carried away. Indulging in such activities is unwise. One occurrence is more than sufficient. And remember, the secrecy charm isn't infallible. If we persist, trouble is bound to arise, Ivan cautioned, shaking his head to dispel their fanciful notions. George and Fred exchanged glances, their smiles dimming considerably as they nodded solemnly. Certainly, we do not wish to be apprehended. This sum should suffice for our preliminary ventures. In the future, we can rely on the sales of our joke merchandise for galleons. We discussed it and decided to hire you as our special advisor. What do you say? Fred's demeanor brightened once more the mention of joke toys, dispelling the earlier seriousness that had lingered in the air. Absolutely, as long as time permits, Ivan replied without much hesitation. Recognizing that the system interface still held an untouched magical item crafting option, which might allow him to gain some proficiency alongside the Weasley brothers. We also require some materials for our upcoming projects, and before that, we have a little gift for you. George produced a rectangular piece of parchment that resembled an envelope, pulling it from his sleeve with a flourish, and presented it to Ivan. Take a guess at its purpose, Fred chuckled. Ivan immediately recognized it as the Marauder's Map, a thrill coursing through him as he accepted the parchment and unfurled it. The slightly yellowed sheepskin appeared blank at first glance. Not feeling surprised, he raised his wand and solemnly declared, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Intricate ink lines suddenly surged from the tip of Ivan's wand, spreading like a spider's web and connecting to every corner of the parchment. At the top, elegant green lettering emerged. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs hereby present the Marauder's Map, designed to assist those who engage in magical mischief. The moment Ivan acquired the Marauder's Map, his gaze swiftly swept across the vibrant names inscribed upon it. The names of Harry, Ron, and Hermione appeared prominently in the Gryffindor common room, and Ivan surmised they were likely reveling in their recent Quidditch victory. As he continued to search, he soon spotted the name of Peter Pettigrew not far off. Ivan had always found it peculiar that the Weasley twins, who possessed the Marauder's Map, had never noticed that a certain Peter Pettigrew had been tailing their younger brother for several terms. It was only upon obtaining the map that Ivan realized its limitations. Perhaps the parchment was simply too small and Hogwarts far too vast, allowing only a rough indication of each individual's whereabouts. With thousands of names mingling, particularly in dormitories and common rooms where names clustered together. The presence of an inconspicuous Peter Pettigrew could easily be overlooked. Ivan then sought out Quirrell's location, curious whether the name Tom Marvolo Riddle would appear alongside it. Shortly, he located Quirrell in the professor's office, but to his disappointment, only Quirrell's name was listed, possibly indicating that Voldemort was not considered a living entity at present. While Ivan pondered this, the Weasley twins were astonished by his adept handling of the map, recalling their own struggles to decipher it when they first acquired it. "Ivan, have you used something like this before?" George inquired. Ivan shook his head and clarified, "No. I merely possess some knowledge about the creators of the Marauder's map." He then expressed curiosity. "By the way, how did you come to gift me such a precious item?" The significance of the map was evident to the Weasley twins, who were always embroiled in mischief at school. With this artifact in hand, they could undertake any venture without fear of being caught. George's smile diminished slightly as he glanced at the pile of galleons on the table. "Fred and I are unsure what you intend to do with all this money, but we suspect that once you acquire it, you certainly won't remain docile within the confines of the school. We've memorized all the details of the map. In your hands, it is far more valuable than in ours." Fred added, "Indeed, we wouldn't want our newly appointed special consultant to encounter any unforeseen mishaps." He patted Ivan on the shoulder. "Thank you." Ivan felt a surge of gratitude, though he refrained from expressing excessive thanks, choosing instead to keep it close to his heart. Should he ever possess the means, he would strive to alter the outcome of Fred's demise, as he found the twins quite entertaining. "By the way, have you visited Hogsmeade?" Ivan inquired as he tucked away the Marauder's map. "Of course. So, you're planning to go there," Fred replied, visibly relieved. He and George had previously hesitated about whether to entrust the map to Ivan, fearing he might slip out of Hogwarts and venture into perilous territories. They had not anticipated that Ivan merely wished to visit Hogsmeade, a comparatively safe destination. The two did not conceal anything. They immediately disclosed all the intelligence they possessed regarding Hogsmeade. With the Marauder's map in hand, George and Fred had indeed sneaked out on several occasions, albeit briefly. Thus their knowledge of the place remained rather limited. After recounting some amusing anecdotes from Hogsmeade, George hesitated for a moment before earnestly advising Ivan. "Although you are a hero of Gryffindor and have vanquished a troll, I must remind you to exercise caution. The wizards outside are not as foolish as trolls." Chapter 38. Infiltrating Hogsmeade on the way, Ivan noticed that the system interface had been updated with information about the Marauder's map. Magical item, Marauder's map. Magic level, strong. The formidable level of magic surprised Ivan. Yet upon recalling that the map could even monitor Dumbledore's movements, it seemed rather reasonable. The nearby Peter Pettigrew might be privy to some information as well. With the Marauder's map in his possession, Ivan had the capability to report on Pettigrew, though he had no intention of doing so. Firstly, Sirius had been alerted by an article in the newspaper, and secondly, Ivan had yet to clear his own suspicions. He was not eager to confront Dumbledore in the near future. Now armed with the Marauder's map, Ivan felt significantly more confident in his plan to discreetly procure the necessary potions, requiring only a moment of leisure. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around the crackling fireplace, though their expressions were far from the lightheartedness Ivan had anticipated. "Hey, Ivan, where have you been?" Ron immediately pulled Ivan over upon his return. "We were just discussing why my broom went haywire during the match." Harry shook his head. "It must have been Snape." Ron exclaimed in frustration. "Indeed, I saw Professor Snape up to no good just when Harry's broom malfunctioned." As soon as Harry's broom returned to normal, Snape fell silent. Hermione added, this time siding against Snape, as she had witnessed the event firsthand and Harry was one of her closest friends. Thanks to Ivan's timely intervention, Hermione had not yet acted, and Harry had regained safety, thus averting a disastrous fire in the stands. Listening to the trio speculate about Snape's potential conspiracy against Harry, Ivan pondered before countering their claims. "Harry, it was Professor Quirrell who caused your broom's troubles. I was sitting right beside him and interrupted his spellcasting." Ivan briefly recounted his discovery of Quirrell pretending to be asleep while secretly casting spells, to which Harry responded with disbelief. "Professor Quirrell? How could that be? Then why did Hermione see Snape casting a spell?" Ron questioned skeptically. "Clearly, one of them was attempting to cast a counterspell to save you. If Quirrell was the one trying to help, he wouldn't need to hide like that." Ivan provided them with an explanation. Perhaps Professor Chino feared retaliation from Snape. Harry stammered, beginning to believe Ivan's words, yet he could not reconcile the possibility of Snape saving him in his heart. Ron and Hermione shared his skepticism. After all, Snape's gaze and demeanor during class were unmistakably filled with animosity towards Harry. Ivan sighed, offering little defense for Snape, as the entangled grievances were far too intricate. It was best left for the parties involved to articulate themselves. He could only advise them to maintain their distance from Snape and his ilk this semester. "But I have kept my distance," Harry retorted angrily. "Yet there are still those among them who wish to harm me." Since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had felt targeted by Snape, and now even Chino seemed poised to conspire against him. Harry could not fathom why so many sought to do him harm. The group offered him some comfort, and gradually, Harry began to calm down. They then recounted the information they had gathered from Hagrid after their match, culminating in Hermione's conclusion. Thus, it is evident that either Snape or Chino wishes to secretly traverse the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog to uncover whatever Dumbledore has concealed within. By the way, Ivan, do you know of Nicholas Flamel? Hermione suddenly recalled the question that had puzzled them throughout the afternoon. Ivan hesitated, uncertain whether it was prudent to disclose the truth about the Philosopher's Stone at that moment, ultimately shaking his head. Despite having advanced his mental barriers to level 2, he still felt inadequate against Dumbledore's legitimacy. As for whether Chino might seize the opportunity to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Ivan was unconcerned. After all, the cunning Dumbledore had yet to place the Mirror of Erist in its designated spot. He would only do so once he was certain that Harry could pass the test it posed. The idea of Chino finding the Philosopher's Stone now seemed absurd. Noting that Ivan was unfamiliar with Nicholas Flamel, Hermione, Harry, and the others felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon they were lost in a whirlwind of imaginative speculation. Ivan, however, found himself indifferent to the elusive Philosopher's Stone. His primary concern was whether Hagrid's dragon egg had hatched. This time was certainly sufficient for him to make a trip to Hogsmeade. After verifying multiple times on Marauder's map that the path to Hogsmeade was clear, Ivan lightly tapped the statue of the One-Eyed Witch with his wand, softly uttering the words to part the entrance. A faint sound echoed as the statue's hunchback and main body separated, revealing an irregular passageway. Ivan waved his wand and cast a Lumos charm, slipping into the narrow, low secret passage. Chapter 39, Apologies, but we do not sell love potions to young wizards. After a lengthy journey, Ivan finally reached the end and lifted the hatch, only to discover he had arrived in a cellar brimming with boxes of notes. It dawned on Ivan that he must be in Honeyduke's, the famed sweet shop of Hogsmeade. Cautiously, he pushed open the cellar door, yet the bustling scene he had envisioned was conspicuously absent. The spacious shop appeared rather desolate. Due to the lack of patrons to mask his presence, Ivan's plan to sneak away was thwarted as he was caught red-handed. "Hey, you there, when did you come in?" The proprietor of Honeyduke's, a genial wizard clad in loose robes, immediately reprimanded him upon noticing Ivan loitering near his cellar. "Just a moment ago. Perhaps you didn't see?" Ivan replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the situation. His casual demeanor dispelled the shopkeeper's suspicions of theft, prompting a lighter tone in the conversation. "You must have sneaked out from Hogwarts, right? The third-year kids are certainly taller than you. No wonder I didn't T-spot you earlier." Ivan felt a pang of regret, wishing he had learned a silencing charm. After all, he was quite tall for a first year. Sighing, he retrieved a silver sickle from his pocket and placed it on the table. "So, are you not going to sell me any sweets?" "Of course I will," the shopkeeper replied, swiftly pocketing the sickle before retrieving an array of confections from the cabinet. "What would you like? Fizzing Whizbees? Chocolate frogs? Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Or perhaps you'd like some cockroach clusters? They are the headmaster's favorite." Ivan decided to purchase a selection, mustering the courage to try the headmaster's favorite. He couldn't help but find the cockroach clusters rather repulsive, their appearance reminiscent of a gigantic cockroach. Carefully, he broke off a leg, suppressing his disgust to take a bite, only to discover it was sweet, clearly crafted from syrup, albeit with a crunchy texture akin to chewing on insects. "By the way, do you know of any places in Hogsmeade that sell potion ingredients?" Ivan casually inquired after sampling a few chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "There's only one apothecary in Hogsmeade." The shopkeeper's expression suddenly turned serious as he glanced around. Ivan's heart raced, wondering if he had misspoken, when the shopkeeper leaned closer and lowered his voice. "If you're looking for love potions, it's best to head to Diagon Alley. There have been strict inspections here lately, and old Rick won't sell any prohibited items." "Love potions?" Ivan rolled his eyes. Why would he need such a thing? He was only 11, with neither the intent nor the means to pursue such matters. Ignoring the shopkeeper's lecherous grin as he departed, Ivan turned into a narrow alley and finally spotted a half-tipped sign, faintly revealing the word potions, amidst the overwhelming, peculiar scent of strange concoctions. Ivan covered his nose as he entered the room, failing to spot the proprietor. He could only faintly discern green smoke wafting from the far end. Just as he prepared to utter a word to capture the other's attention, a voice emerged from within. Basic potion ingredients lay at the entrance, with compound tonics and growth enhancers nestled in a nearby cabinet. The alluring elixir and vitality restorative were, however, off the market for ungraduated young wizards. No amount of money would suffice. Ivan instinctively approached the area where the potion materials were displayed. Fortunately, his knowledge of potions had successfully ascended to a level 4 standard in recent days, and he quickly organized the materials required for the bloodline fusion potion. To prevent anyone from deducing the potion formula based on his selections, Ivan also picked out some unnecessary herbs and made slight adjustments to the quantities. Once he had made his selections, the patched-up old Rick opened the door, emanating a pungent scent of potion, precisely what Ivan had caught a whiff of outside the shop. "What do you intend to do with all these materials?" Old Rick assumed Ivan was merely in search of growth enhancers, only to discover he had chosen a multitude of ingredients. "I have the funds to practice," Ivan replied, placing 9 gold galleons upon the table. Instantly, Old Rick fell silent, quietly accepting the money before producing 12 silver sickles to hand to Ivan. "Where are the bone herb and bloodroot?" Ivan inquired, accepting the remaining silver sickles. Old Rick's expression shifted. He leaned forward, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Ivan. After a long pause, he spoke. "I do not know what peculiar recipes you unearthed in the Hogwarts library, but I strongly advise against indiscriminate experimentation. Both the bone herb and bloodroot are prohibited materials, used only in the rarest of advanced potions. What if I offered double the gold galleons?" Ivan asked. 3 galleons per ounce for bone herb, 2 galleons per ounce for bloodroot, and 7 sickles, Old Rick replied, his eyes brimming with derision. "And if I double that?" Ivan furrowed his brow. "No, that was before." Old Rick chuckled. "Why don't you just steal it?" Ivan nearly blurted out, fully aware that in Diagon Alley, an ounce of dragon liver fetched 17 sickles, with dragon blood likely priced similarly. Even with the dragon breeding causing a price drop, these were still top-tier materials. Why then did one bone herb and bloodroot command such exorbitant prices? "I told you, they're contraband. Each sale requires a corresponding record, and no establishment would sell to a young wizard like you," Old Rick noted, sensing that the young wizard before him lacked sufficient galleons. Despite his waning interest, he still offered a warning. Ivan sighed, dismissing the notion of acquiring the bone herb and bloodroot through purchase. Having previously made a significant profit from gambling, coupled with his existing funds, he had only 11 galleons in total, still quite far from gathering all the necessary ingredients. He contemplated whether to utilize flue powder to transport himself to Diagon Alley to ascertain the prices, lest he be swindled by Old Rick. However, Diagon Alley is significantly more perilous than Hogsmeade. Here, one can often find third-year witches and wizards wandering alone, which prompts both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to enforce stringent regulations, ensuring safety is paramount. This is precisely why Ivan dares to venture here alone. Chapter 40, Christmas, in Diagon Alley or Noctur Alley. Unless one is brewing polyjuice potion or has significantly enhanced their abilities, Ivan has no intention of visiting. For first-year wizard, venturing there alone is far too dangerous. Ivan turned and departed, purchasing a bottle of odor-eliminating potion before tossing 12 sickles to Old Rick, leaving without a backward glance. He knew that a certain location must possess both fluxweed and bloodroot, Snape's potion storeroom. Although this endeavor carries considerable risk, Ivan currently has no alternative. Emerging from the secret passage, Ivan promptly made his way to the room of requirement, stating, "I require a space for potion brewing." In an instant, the door to the room of requirement swung open, revealing an unfamiliar space adorned with numerous bottles and an array of potion-making apparatus. The only disappointment for Ivan was that the cabinets intended for potion storage were empty, lacking even the most basic herbs. Indeed, the room of requirement has its limitations. Ivan lamented, as he had hoped to procure some potion ingredients without cost. Finding a cabinet, Ivan stored all the materials he had purchased inside for easy access during future potion brewing, leaving only the odor-eliminating potion behind. After completing this task, he departed without regret. On his way, sharp-eyed Ivan fortuitously spotted the furtive figure of Quirrell lurking on the 4th floor. A thought sparked in Ivan's mind, prompting him to consult the Marauder's map to confirm the whereabouts of Snape and the other professors. A plan suddenly materialized in his mind. Ivan invited both of them to warm themselves by the fireplace in the common room, employing the transfiguration charm to create transparent windbreaks to shield against drafts, thereby making the entire room somewhat cozier. However, this proved troublesome for the owls delivering messages, as several collided with the side of the windbreaks, scattering a multitude of envelopes across the floor. Ivan approached the window and removed the windbreak. Outside, the unfortunate Quirrell was being pelted by a barrage of magically enhanced snowballs. desperately covering his head. Ivan even witnessed one particularly formidable snowball striking Quirrell squarely on the back of his head, eliciting a chuckle of concern for the Weasley twins. It seems only these two would dare to play such pranks on Quirrell. One wonders if this constitutes the pinnacle of their mischief. Thus, when Professor McGonagall arrived to take attendance of the students remaining at school, Ivan unhesitatingly signed his name, a gesture echoed by Harry as well. What delighted Harry even more was that Ron and the Weasley brothers would also remain at school, as their parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. What have I discovered?" Malfoy exclaimed dramatically, gazing at Harry, before turning to Ron. "And you, Weasley, your mother must have felt she had too many children to care for you." Enraged, Ron charged at Malfoy and threw a punch. But Malfoy drew his wand in an attempt to retaliate, with his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, closing in. However, Ivan was quicker, casting a disarming spell that snatched Malfoy's wand away. The two dim-witted brutes, Crabbe and Goyle, were swiftly incapacitated by a couple of leg-locking spells, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Without the means to defend himself, Malfoy was forced to take the full brunt of Ron's right hook. Ron was intent on continuing the assault when an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Malfoy, blocking Ron's fist. With a stern expression, Snape descended the staircase, casually waving his wand to dissolve the enchantments afflicting Crabbe and Goyle before addressing Ivan and the others. "Fighting among classmates and the reckless use of magic will cost Gryffindor 10 points. Professor, it was Malfoy." Harry attempted to argue, but Snape interjected. "Now, it is 15 points. Ivan interrupted Harry and Ron, realizing that facing Snape together would be futile, given their inability to overpower him and the fact that Snape was a professor. Further protest would only lead to greater loss. Snape, having no further intention of punishing Ivan and the others, cast a disappointed glance at Malfoy before turning to leave. Malfoy, furious, climbed to his feet, glared at Crabbe and Goyle, who had been easily subdued by Ivan, and followed Snape, strutting past the three, despite the swelling on his face. "Snape is deliberately making things difficult for us. I bet he was behind the troubles with your broom last time, Harry," Ron complained. This term, Snape has deducted nearly 100 points from Gryffindor. Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ron's sentiment. Compared to the harmless Professor Quirrell, Snape was indeed far more likely to be the culprit. This time, Ivan refrained from defending Snape, as the professor had a remarkable talent for inciting animosity, even earning Ivan's discontent. However, this was fortuitous, as Ivan had previously hesitated about sneaking into Snape's potion storeroom to pilfer some powdered bicornhorn. But now he found himself less troubled by such thoughts. He merely awaited the right opportunity. Chapter 41. The Deathly Hallows and Gifts. Days later, the opportunity Ivan had been waiting for had yet to present itself. Quirrell seemed to have grown increasingly cautious, with several days passing without any significant activity. As for the remaining time, Ivan spent half in the library and the other half with the Weasley brothers. With their newfound financial resources, they eagerly embarked on their ambitious endeavors, taking advantage of the holiday to delve into the art of magical item creation. As a special advisor, Ivan naturally joined the endeavor. Since the beginning of the semester, the production of magical items, which had seen no growth, finally achieved a breakthrough to level 1. As a testament to his advancement in crafting magical artifacts, Ivan decided to present a unique set of wizarding flags as a Christmas gift for Ron, allowing him to save some galleons in the process. To Hermione, he gifted his handwritten reading notes, filled with numerous spellcasting tips that he believed the young would appreciate. As for Harry's present, after much contemplation, Ivan could not recall any particular preferences, so he opted for a small, charming Christmas box. Upon opening it, 4 little figures would spring out, dancing in circles while joyfully singing festive carols. These figures represented Harry, Ron, Hermione, and himself. From the Weasley brothers, Ivan sent a few fattening fudge candies, which he had ingeniously crafted in imitation of their original creations, hoping the brothers would be pleasantly surprised upon tasting them. Simultaneously, Ivan eagerly anticipated the gifts he would receive the following day. As he unwrapped the first gift, he heard Ron exclaim excitedly beside him, "Wow, this wizard flag is so cool, Ivan. How did you manage this?" Ron was busy examining the flag Ivan had gifted him. During the crafting process, Ivan had adorned these flags with exquisite and magnificent designs. The soldiers transformed into various wizards clad in robes, while knights were replaced by unicorns, night steeds, and other formidable creatures. The Red King was depicted as a white-bearded old man, which Ron recognized as Dumbledore, though he could not identify the Black King. Though the rules remained unchanged, the configuration suggested a wizarding war, with Ivan enhancing the battlefield with magical effects that radiated vibrant lights. Ron was thoroughly enamored, but he still inquired, Who was the opponent of the Red King? Dumbledore? Could be Voldemort? The mere thought sent a shiver down Ron's spine. No, it is Grindelwald. Ivan clarified. Who is that? Harry chimed in, having overheard Ron mention Voldemort. Do you not remember? Dumbledore's greatest achievement, aside from discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, was defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, Ivan reminded them. At that moment, Harry recalled having received a card featuring Dumbledore, which indeed contained that information. It was not until he unwrapped the last package that he revealed a peculiar silvery gray fabric, reminiscent of flowing liquid. What is this? Harry inquired, curiously touching it. This is an invisibility cloak, Ivan remarked, intrigued as he approached to examine the legendary Deathly Hallow, asking, May I touch it? Of course, Harry replied, handing over the cloak, which Ivan eagerly accepted. Simultaneously, he noticed that his system's magical item inventory had been updated with information regarding the invisibility cloak. Magical item, invisibility cloak, Deathly Hallow. Magic power, extremely strong. It is said that this legendary artifact, crafted by Death himself from the cloak of the Grim Reaper, possesses unimaginable magical powers, allowing its wearer to conceal their presence and evade detection. Isn't this merely a permanent, enhanced version of the disillusionment charm? Ivan muttered softly, bemused by the exaggerated claims. From the portrayal in the original text, the Deathly Hallows appear to be more myth than reality in Ivan's eyes. The bearer, Harry, while cloaked in invisibility, is still discernible to figures like Dumbledore and Snape, and even falls prey to Moody's magical eye, unable to escape the scrutiny of Dementors. If the Deathly Hallows merely possess such limitations, their significance seems rather diminished. The Resurrection Stone's function is limited to summoning the souls of the deceased for communication, which hardly aligns with its grandiose name. The only somewhat respectable artifact is the Elder Wand, which bestows considerable power to wizards of Dumbledore and Voldemort's caliber. However, should its master suffer defeat in a duel, the wand's allegiance shifts, making it an unreliable ally. While Ivan expressed his skepticism, he donned the invisibility cloak. To Harry and Ron, Ivan seemed to vanish into thin air. When Harry reached out to where Ivan had been, he encountered a layer of fluid-like membrane. Meanwhile, Ivan, shrouded in the cloak, experienced a peculiar sensation as if a thin veil separated him entirely from the outside world. Observing from within, the exterior took on a hazy, surreal quality. He took a few steps and deliberately made noise to test whether Harry and the others could hear him. Ultimately, he concluded that the invisibility cloak indeed offered some degree of concealment, though it fell short of his expectations of complete invisibility. He wondered how such a tool could receive such high praise. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of this world's enchantments? After experimenting with the cloak for a while, Ivan removed it and returned it to Harry without a trace of reluctance. He realized that he could achieve a similar effect by learning the disillusionment charm in the restricted section, though it would consume more magical energy and could not be sustained indefinitely. Harry and Ron were eager to experience the cloak's effects, while Ivan perused his Christmas gifts. Among them was a bag of sweets, 2 round, irregular objects, a notebook, 10 galleons, and a crescent-shaped pendant inscribed with his name. The 10 galleons were a gift from Harry, which initially puzzled Ivan until he remembered that Harry must have recalled his financial struggles. Being a gift, he accepted them as a precaution. Among the remaining presents, the notebook was signed by Hermione, containing all her notes from classes since the start term, thick enough to resemble a tome. Ivan chuckled, amused that she had thought of him in this regard. The 2 round, unidentified objects were sent by the Weasley twins, lacking any explanation. Yet Ivan could not shake the impression that they resembled the dung bombs from the original story, used for pranks. Ron presented a bag of inexpensive candies, and Ivan attempted to discern any distinctions from other similar cheap items. Yet he gleaned no insight. I did not anticipate you would offer me such an amusing gift. I presumed it was merely another bag of sweets, he remarked. Just then, Ron, who was sharing a new-style wizarding banner with Harry, noticed Ivan's reaction, his freckled face flushing crimson as he stammered. Oh, it's nothing. Candies are delightful enough, and they will last me several days. Ivan quickly waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference, merely surprised that other high-quality gifts had led him to believe Ron's offering might hold some uniqueness. Moreover, Ron, your candies are quite delectable, he added. Harry then opened a similar bag of candies Ron had given him, popped one into his mouth, and though his expression shifted slightly as he bit down, he chuckled in delight. Encouraged by their reassurances, Ron gradually regained his composure from the awkward situation. After all, Mrs. Weasley had only bestowed upon him 2 silver sickles as pocket money before school, and despite his frugality, he had nearly exhausted his funds. After comforting Ron's somewhat fragile spirit, Ivan turned his attention to the last gift, which bore great significance. A Christmas present from his mother, Aisha. It was a crescent-shaped pendant radiating a faint glow, accompanied by an envelope that appeared distinctly different from the others, even moving on its own. Ivan sensed something amiss. This is a howler, he realized. Sure enough, the envelope flew into the air and began to shout. Ivan Halls. The shrill voice persisted for a full half-hour, berating Ivan mercilessly until the letter finally quieted, concluding with a stern warning that the crescent pendant must be worn at all times and could not be removed without her consent. Both Harry and Ron were taken aback by the howler, and once the shouting ceased, Ron rubbed his ears, nearly believing he had gone deaf. Ivan, who sent you that howler? Its volume rivals my mother's, Ron inquired. However, he cannot be blamed, as Ivan was still grappling with how to evade his own circumstances, let alone initiate contact. It's merely a minor conflict. It's not that dramatic. Ivan shook his head, unsure of the situation himself. In truth, having mastered the art of mental closure, Ivan could now independently organize the remnants of his memories, albeit incomplete, extracting valuable information. For instance, his home was a dark magic shop in Nocturne Alley, run by none other than his mother, Aisha Halls. The ability to survive and thrive in the chaotic Nocturne Alley with a child in tow undoubtedly attested to Aisha's formidable capabilities. Aside from possessing a formidable mastery of dark magic, Aisha is also adept at crafting a plethora of both potent and peculiar dark magical artifacts. Indeed, these are dark magical artifacts, not the ordinary kind. In Aisha Hall's words, within the confines of Nocturne Alley, conventional items do not find buyers, only those lethal. Cursed creations can sustain a livelihood. Ivan has come to understand the origins of the magical items he possesses, having absorbed a wealth of knowledge simply by being in proximity to such practices. As for his father, in Ivan's memories, Aisha has scarcely mentioned him, and even when pressed by Ivan, she merely referred to him as that reckless individual who foolishly met his demise. Regarding his mother, Aisha's acquaintances, and others, Ivan's recollections are rather vague. The only solace Ivan finds is that, in his memories, Aisha's wrists are as white as clouds, devoid of any dark magic markings, indicating she is not affiliated with Voldemort's ilk. Nevertheless, even with this, the stigma of being a dark sorceress remains unshakable. Ivan gazed apprehensively at the crescent-shaped pendant on the table, harboring doubts about its potential to harbor some dark enchantment that might invoke a distant retribution upon him. After all, it is family. Surely it could not be that terrifying, could it? Swallowing hard, Ivan speculated that it might serve as a tracking device capable of pinpointing his location. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he reached out to touch the pendant, directing his gaze toward the system's magical item inventory. Ever since he had learned its usage, this inventory had long been repurposed by Ivan as an identification tool. Un magical item, crescent pendant. Power strong. Description: this is a magical artifact meticulously crafted with a plethora of precious metals, designed to shield the bearer from a single lethal attack. Once its magical energy is depleted, it will automatically disintegrate. Note: only a high-intensity lethal attack can activate its effect, containing not merely magical power, but something more profound. Ivan stood in a daze for quite some time, ultimately sighing as he draped the crescent pendant around his neck. Strangely, he found himself hoping it contained some form of dark magic. Chapter 43 Indeed, the potion was pilfered by Snape himself. Acquiring a life-saving crescent pendant did not alleviate Ivan's anxiety. Rather, it reinforced his resolve to hastily concoct the bloodline fusion potion and amplify his own abilities, prompting him to act with increasing audacity. Unfortunately, Quirrell maintained a decorous demeanor throughout the entire holiday, just as Ivan was about to despair and seek alternative means. On the third day of the new term, Quirrell's name suddenly began to move swiftly across the Marauder's map before vanishing into the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps Quirrell's clandestine activities were the reason his name rarely overlapped with others on the map, indicating that Ivan alone among the entire school was privy to Quirrell's whereabouts. What further delighted Ivan was that Snape was also absent from his office at that moment. The opportunity had indeed arrived. Harry nodded, still haunted by apprehension, acknowledging that 10 points were deducted by him. Hermione was equally incensed. After all, the justification for Snape's deduction of points today was utterly ludicrous. She had merely attempted to assist Seamus in correcting his errors, only to find herself penalized by Snape for allegedly interfering with others. Ivan sighed, for his situation was quite the opposite. His points were deducted for neglecting to address the mistakes of fellow students. It was evident that Snape was venting his frustrations on the Gryffindor students today. Ron grumbled incessantly. and Hermione finally seized the opportunity to share a piece of information she had come across. I heard that Snape's potion storeroom was robbed, resulting in the loss of many precious ingredients. He even threatened to search the entire Hogwarts during a third-year class, she recounted. Ron speculated. I reckon Snape has offended too many people. Someone must be seeking revenge. If only he could be as fair in class as Professor McGonagall. Who would bother him otherwise? Hermione and Harry joined in the speculation, though they failed to reach any conclusions. Ivan, what do you think? Hermione inquired, noticing Ivan's silence and feeling somewhat curious. It could very well be that Snape orchestrated it himself, Ivan remarked casually. Snape? Harry and the others were baffled. Why would Snape steal his own potions? Oh wait, he doesn't need to steal. It's a storeroom. Ivan merely hinted, recalling the trapdoor beneath the three-headed dog. Someone has always sought to access it, and only Hagrid knows how. Polyjuice potion. Hermione immediately grasped Ivan's implication. Snape must be attempting to disguise himself as someone familiar to Hagrid to extract information. Harry's excitement surged, as he remembered seeing Snape's thigh injured a few days prior. He must need to brew numerous potions for his recovery, but he cannot let Dumbledore discover this. So he pretended that the ingredients were stolen. After all, while the potion storeroom was located in Snape's office, it was technically Hogwarts property, and the school bore the expenses for most potion ingredients. Harry felt as though he had uncovered the truth and eagerly shared his theory with Ivan, Hermione, and Ron. It must be just as you say, Harry. We should inform Professor Dumbledore immediately to thwart Snape's nefarious plan, Ron exclaimed, invigorated by a newfound sense of responsibility and purpose. Ivan felt a bit embarrassed, having not anticipated that his casual remark would lead Harry and the others to such elaborate conclusions. I never knew you possessed such vivid imaginations. Snape's deep voice suddenly resonated from behind the four. Ron, filled with enthusiasm, jolted in shock, the fervor in his heart extinguished in an instant. Professor, Harry stammered, turning slowly to face him. Hermione was also quite frightened, but Ivan feigned terror as he had deliberately spoken those words for Snape's benefit. Snape approached the four of them, slowly bending down, his hollow eyes scrutinizing them, his hooked nose nearly poking Harry's forehead. After all, they had uncovered Snape's greatest secret. However, to Harry's astonishment, Snape did not draw his wand, nor did he cast them out of the window. He merely uttered the words, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor, before hastily departing. He lets off? Harry found it hard to believe. But didn't he deduct points? Ivan reminded him. We have learned his greatest secret. If we inform Professor Dumbledore, it would spell disaster for him. Harry hardly regarded the deducted house points. After all, it was not the first time he had experienced such a loss, and he had grown accustomed to it. Snape had just taken the route to the headmaster's office. Ivan shook his head, fully aware that Snape was going to report the situation to Dumbledore. And when did we ever learn Snape's secret? Wasn't it merely our conjecture moments ago? Anyone could have a motive to navigate past the three-headed dog. I find Quirrell quite suspicious, Ivan pondered with a contemplative expression. Harry and the others fell silent. After all, who was the first to suggest Snape's involvement? It had led them to speculate in this direction, ultimately resulting in Snape catching them red-handed. Ivan, you must be hiding something from us. Hermione's amber eyes fixed intently on Ivan, attempting to glean something from his expression. Indeed, I just remembered that I indulged in an extra slice of cake at lunch, and hadn't had the chance to tell you, Ivan jested, diverting the topic. While inwardly, he quietly apologized to the three. The potions that Snape had lost were naturally stolen by him, and to avoid detection, he had deliberately taken some ingredients for the Polyjuice potion and healing potions, as well as a few additional items. The aim was to create confusion. After all, if one disregarded his unpredictable nature, the most likely candidate in need of these items would be Quirrell. Chapter 44. Let us raise a dragon. However, Snape was clearly a clever and suspicious individual. Being direct with him could potentially arouse suspicion, so Ivan had to be indirect. He guided Harry and the others to deduce the matter in another way, ultimately ensuring that it reached Snape's ears for him to contemplate on his own, which was the appropriate approach for dealing with a cunning individual. In truth, Ivan had not anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly. Initially, he believed that Snape's potion storage would be riddled with traps, yet to his surprise, there were none at all. Reflecting on the second-year Hermione from the original story, who was able to steal potion ingredients for the Polyjuice potion from Snape, Ivan understood the situation. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Ivan still utilized a scent-removing potion afterward to prevent Snape from detecting him. Hermione, where are you going? Harry inquired, perplexed. Thus, by simply inquiring whether anyone has recently approached Hagrid with such questions, we may uncover the next clue, Harry exclaimed with enthusiasm. Clever. Hermione nodded in agreement. Ivan, too, held no objections, Visiting Hagrid now seemed prudent, as they were uncertain if he had already procured the dragon egg. The trio swiftly made their way to Hagrid's quaint hut, where they noticed an unusual sight: thick smoke billowing from the chimney above the fireplace. Hermione, taking the lead, boldly knocked on Hagrid's door, and upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of intense heat. Harry and Ron furrowed their brows in discomfort, as the warmth was overwhelming. After all, even in the midst of winter, such heat seemed excessive. Within a mere minute of entering, beads of perspiration began to form on their foreheads, while Ivan felt a surge of joy, his gaze fixating on the roaring fire against the wall. More precisely, it was drawn to the large, sooty egg that rested in the heart of the flames. "Come, have something to eat. Don't be shy," Hagrid warmly offered, presenting a large bowl of rock cakes and some jerky on the table. He plopped himself down precisely in front of the fireplace, his massive frame obstructing Ivan's view. Hermione and Harry soon sensed something amiss with Hagrid. His demeanor appeared unusually tense, and rather than opening a window for relief, he preferred to wipe the sweat from his brow in the stifling room. "Hagrid, why have you made the room so hot?" Ron complained, his discontent palpable. This only deepened Hermione's suspicions, yet she recognized that there were more pressing matters at hand. Remembering the purpose of their visit, she urgently inquired, "Hagrid, we've come to ask you some questions. Snape's potion storeroom has been robbed, and we suspect that the thief may be posing as someone you know to extract information about Norway. Has anyone unfamiliar approached you recently inquiring about Norway? But who besides you would ask?" "No one else has inquired," Hagrid replied, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he scanned the group. Hermione's statement had sparked a realization, and Hagrid now questioned their authenticity. Otherwise, why would they show such interest in matters concerning Norway? Suddenly, Hagrid glanced around, sensing that someone was missing. "Where's Ivan?" he asked, puzzled. Initially, Harry and the others were outraged by Hagrid's doubts, but they soon noticed that Ivan had vanished from his previous spot. Just then, they heard Ivan's voice emanate from behind Hagrid. "Is this a dragon egg? It doesn't look very impressive," he remarked. Hagrid jolted upright, spinning around to look behind him. Only then did Hermione and the others manage to glimpse Ivan standing beside the cauldron, as well as the enormous, dark egg that was roughly the size of their heads, resting in the center of the cauldron. "That's a dragon egg. Hagrid, where on earth did you acquire this? It must have cost you a fortune," Ron exclaimed, recognizing it instantly as he eagerly squeezed in beside Ivan, with Harry also leaning closer to marvel at the rare sight of the dragon egg. Only Hermione noticed the various books laid out on the table, such as Raising Dragons for Leisure and Profit, 12 Important Considerations for Dragon Rearing, and From Novice to Dragon Master, among others. Hagrid, with his thick, calloused hands covering his face, realized that he could no longer keep his secret. It is illegal to privately raise dragons, and, if discovered, one could find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban. Although Hermione was also intrigued by the dragon egg, she felt compelled to voice her concerns. "Do not worry, it will not be discovered," Hagrid reassured, thumping his chest. "I've long desired to raise a dragon, and I know how to care for them. There will be no mistakes." However, Hermione was apprehensive, for a dragon is indeed a massive creature that grows at an alarming rate. Before a month had passed, Hagrid's little hut would surely burst at the seams. Anxiously, Hermione turned to persuade Hagrid alongside Ivan, but before she could speak, she heard Ivan's excited voice. "Once it hatches, can I help take care of it, Hagrid? I think it should be a Norwegian Ridgeback." Hagrid was taken aback that Ivan could identify the dragon breed merely by seeing the egg. Even he had only discerned it after consulting various texts. This indicated that Ivan possessed considerable knowledge about dragons. "Of course, as long as it does not interfere with your classes. However, I must warn you, it may be a bit challenging," Hagrid consented, nodding. Ivan's eager demeanor made Hagrid feel as though he had found a kindred spirit. Ivan, having been aware of Hagrid's plans to raise a dragon, had already perused several related books and possessed a fair understanding of husbandry knowledge. The two immediately delved into an animated discussion, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione momentarily sidelined. In Chapter 45, Adding Fire, after exchanging rudimentary dragon training and rearing techniques, Ivan boldly suggested that perhaps increasing the temperature could accelerate the hatching process. No sooner had he spoken than he considered throwing some log into the boiler for a roaring flame, but this audacious idea was promptly curtailed by Hagrid. "What nonsense! If the temperature rises too high, the egg will cook, Ivan. We are not here to discuss how to raise dragons." Observing that the two seemed increasingly engrossed in their conversation, Harry quickly interjected. Ivan silently lamented, "I am here to raise dragons." Yet he noticed Hermione's peculiar gaze directed at him, and promptly shifted the topic to Hagrid. "Hagrid, could you tell us how you acquired this dragon egg?" "Of course. I won it. A few days ago, I was playing cards with a stranger at the pub, and to be honest, that fellow was likely eager to be rid of it. Hagrid replied, pride radiating from his large face. How many could claim to have won a dragon egg at the card table? What did that person look like? Were they interested in your three-headed dog, Norbert? Hermione began to sense that something was amiss. Having indulged in a bit of drink, I confided to him that Norwegians possess an unparalleled affinity for music, and with it, slumber is easily attained. Hagrid spoke with an air of self-satisfaction, only to swiftly realize the gravity of his words, as though he had inadvertently divulged something of great consequence. Who is that person? Harry inquired with urgency. It must be Snape, or perhaps Quirrell. They are undoubtedly engaged in some nefarious activity. Ron felt increasingly convinced that their earlier speculations in the corridor were indeed correct. The fervor that Snape had extinguished in him was rekindled. Is it related to that Nicholas Flamel you mentioned last time? Harry pondered, finally posing the question. Hagrid, can you reveal to us what lies beneath the trapdoor? Hermione, filled with curiosity, fixed her gaze upon Hagrid. In the past few days, she had scoured the Hogwarts library, examining nearly 2 centuries' worth of notable figures, yet found no mention of Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid, however, resolutely refused to divulge even the slightest detail, merely stating that it was not their concern. He would inform Dumbledore of his misstep, even at the risk of punishment. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Ivan suddenly interjected after a prolonged silence. How do you know it's the Philosopher's Stone? Hagrid exclaimed, astonished, for he had said nothing at all. Unbeknownst to him, his utterance only served to validate Ivan's claim. The Philosopher's Stone? What is it? What does it do? Ivan, how did you come to know this? Harry pressed urgently. I stumbled upon it while crafting a Wizard-S banner and reviewing professor profiles. Harry, do you remember what the last line on the card you received about Professor Dumbledore said? It mentioned that he and his partner Nicholas Flamel were remarkably successful in alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone was created by the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, Ivan elucidated. Since Harry and the others had already extracted information regarding the three-headed dog from Hagrid, Ivan believed there was no longer any reason to conceal the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it would not be long before Harry and his friends would discover it. As for its purpose, the Philosopher's Stone could transmute any metal into pure gold and concoct the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consumed it. Its creator, Nicholas Flamel, was over 600 years old this year. At this juncture, Ivan felt a pang of envy. This was an object capable of bestowing eternal life. One could only wonder what mindset led Flamel to destroy such a treasure. Were it not for Ivan's knowledge that the Philosopher's Stone was a deliberate bait set by Dumbledore, perpetually under his watchful eye, he might have been tempted to attempt a heist. If Ivan felt this way, one could only imagine the reaction of Harry and his companions upon first hearing of the stone's formidable powers. The ability to turn stone into gold represented boundless wealth, while the elixir of life promised everlasting existence. Securing the Philosopher's Stone would mean obtaining everything they ever desired. No wonder Snape or Professor Quirrell would dare to covet it, for who could resist the allure of a stone capable of generating gold? Ron couldn't help but marvel at the prospect. Fortunately, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were merely 11 or 12 years old. The concept of immortality held little allure for them. Aside from Ron's fleeting daydream of how to profit from the Philosopher's Stone, both Harry and Hermione exhibited scant interest in it. Listen, the matter of the Philosopher's Stone does not concern you. Dumbledore will handle it, Hagrid interjected, solemnly reminding them. Ivan nodded in agreement. The obstacles set by the professors in the original narrative seemed trivial, akin to child's play, capable of deterring Hogwarts students, but utterly ineffective against powerful adult wizards. However, the enchantment Dumbledore placed on the Mirror of Erist was formidable. Only those who truly did not desire the Philosopher's Stone and could suppress their innermost cravings could claim the treasures hidden within. In other words, unless Harry willingly presented himself, neither Quirrell nor Voldemort could acquire what they sought, even if they bombarded the mirror for days on end. Unfortunately, Ivan was acutely aware that Harry and Ron remained oblivious to this fact, perceiving the Philosopher's Stone concealed beneath the trapdoor, as perpetually at risk of falling into the hands of malevolent forces, prompting them to take action. Ultimately, it was the rational Hermione who suggested seeking out Professor Dumbledore to apprise him of the situation and allow him to make the necessary decisions. Ivan had initially intended to remain a passive observer in their discussion, but as he listened, he sensed something amiss. Visit the headmaster's office? No, I would prefer not to, he exclaimed, his complexion suddenly pale, clutching his stomach. I think there might be something wrong with the cake we had for lunch. Alas, before Ivan could showcase his acting prowess, he was swept away by the fervor of Harry and Ron. This was a matter concerning the Philosopher's Stone, potentially affecting the entire school. A mere stomachache could be set aside for the moment. Chapter 46. This is truly touching. Before departing, Hermione managed to obtain the password to the headmaster's office from Hagrid. He specifically implored them not to mention the dragon egg he was hatching to Dumbledore, to which Harry readily agreed. Cockroach cluster. Before the grotesque guardian stone beast, Hermione boldly uttered the password, causing the hidden passage to slowly reveal itself. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office once more, Ivan felt none of the initial trepidation. He had now mastered a rudimentary form of mental shielding sufficient for the time being. After all, there were 4 of them, and it was unlikely that Dumbledore's attention would be solely focused on him. Is Professor Dumbledore not here? The quartet ventured into the headmaster's office, which was meticulously arranged, yet vacant. Harry expressed his disappointment. Ivan felt puzzled. If his deductions were correct, Dumbledore should have just finished listening to Snape's report. Had they rushed off to find Quirrell upon receiving the news? After a brief moment of silent tribute to Quirrell and his thoughts, Ivan noticed some differences in the office since his last visit. A colossal mirror, reaching the ceiling, adorned with resplendent golden patterns along its frame, stood before them. At its pinnacle, a line of engraved text could be discerned, while 2 claw-like feet supported its base, creating an aura of extraordinary uniqueness. Harry, what are you gazing at? Ron approached, tapping Harry on the shoulder. Can you not see? Within this mirror, apart from myself, there are 2 other figures. I believe they must be my parents. Harry, unable to resist, moved closer. In his eyes, the image of his mother extended her arms toward him. He mirrored her gesture, yet ultimately, his fingers met only the smooth, cold surface of the glass. Really? Why can't I see your parents in there? Ron inquired, leaning in, eager to glimpse Harry's parents, only to be confronted with an entirely different scene. Hermione, observing Harry and Ron entranced before the mirror, felt a wave of concern. Cautiously avoiding direct gaze at the mirror, she warned, before you comprehend this object, it would be wise to maintain a distance. It may very well be a perilous, dark, magical artifact. Surely not. This is in the headmaster's office, Ron retorted boldly. Yet his confidence wavered as he noticed Harry, transfixed by the mirror. The mirror of Ariste, Ivan murmured, gazing at the reflective surface with a hint of awe. It seemed his previous suspicions were indeed correct. Dumbledore, that cunning old fox, had no intention of placing the mirror and the Philosopher's Stone where they were meant to reside until he was certain Harry could withstand the trials of the Mirror of Ariste. Mirror of Ariste? Is that its name? Do you know of it? Harry, momentarily forgetting his nostalgia for the figures in the mirror, pressed urgently. I encountered it in a book once, Ivan nodded, yet refrained from disclosing that the tome was titled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. What is its purpose? Why can I see my parents within? Harry pressed on, his eagerness palpable. Could it perhaps foretell the future? Surely, I am destined to become head boy someday, right? Ron chimed in, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he regarded Ivan. Harry, however, was skeptical of Ron's assertions. After all, his parents had perished. If the mirror could predict the future, did it imply that they might one day resurrect? The function of the Mirror of Ariste is to evoke the deepest desires of one's heart. In essence, what you yearn for most is what you will behold, Ivan clarified, shaking his head to dismiss Ron's conjecture. Disappointment washed over Harry and Ron, recognizing that what they beheld was but an illusion, a mere manifestation of their innermost longings. Nonetheless, they soon rallied, encouraging Ivan and Hermione to approach the Mirror of Ariste and discover what their desires might reveal. Ivan hesitated, yet Hermione, emboldened, stepped forward, eager to unveil what the mirror might showcase after grasping its purpose. Hermione, what do you see? Ivan inquired. It appears. Just an ordinary mirror? Hermione pondered, gazing at her own reflection, seemingly unchanged, akin to any routine encounter with a mirror. Just as Harry and the others began to suspect the mirror was malfunctioning, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, "Something seems to have changed." Ivan observed with curiosity as he glanced over. Hermione, her cheeks flushed with joy, remarked, "My front teeth appear to have shortened a bit in the mirror. I believe it looks much better now. What does this signify as the most coveted desire?" Harry and Ron were momentarily at a loss for words. They would have preferred to see a few bags of snacks in the mirror instead. Hermione, however, held a different opinion, gazing contentedly at her reflection, firmly believing that what she desired at this moment was exactly this. She wouldn't exchange it for the Philosopher's Stone. "Honestly, I think you look quite lovely as you are." Ivan chuckled softly, surprised that Hermione's greatest wish at this moment was to have her front teeth fixed. After all, they were rather charming as they were. Really? Hermione's spirits lifted, her already rosy cheeks seeming to deepen in color. Harry and Ron sensed an odd atmosphere. as if they were superfluous, and quickly urged, "Ivan, why don't you take a look too?" "Yes, we are all quite curious about what you will see." Ivan nodded, feeling intrigued, and moved to the position Harry had vacated, peering into the mirror. He had expected to witness a scene of himself triumphantly defeating Dumbledore and kicking Voldemort. But alas, such visions were absent. Instead, the mirror revealed a modest living room with an ordinary family of 3. In the center stood a boy of less than 20, who bore no resemblance to the current Ivan. The boy appeared vibrant and lively, holding a gleaming university acceptance letter, while his parents joyfully gathered around him, seemingly engaged in conversation. Although Ivan could not hear their words, it was evident that they were immensely happy. This was a sight Ivan had never encountered before. He had always envisioned his life before crossing over as one filled with sterile hospital rooms, his parents' worried expressions, and the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. "Ivan, what did you see in the mirror?" Harry noticed that Ivan's eyes seemed misty and gently patted him on the shoulder. "I just saw myself after years of hard work. Finally becoming the Minister of Magic after graduation. It was truly moving." Chapter 47. Professor, where are your principles? Confronted with Ivan's emotional response, Ron found himself at a loss for words. Harry, too, wished to voice his doubts about the significance of such emotions, but upon witnessing Ivan's earnest expression, he swallowed his remarks. At that moment, a voice, aged yet composed, resonated in their ears. "Facing pain is not a disgrace, Harry." It was Dumbledore's voice, and Ivan recognized it instantly. In the next moment, he activated his cerebral closure spell at full capacity, expending 100 academic points to activate the Scholar Experience card mode, which provided him with a semblance of security as he turned to look behind him. At the doorway of the headmaster's office stood Dumbledore, with his white hair and long beard, having quietly arrived at some unknown time. "Professor," Harry exclaimed in surprise, his heart suddenly filled with trepidation, for they had used the enchanted mirror without permission. Dumbledore stepped forward, gently patting Harry on the head, before turning his gaze towards Ivan. "What Hall's just articulated is indeed correct. This is the mirror of Ariste, which reveals our innermost, most fervent desires. In the past, many have succumbed to the allure of these deceptive illusions, squandering their days and even becoming obsessed, for they were unsure whether what they beheld in the mirror was authentic or if it could ever be realized. I hope you do not follow in their footsteps." Dumbledore added, "Halls, would you mind sharing what you saw in the mirror?" Dumbledore inquired suddenly. Ivan hesitated momentarily, contemplating an excuse to deflect the question. Yet ultimately he took a breath and spoke truthfully. "Family. Ah, I should have anticipated that," Dumbledore murmured, visibly moved. "Professor, what did you see in the mirror of Ariste?" Ivan hurriedly asked, not wishing to let Dumbledore ponder for too long. "I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks," Dumbledore replied. Ivan smirked, understanding that Dumbledore was using the socks as a metaphor for familial affection. Yet he couldn't help but internally scoff. Who was it that spoke of confronting pain head-on? After a brief moment, Harry, having emerged from his emotional reverie of seeing his parents in the mirror, suddenly remembered the purpose of their visit and interjected urgently. "Professor, we are here to report that a mysterious figure in a black cloak received information from Hagrid about a way through the trapdoor. He likely intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone you have hidden below. Do not rush. You may take a seat and explain at your leisure," Dumbledore responded, seemingly already aware of the situation, waving his wand to conjure 4 chairs and inviting them to sit. After they nodded and settled, Dumbledore spoke again. "Could you first tell me how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone? Isn't it the clues you left behind?" Ivan thought to himself, but to prevent Harry and the others from revealing anything inappropriate, he preemptively spoke before they could. "We learned from Hagrid that what lies beneath the trapdoor is connected to someone named Nicholas Flamel, and we discovered he is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Who do you suspect would undertake such an endeavor?" Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement of Ivan's explanation. "We suspect Snape, or perhaps Professor Quirrell," Harry hastily replied. "Professor, do you not believe us?" Ron asked anxiously. "No, I certainly believe you," Dumbledore reassured Ron and the others, before continuing in a grave tone. "But I also trust the professors at this school. They would not engage in such actions." Harry was about to retort when he noticed Dumbledore gesturing for silence. "The protection of the Philosopher's Stone does not rest solely upon the 3-headed dog, Fluffy. Every professor has established a safeguard below, including both Snape and Quirrell. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone is quite secure down there," Dumbledore added. "Then, if there are no adversaries, why did you bring the Philosopher's Stone to the school and establish so many defenses?" Ivan easily identified the loopholes in Dumbledore's words and inquired aloud. Having found an opportunity to report Chino, Ivan eagerly hinted to Dumbledore to swiftly eliminate this potential threat. Handing over an enemy with a professorial rank who has ties to the Dark Lord to these newly admitted young wizards. Does your conscience not ache, Professor? Ivan internally scoffed. Yet he did not forget to simultaneously employ his mind-closing technique, creating plausible, false memories. During the previous exchange, Ivan had keenly noticed that Dumbledore had utilized the memory charm 3 times. Once when Harry recounted the events, once when the Philosopher's Stone was mentioned, and once when they were asked whom they suspected. Of course, each instance of memory probing was brief, likely only to ascertain whether they were lying or concealing something. Thanks to the extraordinary enhancement of the mind-closing technique under the experience card mode, coupled with Dumbledore not exerting his full strength, Ivan successfully concealed his true thoughts. It is because I happen upon information that a very dangerous individual intends to target the Philosopher's Stone, but it is neither Snape nor Chino, Ivan stated. Dumbledore regarded him with appreciation, offering no further explanation, and instead turned his attention to the mirror of Ariste. Very well, Professor, let us proceed. Convinced that Dumbledore had no intention of addressing Chino at that moment, Ivan was eager to depart. He did not wish to linger before Dumbledore for even a second longer. Harry opened his mouth, brimming with questions and thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from voicing them, exiting the headmaster's office alongside the others. Once the 4 had left the office, Dumbledore stood before the mirror of Ariste, lost in contemplation for a prolonged period, before suddenly speaking. Severus, what is your perspective? Chapter 48, The Blood-Melding Potion. I have mentioned before that their imagination is exceptionally vivid. Snape's figure materialized from the side of the headmaster's office, his expression dark and displeased. Having witnessed the entire affair through the disillusionment charm, Snape was acutely aware of Harry's accusation against him. He felt that perhaps the deducted points were insufficient. Lacking the necessary deterrent, he ought to strive for greater effectiveness next time. This is not merely imagination. It is far more likely to be reality, Dumbledore warned, casting a slightly exasperated glance at Snape. Were it not for Snape's frequent targeting of Harry, he would not have been regarded as the primary suspect by the latter. However, Dumbledore understood Snape's complex feelings towards Harry and knew he could not persuade Snape to alter his behavior. And so, Snape fixed Dumbledore with a hollow gaze. Speaking in a subdued tone, it is now quite clear regarding Chino. He undoubtedly has connections with Voldemort. How do you intend to deal with him? Surely you do not believe that the clumsy traps beneath the trapdoor are sufficient to deter Chino, or the Dark Lord himself? Snape questioned, perplexed, before suddenly realizing something. Or are those trials meant for Potter and the others? Snape regarded Dumbledore with a sardonic expression. To have a few first-year wizards navigate through perilous challenges to confront the Dark Lord? Ah, what a grand adventure. Severus Snape's tone grew increasingly irate. He wondered if Dumbledore had recently indulged in too many biographies or perhaps succumbed to senility. For how else could one entertain such absurd notions? Severus, Dumbledore interjected, interrupting Snape's discourse. You should be well aware that I cannot perpetually shield Harry. Some degree of growth is essential. At the very least, I still possess the ability to keep the dangers within a manageable scope. Here, Dumbledore paused. A deeper weariness etched upon his features. I have grown old. I can feel my strength waning. Unlike Tom, who, though currently feeble, will inevitably regain his power as long as he remains alive, perhaps even surpassing his former might. If we fail to discover a means for him to resist death, we shall find ourselves utterly powerless. Within a manageable scope, that is the Dark Lord. Snape questioned, each word laced with incredulity. Though he recognized the truth in Dumbledore's assertions, he could not reconcile it with his own beliefs. Indeed, Harry bore the protective magic laid by Lily, rendering Voldemort unable to touch him or inflict direct harm. Yet this magic was not invincible. Voldemort could easily circumvent such limitations, leading to Harry's demise through other means. Let's not forget, a single curse could reduce Harry to mere ashes. Nothing is absolutely secure, Severus. You ought to be fully aware of the prophecy's contents. We must prepare for the worst. Dumbledore insisted. Do you believe you will not live to see that day? Thus, entrusting your hopes to Trelawney's madwoman's prophecy? With the Philosopher's Stone, you could prolong your life indefinitely. Snape gazed at Dumbledore in disappointment, unable to comprehend why the man hailed as the greatest wizard of the century would place his hopes in the hands of an 11-year-old child. The Philosopher's Stone lay within reach. Immortality was at hand, and Dumbledore had ample time to address the matter. Sometimes, living indefinitely is not necessarily a boon, Dumbledore remarked, diverting his gaze from the mirror of Ariste to Snape. Moreover, I mentioned that this is under the direst of circumstances. Things may proceed more favorably than anticipated. Dumbledore spoke with a lightness that belied the furrowed brow he could not relax. After all, the events of a decade prior served as the most compelling testament to the prophecy, leaving him no choice but to believe, which fueled his urgency in nurturing Harry. "I only hope you remember our agreement," Snape declared, his countenance darkening as he refrained from further words and exited the headmaster's office. Even if Dumbledore was reluctant to take action, he felt compelled to engage in whatever efforts he could muster. For instance, he sought to warn Quirrell. Evan, who was unwilling to squander his academic points, seized the opportunity with the time remaining to find an excuse to divert Harry and the others. He made his way alone to the potion's storeroom within the Room of Requirement, where he began to brew a bloodline fusion potion. He retrieved the pre-prepared potion ingredient from the storeroom shelves: nettle, black hellebore petals, mouse's ear, and the horns of a black bat. Following the prescribed steps, Evan placed each ingredient into the cauldron, adhering meticulously to the methodology provided by the system. In the process of grinding and mixing, under the remarkable enhancement of his cognitive speed, Ivan executed each step with impeccable precision, entirely devoid of any oversight, as if he were a seasoned practitioner rather than a novice. It became evident to him why, in the state of the Scholar Experience card, one only needed a level 4 proficiency in potions to concoct a potion that typically required a level 6 expertise. The amplification of this state was indeed formidable. A plethora of precious herbs was added to the cauldron, resulting in a chaotic concoction, murky and exuding a pungent aroma. Ultimately, the addition of dragon's blood would signify completion. Remaining time, 0:11:09. After approximately 30 minutes, Ivan glanced at the system interface to check the remaining time on the experience card. The pace of potion brewing exceeded his initial expectations. He had mentally prepared to expend 100 academic points. With 11 minutes left, Ivan devoted himself to practicing transformation and levitation spells, which are not constrained by location. Managing to elevate his transformation spell to nearly level 4 before he contentedly departed from the wish-granting room. Could it possibly be his fault? Or should he flee? Chapter 49. What does it matter to me if Snape's potion was stolen? However, it was evidently too late to leave now, as George and Fred had already rushed towards Ivan upon catching sight of him. Contrary to Ivan's expectations, the Weasley twins had no intention of engaging him in a scuffle. Instead, George excitedly flailed his arms and spoke in a garbled manner. "Apologies, the fat-tongued toffee was merely a jest. Would you like me to lift the curse?" Ivan shrugged, indicating his inability to comprehend George's words, yet he still drew his wand. "No need, this gift is splendid." Fred hastily shook his head. His condition was slightly better than George's. Although his speech was slurred, Ivan could barely make out his words. We understood its purpose upon receiving it. Unable to articulate, George resorted to waving his wand to conjure a few words in the air. "Are you still eating it?" Ivan inquired, puzzled. The enlargement of their tongues seemed to pose no hindrance to the Weasley brothers. Instead, they appeared to revel in the experience, finding it quite amusing. "It's called Fat Tongue Toffee? What a delightful name. We plan to feature it as one of the flagship products in our joke shop. Having you as our special consultant was undoubtedly the best decision. By the way, Ivan, did you receive the gift we sent you?" Fred asked. "Is it this?" Ivan produced 2 irregular, round objects from his wizarding robe, having shrunk them to thumb size for ease of transport. "I still haven't figured out how to use it. What exactly did you put inside?" Ivan queried the duo. "That's a dung bomb, a new invention of ours. Its usage is quite simple. Just throw it at someone you dislike. Upon impact, it will explode, splattering them, and the odor will linger for at least an entire day." Fred chuckled with a rather peculiar voice, his tongue lolling as he spoke. Could it possibly be the real thing? Ivan suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from the dung bomb in his hand, nearly discarding it due to its overwhelming repulsiveness. He couldn't help but envision the Weasley twins concocting their materials in the restroom. How could that be? It's utterly revolting. Before Ivan could delve further into his thoughts, Fred hastily interrupted him, his tongue still flapping. "The scent comes from a blend of several foul herbs we mixed together. It merely resembles the real deal." Upon learning about the production process of the dung bomb, Ivan let out a sigh of relief, only to observe George brandishing his wand as he elaborated. "Moreover, using the genuine article is far too troublesome. Fred and I initially intended to use some animal droppings, but after several days of collection, we found the amount to be insufficient. When the time comes for mass production, we simply won't have enough raw materials. We had no choice but to substitute with foul herbs. After all, we can't be squatting in animal pens every day to gather that stuff." Fred shot George an exasperated glare, silently pleading for him to refrain from revealing their dubious research history. Ivan nodded in agreement, yet pondered that he had not encountered any scenarios requiring the dung bomb. Perhaps he would simply hold on to it and see who would be unfortunate enough to provoke him next. In the following days, Ivan visited Hagrid's hut almost daily to check on the dragon egg, spending the remainder of his time immersed in the library. Occasionally, he would drop by the room of requirement to monitor the progress of potion brewing or be unexpectedly pulled into developing new Joe products by the Weasley twins. With Hermione as a study catalyst, Ivan's learning efficiency significantly improved, allowing him the luxury to immediately exchange for an experience card upon meeting Dumbledore. Throughout these days, Ivan had roughly comprehended the level classifications provided by the system through his comparisons and estimations. Level 1 represented a novice capable of casting spells, a standard level for most first- and second-year students at Hogwarts. As for the older students, Ivan had witnessed George and Fred casting spells, with most of their magical abilities hovering around level 2, despite their constant pursuit of amusement and headline-making antics. The Weasley twins still ranked among the upper echelon of their peers in spellcasting prowess. After all, they had sneaked into the restricted section to read, and the last confidentiality charm they had learned was pilfered from there. Ivan's sole achievement of reaching level 3 in Transfiguration occurred during one of his magical gadget development sessions, prompting George and Fred to exclaim in astonishment that he was ready to sit for the new Transfiguration exam. Ivan discerned that level 3 spells were equivalent to a graduate's proficiency. As for level 4 spells, he had yet to establish a classification due to the lack of samples for comparison. The only disappointment Ivan faced after several days was the abrupt cessation of his nightly plans to study in the restricted section, as Harry frequently donned the invisibility cloak to sneak out during the late hours. Ivan, after a brief moment of contemplation, deduced that Harry was in pursuit of the Mirror of Erist. Dumbledore had previously informed them in the headmaster's office that the mirror would be relocated, and naturally, Harry, who yearned to see his parents once more, would not relinquish the quest for its whereabouts. This left Ivan lying awake in bed each night, unable to venture anywhere, merely hoping that Dumbledore would soon provide the boy with some psychological counsel. This monotonous existence persisted for 3 days until a letter from Hagrid arrived, announcing that the baby dragon was about to hatch. Consequently, as soon as classes ended, Ivan eagerly maneuvered through the throngs of students, accompanied by Harry, Ron, and the summoned Hermione. After all, who could resist the allure of witnessing a baby dragon hatching up close? However, around a secluded corridor's bend, Ivan unexpectedly encountered the pitiful and trembling Quirrell, cornered by Snape, who was interrogating him with palpable intensity. "You had better come clean. What were you doing in my potion storeroom? Who instructed you to do so? Were you injured by Belladonna? Or was it him? Or were you attempting to brew Polyjuice potion, discerning the means to pass the trials from other professors?" "It wasn't me. I swear I didn't do it." Quirrell's eyes widened in panic as he shook his head fervently. He had heard whispers regarding the theft from Snape's potion storeroom. But why should Quirrell be implicated in Snape's misfortune? Chapter 50. Your petty tricks cannot deceive me. He truly felt wronged. Yet, observing Snape's furious demeanor, Quirrell realized that the latter must possess substantial evidence to confront him. But he was innocent. Who was the scoundrel attempting to frame him? A flurry of wizards, with whom he had a poor rapport, flashed through Quirrell's mind, but they were not present at Hogwarts and were unlikely to travel such a distance to ensnare him. Perplexed, Quirrell could only conclude that he was merely unfortunate, coincidentally encountering a reckless little wizard who had pilfered potions and, due to his prior eccentric behavior, had drawn Snape's suspicion. "I am truly at a loss," Quirrell lamented, on the verge of tears. Despite feeling utterly frustrated, he dared not express it, striving instead to maintain a facade of a timid victim, stammering, "Severus, I assure you, I had nothing to do with the theft." "Is that so? Where were you on the afternoon of the 3rd day of school?" "I have inquired, and no one has seen you." Snape narrowed his eyes, his hollow gaze piercing into Quirrell's. At that moment, Quirrell found himself at a loss for words. He could not divulge that he had secretly ventured into the Forbidden Forest that afternoon, attempting to hunt a unicorn to restore the Dark Lord's powers. "I was in my office all day." Quirrell, in desperation, insisted he had not stepped outside. "Students visited your office that day, and you were not there." Snape pressed. "Perhaps I was momentarily in the restroom," Quirrell stammered, scrambling for an excuse, but before he could finish, he suddenly realized that Snape was deliberately ensnaring him. Given his tarnished reputation at Hogwarts, it was unlikely that any student would willingly approach him. "Your little tricks cannot deceive me." A faint smile curled at the corners of Snape's lips, solidifying his conviction that Quirrell was indeed the one pilfering from the potions vault. Quirrell's face flushed crimson, barely suppressing an outburst of expletives. "Those damned little tricks! I've never stolen any potions, not even touched them. My actions have solely revolved around aiding the Dark Lord's resurrection. Who has the time to steal a few potions? It's not as if I lack the funds. If I needed materials, I could easily procure them myself. Yet, Quirrell could only stifle his myriad grievances within, unable to elucidate his whereabouts, and thus resorted to feigning a weak, innocent demeanor to elicit sympathy, though this tactic proved utterly ineffective against Snape. Just as Snape contemplated further interrogation, he keenly sensed an eavesdropper lurking nearby, prompting him to hastily issue a warning for Quirrell to reconsider whom he truly served before decisively departing. Concealed in the shadows, Ivan nearly burst into laughter, astonished that his momentary act of scapegoating had ensnared Quirrell so thoroughly. Only after Snape and Quirrell had vanished from sight did Harry and the others emerge from their hiding place. The notion that Quirrell had indeed stolen Snape's potions was utterly inconceivable to Harry. Although Ivan had previously mentioned such a possibility, Harry had been reluctant to accept it. After all, Professor Quirrell was notoriously timid and known as the school's perennial good-natured individual. He would rarely lose his temper, even when mischievous students disrupted his classes, suggesting he lacked the authority to manage such matters. How could someone of his disposition resort to stealing Snape's potions? However, Harry had clearly overheard Snape's conversation with Quirrell, noting that on the day of the potion's disappearance, Quirrell had been unaccounted for and had lied about remaining in his office, casting a shadow of suspicion over him. Regardless, Professor Dumbledore will handle this. Let us first visit Hagrid and see the dragon hatching, Ivan declared, his interest in remaining here having waned. After all, the impending dragon hatching was of utmost importance to him. Ivan, I had no idea you were such a dragon enthusiast, Hermione remarked, teasingly suggesting that Ivan's fervor for dragons might nearly rival Hagrid's. Before departing, Ivan earnestly advised Ron to refrain from discussing anything related to dragons during their journey, lest others overheard. He wished to avoid encountering Malfoy at Hagrid's, as depicted in the original narrative. The four of them made their way to Hagrid's cozy hut, where they were greeted with an exuberance that far surpassed previous encounters, indicating his delight on this particular day. The hut's doors and windows were tightly sealed, leaving only a few small openings for ventilation, while the blazing hearth beside the bed radiated warmth. Upon entering, Ivan's gaze was immediately drawn to the table, where the dragon egg lay prominently, already exhibiting a deep crack and occasionally quivering with life. As Ivan drew closer, he noticed that the cracks in the eggshell had suddenly widened, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. A bare, skin-covered triangular head emerged from the fissure, followed by a thin, dark body that wriggled out from the shattered shell, its spindly limbs swaying unsteadily. How unsightly! Ivan could not help but remark, yet Hagrid was filled with excitement, finding it exceedingly beautiful and eager to bestow upon it a resounding name. Let us call it Norbert, shall we? Hagrid exclaimed, extending a finger to playfully tease Norbert. However, Norbert, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, snapped at him, but Hagrid's half-giant toughness rendered the bite ineffective. Look how much it loves me, Hagrid proclaimed, completely unfazed by Norbert's actions, believing it to be a gesture of affection, as if Norbert considered him its mother. This left Harry and the others somewhat exasperated. Yet, given Hagrid's exuberance, they felt it unwise to offer any objections. Nonetheless, Norbert had its own intentions. After enduring a moment of Hagrid's teasing, it retaliated by opening its mouth and unleashing a burst of flames directly onto Hagrid's face, singeing his beard. "Hey, you little rascal," Hagrid exclaimed, flailing in a moment of chaos as he tried to pat out the flames on his beard. With a flick of his wand, Ivan conjured a stream of water, dousing Hagrid's head and face. "Thank you," Hagrid said, wiping the droplets from his face. Though Ivan had extinguished the fire in time, Hagrid's beard was still singed unevenly, creating a rather peculiar appearance. "Are you all right, Hagrid?" Ivan inquired. "I'm fine, just that Norbert is a tad too lively. Perhaps it's just the excitement of hatching," Hagrid replied, dismissing his singed beard and offering a rationalization for Norbert's behavior. "Lively, you say?" Ivan observed Norbert's mouth, full of sharp teeth, and the sparks occasionally erupting from its nostrils. Smirking slightly, Hagrid's affection for the formidable creature could only be described as indulgent. At that moment, Ivan suddenly realized that raising a dragon for its blood might not be as straightforward as he had initially presumed. The unexpected turn of events caused Harry and Ron to break into a cold sweat, while Hermione, in a fit of anger, retorted, "This cannot be dismissed as mere liveliness." "It nearly burned you, Hagrid." "It's fine now," Hagrid muttered softly. "Hermione, if I have time, I'll help keep an eye on it. It should be all right," Ivan chimed in, attempting to reassure her. "This is a fire dragon. It can grow as large as a house in just a month or two." Hermione shot Ivan an indignant glare. If anyone discovers that Hagrid is secretly raising a fire dragon, he could end up in Azkaban. All we need to do is send Norbert away before that happens. Ron, your brother Charlie is studying fire dragons in Romania, right? Once Norbert grows a bit more, we could have Charlie release him into the wild, Ivan suggested. He merely sought to extract dragon blood. Thus, Ivan was indifferent to Nobert's future whereabouts. Send Nober away? No, you cannot do that. I am his mother. He is so fragile. What will happen if he is sent to the wilderness and bullied? No one can separate us. Hagrid exclaimed in a flurry. Bang! No sooner had Hagrid finished speaking than Nober swept a teacup from the table with his tail, shattering it to pieces upon impact. Subsequently, Nober engaged in a fierce struggle with a metal canister, gnawing at it with his sharp teeth, leaving it dented and punctured. His ferocious demeanor only strengthened the resolve of those present to send Nober away. Ivan mused that if Nober were to be sent to Romania, it was the local wildlife that should be worried. You cannot keep him forever, Hagrid, Hermione cautioned. Perhaps we could place him in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid suggested, slapping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I possess ample experience in releasing creatures. I have done this before. Aragog has thrived in the Forbidden Forest without harming anyone. Aragog, you've kept other creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Harry exclaimed, astonished by Hagrid's admission of having previously kept such dangerous beings. No, nothing of the sort. You must have misunderstood. Hagrid hastily defended himself, though his explanation seemed rather feeble. Aragog is an acromantula, Ivan interjected. At this revelation, Ivan intended to keep Harry and the others at a distance from the Forbidden Forest this term, to avoid an encounter with the lurking creature. Although, without Malfoy's complaints, it was unlikely they would venture into the forest anyway. How do you know Aragog is an acromantula? Hagrid queried, surprised by Ivan's knowledge, as he had not mentioned Aragog's identity. Had he inadvertently revealed something earlier? An acromantula? How large can a spider possibly be? Harry inquired, intrigued. Perhaps about the size of this room? Maybe just a tad smaller? Ivan glanced around Hagrid's abode, recalling the enormous spider depicted in the original text, considering its long legs. It should be roughly that size. You must trust me. Aragog is a good creature. He won't bite, Hagrid feebly defended. However, Harry and the others were not convinced, and Ron, envisioning a spider the size of a house, felt that it would be nothing short of a nightmare. I swear I will never set foot in the Forbidden Forest, Ron declared in despair. Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest is too small and too close to Hogwarts. It cannot conceal a dragon, and it will be discovered sooner or later, Ivan advised. The creatures in the Forbidden Forest were already in dire straits. If Nober were to reside there, it might lead to the extinction of yet another species. But I have only just acquired him, Hagrid lamented, gazing longingly at Nober. We can wait a month, allowing Nober to grow a bit before sending him away. If he is too small, he will struggle to survive alone in Romania. Ivan proposed as a compromise. After much hesitation, Hagrid ultimately agreed, and Hermione, Harry, and the others had no objections, for Ivan was right. The freshly hatched Norbert, indeed, lacked the ability to survive in the wild. They decided to send Norbert away in a month. Hagrid felt disheartened for a while before regaining his spirits, cherishing the remaining time they had together even more. Ivan, observing the adorably awkward little dragon before him, shared Hagrid's concern and began contemplating how to discreetly draw some blood while Hagrid was distracted. However, given that the successful concoction of the blood fusion potion required some time, Ivan had to exercise patience. After all, once the blood left the body for more than 3 days, its vitality would drastically diminish, and Ivan was uncertain if this would affect the potion's efficacy. Before that, he decided to cultivate a good relationship with Norbert, much like he had with Fawkes, so that when the time came to draw blood, he would encounter minimal resistance. Initially, Ivan believed that raising a dragon would be a novel and joyous endeavor, but after a few days, he found himself overwhelmed by novelty without any joy. As a Norwegian ridgeback, Norbert proved to be excessively temperamental. For instance, a sneeze would send sparks flying, igniting the furniture, or he would gnaw on beds and the fireplace, leaving behind a trail of bite marks. Occasionally, in fits of exuberance, he would wreak havoc in Hagrid's little hut. By the end of each day, Ivan found himself casting clean water multiple times, alongside an endless array of repair spells. Without this, the little hut would have collapsed long ago. As the owner of the hut, Hagrid was remarkably unfazed. Even after having to sleep on the grass last night, due to the bed being burned, he remained steadfast in declaring that Norbert was merely energetic, a sign of a healthy baby. Chapter 52. He is still just a baby under a month old. Hagrid's excessive indulgence left Ivan somewhat weary, as his efforts to gain favor were met with significant setbacks. Despite his diligent feeding, Norbert had grown to the size of half a table, but remained as haughty and irritable as ever. In his quest for rapport, Ivan tried myriad methods. including but not limited to bathing Norbert, cleaning up after him, and feeding him. He even personally caught and grilled fish. Yet, despite this flurry of activity, his favor with Norbert did not increase much, although his culinary skills certainly improved. The system's theoretical knowledge section now boasted a new secondary skill called cooking. With Ivan secretly enhancing the flavor of the fish using a stimulating potion, grilled fish soon became Norbert's favorite dish. Aside from the daily destruction, Norbert spent most of his time lounging lazily by the fireplace, waiting for Ivan to finish cooking the fish, mouth agape in anticipation of having food delivered to him. After several unsuccessful attempts at gentle persuasion, Ivan, unable to endure any longer, resolved to take a firmer approach. Otherwise, as Norbert's form continued to grow larger, Ivan began to doubt whether he could indeed subdue it. The water flowed like a spring on a bright and sunny afternoon, while Norbert was joyfully wreaking havoc. Ivan unleashed a torrent of water directly at him. The sudden surge struck Norbert's dragon face, leaving the little rascal, who had never experienced a setback in his life, momentarily dazed. The flames he had been about to spew extinguished before they could escape his mouth. Feeling his authority challenged, Norbert let out a childish dragon roar after a brief moment of confusion, and with a flick of his tail, charged at Ivan. With grace, Ivan waved his wand, causing the floorboards beneath to crack and warp, ensnaring Norbert's limbs. He then animated a torn bedsheet into a rope to bind the fiery mouth that was ready to unleash flames. Finally, he fashioned a collar to restrain the creature's neck. Once a formidable presence, Norbert now lacked any intimidation, reduced to merely flapping his wings in place. At this moment, Ivan rolled up his sleeves and approached, exclaiming, "Let you spew fire, let you tear furniture, let you be picky, let you grow so fast, and then sleep." Ivan vented all the frustration he had accumulated over the past half-month, delivering punch after punch to Norbert's head. Fortunately, due to his tender age, Norbert's skin was still wrinkled and thick. Although Ivan's punches stung, they remained within an acceptable range. After a round of venting, Ivan, panting, paused, while Norbert, looking quite pitiful, flapped his wings in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly been punished. Once Ivan had calmed a bit, he seized the opportunity, with Hagrid absent, to try out the dragon taming techniques he had previously read in the Dragon Care Manual. The first step was to establish authority. At the very least, the dragon tamer must not be associated with food in the dragon's eyes. It was preferable for the dragon to recognize its subordinate status. Typically, when both parties locked eyes and the dragon showed signs of fear or retreat, authority would be considered initially established. With this in mind, Ivan immediately initiated a staring contest with the immobilized Norbert. To enhance his ferocity, Ivan deliberately bared his teeth, yet even after several minutes of unwavering gaze, his eyes growing sore, Norbert remained unperturbed. Was there a flaw in his approach? Ivan tilted his head to glance at a nearby mirror. Through it, he observed his own reflection, which appeared anything but fearsome and, oddly, somewhat endearing. Sighing, Ivan lamented that being handsome was not his fault. Thus, he resorted to a transformation spell to conjure a massive two-handed sword over a meter long, raising it high above his head. The sharp, double-edged blade glimmered with a cold light as he approached Norbert with an evil grin. Of course, the sword was merely a facade, completely hollow inside. Otherwise, Ivan would not have been able to lift it. However, Norbert was oblivious to this fact. As he watched Ivan draw near with the giant sword held aloft, he desperately struggled, causing the restrained floorboards to creak under his frantic movements. Ivan deliberately slowed his pace, savoring the irritation of Norbert. As he approached, Ivan hesitated, contemplating whether to strike, but Norbert, in a sudden display of submission, conceded. Satisfied, Ivan nodded and set aside the ostentatious great sword, ready to gradually instill obedience in Norbert. Reflecting on his previous fruitless efforts, Ivan felt a surge of frustration. Had he known the process would be so smooth, he wouldn't have spent days as a mere caretaker. Norbert, lie down. A few hours later, at a safe distance, Ivan commanded the young dragon, who reluctantly obeyed, sinking to the ground. Ivan tossed a roasted fish from the table, which Norbert devoured with a disgruntled air. Despite the ropes around his mouth being untied, Norbert wisely refrained from incinerating the demon before him, having learned from past failures that Ivan had mastered the art of fire-breathing distance. Retaliation would only invite punishment. As he watched Norbert comply and consume the food, Ivan felt a profound sense of accomplishment, having spent an entire afternoon practicing a singular command. Norbert remained placid, devoid of his earlier aggression, for the imposing sword lingered within Ivan's reach. Indeed, just minutes after Ivan lifted the enchantment, the sound of cooing echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door. Hagrid's peculiar face, adorned with an odd beard, appeared at the threshold. "Ivan, how is Norbert today?" Hagrid casually inquired. "Oh, Norbert. Good boy," Hagrid remarked, experiencing this treatment for the first time, almost incredulous. Upon noticing the tears glistening in Norbert's eyes and the bruises on his face, Hagrid realized something was amiss. "You actually struck him? Goodness, he's just a mere babe," Hagrid exclaimed, extending his hand to stroke Norbert's formidable head with sharp teeth, a look of compassion washing over his features. Chapter 53. Norbert's Despair. "I merely provided him with some training," Ivan explained, attempting to conceal the massive sore behind him, for it was too late to dispel the transformation spell. Hagrid observed the sword, which towered over a meter in height, his lips twitching at the sight. Fortunately, a glance around revealed no visible wounds on Norbert's body, allowing Hagrid to breathe a sigh of relief. "Hagrid, you are far too indulgent with Norbert. We must find a way to discipline him. Otherwise, in a matter of days, he will dismantle your home," Ivan added, emphasizing the necessity of teaching hunting and combat skills through training. "But Norbert is still too young. This will frighten him," Hagrid hesitated. "Norbert, lie down," Ivan declared, eager to showcase the fruits of his training to Hagrid. Having undergone several hours of training, Norbert instinctively crouched down, his conditioned reflexes taking over. It was only when he realized he had a support that he stood up again, retreating behind Hagrid and baring his teeth at Ivan. This canine-like behavior elicited a chuckle from Ivan. Hagrid, witnessing Norbert's transformation, felt a mix of joy and melancholy, akin to a parent witnessing their child's growth. What would happen when Norbert grew older? Hagrid softly inquired of Ivan. If you wish to keep Norbert for a while longer, it would be prudent to commence training immediately. Ivan firmly shook his head, dismissing the notion. What a jest. He doubted he would be able to contend with Norbert if he grew any larger. Ivan's words struck Hagrid like the final straw, tipping the balance of his heart, for he recognized the truth in Ivan's assertion. If things continued as they were, Norbert would soon become unmanageable. "Very well, but please refrain from being too harsh during the training," Hagrid said with concern. "If you have the time, we could train Norbert together," Ivan suggested, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. With Hagrid, the half-giant, providing assistance, there would be no need for binding spells during training. Hagrid's strength could easily render Norbert incapable of resistance. Hagrid thought of the way Ivan had directed Norbert earlier, and he too felt a stirring within him. Although he found Norbert's playful destruction quite endearing, who wouldn't he desire a child who was both lively and obedient? "All right, but I'll only have time in the evenings, as I must patrol the Forbidden Forest in the meantime," Hagrid replied. "The Forbidden Forest? Is something amiss there?" Ivan's heart tightened as he inquired. Hagrid hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether to divulge the details, but under Ivan's persistent questioning, he ultimately revealed some information. "A unicorn has been attacked." Hagrid's tone was somber, as he struggled to fathom the malevolence of the creature that would assail such a sacred being. Ivan fell silent, fully aware that the attacker must be Quino, yet powerless to intervene. Previously, he and Harry had tentatively reported Quino, but Dumbledore clearly had no intention of addressing the matter at present. Further attempts would yield the same outcome. Ivan began to regret his decision to alter the narrative for the sake of tranquility, as Hagrid's frequent forays into the Forbidden Forest could lead to perilous encounters. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, Ivan's worries festered silently. After cursing the perpetrator of the unicorn attack, Hagrid eagerly shifted the topic to dragon training techniques. Ivan could only suppress his concerns for the moment and began to elucidate the methods of dragon taming. Norbert, who once felt he had found a pillar of support, shivered inexplicably at the gradually changing expression of Hagrid. In the following days, the worries that plagued Ivan never materialized, with Hagrid's assistance. Norbert had lost his last vestige of resistance. Hagrid, in the midst of training, discovered newfound joy in instructing Norbert to lie down, roll over, and breathe fire. Relishing every command, this left a certain Norwegian ridgeback, accustomed to daily destruction, slumber, and basking by the fire, feeling quite out of sorts, even experiencing a sense of existential despair. Only during mealtimes, when feasting on grilled fish, could he sense a flicker of warmth in his otherwise frigid existence. "Ivan, we cannot continue like this." Hermione's voice, a mixture of anger and resignation, suddenly resonated through the quiet library, drawing the attention of the other young wizards, even causing Madame Pants to glance in their direction. Blushing, the young witch lowered her voice. "The exams are imminent. We should be reviewing, not perusing these unrelated texts." "Is it really necessary to review for an exam?" "Surely, we already know everything we need to," Ivan remarked, setting down his book on the care of magical creatures in confusion. "Knowing it is not sufficient. Achieving an O outstanding on the exam is no simple feat," Hermione replied, her anxiety intensifying as the exam date drew near. In the past, she would have spent her free time discussing dragon husbandry with Ivan, but lately, her focus had shifted entirely to her studies, especially her transfiguration spell work. Compared to you, I still have a considerable gap to bridge. I cannot bear to think of the consequences of failing my transfiguration exam. If I were to receive merely an E exceeds expectations, Professor McGonagall would be so disappointed. Hermione said, her lips pursed in frustration. Nearby, Harry and Ron, diligently memorizing their notes, looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend the exchange between Ivan and Hermione. To them, as long as they avoided AP, poor, or D, dreadful, on their exams, that was enough. The prospect of achieving an O felt utterly out of reach. Hermione, your transfiguration spells are actually quite commendable. Many students in higher years only reach that level, Ivan remarked, closing his book. His words were not intended as mere consolation. He had discerned that Hermione's transfiguration skills had likely advanced to a second level, a standard achieved by most third- and fourth-year witches and wizards. Even if Professor McGonagall were to be overly critical, she would not withhold an outstanding evaluation. Indeed, I heard from George and the others that Ivan's transfiguration proficiency is sufficient for the OWLs, Harry interjected, unable to restrain himself. He believed Hermione was already impressive enough. If she continued to complain, he and Ron might as well resign themselves to mediocrity. Sensing Hermione's spirits remained low, Ivan urged, it's not good to remain so tense before an exam. One should find a balance between work and relaxation. Otherwise, it could adversely affect your performance. Harry and Ron immediately set aside their books, nodding vigorously. They found Ivan's words quite reasonable, acknowledging the exhaustion that comes with relentless studying. Ivan, undeterred by their agreement, continued speaking. Noble has been trained sufficiently. Charlie will come to take him away in a couple of days. Since today is a holiday, we can go see him together. For the past week, Hermione had been immersed in her studies at the library, neglecting even her meals at times. Ivan thought this would be a perfect opportunity for her to unwind. No, what's so interesting about a dragon? I still need to review fundamentals of transfiguration. Hermione stubbornly shook her head. She was determined to excel in every subject, and transfiguration was no exception. While she could overlook other subjects, she certainly did not wish to fall behind Ivan in the exams, particularly in her strongest area. In stark contrast, Harry and Ron had long discarded the dreary history of magic textbooks and eagerly inquired about dragon taming. Ivan readily shared his experiences with Hagrid, deliberately modulating his voice so that Hermione, engrossed in her reading, could hear him. Seated in a corner of the library, Ivan was not concerned about being overheard as long as he spoke at a reasonable volume. Upon hearing that Noble had grown larger than the table and could follow commands to jump, roll over, and breathe fire, Harry and the others felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness it firsthand. As Ivan spoke, he discreetly observed Hermione. Her pace of turning pages had noticeably slowed, indicating her growing interest. Noble can now fly. Don't you want to experience the thrill of riding a dragon? Ivan seized the moment, revealing his trump card. But what if we get caught? The castle is so close. Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity and interjected. We could go in the evening, flying low. If we are careful, we shouldn't be discovered, Ivan replied with a grin. Hermione nodded, instinctively wishing to return to her studies. But after a few seconds, she snapped her book shut with a decisive thud and shot Ivan an exasperated glare. Her mind now completely consumed with thoughts of dragons, rendering her study materials entirely unapproachable. A few hours later, Ivan lounged outside Hagrid's hut, issuing commands to Noble. Noble, jump. Noble, roll over. Noble, breathe fire. You're a hefty lad now, weighing 200 pounds. You need to learn to roast your own fish. Not far away, a large, fearsome Norwegian ridgeback was joyfully rolling on the grass, dutifully following Ivan's instructions as it unleashed scorching flames onto a fish roasting rack. The dragon, with its toothy maw, seized the fish rack, flapping its wings and scampering toward Ivan, depositing 2 roasted fish into the basin, waiting for Ivan to sprinkle a flavor-enhancing potion before devouring them in one go. Ivan reached out to stroke Noble's large head in a gesture of affection, marveling at how rapidly the dragon was growing. In just over a month, it had become several times larger. This is so cool, Ron exclaimed, eyeing Noble with envy and reaching out as if to replicate Ivan's gesture. Harry and Hermione looked on with equal eagerness. Don't touch, Ivan suddenly admonished. Ron then realized that Ivan's words were not directed at him, and he was so startled that he fell directly to the ground. Harry hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Ivan, haven't you already tamed it? Ron inquired, still feeling apprehensive. It hasn't been long. It can't be that quick. I can only say that some preliminary results have been achieved, Ivan replied, shaking his head. The despite Naber's current compliance. It was a rapport established through a mix of stern discipline and rewards. Once Naber grew older and realized that his dragon tamer was not as formidable as he had imagined, this fragile relationship could easily deteriorate. However, for now, subduing Naber was still manageable. After a blend of reassurance and caution, Ivan addressed the group, who were both fearful yet intrigued about petting the dragon. If you wish to touch it, now is the time. Ron's recent fright made him hesitate, but Harry bravely extended his hand. Hermione, why don't you give it a try? Ivan suggested to the conflicted Hermione. Initially, Hermione intended to decline, as the situation seemed perilously risky. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to the temptation of touching the little dragon, placing her hand on Naber's head, though the hard scales felt a bit rough against her fingers. The thrill of encountering such a creature for the first time ignited a spark of excitement within her, causing a smile to unconsciously form at the corners of her mouth. Despite Naber's discomfort with the unfamiliar dwarves exploring his body, he refrained from flapping his wings to send them away, as Ivan was nearby. Over the past month, under the pretense of dragon taming, Ivan had successfully collected a sufficient amount of dragon blood. The potion in the room of requirements had also been brewed, ready for the addition of the dragon blood to complete the process. However, when Ivan recalled the evaluation of the dragon blood he had previously collected, he furrowed his brow. Magical item, dragon blood. Description: this is dragon blood extracted from a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback. Its vitality and magical potency are inferior to that of an adult Norwegian ridgeback, yet it possesses the same potential. Although Ivan had anticipated this situation, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened upon receiving the information. Fortunately, the description indicated that the potential of juvenile Norwegian ridgeback blood was fundamentally similar to that of adults, meaning it would only require additional time to unlock that potential, which relieved Ivan somewhat. He resolved to add the dragon blood that very night. Just as Ivan was lost in thought, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the forbidden forest, followed by the sight of a bloodied, limping dog sprinting towards him from the nearby thicket. Chapter 55. How many times must I say it? There are no dragons at Hogwarts. Iggy? Ivan recognized it immediately and rushed forward. Iggy dashed into Ivan's embrace, whimpering in fear, with traces of blood lingering on its leg. It's hurt, Harry noticed as well and quickly followed suit, with Ron not far behind. It appeared to be the result of a malevolent curse, but fortunately, it had not struck directly, leaving only superficial wounds. Hermione exhibited a remarkable composure, yet it was precisely this calmness that led her to contemplate even more dreadful possibilities. Perhaps Hagrid had encountered trouble in the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Hermione found herself becoming increasingly anxious. Yaya, seemingly understanding Hermione's distress, promptly emerged from Ivan's embrace, tugging at his pant leg with her teeth, attempting to pull him aside. This action undoubtedly confirmed Hermione's suspicions. Harry and Ron, the two reckless ones, immediately prepared to dash into the Forbidden Forest to rescue Hagrid, only to be stopped by Ivan. Among those present, Ivan alone grasped that Hagrid had been investigating the recent attacks on unicorns, which meant he could very well have encountered the possessed Chino. Ivan had not anticipated that his intervention in preventing Malfoy from eavesdropping on the Dragon Egg incident would lead to such consequences. In a moment of realization, Hermione's expression shifted to one of surprise. Indeed, running could never match flying. Riding Norbert might enable them to catch up. Ivan nodded, acknowledging that this matter was indeed within his purview. He then turned his gaze toward the large dog on the ground. Yaya, come here. We will need your guidance. Yaya, already timid by nature, quivered at the sight of Norbert's imposing and fearsome form, tucking her tail between her legs. Yet, spurred on by Ivan's persistent calls, she mustered her courage and leapt up. Well done. Ivan was pleasantly surprised that Yaya, the timid dog, could conquer her fears. He had even considered asking Hermione or Harry to carry her for him. One person is sufficient to inform the professors. I still have Harry to accompany me, Ivan stated as he prepared to set off alone, causing Hermione to express her unease. Harry nodded solemnly, while Ron looked perplexed, wondering why he was not included. Ivan glanced at Harry, feeling somewhat swayed. After all, Harry was a significant asset against the possessed Chino. No, Norbert cannot bear the weight of all three of us. Within a heartbeat, Ivan dismissed the thought. Norbert was still just over a month old, barely able to fly with him and Yaya. Moreover, to avoid detection, Chino would likely not confront them directly. Having just himself and Norbert would suffice. Norbert, take to the skies. Ivan patted Norbert's head, prompting the young Norwegian ridgeback to flap its wings, stirring up a gust of wind. With its forelegs bracing against the ground, it soared into the sky. Ivan grasped the dragon's horn as if it were a steering wheel, directing Yaya to guide their course. The intelligent dog, momentarily disregarding the sudden ascent, barked vigorously in the direction they had come from. Understanding the situation, Ivan held onto the horn, guiding Norbert toward the direction indicated by Yaya's gaze. Though he had been careful to keep Norbert from flying too high in recent days to avoid exposure, he occasionally indulged in low-altitude flights under the cover of night. The allure of riding a dragon was simply irresistible to him, and it was this very thrill that gave Ivan confidence in rescuing Hagrid. As Ivan soared away on Norbert, Harry, Hermione, and Ron hurriedly made their way back to the school. Make way, make way! Harry led the way, accompanied by Ron and Hermione, as they charged recklessly through the halls. Their initial intention was to storm directly into the headmaster's office, but it occurred to them midway that they lacked the necessary password for entry. Ultimately, it was Hermione who remembered that Professor McGonagall should be occupied teaching third years at that moment. Thus, the trio rudely barged in, and at the sound of the door crashing open, all eyes in the classroom turned toward them. What intensified Harry and his companion's discomfort was Professor McGonagall's fiery gaze. Simmering with anger, "Mr. Potter, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation," she began, her stern expression poised to reprimand them. However, before she could finish, Harry and Ron forcibly pulled her away. "Professor McGonagall, there has been a crisis. We must leave at once. We'll explain on the way." Hermione managed to utter quickly as she, along with Harry and Ron, hastily led McGonagall away. "Does this mean we don't have to attend class this afternoon?" George, lost in thought, suddenly realized the implication in the now-quiet classroom. Following this revelation, the third-year wizards erupted into wild cheers. "Oh yeah, we're on holiday." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Hermione clutched McGonagall's hand, urging her to run while succinctly recounting the situation. "You mean Hagrid is in danger in the Forbidden Forest, and his fate hangs in the balance? And Hales rode a Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert to rescue him?" Upon hearing this, McGonagall's immediate reaction was to suspect that Hermione had concocted a tale to deceive her. "I must insist that you cease this fanciful thinking. There are no dragons raised within Hogwarts." McGonagall halted in her tracks, impervious to the tugging of Hermione and the others. Harry was at a loss for how to explain to McGonagall. It was a long story that could take quite some time to unfold. Just as Harry prepared to summarize, a dragon's roar echoed from the distant Forbidden Forest. The four standing by the window witnessed a fire dragon soar from the depths of the forest, unleashing flames as it dove downwards in a breathtaking display. "I believe we need not elaborate further," Ron remarked, a hint of understanding dawning on him. Chapter 56, The Dragon Rescue. "Indeed, I see it now," McGonagall acknowledged, her expression turning grave with the realization of the situation's seriousness. "I will proceed ahead. You would do well to find Professor Dumbledore and bring him here. The password for the headmaster's office is Fizzing Wizby." With that, McGonagall cast a spell that shattered the windows in the corridor and, with an audacious flip, leapt from the third-floor window. "Professor McGonagall!" Hermione exclaimed, rushing to the window, watching as McGonagall descended swiftly and landed gracefully after waving her wand. "That was impressive. It must be the levitation charm. Perhaps we should try it ourselves?" Ron said, his face filled with envy. "We're on the third floor. We wouldn't have time to cast the spell and would surely fall." Harry had to remind him, "We should hurry to find Professor Dumbledore." Though Professor McGonagall has rushed to assist, Hermione felt an underlying sense of unease. Only Dumbledore could provide them with the reassurance they needed. "There's no need. I heard everything you just said." As Hermione prepared to lead the charge, Dumbledore's figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, his gaze directed toward the distant Forbidden Forest. A flicker of emotion crossed his usually impassive countenance, clearly indicating that the unfolding events within the forest had surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the previously tranquil depths of the dark woods erupted with a cacophony of noise. After a brief interval, a massive figure, towering over 2 meters, struggled to emerge from the thicket, its already tattered and patched clothing now stained with blood. A pungent scent of iron wafting through the air. Under ordinary circumstances, the hidden predators of the forest would have already begun to prowl. Yet now, aside from the minor disturbances stirred by Hagrid, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the chirping of insects. Hagrid, panting heavily and clutching a makeshift weapon, a wooden stick he had found mid-journey, leaned against a great tree, his eyes fixed intently on the front. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in black robes drew closer. Unable to move any longer, Hagrid hurled the stick with all his might. As a half-giant, his strength far exceeded that of a mere human, which was one of the reasons he could successfully tame numerous magical creatures. In an instant, the black-robed wizard merely flicked his wand, and the stick exploded mid-air, sending splinters raining down like confetti. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Avada Kedavra! A green light shot toward Hagrid at an extraordinary speed. Understanding the incantation from the wizard's murmurs, Hagrid was engulfed in despair. Memories of Harry, Dumbledore, Aragog, Ivan, Hermione, Ron, and Norbert flashed through his mind like a rapid carousel. Just as he braced for the inevitable, a radiant white figure, shimmering with light, darted in front of him. No! Hagrid bellowed, his face contorted in agony. Yet, regardless of his desperate cries, the reality could not be altered. The green light struck true, and the white figure abruptly halted, collapsing to the ground. It was a unicorn. Even as a powerful magical creature, it succumbed rapidly to the lethal curse, its life force ebbing away, its pure white mane stained with blue blood. Yet, even in its final moments, it struggled valiantly to rise. Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears as he yearned to crawl over and assess the unicorn's condition. But his body had long since abandoned him. Quirrell, cloaked in black, trembled slightly, for the voice of the Dark Lord echoed ominously in his mind. Useless, unable to even slay a beast. Voldemort regarded him as the most inept of his followers, for the first time. The killing curse had failed to deliver an immediate death to its target. Quirrell felt deeply aggrieved. It was evident that the depletion of his life force, due to Voldemort's insatiable consumption over the recent days, had significantly weakened his magical prowess. Yet, confronted by the Dark Lord, who held dominion over his very existence, Quirrell dared not utter a single complaint, and instead channeled his wrath towards Hagrid, who stood before him. Had it not been for that reckless fool's sudden appearance during his hunt for the unicorn, Quirrell would have succeeded long ago, thus sparing himself an inordinate amount of time wasted. Consequently, he ignored the unicorn, whose life was ebbing away, and slowly advanced towards Hagrid. Reveling in the despair and helplessness that clouded the giant's eyes, Quirrell brandished his wand, preparing to cast the killing curse once more to extinguish Hagrid's life. However, he noticed a sudden spark of something different in Hagrid's gaze, a transition from despair to bewilderment and finally to shock, as his lips trembled slightly. Quirrell could almost decipher the word he wished to utter. Dragon. Where, pray tell, would a dragon come from within Hogwarts? You fool, look to the sky. Voldemort's voice echoed once more in Quirrell's mind. Despite the mitigating effect of the cloak that dulled Voldemort's awareness, he remained sensitive to life-threatening attacks. At the moment Voldemort spoke, a resounding roar of a dragon reached Quirrell's ears. By the time he turned, it was too late. He could only witness a searing inferno closing in upon him. Voldemort abruptly seized control of Quirrell's body, and that grotesque snake-like visage, which he had not noticed until now, pressed closely against his own, their faces merging in a nightmarish tableau. Even so, Voldemort could merely raise his wand before being engulfed by the flames. Amidst the fiery breath, a violet magical barrier flickered to life, barely holding the flames at bay, yet the intense heat and turbulent waves of energy left Voldemort with no room for complacency. Moreover, this hastily conjured barrier began to fissure, showing signs of imminent collapse. Fortunately, the fiery onslaught lasted only 3 seconds before it ceased. Just as Voldemort exhaled a sigh of relief, a colossal dragon's head suddenly loomed before him, its diving force shattering the barrier and sending the grotesque body hurtling away. Chapter 57. Just burning the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore should be able to handle it, right? Norbert flapped his wings, crouched down, and landed forcefully. Ivan stood heroically upon Norbert's back, casting a worried glance at Hagrid before raising his wand to seek out the enemy's whereabouts. Hagrid, where's the enemy? Ivan inquired, scanning the surroundings in confusion. It just flew out. Hagrid stammered, tears still glistening on his cheeks as he pointed toward the dense woods on the right. It flew out? Ivan felt a pang of regret. Given the intensity of the collision, Quirrell had likely succeeded in casting a defensive spell, making his immediate demise improbable. So, Quirrell should still be alive? Flames roared. With this thought, Ivan became instantly anxious and raised his hand, unleashing a series of fire spells towards the direction Hagrid indicated. The crimson flames surged skyward, spreading in all directions. Despite this, Ivan felt a sense of insecurity and promptly commanded Norbert to unleash a continuous stream of dragon fire towards that direction, with an intensity that would ensure no one could possibly survive. Faced with the possessed Chino, Ivan dared not entertain even the slightest notion of chance. It was imperative to act decisively. Norbert, exuberantly tapping into its full power, relished the act of breathing fire. With each torrent of flames, vast swathes of underbrush were consumed by the roaring inferno. Hagrid stood by, transfixed, unable to utter a word for some time. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Ivan, illuminated by the flickering light, found himself lost in contemplation, questioning whether the flames had grown too fierce. What if they could not be extinguished? Would he be apprehended and sent to Azkaban for setting fire to the Forbidden Forest? Surely, Professor Dumbledore would be able to handle it? With this thought, Ivan felt a surge of irritation and kicked Norbert lightly. His carefully devised ambush plan to swiftly eliminate Chino had been utterly disrupted by Norbert's mighty roar. Otherwise, he would not have needed to resort to such grandiose flames to finish the job. Norbert whined plaintively, feeling unjustly treated. What was wrong with a brief flight and a bellow? Ivan chose to ignore Norbert, signaling for it to remain vigilant before leaping down from its back and hastening towards Hagrid. Yaya, upon landing, sprinted to Hagrid, extending its scarlet tongue to lick his face, leaving him drenched in saliva. Hagrid, are you all right? I've sent Harry to notify the professors. They will arrive shortly. Ivan leaned closer, examining Hagrid's waist and the wounds on his thigh. Though the injuries appeared gruesome, bloodied and seeping dark mist, Ivan felt a sense of relief. They were not life-threatening. Regrettably, he lacked the healing spell to tend to Hagrid's wounds. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. You need to check on Cecily. She was hit by the killing curse while protecting me, Hagrid urged, pushing Ivan to see if there was still hope for her. Cecily? Ivan inquired, puzzled. That's the name I just gave her. If it weren't for Cecily, I might have perished long ago. Hagrid choked back tears, using his dust-laden hands to wipe his face. Once Ivan confirmed that Hagrid was genuinely unharmed, he nodded and approached the dying unicorn. As he drew near, Ivan was awestruck by the unicorn's ethereal beauty. Bathed in the glow of the flames, Cecily resembled a legendary Pegasus, emanating a soft, white luminescence. Her unique spiral horn stood proudly on her forehead, though her abdomen and hind legs bore several narrow, gaping wounds, from which azure blood flowed incessantly. Yet Ivan understood that the true threat lay in Chino's killing curse. Even with the unicorn's immense vitality, it had reached its limit. Cecilia's bright azure eyes gradually dimmed, revealing a profound sorrow and anguish. Ivan gently caressed her mane, relishing its extraordinary softness. All he could do now was offer solace. The effects of the Avada Kedavra curse were irreversible, which is precisely why it is classified among the 3 unforgivable curses. Even someone as powerful as Dumbledore was rendered powerless against it. Under Ivan's soothing touch, Cecilia slowly closed her eyes, vitality gradually slipping away. Ivan sighed, adhering to the principle of not wasting. He retrieved a vial from his pocket and collected the blood that trickled from her wound. He sealed the vial tightly with a cork. Gazing at the dreamlike cerulean liquid within, and spoke to the deceased unicorn, "Your enemies will hardly survive much longer. Rest in peace." After uttering these words, Ivan sensed, though he could not be certain, that some subtle change had occurred in Cecilia's lifeless body, yet he could not discern the nature of this transformation. However, his words were not entirely mere consolation, for Chino's identity had been exposed. Even if fortune smiled upon him and he was not burned to ashes this time, it was likely that he would succumb to Voldemort's draining of his life force due to his grave injuries. Rising to his feet, Ivan carefully placed the vial containing the unicorn's blood aside. He faintly perceived the sound of a system notification, but before he could investigate, a tabby cat came sprinting towards him from the depths of the forest. The speed at which it approached far surpassed that of an ordinary human in full flight. Ivan doubted his own eyes. Could a mere cat run so swiftly? The watchful Norbert immediately became alert, baring his sharp teeth and growling at the tabby, yet hesitated to attack. For the pressure it exerted was far greater than that from Ivan, its caretaker. "Norbert, stand down. That is not an enemy," Ivan urgently commanded, recognizing Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. As he anticipated, the tabby cat swiftly transformed back into Professor McGonagall upon reaching Hagrid. Clear water like a spring. Upon her arrival, Professor McGonagall quickly noticed the spreading flames. With a wave of her wand, torrents of water were summoned from afar, coalescing in the air to form a serpentine shape that swept toward the right. Although the fire's reach was extensive, the power of the water serpent was more dispersed and lacked direction, and it wasn't long before the flames were completely extinguished. Even so, vast areas had been reduced to scorched earth, likely unable to recover for decades. Chapter 58. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by Professor Dumbledore. Observing the scene, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with fury. She had not anticipated that the assailants of Hagrid would be so deranged as to set fire within the Forbidden Forest. Had she arrived even a moment later, she might have been unable to halt the inferno. Nevertheless, despite her anger, Professor McGonagall immediately knelt to examine Hagrid's injuries. Upon confirming that the wounds were not life-threatening, she breathed a sigh of relief, waved her wand to extract the dark mist from the injuries, and proceeded to cast several healing spells to staunch the bleeding and restore the wounds. I can only manage this for now. You will need to recuperate with Madame Pomfrey for a while, Professor McGonagall remarked. Thank you, that will suffice. I feel quite well. Could you check on Cecilia for me? I believe she could still be saved, Hagrid replied, his voice thick with emotion as traces of tears lingered on his face. Cecilia? Who is that? McGonagall inquired, puzzled. That is the name Hagrid gave to this unicorn, which sacrificed itself to protect him from the killing curse, Ivan interjected, having observed Hagrid's weary demeanor. It is dead, Hagrid. McGonagall eventually noticed the lifeless unicorn sprawled on the ground, and upon hearing of its demise, she wearily shook her head. I killed her, Hagrid lamented, burying his face in his hands as he wept uncontrollably. Seeing this, McGonagall realized she would not glean any more information from Hagrid, so she turned her attention to Ivan, who still appeared relatively composed. Ivan did not hold back, recounting how he and Harry had encountered the injured Fong outside Hagrid's hut and speculated on the attack Hagrid had faced in the Forbidden Forest. McGonagall pursed her lips. Although Ivan's account was succinct, she vividly envisioned the perilous scene. Ivan's ability to adapt and exploit the aerial advantage of the dragon impressed her. After detailing the events, Ivan pointed to the right, indicating the scorched underbrush. Professor McGonagall, the dark-cloaked wizard flung by Norbert, landed in that thicket. I believe he is injured but still alive. Are you certain? McGonagall frowned, for according to Ivan's description, the impact and flames would have rendered survival improbable for a normal person. Professor, you saw there was no body. It is unlikely he could have been reduced to ashes in such a short time. Ivan shrugged, expressing his own disappointment at being unable to finish the job. As Quirrell had managed to escape, McGonagall was about to nod in agreement when a sudden realization struck her. Wait, who set that fire? That would be me, Ivan admitted sheepishly, then solemnly added, it was a necessary precaution when facing a dark wizard capable of casting the killing curse. McGonagall observed the smoldering remnants of the Forbidden Forest, her lips twitching slightly. Was this child perhaps being overly cautious? Especially since she could not reprimand Ivan. The fact that the dark wizard had employed the killing curse and successfully evaded the flames attested to his threat level. Professor, I sense he must have sustained considerable injuries. He may not have ventured far. If you pursue him now, you might still catch up, Ivan urged eagerly. No, the priority now is to ensure your safety. We will discuss tracking him down once Albus arrives. McGonagall resolutely shook her head, recognizing the extreme danger of rashly pursuing an unknown enemy who had retreated into the Forbidden Forest. Ivan sighed, fully aware that with Voldemort's prowess, even if gravely injured, he would have vanished into some obscure hiding place long before Dumbledore arrived. There is another matter I have yet to inquire about, Hagrid. McGonagall's gaze shifted to the languid form of Norbert sprawled on the ground. Where on earth did this dragon come from? When I heard Hermione mention you rode a dragon to rescue Hagrid, I nearly thought they had lost their minds. Hogwarts does not raise dragons, and it is illegal to keep one without permission from the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall's words were sharp, affording Ivan no semblance of dignity. For the dragon's roar had not gone unheard by more than just her. Should the Ministry investigate, the dragon's keeper would undoubtedly find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban. Actually, this dragon it was Professor Dumbledore who allowed Hagrid to keep it. Hagrid was about to admit it when Ivan abruptly interjected. He felt that Dumbledore's leniency towards Quirrell had left him with the responsibility. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall might lean towards sending Hagrid to Azkaban. Albus? McGonagall's tones softened considerably, but disbelief lingered. Indeed, it is I, Minerva, came Dumbledore's voice from the other end of the Forbidden Forest, followed by his signature silvery beard. Clad in a deep purple robe adorned with silver stars, his overly long cloak trailed behind him, and a rare shadow of concern crossed his features. It was Ivan's first experience of being caught in the act of shifting blame, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Yet fortunately, Dumbledore appeared disinclined to expose him and instead aided in preserving his ruse. How could you allow Hagrid to do such a thing? What if the Ministry comes for an inspection? What shall we say? McGonagall's brow furrowed deeply. I will explain the specifics later. For now, I wish to understand what transpired here. Dumbledore directed his gaze toward Hagrid. Hagrid, regaining a semblance of composure, began to recount the unfolding events. Chapter 59. Trust my use of the disappearing spell. It will be immaculate. A month prior, as the Keeper of Keys and Grounds, Hagrid had discovered traces of unfamiliar individuals entering and exiting the Forbidden Forest. Initially, he suspected that upperclassmen were merely adventuring in the woods, but days later, during a routine patrol, he stumbled upon a unicorn being attacked, which alerted him to a more serious situation. Subsequently, Hagrid began to frequent the Forbidden Forest, determined to uncover the truth. Today, however, during his regular patrol, he encountered a dark-robed figure attacking a unicorn. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of fury within Hagrid, prompting him to charge forward with little thought, accompanied by Fawn. The outcome was predictable. While Hagrid might have caught the assailant by surprise with his innate giant strength, facing him directly rendered Hagrid a living target. Were it not for his hybrid giant resilience, coupled with the unicorn and Fawn providing distraction, Hagrid would have perished long ago. Such an important matter should have prompted you to inform Albus at the very first sign of trouble. How could you possibly consider confronting such a perilous adversary alone? McGonagall interjected, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Had it not been for Ivan's timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. Subsequently, I became separated from Yaya and led that dark-robed wizard away by myself. I had presumed that Cecily had fled far from danger, only to discover that she had remained nearby, bravely shielding me from the killing curse. As Hagrid recounted this, his spirits sank, despite having only met Cecily a few times. Their recent camaraderie in battle and her act of protection had forged a bond of friendship in his heart. The unicorn is a wise and proud magical creature, loath to take risks lightly. It is evident that your bravery has earned its respect, Dumbledore consoled, then turned his gaze to Ivan. Halls, you performed admirably this time. I must say, your performance never fails to astonish me. This is simply what I ought to do. Hagrid is my friend, Ivan replied modestly, maintaining his mental barriers, secretly wishing to avoid drawing further attention from Dumbledore. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dumbledore shifted the conversation back to Professor McGonagall. As for Norbert, he had curled up in a tight ball, utterly devoid of the dignity one would expect from a top predator. Ivan was witnessing Dumbledore's anger for the first time, which ignited a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps Dumbledore might uncover the whereabouts of Quirrell and Voldemort and deal with them directly. Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore. Albus, what shall we do about this dragon? As long as we attend to it before the Ministry officials arrive for inspection, we shall be fine, Dumbledore replied, conjuring countless blue orbs with a flick of his wand, directing them to scatter in all directions before choosing one and vanishing into the Forbidden Forest. How do we handle it? With a disapparition charm? Professor McGonagall remained perplexed by Dumbledore's intentions. However, she believed that the most effective way to make a dragon vanish from Hogwarts in a short time would indeed be through a disapparition charm. It would ensure that nothing remained. With Dumbledore's prowess, he should be able to accomplish such a feat yet. Uncertainty lingered in McGonagall's mind. Ivan felt a flush of embarrassment, surprised to find that beneath McGonagall's seemingly austere exterior lay such a ruthless side. He quickly clarified, Ron's brother Charlie studies dragons in Romania. We have already arranged for him to take Norbert away in the next few days. McGonagall said nothing further, tacitly approving of this approach as she glanced at Hagrid, who was struggling to rise. Can you transform branches into a stretcher? McGonagall asked Ivan. At that moment, as magic coursed through him, the branches twisted and elongated, gradually transforming into a black metal stretcher, with two cylindrical supports framing a sturdy wooden board. Curiously, the support frame and the wooden board fit together seamlessly, as if they had grown in unison. To ensure Hagrid's comfort, Ivan thoughtfully placed a soft cotton padding atop the board. The first attempt at such a complex transfiguration was indeed a challenge for Ivan, yet he ultimately succeeded. It is commendable. I believe there are no students at Hogwarts who perform transfiguration better than you. A hint of admiration appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. She had intended to intervene and correct any mistakes, planning to provide on-the-spot teaching, but it seemed that was unnecessary. Ivan's earlier transformation, when he conjured spikes to defeat the troll, had already astonished her, and now, not long after, his transfiguration abilities had significantly advanced. Professor McGonagall, I feel that my transfiguration spells have reached a bottleneck. I have not made any progress for several days. Ivan expressed his dissatisfaction, as his transfiguration had already reached level 3 a week prior, merely a fraction of familiarity away from breaking into level 4. However, no matter how diligently he practiced, the progress bar remained stagnant. I must remind you, Halls, Professor McGonagall said, her lips pressed together and her expression serious. Transfiguration is an exceedingly profound and perilous branch of magic. One must never be overly eager for quick results. Your skill has already surpassed that of your peers. It is time to focus on consolidating your knowledge. Throughout her decades of teaching, McGonagall had witnessed many exceptionally gifted young wizards who, due to excessive confidence, ventured into dangerous magical transformations, even experimenting on themselves. The successful ones are well known, having transcended the limits of transfiguration to genuinely transform into an animal. acquiring their own animagus form. However, the fate of those who failed was often tragic. Chaotic magical fluctuations during transformation could lead to death. And the most horrifying outcome was becoming a grotesque creature, half human and half beast. Given that such transformative magic, when failed, cannot be reversed, they might be condemned to exist in that bizarre form indefinitely. Chapter 60. Do you believe nothing happened in the Forbidden Forest? After cautioning him, Professor McGonagall reassured Ivan that as his magical power gradually increased with age, his transfiguration spells would naturally overcome this bottleneck. In the meantime, he could enhance his understanding of different object structures through the use of magic. Generally speaking, the more familiar a wizard is with the object they wish to transform, the lower the difficulty and magical expenditure involved. Wingardium Leviosa. With that, McGonagall waved her wand, using the levitation charm to move Hagrid onto a stretcher, and then, with her magic, she levitated both the stretcher and Hagrid into the air, guiding them along as she walked with Ivan. Along the way, Ivan seized the opportunity to inquire about the nuances of casting transfiguration spells and how to enhance his spellcasting speed. Professor McGonagall did not hold back, maintaining the levitation charm while explaining to Ivan. By the time they emerged from the Forbidden Forest, Ivan felt he had acquired numerous new techniques, yet his transfiguration level remained unchanged. He was uncertain whether consuming the bloodline fusion potion would help him surpass this impasse. By the tranquil shores of Forbidden Lake, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been anxiously awaiting the arrival of Professor McGonagall and Ivan. Upon seeing them emerge together, they hurried over, their concern heightened by the sight of Hagrid lying on a stretcher nearby. "Hagrid, are you all right?" Harry managed to greet Professor McGonagall only briefly before rushing to Hagrid's side. Confusion clouded their minds, and Ivan, feeling compelled to clarify, explained, "Cecilia is a unicorn. She was struck by the killing curse while trying to save Hagrid." "The killing curse? That's an unforgivable curse. Who would dare to use it?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice laced with shock. Harry remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while Ron had merely heard the name of the curse without any understanding of its implications. Hermione quickly took it upon herself to elucidate. "I've read about it in a book. It is a powerful spell that can instantly take a life, a most malevolent form of magic. The Ministry of Magic classifies it among the 3 unforgivable curses, and any user caught will be sent to Azkaban. The victim is doomed to die without exception, and there is no known counter-curse," she continued. "Well, except for Harry. He is the only one known to have survived the killing curse, and that was cast by Voldemort himself." Realizing she was in the presence of someone who had successfully withstood the curse, Hermione added this with a hint of embarrassment. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, feeling a familiar twinge of pain. He had been unaware that he had once endured such a perilous, unforgivable curse. Previously, people only spoke of his triumph over Voldemort and his role in saving the wizarding world, never revealing the details of how it had transpired. Those who attacked Hagrid won't care about such matters. "Do not expect those dangerous dark wizards to adhere to the Ministry's regulations," Ivan remarked, sensing Hermione's naivety and feeling compelled to remind her. "All right, children, we shall discuss this further later. We have far more pressing matters at hand." Professor McGonagall interjected. "For instance, we must conceal this dragon to prevent it from being discovered, and we need to get Hagrid to the hospital wing." Ivan suggested, "Nobby can be hidden in Hagrid's hut. A simple sleeping spell will suffice." After contemplating the suggestion, Professor McGonagall deemed it feasible and instructed Ivan to take Nobby to the hut, subsequently waving her wand to cast the sleeping spell. "Sleep now," she commanded swiftly, and before Nobby had a chance to react, he was rendered unconscious, aware of Dragon's strong resistance to magic. Professor McGonagall cast the sleeping spell multiple times to prolong Nobby's slumber and used a binding charm to secure his limbs, wings, and mouth, ensuring that even if Nobby were to awaken, he would not cause any disturbances. As Ivan stepped into the Great Hall, he discovered that the long tables of the 4 houses were already filled with students, reminiscent of the start of term, welcoming new arrivals. However, the atmosphere was markedly heavier. Young witches and wizards whispered among themselves, indifferent to the prefect's futile attempts to maintain order, and Ivan could faintly catch snippets of conversation regarding dragons. The arrival of Ivan and his trio captured the attention of everyone present, particularly the third-year students who had witnessed Hermione, Harry, and Ron escorting Professor McGonagall away. They were eager to rush forward and inquire. No sooner had Ivan settled into his seat than George and Fred eagerly squeezed in beside him. "Ivan, what transpired in the Forbidden Forest? Some claim to have seen a dragon plummet into it, and we even heard the roar of a dragon from our classroom. Is that true?" George excitedly pressed. The surrounding young wizards turned their gaze towards Ivan, anticipating that he might divulge some tantalizing tidbits to satiate their curiosity. However, Ivan shook his head apologetically. I don't know. The professors will address it shortly. He genuinely felt at a loss for words. Knowing that Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall would provide an official account, and what if his narrative contradicted theirs? That would be quite embarrassing. George and Fred exchanged glances, refraining from further questioning, well aware that if Ivan had any information to share, he would not keep it from them. Nevertheless, others were not so understanding. They firmly believed that Ivan and Harry must possess knowledge of the events, yet were deliberately withholding it, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Nothing happened there, no dragon. Nothing at all. Hermione, exasperated by the questioning, shouted in frustration. Harry and Ron shared her discontent, as the knowledge they held but could not express weighed heavily upon them. Yet, even the typically loquacious Ron remained tight-lipped this time, remembering Ivan's warning that it would be best to keep silent if they wished to avoid Hagrid's imprisonment in Azkaban. Chapter 61. Apologies. The oaf cannot comprehend such convoluted speech. Ivan and his companion's silence proved futile, as more students attempted to crowd closer. The ensuing commotion caught the attention of several professors at the staff table. Snape drew his wand and cast a sonorous charm upon himself, declaring, "If you intend to fabricate tales for attention, Potter, I suggest you leave this place immediately." In an instant, the cacophonous hall fell silent as if time had been halted. The young wizards who had surrounded Ivan hastily retreated to their original positions. Ivan even witnessed a Slytherin student topple over amidst the crowd, trampled yet resilient, shedding tears as he scrambled to his feet. Even his fellow Slytherins exhibited such tenacity, a testament to Snape's formidable reputation. Pleased with the effect of his command, Snape turned his attention to Harry. "Potter, if you plan to concoct any fabrications to garner attention, I suggest you vacate this space immediately." Harry trembled with anger, wishing he possessed the means to cast the lethal curse Hermione had mentioned, for he felt a strong urge to unleash it upon Snape, who had not uttered a single word since entering. Hermione and Ron were momentarily filled with indignation. Having suffered considerable setbacks previously, they chose not to stand up and vocally refute this time. Ivan, already accustomed to Snape's acerbic tongue, found it rather peculiar that there were no customary point deductions this time. As he settled down to contemplate, Ivan discerned a subtle warning concealed within Snape's words. Though he could not fathom why this insufferable proud figure would adopt such a caustic demeanor to caution them against divulging any information, it was evident that he should have known that Harry, in his reckless nature, could not comprehend, rendering the warning futile. Nonetheless, under Snape's overwhelming pressure, Ivan finally found a moment of respite, with only the faintest whispers occasionally breaking the silence around him. Following Snape's gaze, Ivan looked over to the giant eagle statue, where a translucent phoenix, radiating a soft blue glow, stood majestically. A blue phoenix? Harry, noticing this as well, could not contain his curiosity and whispered in awe. He found it breathtaking, even more so than the phoenix he had seen in the headmaster's office, and merely gazing at it soothed his previously agitated spirit. "That is Professor Dumbledore's Patronus," Ivan exclaimed. Having read the original text, Ivan understood well that Dumbledore's Patronus was unlike others. It could serve as a medium for conveying messages. Its presence signified that Dumbledore's watchful gaze was ever upon them. Clearly, this was the Patronus at work. Harry opened his mouth, seemingly about to inquire about Dementors, but Ivan, anticipating his question, gently elucidated before he could speak, effectively diverting the attention of others. Dementors are exceedingly dangerous creatures, resembling what Muggles might refer to as the Grim Reaper. Their bodies are decayed and cold, and they sustain themselves by consuming happiness. With this remark, Ivan successfully captured the attention of the surrounding young wizards. For the Patronus charm was an advanced spell that even older students might struggle to master. As for Dementors, many had not even heard of them. Thus their curiosity was piqued, and they momentarily set aside thoughts of dragons to listen intently to Ivan's tale. Before long, Professor McGonagall emerged from a side door of the hall, her expression somewhat more relaxed than before, though her brow remained furrowed. Several professors gathered around her, inquiring about the situation. From a distance, Ivan could not discern their conversation, but as he pondered, he observed the blue phoenix atop the eagle statue gradually becoming ethereal and translucent, ultimately dissolving into shimmering points of light. At the same time, the closed exhibition hall doors were reopened, revealing the figure of Dumbledore before the crowd. Unlike his usual amiable and humorous demeanor, his face bore a weightier expression, which led to a noticeable reduction in the whispers among the young wizards as he passed the tables of the various heads of houses. Upon reaching the stage, Dumbledore's gaze lingered momentarily on the empty seat representing Quirrell, before he cleared his throat and spoke. Dumbledore's eyes scanned the room, and upon noticing that all the young wizards were attentively focused on him, he continued. The school's gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid, was attacked by an unknown assailant while patrolling the Forbidden Forest today. Although he is not in mortal danger, we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the attacker. Effective immediately, the school is under a state of lockdown. No one is permitted to leave the castle without authorization. I will assign available professors to patrol the castle regularly until the holiday or until the perpetrator is apprehended. Dumbledore's tone was grave, leaving no doubt that he was not jesting. The young wizards began to murmur amongst themselves, prompting Dumbledore to raise his voice. In addition to these distressing matters, I must also award extra points to a few individuals. First, to Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, and Miss Hermione Granger, for their timely discovery of unusual happenings in the Forbidden Forest and for promptly alerting a professor, thereby preventing greater losses to the school. At this juncture, Dumbledore's gaze settled on Ivan for a brief moment. Had it not been for Harry and his friend's timely warning, the Forbidden Forest might have been irrevocably altered. For this, I award each of them an additional 20 points, Dumbledore declared. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, as this significant increase of 60 points was enough to elevate Gryffindor above the originally second-ranked Ravenclaw, leveling them with the top-ranked Slytherin. Harry felt an exhilaration that made him want to leap from his seat. The weight of his previous worries lifted. He couldn't resist a glance at Snape's expression, eager to gauge his disappointment. However, upon turning, he found Snape's face unchanged, devoid of any indication of emotion. Hermione maintained a semblance of composure, yet the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth betrayed her excitement. Ron held his head high, reveling in the applause of the crowd for the first time. After the applause subsided, Dumbledore continued. Next is Mr. Ivan House. Through his keen wit and bravery, he successfully repelled the assailant, ensuring Hagrid's safety. I hereby declare an additional 50 points for Gryffindor. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the crowd, with countless eyes converging on Ivan, including those of several professors who looked on in disbelief, though their understanding of the events transpiring within the Forbidden Forest was limited. They first heard the resounding roar of a dragon, followed by the emergence of thick, billowing smoke. Even Hagrid, the colossal figure, found himself under attack, a clear indication of the peril they faced. Furthermore, Dumbledore had made it abundantly clear that the assailant had been successfully repelled by Ivan, rather than any professors who had rushed to provide assistance. In the hushed expanse of the Grand Hall, Dumbledore was the first to break the silence, initiating a round of applause that soon erupted into thunderous acclaim from the audience. This time, it was not solely the Gryffindor students who applauded. Apart from a few envious souls, even the young wizards from the other three houses joined in. For even the haughty Slytherins could not deny that Ivan's actions had surpassed their expectations. Having witnessed such a spectacle for the second time, Ivan felt no particular thrill. Instead, he found it somewhat peculiar that they were not attempting to conceal these events as much as possible. The deafening applause continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Subsequently, the young wizards gazed expectantly at Dumbledore, anticipating a discussion regarding the dragon. To their surprise, Dumbledore showed no inclination to address the matter. Instead, he waved his wand, and an array of desserts appeared on the 4 long tables. Creamy puddings, chocolate cakes, cornflakes, and almond ice cream were displayed, each more tantalizing than the last. I believe you might benefit from some desserts to soothe your agitated spirits, Dumbledore remarked after a brief pause. As for the assailant, there is no need for undue concern. I am well aware of his identity, and the Ministry of Magic will soon dispatch personnel to investigate. As long as you remain within the castle's confines, you will encounter no danger. Dumbledore's words possessed a peculiar charm that inspired trust, alleviating much of the worry etched on the faces of the professors on stage. Ivan, however, paid little heed to the conversation, engrossed in the desserts before him. He had visited Hagrid's hut earlier that afternoon and, amidst the whirlwind of events, had yet to partake in dinner. After concluding his speech, Dumbledore intended to depart, for a multitude of matters awaited his attention. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rose from the Gryffindor table. Professor, what about the fire dragon? Will you not address that? The hall fell into a sudden silence, and Dumbledore paused in his tracks. Ivan, momentarily taken aback, recognized the speaker as the explosive genius, Seamus. He had not anticipated such boldness from him. Under Dumbledore's benevolent gaze, Seamus stood, trembling slightly, yet the old headmaster showed no sign of reproach. Instead, he offered a gentle clarification. I must remind you all that Hogwarts does not possess the Ministry's authorization to harbor dragons. As for the dragon's roar, It may well be a consequence of some magical effect. To my knowledge, there exist numerous methods capable of producing such an outcome. Not long after I assumed the role of headmaster at Hogwarts, a few mischievous young wizards began engaging in similar pranks. At that time, Filch took great pleasure in suspending these students in a small dark room, and I consistently urged him to exercise a bit more leniency towards the children. Dumbledore, after a couple of sentences, began to recount his own little tale, pretending that everyone was enthralled by his narrative. Ivan rolled his eyes inwardly, bemused by Dumbledore's persistent antics. However, I witnessed it firsthand. Seymour appeared quite anxious, yet still mustered the courage to speak up. It was probably as large as a house, or perhaps even larger, with 4 legs and a pair of wings, and it could breathe fire. The surrounding young wizards erupted into laughter, for it seemed as if he had said nothing at all. Every dragon depicted in stories resembled this description. "I truly did not deceive you," Seymour exclaimed, his face flushed. Nevertheless, Seymour's rudimentary description of Norbert puzzled Ivan somewhat, though upon reflection, clarity dawned. The elevated terrain of Hogwarts Castle meant that only at the moment Norbert dove from the sky could one feasibly glimpse it directly from the castle. Perhaps due to the vast distance, Seymour had not seen it clearly. Once Ivan grasped this notion, he took a sip of chilled lemonade, curious to ponder how Dumbledore would elucidate the matter. "I seem to recall someone riding on the back of that fire-breathing dragon. I cannot be entirely certain, but I strongly suspect it was Harkles," Seymour proclaimed loudly. Ivan, exasperated, sprayed his juice in disbelief, glancing at Seymour and muttering, from this distance, "You might as well be called the all-seeing Seymour instead of the explosive genius." Chapter 63. How can I explain this if you believe even that? Dumbledore did not anticipate such a situation arising, yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly regained his composure, his expression remaining unchanged. "Mr. Seymour Finnegan, I believe I've already explained this quite clearly. As for why you perceive these things." Dumbledore paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. "Perhaps you might inquire with Mr. Harkles about how he accomplished it." The moment Dumbledore's words left his lips, the attention of the crowd refocused on Ivan, with even a few professors casting curious glances his way. Ivan, caught off guard, had not expected this benevolent-looking old headmaster to put him in such a predicament at this juncture. He hurriedly cast a questioning look towards Dumbledore, only to find the centenarian winking playfully, as if suggesting he should conjure his own explanation. Ivan felt a surge of frustration, suspecting this was Dumbledore's subtle retribution for the incident involving the Forbidden Forest. Confronted by the inquisitive gazes of his peers, Ivan could only shrug and remark, "Do you genuinely believe that a first-year wizard tamed a dragon and flew through the skies while breathing fire? That is utterly preposterous." "We believe." George and Fred exchanged glances, speaking in unison. While they might have doubted someone else, Ivan indeed possessed that potential. Fortunately, Ivan's explanation garnered the approval of the vast majority of the young wizards. Indeed, dragons are among the most magnificent of mythical creatures. Adult dragons are often significantly larger than a house, possessing a temper that is both fierce and violent. Even professional dragon tamers may hesitate to mount a dragon's back, as this act is frequently perceived as an affront by fire-breathing dragons. Of course, they were unaware that Norbert was merely a little over a month old. Had they known, their perspective might have shifted. Following the revelation of dragon riding by Seamus, Ivan found himself hastily consuming a few pieces of cake, bidding farewell to the delightful feast, and promptly concluding the banquet. Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who shared a similar predicament, were also inundated with inquiries, weary from the incessant questioning. "Ivan, what shall we do now? Seamus has seen Norbert. Surely Hagrid won't be sent to Azkaban?" Harry said, his voice tinged with concern. Ron nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, there are numerous young wizards in the school who have heard Norbert's cries. Concealment is utterly impossible. Do not fret excessively. We must ensure that Norbert is sent away before the Ministry of Magic arrives for an inspection, as long as there is no conclusive evidence. I trust Professor Dumbledore will manage the situation," Ivan reassured them. "Then I shall write a letter to Charlie. He should be on his way by now. I will urge him to arrive by tomorrow." Ron promptly sprang into action, retrieving an envelope from the drawer and beginning to write. "Remember, do not be too explicit in the letter. Refrain from mentioning anything about dragons, lest it be intercepted along the way," Ivan cautioned. "All right, I understand," Ron replied, feeling that such caution was somewhat excessive. Yet he complied and revised his message. Once the letter was dispatched, both Harry and Ron exhaled with relief. Throughout the ordeal, Ivan had not been overly concerned, with Dumbledore being the most influential figure in the magical realm. The Ministry of Magic could not stir up significant trouble at Hogwarts based solely on a few rumors and the testimony of a young wizard. After engaging in a secret discussion in their dormitory, they suddenly recalled that Neville had been left outside. When Harry opened the door, they found that the Gryffindor lions who had been blocking the entrance had long since departed, leaving Neville standing alone. Poor Neville looked like a scapegoat, with several buttons torn from his robes during the earlier commotion, completely unaware of the events that had transpired. After a day filled with such tumult, Harry and Ron were utterly exhausted, collapsing in a slumber the moment they touched their beds. Ivan, however, rested for a while before rising once again at midnight, for there was one vital task yet to be accomplished. Before venturing out, he recalled that the castle would be on high alert that night, prompting him to attempt the disillusionment charm he had learned previously but seldom employed. "I shall invoke the disillusionment charm," Ivan intoned, waving his wand and tapping his forehead. In that moment, he sensed a peculiar sensation enveloping his entire being, a chilling embrace akin to being submerged in water, reminiscent of egg whites, yet slightly more viscous, all the while allowing him to breathe and move unhindered. This experience is entirely distinct from being cloaked in invisibility. There is no sense of isolation or security that comes from being cut off from the world. However, the absence of clothing constraints offers a remarkable convenience. Ivan stood before the bed, his gaze directed towards the small mirror hanging on the right. The mirror faithfully reflected the quilt and pillows on the bed, as though were peering through his very being. For Ivan, wandering through Hogwarts at night had become second nature, especially after acquiring the Marauder's map, which allowed him to deftly avoid the patrol routes of Filch and the professors on duty. In his search, Ivan noted with interest that Quirrell's name did not appear within the castle. In comparison to his initial entry, the surroundings had transformed significantly. Nearly one-third of the previously empty bottles now contained potions of varying hues, aging potions, bone growth elixirs, and fireproofing brews. These concoctions were all brewed by Ivan using potion materials pilfered from Snape. Rather than letting them languish, he deemed it prudent to utilize them to hone his potion-making skills. At the center, the cauldron held the bloodline fusion potion he had meticulously prepared over the entire semester. After a prolonged period of settling, the cauldron's contents had transformed from chaos to a clear, transparent liquid, resembling ordinary water. Were it not for Ivan witnessing this change day by day, he might have suspected his potion was stealthily replaced. With a surge of excitement, Ivan retrieved 2 vials containing the blood of magical creatures from the pocket of his wizarding robe. Chapter 64. The Bloodline Fusion Ritual. The vivid crimson and deep blue blood appeared strikingly under the night sky, faintly illuminated by the flowing magic within. Magical item, dragon blood. Description: extracted from a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Its activity and magical potency are inferior to that of an adult, yet it possesses the same potential. Magical item, unicorn blood. Description: this blood is taken from an adult female unicorn and possesses immense vitality. Consuming it can even save the life of a dying individual, staving off the approach of death. However, the recipient will inevitably bear the curse of life. In possessing both types of magical creature blood, Ivan found himself momentarily conflicted, pondering which to incorporate. Undoubtedly, both were among the most exceptional magical beings, each brimming with substantial magical power. Merging either would greatly enhance his capabilities. System: can I combine both? Ivan inquired, unwilling to relinquish his choice. To avoid a potential conflict between the 2 blood types, he ultimately refrained from this reckless endeavor. Failing due to greed after such extensive preparation would be a grave misfortune. After considerable deliberation, Ivan resolved to use the unicorn blood. After all, the juvenile dragon's blood was rather insufficient, and its magical potency and vitality paled in comparison to that of an adult dragon, though the potential was the same. Who could ascertain how long it would take to realize that potential? Although the blood of the unicorn is said to bear an unknown curse in the description, this only applies when consumed directly to postpone death. To his knowledge, due to the immense vitality contained within unicorn blood, many advanced medicinal potions require its use. Yet he had never heard of any adverse effects. As the blood flowed in, the originally transparent liquid in the cauldron gradually transformed into a deep azure hue. Ivan, no longer hesitating, drank the blood fusion potion in one gulp. The potion had a somewhat bitter taste, yet it was still bearable. After consuming it, Ivan smacked his lips, feeling rather indifferent. Just as Ivan was pondering this, he suddenly experienced a bone-chilling itch coursing through his body, followed by a sensation as if the blood within him was boiling, accompanied by a rapid surge in magical power. However, instead of elation, Ivan was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. The magical energy, which had lain dormant within him, completely spiraled out of control under this newfound growth. its immense waves radiating chaotically in all directions. The various vials and jars upon the table shattered violently, and in the ensuing turbulence, the furniture was flung aside. Clenching his teeth, Ivan could distinctly perceive the potion's brutal transformation of his body. The tumultuous magic within him seemed on the verge of causing a collapse. It was then that he recalled the book Bloodline Origins, mentioning the extreme risks associated with the blood fusion ritual. Well, the majority of wizards met their demise or were grotesquely mutated. Otherwise, ordinary wizards would not remain the exception. Just as Ivan believed his body was about to be torn apart, he suddenly sensed a shift in the world before him. The pain dissipated, and the surging magical energy transformed from a tumultuous wave into a gentle current. More importantly, it seemed as though his consciousness had expanded with the dispersing magic, encompassing every corner of the storeroom, placing everything within his control. Within the range of his magical influence, he felt like an omnipotent deity. Realizing this, Ivan attempted to levitate the fallen table a little. Without any incantation, merely with a thought, the mahogany round table floated according to his will, only to crash into the ceiling. Ivan's lips twitched slightly. He had merely intended to lift it a little. Undeterred by this initial setback, he felt like a child discovering a new toy, continuously infusing more magical power into the mahogany table. Upon reaching a certain threshold, Ivan could clearly perceive the entirety of the table's interior, even every wood fiber unraveling and presenting itself in his mind. As he sensed the structure of objects with magic, Ivan recalled Professor McGonagall's words, accompanied by the incessant notifications from his system. Ding! Through exploration and practice, your proficiency in transformation charms has significantly increased. Now at level 4. Ding! Through exploration, your proficiency in transformation charms has significantly increased. Ding! Through. Had it been any other time, Ivan would have been utterly elated. However, at present, he felt no emotional fluctuation. He sensed the potential within himself to achieve more, such as executing a genuine feat of biological metamorphosis. Not merely a transient transformation of an object's properties through typical transmutation, but a profound alteration that would render an inanimate object into a living creature. As this thought took root in his mind, the sturdy wooden round table began to contort and warp under the caress of magical energy. It morphed like a piece of clay, compressing into a ball before being stretched repeatedly. The system's voice in his mind resumed its rapid barrage. Yet this time, Ivan chose to silence it, immersing himself wholly in the sculpting of an animal's form. Gradually, under the influence of his magic, the wooden fibers transitioned into flesh and blood cells. Before long, a magnificent fox adorned with golden red feathers and a splendid tail materialized before him. However, this fox seemed somewhat dim-witted, its gaze devoid of life. Were it not for the occasional flutter of its feathers and the movement of its wings, Ivan might have doubted its very existence. Nevertheless, he had crafted a phoenix with his own hands, or perhaps a bird resembling a phoenix, as it lacked any magical essence and could not heal wounds with its tears. Ivan even found time to maliciously ponder whether he could secretly swap it with a genuine phoenix, and how long it would take Dumbledore to notice the deception. Yet, this alone did not satisfy Ivan. He yearned to infuse the phoenix with magic, transforming it into a true magical creature. Just as this notion crossed his mind, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. The once obedient and vast reservoir of magic spiraled into chaos, leading to the abrupt disintegration of the phoenix he had painstakingly created, torn apart by the tumultuous magic. Chapter 65, The Eruption of Magic. A crimson rain of blood fell around him, and flesh and feathers were dismembered, scattering like debris from the sky. Ivan, just liberated from that peculiar state, collapsed helplessly to the ground. The omnipotent being he had just been was now incapable of even conjuring a simple magical barrier, left to endure the grotesque remnants of flesh adhering to his face. In a distant recollection, Ivan sensed he had encountered a similar experience before. It was during the awakening of his magic at the age of 8, when he was startled awake from a nightmare in a small room, and the unleashed magic wreaked havoc upon his surroundings, momentarily animating the wooden carving he held. Throughout this ordeal, he had neither waved a wand nor uttered a spell. It was merely his instinctive rejection of everything born from fear that led to widespread destruction, as that very fear birthed an insecurity that animated the wooden carving to shield him. As for why such a phenomenon occurred post-magic eruption, Ivan could not ascertain. Yet, he recalled that in the original narrative, Harry too experienced a similar explosion of magic, seemingly capable of manifesting his desires almost effortlessly, including but not limited to sprouting hair, transforming a teacher's wig into blue, and using sheer will to make a piece of glass in the zoo vanish. This signifies that any young sorcerer should experience something akin to this during a magical surge. Ivan surmised that his sudden surge of magical power likely precipitated a second magical eruption, one that was both more potent and enduring. Remarkably, for reasons unknown, he found himself able to exert a fleeting degree of control over it. Unable to fathom this phenomenon at the moment, Ivan set the thought aside, intending to delve deeper into it at a later opportunity. The blood that clung to him felt repugnant, and the surroundings appeared chaotic, as though ravaged by a tempest. After restoring some semblance of order, Ivan drew his wand from his sleeve, first tapping it against his own garments before commencing to tidy the disarray around him. Observing the spectacle, he marveled at the wonders of magic. It was indeed exceedingly convenient. Were he to undertake the task of organizing such an expansive potion storage room alone, it would surely take him several days to accomplish. Had this occurred yesterday, Ivan's dust-clearing charm would have fallen far short of such efficacy. The near doubling of his magical power had significantly amplified the potency of his spells. Moreover, having integrated unicorn blood into his wand, he felt it had become exceptionally responsive, with the transmission of magic encountering almost no hindrance, instead providing him with considerable enhancement. However, even with these advantages, the cleaning charm Ivan cast was not all-encompassing. At the very least, the once majestic rosewood round table, now transformed into a phoenix, could not be restored. The dismembered remnants of flesh, blood, and feathers were merely relegated to a corner, necessitating Ivan to incinerate them to ashes using a fire spell. Fortunately, he discovered a bottle of fireproof potion that remained intact, offering a modicum of solace. Once the area was organized, Ivan felt inclined to examine the status bar of his system, curious about the extent of his newfound power. Name: Ivan Halls. Profession: bloodlines sorcerer. Magic bar: Fear spell level 3. 608,800. Levitation spell level 3, 760,800. Transfiguration spell level 4, 12601,600. Disarmament spell level 3, 700,800. Dust clearing spell level 3, 774,800. Illusionary body spell level 3, 774,800. Others omitted. Bloodline magic. Knowledge theory. Magical item creation level 1, 600,1000. Basic spell theory level 4, 107,1600. Potionology level 4, 115,21600. Magical items. Wand, purple wood, unicorn hair, 11 3/4 inches long. Magic power, medium. Compatibility, 100%. Living map. Magic power, strong. Crescent pendant. Magic power, relatively strong. Description. This magical item, crafted with a considerable amount of precious metals, shields the bearer from a single lethal attack, disintegrating once its magical energy is depleted. Note: only a high-intensity lethal attack can trigger its effect. It contains more than mere magical power. Academic performance points, 179. Ivan gazed at the updated system panel, now adorned with numerous new entries. Foremost among them was the change in profession, from sorcerer to bloodline sorcerer, the distinction of which remained unclear to him for the time being. Moreover, the proficiency of all magic has surged remarkably. Ivan suspects that this extraordinary growth is somehow linked to the peculiar state he inadvertently entered following his recent surge of magical energy. Notably, his transfiguration spell not only ascended to the 4th level, but also witnessed an astonishing increase of over 1,000 points in proficiency. Ivan's gaze shifted to the system's notification panel, which was inundated with numerous messages, the majority indicating a significant enhancement in the proficiency of the transfiguration spell. This prompted Ivan to ponder, with a touch of ambition, whether had he not recklessly attempted to transform into a magical creature, the spell might have sustained itself long enough to elevate directly to the 5th level. Of course, maintaining such a state indefinitely would be even more desirable, as Ivan fancied himself capable of matching wits with Dumbledore, albeit within the confines of his magical capacity. Lastly, there was an additional section for bloodline magic, which Ivan had anticipated. According to the records found in the restricted section of the library, particularly in the tome titled Origins of Bloodlines, successfully merging with the bloodline of a wondrous creature typically grants one a portion of its innate abilities. For instance, wizards possessing the bloodline of Avila are endowed with extraordinary charm. However, Ivan discovered that the bloodline magic section displayed nothing but 5 prominent question marks, devoid of any further information. Chapter 66. Silence. I never uttered such words. Ivan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Where was the powerful bloodline magic that had been promised? Was it possible that his method of administering the potion had been flawed? Suddenly, he recalled receiving a system notification while he was drawing blood, but due to Professor McGonagall's arrival, he had not had the opportunity to investigate further. Upon opening the notification, Ivan realized it was a quest. Upon reading it, Ivan's expression transformed into one of incredulity, almost prompting him to curse aloud. Quest: Vow of Vengeance. Quest Objective: Eliminate Kilo. Quest description: Cecilia is an adult female unicorn, a free and sacred being that roams the vast depths of the Forbidden Forest. Until one day, she is slain by an evil wizard. In her moment of pain and despair, you comforted her and solemnly vowed to avenge her. Note: you must fulfill your promise to gain Cecilia's recognition. Until then, she will choose to observe rather than offer assistance. Ivan was utterly bewildered. When had he ever pledged to avenge Cecilia? He distinctly remembered stating, "In any case, your enemy is unlikely to live much longer. Rest in peace." This was merely a statement of fact, devoid of any implication of a promise, yet had been grossly misconstrued. Ivan seethed internally, demanding the system to reveal itself and provide an explanation. However, the aloof system remained silent. "Nober, I should not have disparaged your low blood magic power." With a resigned sigh, Ivan lamented the inexplicable predicament he found himself in, but it was too late for regrets. If bloodline magic was absent, so be it. Who knew if it was truly as formidable as described in Origins of Bloodlines? Perhaps it was, in fact, rather weak. Ivan could only console himself by reflecting on the benefits he had attained. At the very least, his magical power had been significantly enhanced, had it not? Additionally, there has been an enhancement in his magical proficiency. More significantly, the tasks assigned by the system bore no penalties. He could simply let them lie dormant. For it was entirely possible that in a few days, Chilo might succumb to his injuries, resulting in the automatic completion of the task. After all, by the laws of causality, he would have indirectly caused the demise. Regaining his composure, Ivan exited the potion storage room and re-entered the training ground through the room of requirement. Dragging his weary form, Ivan absent-mindedly consumed his breakfast in the grand hall. To his perplexity, he noticed that regardless of where he moved, he was the object of many gazes. Initially, Ivan presumed it was merely the aftermath of the previous day's events, but he soon discerned something amiss, as even Harry and Ron regarded him with peculiar expressions. "Why are you all staring at me?" Ivan finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "I feel like you seem somewhat different from yesterday." Ron finally articulated the thoughts he had been suppressing, with Harry nodding in agreement. They found it baffling that after just a night's slumber, their roommate, Ivan, could undergo such a significant transformation. Ivan was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he might have morphed into a half-human, half-unicorn creature. Hastily, he tapped his wand against an empty plate, transfiguring it into a square mirror, which he then held up for inspection. Upon seeing his reflection, Ivan exhaled in relief. Golden hair and dark eyes. Indeed, it was still him, albeit with slightly fairer skin and an ethereal blue glow of magic subtly visible in his eyes. More importantly, his demeanor had undergone a considerable metamorphosis, emanating an involuntary charm reminiscent of the legendary elves, evoking a desire for closeness even within himself. "Ivan, your transfiguration spell has become more formidable," Hermione remarked as she approached, book in hand, gazing at the mirror on the table in admiration, before playfully adding, "Of course. You're also more attractive now, and a tad taller." Ivan began to speculate about his current state. It seemed he had inherited the affinity of unicorns, although he was puzzled as to why this was not reflected in the system's interface. Logically, this was an immensely powerful ability, yet Ivan felt a twinge of concern due to the abruptness and clarity of the change overnight, fearing that Dumbledore might discern something unusual. "How did you manage this? Did you use some potion? Could it be the fabled love potion?" Ron inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Who would use a love potion on themselves? Besides, a love potion could never yield such an effect. Hermione swiftly countered, yet her gaze remained eager as she looked at Ivan, clearly wishing to know more. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's because I developed a bit quickly last night. You know, at this age, growth spurts happen rather rapidly," Ivan replied vaguely. Ron and the others fell silent, bemused. Despite their similar ages, none of them had experienced such a transformation. Ivan recognized their disbelief, but chose not to elaborate further. He had no intention of revealing the matter of bloodline fusion potions. The success rate of bloodline fusion remains rather unstable, and Ivan could not confidently assert that the potion formula provided by the system would yield a guaranteed success, let alone risk having others attempt it. While they were engaged in casual conversation, A peculiar voice suddenly echoed from the Slytherin table. Ivan swiftly turned to look, only to find Malfoy boasting with a letter in hand. "Malfoy!" Harry exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, filled with the urge to confront him. At that moment, Malfoy, noticing Harry, smirked and taunted, "Isn't this Potter? Just wait until Professor Dumbledore leaves. No one will be there to protect you." "I had no idea your father was so cowardly, Malfoy." Just hearing about a dragon at Hogwarts frightened him instantly, according to Seamus. "I even took a ride on it for a couple of laps in the sky," Ivan remarked nonchalantly. Malfoy's face flushed crimson with rage, and he instinctively opened his mouth to retaliate. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Ivan, instead feeling an inexplicable urge to compliment him. "My father only worries about me," Malfoy managed to utter amidst his awkward turmoil, hastily retreating, as if he had fallen under Ivan's charm. Chapter 67. Ron, you truly are a clever little rascal. Malfoy's bizarre behavior left Harry and the others baffled. Yet, Ivan's moment of amusement was short-lived, as Malfoy's unwelcome news made it clear that time was of the essence. "I still don't know when Charlie will write to us," Ron said, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Perhaps we should secretly hide Norbert." "But Norbert is far too large. There's simply no place to conceal him," Hermione frowned, voicing her concerns. "Maybe we could sink him in the lake," Ron proposed enthusiastically. "I mean, we could stuff a bamboo tube in Norbert's mouth, so he won't drown." Ivan cast a peculiar glance at him. "Ron, you truly are a clever little rascal." However, Ron was not entirely mistaken. If Charlie could not arrive in a timely manner, they would indeed need to find a way to hide Norbert. Given Norbert's size, submerging him in the lake was one of the alternatives they were considering. If Dumbledore could cast an oversized bubblehead charm and persuade the merfolk and a sleeping dragon to be neighbors for a few days, perhaps he might find using a disillusionment charm to be a simpler solution. Ivan wished to voice his thoughts, questioning when the Aurors had ever been known to arrive promptly to tidy up after events. When had the Ministry of Magic's efficiency become so remarkable? Clearly, other professors would step in temporarily. As Ivan had anticipated, just before class, a familiar figure cloaked in black robes entered the room. However, no amount of Harry's distaste would alter the situation. Snape strode confidently to the podium, placing his textbook down before scanning the classroom, his gaze briefly pausing on Ivan before he suddenly spoke. Due to Professor Quirrell being regarded as the prime suspect in the murder of a unicorn, the theft of potions, and the assault on the groundskeeper, the Ministry of Magic has issued a capture order. Consequently, I will temporarily take over the defense against the dark arts class for first to third years until the holiday. This sudden revelation sent a wave of astonishment among the young witches and wizards. What? The perpetrator is Professor Quirrell? How could this possibly be? Quirrell has always presented himself as timid and amiable, rendering it difficult for many students to accept this drastic change in his character. Therefore, my first lesson in defense against the dark arts will be to caution you against being deceived by appearances. Many malevolent dark wizards excel at weaving lies. So it is prudent to remain vigilant, Snape declared callously, showing no regard for the potential fright this might instill in the tender hearts of the children. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were taken aback by this news, yet they quickly came to terms with it, having already sensed Quirrell's odd behavior. As for Ivan, he had always known Quirrell's true nature. He was rather surprised by how swiftly Dumbledore had persuaded the Ministry to label the missing Quirrell as the culprit, wondering if some critical evidence had been discovered in Quirrell's office. Silence. The cacophony below made Snape frown repeatedly, and he raised his voice to interrupt the ongoing discussions. Additionally, I must inform you that the first year's Transfiguration class is cancelled. Hermione raised her hand high, eager to inquire why, but Snape harshly rebuffed her. Do not ask me the reason. That is not for you to know. The morning's defense against the dark arts class left Ivan quite satisfied, for Snape, as the instructor, proved to be far more competent than Quirrell, demonstrating genuine intent in imparting knowledge rather than merely reciting from a textbook as Quirrell had done. Ivan also learned from Hermione that his innate charm seemed to be diminishing or perhaps becoming more subdued, at least not as conspicuous as it had been that morning. This was welcome news for Ivan, as his previously potent ability had been so apparent that even Harry and Ron could sense it, which not only hindered its effectiveness, but also raised other suspicions. At noon, another piece of good news arrived. Ron had successfully received a letter from Charlie, stating that he would arrive with several friends at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to take the dragon away, sparing Norbert from a fate of being sunk in the lake or disappearing altogether. Fortunately, with the afternoon's Transfiguration class cancelled, they now had the time to bid farewell to Norbert. By the time they finished their meal and reached Hagrid's hut, it was precisely 2 o'clock. Norbert remained asleep by the hearth, showing no signs of waking, likely due to Professor McGonagall having reinforced the spell midway. Fong stayed outside the hut, too frightened to enter. But upon catching sight of Ivan, he immediately lunged forward, emitting a series of whimpers, lamenting the presence of Norbert occupying the space. Ivan offered some consolation and examined the injury on the leg of the creature, which had been bandaged, indicating that Mrs. Pomfrey had already tended to it. As the clock approached 3 o'clock, Ivan spotted 6 figures soaring towards them on broomsticks. "It's Charlie. He's here," Ron exclaimed, waving excitedly. The figures in the sky quickly descended upon seeing Ron. The leader, with fiery red hair, a face dotted with freckles, and sun-kissed skin darkened by the Romanian sun, certainly bore the marks of a rugged journey. Dragon research is no simple task. It requires extensive knowledge of dragons, resilience, and sometimes considerable physical strength. Chapter 68. Trust me, Hogwarts never engages in such irregularities. "Hello, I am Charlie, and these are my friends, here to assist with the dragon rescue." Charlie appeared slightly plump and spoke with an enthusiastic tone, clearly demonstrating that this Weasley was an affable individual. Ivan, concerned that officials from a Ministry of Magic might arrive prematurely, led them to Hagrid's hut after a brief introduction. "Who did this? It certainly saved us a lot of trouble," Charlie remarked, surprised to see Norbert bound tightly yet blissfully asleep. Confidently, Charlie approached and waved his wand to lift the transformation spell binding Norbert, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he looked rather embarrassed at Ivan. "It was Professor McGonagall," Ivan explained. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Charlie's mouth twitched slightly as he hurriedly called the others over to assist. After considerable effort, they finally managed to lift the transformation spell that had secured Norbert's limbs. However, their vigorous movements startled Norbert awake, causing them to jump back. Ultimately, Ivan was able to soothe Norbert, and together they cast a stunning spell to return him to slumber. Charlie was quite impressed, openly praising Ivan's aptitude for dragon care and inquiring if Ivan would like to join him in Romania after graduation. Ivan, of course, declined without hesitation, as his care for Norbert was solely for the convenience of blood collection. Otherwise, he had no time to tend to dragons. Charlie appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not press further. He and the others placed Norbert in a specially designed cage, continually enhancing it with levitation and stunning spells. The former was to lighten Norbert for easier transport, while the latter was to prevent him from waking during the journey. Once everything was set, Charlie wasted no time, leading his friends to fly the cage skyward on their broomsticks. Finally, it's done. After sending Norbert off, Harry and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "We still need to erase any traces of Norbert's presence." Ivan pointed to the disheveled hut, indicating that they had another task at hand. Although Ivan had used a cleaning charm to resolve most issues, some still required their personal attention. By the time the 4 of them finished, dusk had already set in. Just as Ivan was about to lead them away, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the front door, by the banks of the Hogwarts lake. In front of Hagrid's humble abode, Minister for Magic Fudge led the way, flanked by Dumbledore and McGonagall, while trailing behind them was an elderly woman clad in a pink cardigan, her demeanor awkward and shy. "Albus, you should know that I am indeed inclined to trust you, especially considering the assistance you have provided me in the past. However, the ministry is not solely my domain," Fudge remarked, an insincere frown adorning his face. To his knowledge, the ministry had never been so expeditious in addressing matters of significance. Professor McGonagall, lagging half a step behind, bore a look of concern, having misjudged Fudge's reaction speed. She fretted that the children might not be managing the situation swiftly enough, especially with Norbert still inside Hagrid's hut, which would complicate explanations later. Umbridge, standing at the threshold, spoke softly. As Minister for Magic, she certainly could not open the door herself. "Very well, Minister," her high-pitched, delicate tone, if uttered by a young maiden, would have been most pleasant, yet from Umbridge, it was utterly nauseating. Unaware of this dissonance, Umbridge ostentatiously retrieved her wand from her small handbag and tapped it against the door. "Alohomora," she exclaimed, forcefully pushing the door open, causing Professor McGonagall's heart to race. Fudge, perceptive as ever, noted her tension and felt a spark of interest. However, to the disappointment of both Fudge and Umbridge, the interior revealed nothing extraordinary. Merely a nondescript wooden cabin, somewhat dilapidated. Under ordinary circumstances, Fudge would have never set foot in such a place. Yet, it was not devoid of occupants. Umbridge's gaze swept over those still within the cabin, including Ivan and his companions. "Albus, I thought you had instructed the students to remain within the castle," Fudge inquired, turning to Dumbledore with keen interest. "Exceptions do exist, do they not?" Dumbledore replied, his gaze lingering on Ivan's face, perceptively noting the changes within him. Though now is not the moment for inquiries. Minister Fudge, good day. I am Ivan Halls. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Ivan said politely, offering a slight bow. His innate charm elicited an immediate sense of goodwill from Fudge. Indeed, so am I, Fudge responded, extending his hand for a brief shake with Ivan. He then turned his attention to the others. His interest piqued upon spotting Harry's distinctive scar, while Ron and Hermione were promptly overlooked. Potter? You are Harry Potter? Fudge approached, affectionately ruffling Harry's hair, treating him as if they were family. Harry, feeling uncomfortable, sought to evade the ministrations, but Fudge's substantial grip rendered escape impossible. I must admit, you accomplished something quite remarkable in your youth. Truly a hero. Otherwise, the ministry might have suffered even greater losses, Fudge remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Greater losses? Perhaps he meant the complete annihilation or surrender of the ministry. Ivan silently mused, stifling a smirk. By the way, what are you lot doing here? Fudge inquired. His curiosity piqued. Harry and Hermione were at a loss for words, yet Ivan remained composed, simply gesturing towards the large dog beside him. We are friends of Hage, who, due to his hospitalization, has entrusted us with the care of Yaya to prevent its condition from deteriorating or it from starving. Fudge followed Ivan's gesture and discovered a large mastiff, its legs bound with bandages stained with traces of blood. Who doesn't appreciate a faithful dog? Fudge bent down to stroke Yaya's head, but the creature responded with a snarl, leaving Fudge feeling quite embarrassed as a fleeting look of discontent crossed his face. He was not fond of a dog that bared its teeth at him. Chapter 69. The routine investigation of the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, Umbridge clearly embodied the definition of a good dog, eagerly searching the small wooden cabin upon entering. She tirelessly rummaged through any potential hiding spots, occasionally tapping her wand against tables and chairs, or lifting bed linens with her nails in search of hidden letters. Unfortunately for her, Ivan had left no traces behind, making her efforts fruitless. Ivan nodded and prepared to leave, but before he could exit, Umbridge's voice called out, "Wait. Minister Fudge, these children happen to be informants in the report, and I believe they might know something." Umbridge insisted. However, I suspect there may be some concealment at play. She stepped closer, her broad, sagging face looming over Ivan and the others. Ron, standing nearest, instinctively recoiled, but Umbridge seemed unfazed, wearing a smirk that conveyed distaste. As far as we know, someone witnessed a young wizard riding on the back of a dragon yesterday. Umbridge continued, "Did you not inquire about it at school?" It was Seamus who said that. He is notorious for his explosive antics, and given that any spell he attempts tends to fail, he may simply be concocting a tale to attract attention, Ivan replied coolly. Then I shall certainly investigate further, Umbridge remarked, her eyes fixated on Ivan, searching for any sign of revelation on his face. However, she was quickly disappointed. Ivan's expression remained unchanged. Very well, Umbridge, perhaps we should explore other avenues, Fudge said impatiently, disinterested in wasting time on the fabrications of a young wizard. In truth, Fudge held little interest in the so-called dragon incident. He had come here merely to ascertain whether Dumbledore was engaging in any clandestine activities behind his back, and it would be even better if this situation could undermine Dumbledore's reputation. Although he acknowledged that Dumbledore had aided him slightly in his pursuit of the Minister of Magic position, now that he occupied the highest office in the wizarding world, Fudge was determined not to have someone overshadowing him, or, worse, wielding more influence than he as the minister. This was utterly intolerable. When Fudge first ascended to the role of minister, he naively believed Dumbledore was aging and would soon retreat from the forefront, if not pass away altogether. However, little did one expect that a full decade had passed, and Dumbledore remained as sprightly as ever, his vitality seemingly surpassing that of his peers. Fudge harbored doubts, pondering whether Dumbledore would still preside as headmaster of Hogwarts long after his own demise. He was acutely aware of the esteemed wizard's amicable relationship with Nicholas Flamel, leading him to speculate if Dumbledore had partaken in some elixir of longevity. I believe we should venture to the 4th floor of the castle, he suggested, recalling whispers among students who had been warned at the start of term to avoid the area if they wished to escape a grim fate. Umbridge, ever the loyal hound, quickly devised a new scheme. Very well, let us proceed, Fudge remarked, his interest piqued once more. Dumbledore, do you truly think I would conceal a dragon within the castle corridors? He inquired. Suddenly, Dumbledore broke his silence. I merely wish to observe. How could a dragon possibly be hidden there? Fudge noticed the flicker of anxiety in Dumbledore's eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, yet he maintained a facade of composure, unwilling to reveal any weakness before the formidable wizard. I have already taken you to the scene of the incident. It was merely an ordinary attack, Dumbledore asserted with emphasis. Hagrid was injured by magic, and the charred remains show signs of a fire spell. The death of the unicorn was due to a killing curse. There is no evidence to suggest that Hogwarts harbors a dragon or has violated any regulations set by the Ministry of Magic. I understand, but this is a routine investigation by the Ministry, Fudge declared, feeling his authority challenged as never before. At that moment, Umbridge presented a search warrant, brandishing it before Dumbledore. Yet, Dumbledore did not cast even a glance at it. He merely continued to regard Fudge with an unwavering gaze. The already cramped wooden hut seemed to swell with an almost palpable tension, making Harry and the others uncomfortable. Ginny curled up tightly, her tail tucked, while Umbridge struggled to articulate a response. Ivan observed quietly, choosing to remain a bystander, as this predicament was entirely of Dumbledore's own making and not his concern. He was somewhat taken aback to learn that the Ministry was unaware of Dumbledore's use of the Philosopher's Stone for dubious purposes, or perhaps their knowledge was severely limited. Reflecting on Fudge's attitude toward Voldemort's resurrection in the original text, Ivan began to comprehend. Fudge was entirely unwilling to accept that Voldemort still lived, let alone consider trapping him with such a precious artifact as the Philosopher's Stone. Even if Fudge were to acquiesce, the trap would likely be set within the Ministry itself, with Fudge personally overseeing it alongside a cadre of Aurors. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, however, did not share Ivan's tranquil disposition. Fudge's words filled them with trepidation, for they were acutely aware of the three-headed dog lurking in the fourth-floor corridor, unable to fathom how Minister Fudge would react upon encountering it. The heavy atmosphere lingered until Dumbledore finally shattered the peculiar silence. The Ministry may certainly conduct an investigation. There is nothing there that warrants concealment. Dumbledore moderated his tone, understanding that Fudge was, after all, the Minister of Magic, and if possible, he wished to avoid any severe discord with the Ministry. Yes, you. This is the final location for the search, Fudge conceded, visibly relieved. Dumbledore chose not to elaborate further and proceeded toward the door, his calm demeanor causing Fudge to question whether his insistence was indeed warranted. However, Fudge quickly regained his resolve, for Dumbledore's earlier reactions had undeniably indicated that he was concealing something significant. With this thought in mind, Fudge exchanged a knowing glance with Umbridge. She immediately comprehended and turned to Ivan and the others with a disdainful smile. You all should follow as well. It would be best not to let me catch wind of any mischief along the way. Chapter 70. Do not worry. The professor is more than capable of handling this himself. Ivan nodded nonchalantly, having no intention of intervening. Fudge also nodded, reassured that they had come this far, and he was no longer concerned about Ivan and his companions alerting anyone. After parting ways, Ivan strode down the corridor leading to the Gryffindor common room, while Harry, Hermione, and Ron wore expressions of deep concern. What would they do if Minister Fudge discovered the three-headed dog on the fourth floor? Would Professor Dumbledore be dismissed? Harry pondered aloud. Rest assured, the professor can manage on his own, Ivan replied confidently, not believing Dumbledore to be so easily cornered. Perhaps during his confrontation with Fudge, Dumbledore had devised a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have maintained such composure throughout their journey. But I feel as if the professor might not be able to handle this. Hermione suddenly halted, gazing at Harry's shoulder. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Harry inquired, puzzled. It's on your shoulder. It seems to be writing, Ron remarked, bewildered. Ivan looked at the words formed by golden sparkles, his mouth twitching as he wished to feign ignorance. But regrettably, he was not alone in this moment. This must be a message left by Professor Dumbledore, he deduced. It reads, Secret passage to the fourth floor. Professor Dumbledore intends for us to take a shortcut to the fourth floor via this passage, Hermione exclaimed with excitement. Harry and Ron shared in her enthusiasm, feeling that they might finally have a role to play. But where is this passage? The three of them exchanged puzzled glances, turning toward Ivan, for if this was indeed a message from Dumbledore, it implied that someone must know about the secret passage. You'd best prepare yourselves. This passage is not easy to navigate, Ivan sighed, perplexed as to how Dumbledore had surmised his awareness of these hidden routes. Ivan led the group in a hurried dash, eventually stopping in a secluded alleyway on the first floor, where a statue of a knight wielding a sword stood. He tapped the wall beside the statue gently with his wand, causing the knight to abruptly raise his sword, startling Ron. Subsequently, the stone bricks in the wall recessed, revealing a narrow passageway. Within lies an eccentric space, its walls constructed entirely of bricks, extending in all directions. These walls seemed to possess a life of their own, ceaselessly shifting and proliferating. In a fleeting moment of pause, the passage to the left is completely engulfed by an overwhelming mass of bricks, and the standing space appears on the verge of being consumed as well. Ivan hastily pulls Hermione and the others away. As they venture rightward, the terrain ascends increasingly, while their retreat is steadily claimed by the encroaching bricks. Suddenly, Ivan collides with a gray wall. Harry almost suspects him to be mad. Yet Ivan's body passes through the wall as if it were mere air. Hurry, this secret door is shifting. Ivan's voice resonates from the other side. It dawns on Harry and the others that this resembles the situation at platform 9 3/4, and without further hesitation, they plunge forward. Fortunately, Hermione manages to escape at the last moment, only to find solid walls behind her. What would have happened if I hadn't made it out in time? Hermione inquires with curiosity. Then we would not see you again, Ivan replies with a serious tone. A wave of dread washes over Hermione, and Harry and Ron are equally frightened. Just as they vow never to enter such perilous passageways again, Ivan chuckles lightly. I meant temporarily. You would be transported to another location in the castle. This is Hogwarts. After all, such mechanisms and secret doors are certainly non-lethal. Otherwise, given the number of reckless young wizards throughout the ages, this school would have long been shut down. Hermione glares at Ivan in exasperation. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, they would have undoubtedly banded together to give him a good thrashing. Where are we? Harry glances around. Why? We are on the 4th floor. Ivan quickly leads them to the forbidden corridor. The wooden door remains firmly shut, but they all know that within lies a fierce and ferocious three-headed dog. Harry, do you still have a music box I gave you? Ivan turns back to inquire. Of course, it was a splendid gift, Harry replies, unsure of Ivan's intent, but retrieving it from his pocket nonetheless. By the way, Hagrid once mentioned that Fluffy enjoys music and will fall asleep upon hearing it. Hermione suddenly recalls, and Harry and Ron share in the excitement. This means they need not confront the three-headed dog at all. Ivan nods, with a music box in hand. He need not conjure a makeshift musical instrument with a transfiguration spell. Pushing open the corridor's wooden door, Ivan signals Harry to prepare to open the music box. But upon entering, they discover that Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is indeed fast asleep with its eyes closed. However, the noise they made upon entry stirs Fluffy slightly, and it seems poised to awaken. Without needing prompting, Harry swiftly opens the music box at the first sign of Fluffy's movement, and the cheerful Christmas tune fills the corridor, lulling Fluffy back into a deeper slumber. The group breathes a sigh of relief, yet, confronted with such a colossal three-headed canine, they momentarily remain at a loss for what to do. I mean, perhaps we should just abandon this? How are we supposed to move such a large three-headed dog outside? Ron gazed at the menacingly sharp-toothed maw of Lu Wei, swallowing hard, utterly at a loss for how to conceal it. Was there not a trapdoor here? Ivan, ignoring Ron's concerns, strode directly to the trapdoor, flinging it open before employing an extension charm to enlarge it by a full measure. It would have been impossible to achieve without Ivan's enhanced magical prowess and spellcasting skills, which had significantly improved after the completion of the fusion ritual. Are you really going to just toss him down there? Hermione expressed her apprehension, worried that Lu Wei might either suffer a fatal fall or cause chaos below. We need to take further measures, Ivan remarked. Chapter 71. Let us amuse Professor Dumbledore. The glow flickered. After estimating that the drop was approximately 4 meters, Ivan enlisted the assistance of Harry, Ron, and Hermione to levitate Lu Wei downwards using the levitation charm. Harry secured the music box to Lu Wei's neck with a chain, ensuring it would not awaken midway. Despite their collective effort, Lu Wei's considerable size made it a challenge to maintain their grip at one point. He nearly stirred from his slumber. What about the trapdoor? This emptiness is bound to raise Minister Fudge's suspicions. Hermione voiced her concern. Do any of you carry anything useless? I could disguise the area with a transfiguration charm, Ivan sighed, feeling as though he was becoming a professional cleaner, with Dumbledore neglecting to reward him with any galleons. The trio rummaged through their wizarding robes and indeed uncovered a variety of small items. Ron produced a packet of cocoa beans. Harry revealed some galleons and sickles, while Hermione found several small wooden combs and round mirrors. The collection was quite substantial, especially Ron's cocoa beans, which numbered in the hundreds once the packet was opened. To avoid exposing his rudimentary transfiguration skills, Ivan declined their assistance, opting instead to perform the charm himself. Not bad, he muttered, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. Is this really a good idea? Harry glanced nervously at the suspended object overhead. Never mind that. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will have an explanation, Ivan retorted, harboring a deep-seated resentment, as he was not one to let a slight go unanswered. He had initially hoped to create a significant spectacle for Dumbledore's amusement, but upon realizing that they lacked any substantial items, he felt somewhat disheartened. As Ivan was casting his spell, a booming voice rang out from a distance, Professor McGonagall's. The fourth-floor corridor was unremarkable. A door merely served to delineate spaces. What should we do now? Harry dared not speak, instead conveying his unease through his gaze. Ivan, taken aback by the rapid arrival of the ministry personnel, had expected Dumbledore to lead Fudge in circles around the school to buy them some time. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall was there to offer a timely reminder. We can leap down. Beneath lies the devil's snare. We merely need to refrain from resisting, Hermione whispered, gesturing towards the trapdoor before her. Without hesitation, she jumped down first, having previously noted that the tendrils of the devil's snare had already retracted, providing a cushion that alleviated her fear of a fatal fall. With a resolute grit of their teeth, Harry and Ron followed suit, praying that Fluffy remained asleep below. Ivan, caught off guard, could not intervene in time as the trio descended. I could have used the disillusionment charm. Ivan silently scoffed to himself. Applying the transfiguration charm on the trapdoor, and, before the spell completed, he too slipped through the entrance, just as the trapdoor slowly closed, merging seamlessly with the floor. A wooden door was abruptly pushed open, revealing Umbridge's detestable voice echoing in the corridor. I beg to differ. Perhaps secrets lie hidden within, she remarked with a smile as she entered. However, upon turning, she unwittingly triggered a mechanism. Ghostly visages dangled from the ceiling, swaying in midair, their hollow gazes fixed upon her, one particularly suspended right before her eyes. Ah! Umbridge shrieked, collapsing onto the floor in shock. Outside, McGonagall tensed, while Dumbledore, believing Umbridge had discovered Fluffy, felt a pang of regret for entrusting the task of relocating the three-headed dog to mere children. The idea that a handful of young witches and wizards could successfully move such a creature in such a brief span of time appeared implausible. Yet, upon entering, Dumbledore soon realized that the reality diverged from his expectations. The corridor was adorned with a row of varied, ghostly visages suspended from the ceiling, leaving him both amused and bewildered. McGonagall, startled, cast a questioning glance his way. Dumbledore subtly shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the situation, pondering how Ivan consistently managed to surprise him. He couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore was secretly dabbling in perilous dark magic, while Fudge regretted his decision to ascend to the fourth floor, fearing for his own safety. Upon closer inspection, Fudge discerned that these ghostly masks were not dark magical artifacts, but rather mere ordinary masks. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. He had been unprepared for Ivan's elaborate setup, yet it was evident that such trivial tricks would not thwart him. Within seconds, Dumbledore adopted an air of forgetfulness, akin to one suffering from senility, clapping his hands together. As he spoke, he donned a mask that resembled a vampire, its corners smeared with red paint that bore a slight resemblance to blood. Looks rather splendid, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore remarked. Severus? McGonagall's lips twitched slightly. Dumbledore's reasoning seemed rather arbitrary, and she found it hard to believe that Snape would engage in such antics. Fudge, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, picked up a meticulously crafted demon mask, seemingly carved from mahogany, its surface revealing nothing of significance. At that moment, Umbridge, having just risen from the ground after her humiliating fall, was consumed by a fit of rage. She brandished her wand and uttered a spell directed at the surrounding demon masks. Reveal! A ripple of magical energy surged from the tip of her wand, extending outward in all directions. The masks, suspended in midair, trembled and emitted a faint sound. Chapter 72. Do you wish to examine the corridor again? Umbridge's sudden incantation took everyone by surprise, especially Professor McGonagall, who was startled. She had previously speculated that these masks were likely conjured by Ivan using transfiguration spells, and if the revealing spell were to dismantle them on the spot, it would be disastrous. However, to the astonishment of both McGonagall and Fudge, the revealing spell proved ineffective. The masks remained unchanged. This is impossible, Umbridge exclaimed in a fit of rage. Dumbledore, however, was not particularly surprised by the outcome. Upon first encountering the masks, he had formed a rough assessment of Ivan's proficiency with transfiguration. Yet, he could not fathom why the wooden demon masks were so structurally sound, surpassing the expected standards. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, Ivan had fortuitously analyzed a mahogany round table during the second surge of magical energy, gaining an exceptional understanding of wooden structures. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have been so taken aback. In contrast, although Umbridge held a high position within the Ministry of Magic, her years spent consolidating power and engaging in political intrigue had left her with only mediocre spellcasting abilities. Even with the revealing spell, she could not swiftly dismantle the wooden demon masks conjured by Ivan. It is impossible. You must have done something, Umbridge accused Dumbledore. convinced that he had buried secrets that rendered her efforts fruitless. Her judgment could not possibly be flawed. "Are you questioning me?" Dumbledore turned, the vampire mask still adorning his face. Umbridge suddenly recalled that this centenarian was not merely one of the minor figures she typically confronted. He was the most esteemed and powerful wizard in the current magical world. Umbridge's legs trembled as fear, anger, and anxiety surged within her. Yet she dared not utter another word. Dumbledore, dismissing this minor official, removed the mask from his face and casually tucked it away, then turned to Fudge. "Indeed, I have seen it." Fudge's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and irritation. He was certain Dumbledore was concealing something from him, yet he felt powerless to address it. Begrudgingly acknowledging the truth. "Umbridge, we shall take our leave." Fudge, disheartened, discarded the demon mask he had been holding and spoke to the trembling Umbridge beside him. "Perhaps you might explore Hogwarts a bit more," Dumbledore jested nonchalantly. "No, there are numerous matters of state to attend to at the Ministry." Fudge emerged from the room with a grim expression, closely followed by Umbridge, whose previously maintained smile had all but vanished. Professor McGonagall brought up the rear, shutting the wooden door behind them. In a fleeting moment, she caught sight of the ghastly mask discarded in the corner, which twisted and transformed into a small wooden comb, while other objects morphed into various trinkets, with a cascade of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans spilling onto the floor. McGonagall smiled faintly as she closed the door. "Wait, what was that sound?" Fudge, at the forefront, seemed to perceive a faint noise and turned back in curiosity, but all he could see was the door being firmly shut. "Are you planning to revisit that corridor? I believe you could select a mask as a souvenir. How about this one?" Dumbledore suggested, retrieving the vampire mask from his robes. At the mere sight of the mask, Fudge couldn't suppress his ire. He had hoped to uncover a scandalous secret about Dumbledore, only to be confronted with such inexplicable artifacts. Meanwhile, Ivan, who had fallen from above, landed unscathed thanks to the cushioning effect of the devil's snare, having cast the levitation charm on himself just before his descent. However, the others were not as fortunate. Their bones ached from the fall, yet they dared not utter a sound, for the three-headed dog, Fluffy, was still present. An awakening it would spell disaster. "Where are we? A subterranean chamber?" Ron whispered, surveying their surroundings in astonishment. "Did we not speculate earlier? This should be where Professor Dumbledore kept the Philosopher's Stone, with Fluffy and the Devil's Snare serving as deterrents to intruders," Hermione elucidated softly. "No, the Devil's Snare was specifically devised by Professor Sprout to prevent you from plummeting to your demise," Ivan silently critiqued. As Ivan surveyed the elongated corridor, he noted the gray stone walls adorned with moss and vines, indicating that this was not a makeshift space, but rather a pre-existing area within Hogwarts, potentially modified slightly by Dumbledore. To avoid any confrontation with Fluffy, who might awaken at any moment, Ivan pressed forward. At the corridors lay a room, illuminated by light, revealing the wooden door that had been blasted open, with circular key-like objects scattered across the floor. "Someone must have entered before us." They cast a fire spell and then blew open the door. Hermione exclaimed, crouching to pick up a key marked by burn scars. "It must be Quirrell." Ivan's expression darkened, realizing that Fluffy had been asleep upon their arrival, possibly under the influence of a sleeping spell, or perhaps Quirrell had transformed something into a flute to lull the beast. However, judging by the fate of these flying keys, Ivan surmised that it was likely the former, as the intruder appeared to have no intention of engaging in any challenges. Perhaps driven by a volatile temperament, willing to expend immense magical energy to force their way through. Surely, this was not due to his own actions? Ivan felt a pang of guilt as he pondered one thing. How did Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, muster the audacity to re-enter Hogwarts? How did he gain entry? "We must inform Professor Dumbledore," Harry exclaimed anxiously. However, as soon as he uttered those words, all four of them simultaneously realized a crucial point. Today, the Minister of Magic, Fudge, was on site at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore and McGonagall, as the headmaster and deputy headmistress, were obliged to accompany him throughout the visit, leaving them utterly unavailable. In that moment, Ivan grasped the situation. It was no wonder Voldemort chose today to steal the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he was aware of some secret passageways within Hogwarts, he could infiltrate the castle effortlessly, especially with Dumbledore otherwise occupied, rendering him fearless. Given that Voldemort had concealed his Horcrux in the Room of Requirement and had discovered Slytherin's chamber, it was evident that he possessed a profound knowledge of the school's hidden corridors. "What shall we do now? Wait here for Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Ron exclaimed in despair, for they found themselves in an utterly precarious position. "We cannot remain here. When Quirrell retrieves the stone, he will inevitably confront us. Not to mention that Lockhart could awaken at any moment. Hermione lamented, tugging at her chestnut hair, her brilliant mind unable to conjure a solution. Let us simply prevent Quirrell from obtaining the stone. There are 4 of us, and he is but one, Harry said, summoning his courage. Quirrell is not as weak as you imagine. He may very well be connected to the Dark Lord, Ivan remarked coolly. Voldemort? Harry gasped. Ron and Hermione were left utterly speechless, as they had thought contending with a mere professor was daunting enough, only to learn that their adversary had escalated to the infamous Dark Lord. Then we must stop him, Harry affirmed resolutely after his initial shock faded. Quirrell's intent to acquire the Philosopher's Stone must be to present it to Voldemort, or to resurrect him. In truth, Ivan's mind was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict, to go or not to go. His plan was to seize the moment when Quirrell was incapacitated by Harry to unleash a lethal curse and claim victory. Yet, Ivan was not naive enough to believe that everything would unfold as he envisioned, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. He would have to confront the ultimate antagonist of the original story. Even in his diminished state, Voldemort remained exceedingly perilous. If he wished to leave, there are a few brooms conveniently located here. Harry indicated toward the brooms resting by the door. Upon discovering Quirrell's connection to Voldemort, he had resolved to intervene. Let us not be misled. Just because we wish to spare Quirrell does not mean he will reciprocate, Ivan sighed. I refuse to live in constant vigilance against an unseen foe. Although Ivan was acutely aware that Voldemort would not acquire the Philosopher's Stone even without their interference, this realization did little to alleviate their predicament. Once Voldemort comprehended that he had been outwitted by Dumbledore, he would undoubtedly become more cautious and furious, thus endangering them upon their return home for the holidays. Hermione and Ron shared a similar resolve to remain. For the brave Gryffindors, danger was an acceptable companion, whereas it was intolerable to abandon a friend to face peril alone. Besides, their recollections of Quirrell painted him as rather dim-witted. Surely, they could prevail against him, couldn't they? Just as Ivan reached his decision, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. New task activated. Task objective: acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Task reward: relevant knowledge of alchemy. Task description: this has been meticulously prepared by Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore, as a series of formidable trials. Although most have suffered catastrophic damage, it is important to note that the difficulty of the challenges has not diminished. Be prepared for death upon entry. The sudden task notification brought Ivan a modicum of comfort, as it signified that if he successfully defeated Quirrell this time, he could accomplish 2 tasks in one go. The rewards were indeed substantial. As for the danger, that was something he had long anticipated. Let us proceed. Ivan composed himself and stepped out of the small room. Due to the destruction of the wooden door, they were spared the ordeal of searching for keys while riding broomsticks. Moving forward, Ivan had initially believed that what lay ahead was merely a small challenge of wizard's chess, but upon approaching, he realized it resembled a grim battlefield. Numerous dismembered pieces lay scattered on the ground, slowly reassembling their forms under the influence of magic, while the remaining 10 or so intact pieces stared intently at them. These stone chess pieces, devoid of faces or eyes, nonetheless gave Ivan the unsettling sensation of being watched. It was evident that these pieces did not rely on sight to identify their targets, and Ivan quickly surmised that the disillusionment charm would likely prove ineffective here. At the moment Ivan stepped in, the stone soldiers drew their swords, and a dismembered knight rose from the ground, mounting his steed and gripping his lance tightly, while the king raised his scepter high. Were they to engage in a real-life game of wizard chess? Observing the towering stone pieces before him, Ron swallowed hard. Although he fared well in the game, the real version was a different matter entirely. Unfortunately, as they entered, the assault had already commenced. The stone soldiers advanced with heavy footsteps, and the lone knight charged towards them on horseback. Splitting, Ivan cast a splitting charm, and the foreleg of the stone horse erupted in a violent explosion, sending the knight tumbling to the ground like a rolled-up gourd, half of his head shattered. Yet, the knight rose once more, continuously drawing in the scattered stones around him, slowly mending his injuries. They could even repair themselves. How were they to combat this? Harry remarked in disbelief. Focus your efforts on attacking the legs of these stone soldiers to hinder their movement. Then cast the iron armor spell and charge forward. Ivan, wielding his wand, redirected a spell towards himself, enveloping his body in an invisible magical barrier, which granted him a semblance of security. Although the iron armor spell is primarily employed by wizards for defensive purposes, reflecting specific spells, it does not imply that the enchantment lacks physical protective qualities. Its essence lies in constructing a magical barrier around the body, providing a degree of resistance against physical harm. However, we are utterly unfamiliar with the iron armor spell. Ron attempted to cast the leg locker curse on one of the chess piece soldiers, but it had no effect whatsoever, prompting him to cry out in despair. Chapter 74. The first-year textbooks do not even teach the iron armor spell. This is precisely why I urged you to study diligently, Hermione exclaimed in frustration. Yet she still waved her wand to bestow the iron armor spell upon both of them. But that spell is not included in the first-year textbooks. Harry silently ridiculed, refraining from voicing his thoughts, as only he and Ron were ignorant of the iron armor spell. Now is the time to charge. Seizing the moment, Ivan temporarily immobilized several of the closest stone soldiers and bravely surged ahead. These enchanted chess pieces moved at a leisurely pace, but their sheer numbers scattered throughout made it impossible for Ivan to avoid them completely. Fortunately, Ivan's wand was not merely ornamental. A few well-placed obstacle charms and splitting charms effectively dealt with these nuisances, momentarily restraining the movements of the stone chess pieces. However, Harry faced greater peril as one stone soldier swung a massive sword, nearly striking him. Fortunately, the iron armor spell slightly mitigated the blow, allowing him to narrowly evade it through a clumsy roll. Clever Hermione had stayed closely behind Ivan from the outset, thus navigating through the chaos with relative ease, even finding time to cast an obstacle charm to protect Ron from a Knight's Lance attack. Aside from Ivan, everyone else was drenched in cold sweat, as the feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade was exceedingly perilous. Turning back, Ivan realized he had arrived at another location, characterized by a small platform with a black flame burning at the sealed entrance. The ground was inscribed with intricate runes, some characters Ivan had encountered in ancient magical literature, yet their meanings eluded him. Upon the arrival of Hermione, Ron, and Harry, the surrounding purple flames suddenly flared up, sealing the entrance and trapping them within. It appeared that this trial had not been sabotaged by Quirrell, leaving Ivan uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. At that moment, Hermione's gaze fell upon several objects on the platform, 7 transparent glass vials, each containing a distinctly colored liquid, and at the forefront lay a piece of parchment, which Hermione quietly read aloud. Danger lies ahead, safety behind. 2 among us can offer assistance. Drink them, and one shall guide you forward. This must be a test of logic. There is no need for us to resort to magic to decipher this, Hermione remarked in astonishment, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned with renewed confidence and proposed, "How about we compete to see who can solve it first? Or perhaps we should abandon the endeavor altogether." Ron gazed at the convoluted riddle, his mind a muddled haze, while Harry pondered deeply. Hermione harbored no expectations that they would arrive at an answer. Instead, she turned her attention to Ivan. Time was of the essence, and Ivan was disinclined to engage in a riddle game. Upon confirming that the parchment matched his expectations, he unveiled the riddle's content. Hermione could hardly believe it. To her, it seemed Ivan had merely glanced at it. Yet, she immediately began to reverse engineer the information Ivan provided alongside the parchment's content, astonishingly arriving at the correct conclusion. This is far too swift, Hermione thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. Ultimately, it would suffice for Harry and me to go together. You all may remain here. With the protection of the flames, it is quite safe, Ivan stated. How can that be? Do you intend to leave us behind? Hermione glared at Ivan, incensed. There is too little potion in the bottle. It is impossible for all of us to enter. Ivan pointed to the meager remnants of potion in the smallest vial. It is best that I go alone. This potion should suffice for only one drink. Harry interjected, seizing the potion bottle. Before they could object, he continued, Voldemort killed my parents, and I vanquished him when I was just a baby. If Voldemort truly returns, he will undoubtedly seek me out first. So I must do everything in my power to prevent that. Perhaps I might even defeat him a second time. Harry touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, affirming that among all present, he was the only one unable to retreat. Come now, you likely don't even remember how you defeated Voldemort initially, do you? I have an idea. If we can successfully implement it, we should emerge unscathed. Ivan admired Harry's bravery, but was concerned that Quirrell's condition might drastically change due to his involvement. He could not entrust Harry to face this alone, especially since he still wished to complete the mission. Reluctantly, Harry nodded. Though he had spoken boldly, he realized he had no reliable plan, merely a desire to rush in recklessly. Since Ivan claimed to have a strategy for confronting their adversary, Harry naturally abandoned his thoughts of a head-on confrontation. But how will you gain entry? Harry inquired, perplexed. I have my methods, Ivan replied, producing a vial of fireproof potion from his robe and consuming it all in one go. He had not anticipated that this potion, which he had casually collected in the room of requirement, would come in such handy. One might say fate is capricious. What did you just drink? Hermione asked. A fireproof potion, homemade. Its effect should be quite effective and last several minutes, Ivan said, closing his eyes to savor the sensation of his body becoming pleasantly cool. It would not hinder his movements. This clearly exceeds the dosage for a single person. Hermione glared at Ivan in discontent. I apologize, but there is nothing left now. I will be more careful next time. Ivan chuckled softly, turning the bottle in his hand upside down, draining the fire potion completely without leaving a trace. He certainly did not wish to contend with Quirrell or Voldemort, while simultaneously safeguarding Hermione and Ron. That would transform their endeavor from a nightmarish quest into a true hellish ordeal. Hermione approached swiftly, her lips trembling, fists clenched, ready to strike Ivan. Yet in the end, she refrained from acting out violently and unexpectedly embraced him. However, she was not one to simply wait idly. Hermione snatched the empty glass bottle from Ivan's grasp and hastened to the platform, pouring half of the potion into it before tossing the other half to Ron. Then downing her share in one swift motion. Quick, we must find Professor Dumbledore, Hermione commanded Ron, pulling him by the collar as they rushed outside. But what about those stone creatures? Ron shouted as he was dragged along. From a distance, Hermione's exasperated voice echoed back. Of course, we'll shatter them all with magic. At that moment, she had no intention of concerning herself with the Ministry of Magic-esque patrols. She was determined to summon Professor Dumbledore immediately. After all, they were facing the Dark Lord. What did the Minister of Magic matter? To hell with him. Chapter 75. What is the purpose of smearing one's face with hands? Watching the two figures vanish into the flames, Ivan opened his mouth, initially intending to intervene. However, remaining there did not guarantee absolute safety. If he and Harry were to emerge victorious, all would be well, but if they were to fail, they would find themselves trapped in this confined space, unable to escape Quirrell and Voldemort. Let us depart, Ivan sighed, prioritizing his own well-being. Harry nodded solemnly, downing the small vial of potion with a demeanor akin to one preparing for death. Yet, with Ivan by his side, Harry felt a flicker of confidence compared to the original narrative. However, Harry soon noticed Ivan muttering some peculiar incantation beside him, and with a flick of his wand, Ivan's form abruptly vanished from sight. Alone on the desolate platform, aside from the flickering flames, Harry found himself entirely solitary. Ivan, are you still there? Harry inquired, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. I've cast the disillusionment charm. It's akin to your invisibility cloak. I'm right beside you. Ivan's voice resonated in his ear. Harry calmed somewhat upon hearing this, although the absence of Ivan's visible presence made him feel strangely vulnerable. Nevertheless, Harry did not urge Ivan to revert to his visible state. They would enter together. With one concealed and the other revealed, their chances of success would be heightened. Even if that meant Harry would be used as bait, he bore no objections, for he believed Ivan was unlike him, unburdened by the responsibilities and obligations of facing the Dark Lord, instead having been drawn into this perilous situation. Just before stepping into the ominous flames, Ivan seemed to recall something and spoke once more. As they prepared to enter, Harry was advised not to panic, regardless of what they encountered, and to avoid immediate conflict. The plan was to approach Quirrell or Voldemort, restricting their movements, grabbing his hand, or even smearing his face would suffice, ensuring that Quirrell was deprived of the opportunity to draw his wand. Harry, perplexed, understood the need to restrict movement, but was baffled by the notion of smearing someone's face. Was it to obstruct their vision? Confused, he nonetheless acquiesced, unwilling to adopt the rigid mindset of certain traditional wizards who believe that eschewing magic in battle diminished their identity. Ultimately, boldness was key. Ivan felt a slight easing of tension. As long as Voldemort desired the Philosopher's Stone, he would likely refrain from attacking Harry immediately. Once Harry managed to close the distance, victory would be assured. Ivan silently mouthed the words to exchange an experience card. Ding, exchange completed, deducting 100 academic points. With the chime, Ivan's cognitive faculties surged, and his senses heightened significantly. Facing Voldemort, he dared not relax, striving to elevate his state to the utmost limit. Stepping forward, he entered the realm engulfed by black flames, the searing tongues of fire lashing towards him, an astonishing blaze that retained an extraordinary temperature even without any combustible material. Fortunately, the fireproof potion proved effective. A thin veil of water manifested around him, shielding him from the flames and heat. Advancing further, he entered a spacious chamber adorned with 12 massive support columns. At its center stood a grand mirror. Before it stood a robed figure, cloaked in black, their face obscured by a hood. Perhaps sensing the movements behind him, the cloaked figure gradually turned. Harry's eyes widened in horror, a chill coursing from his feet to his head. Ivan nearly lost his hold on the disillusionment charm. What a visage it was! The face bore the scars of burns, pockmarked and charred, with no unblemished skin to be found. The white bones of the forehead were starkly visible. The eyes, devoid of eyelids, were exposed. And most grotesque of all, this charred face seemed to overlap with a phantom snake visage, a sight that could only be described as bizarre. Ivan swallowed hard. While he had surmised that Quirrell and Voldemort could not have escaped unscathed from his and Norbert's assault, he had not anticipated Quirrell's injuries to be so severe, nor that he could survive in such a condition. "Harry Potter," came the low, raspy voice from Quirrell's charred lips, laced with anger, surprise, and an unsettling glee. "Are you Quirrell? Or Voldemort? What has happened to your body?" Though terror gripped Harry's heart, he quickly steadied himself, following Ivan's earlier guidance to approach Voldemort step by step. "Why do you ask?" Voldemort's already volatile emotions flared with further rage. "It's all that worthless Quirrell's fault. It took so much effort to eliminate a unicorn, and not only did I not drink its blood, but I was also slammed by a dragon that appeared from nowhere. Originally, this attack was barely thwarted by his forced intervention, though he sustained significant injuries. However, before he could recover, the location he was hiding in was ignited by a massive fire spell, accompanied by scorching dragon breath. What infuriated him further was that throughout the ordeal, he had not glimpsed the assailant's appearance. To dare unleash such fire spells in the Forbidden Forest, even among his Death Eater Legion, such reckless wizards were rare. As for Quirrell, Voldemort had completely lost his patience. After crudely mending his shattered body with dark magic, he suppressed Quirrell's consciousness. The key to breaking through Dumbledore's magic lay before him, and Voldemort could no longer contain his excitement. At this moment, Harry had closed his mouth, realizing that the figure before him was likely not Quirrell, but Voldemort. Though fear gripped his heart, he trembled and slowly approached as per their plan. "Yes, come closer. What delightful encounter this is." Voldemort's gaze towards Harry brimmed with eagerness, but midway through, his expression darkened as if sensing something amiss. However, it was prudent to first eliminate a certain infiltrating pest. Harry's expression shifted, and at the same time, Ivan lunged toward the nearby stone pillar for cover. Chapter 76, Ding. Your headmaster Dumbledore is en route to provide assistance. Avada Kedavra. A green light struck the spot where Ivan had been standing, and a deep, gravelly voice resonated throughout the hall. With remarkable dynamic vision, Ivan had already evaded before Voldemort swung his wand. Perhaps due to the fusion of bloodlines, Ivan felt a considerable enhancement in his stamina and physical attributes. His body felt significantly lighter. Voldemort, possessing Quirrell's body, was disappointed and raised his wand to cast another spell. But at that moment, Harry charged towards him. "Get away!" Voldemort, now barely recognizable and devoid of any uninjured flesh, kicked Harry away with force. Had he been in better condition, Voldemort might have relished playing with these two young wizards, savoring their expressions of despair. However, the agony coursing through his body left him with no patience. Reeling from the blow, Harry lay on the ground, nearly retching his lunch. Clutching his abdomen, he struggled to rise, faintly perceiving in the mirror of a wrist behind Voldemort another version of himself lying on the ground, winking at him while placing an irregular stone-like object into the pocket of his wizarding robe. Harry sensed a hard object had appeared in the pocket of his robe. He guessed its nature, but had no time to investigate as he saw Voldemort raise his wand, aiming directly at him. Flames roared. At a critical moment, Ivan, having regained his composure, unleashed a fire spell towards Voldemort. The flames surged forth, encircling the dark wizard, yet Ivan, the caster, found no joy in his actions. The unfolding events had spiraled completely out of his control, and he was uncertain whether he possessed the strength to overcome the weakened Voldemort. The fire spell only delayed the inevitable for less than a second, as a thick cloud of black mist erupted from Voldemort's ravaged form, extinguishing the flames with ease. Voldemort's visage contorted in rage as he furiously exclaimed, "So it was you behind the fire spell." He had sensed a familiarity in Ivan's voice earlier, and now he was unequivocally certain that this seemingly insignificant young wizard was the one responsible for his current plight. "I assure you, that day was merely an accident. Would you believe me?" Ivan said, his voice betraying his anxiety. In response, a second green beam of light shot forth, while Harry faced his own peril. As the encroaching black mist enveloped him with such swiftness that escape was impossible, Ivan urged, "I will hold him off. You must flee." With gritted teeth, Harry hurled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket towards Ivan and, with a steely resolve, charged into the black mist toward Voldemort. He understood that Ivan had consumed a significant quantity of fireproof potion, which would provide lasting protection, making him the only one capable of traversing the infernal flames once more. With Ivan's prowess, he could undoubtedly navigate the chaotic battlefield and deliver the stone to Dumbledore, thereby thwarting Voldemort's resurrection. Instinctively, Ivan caught the object hurled by Harry, only to realize it was the Philosopher's Stone. "Harry, how could you betray me like this?" Ivan exclaimed in frustration, realizing that their primary offensive capability had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him to face the battle alone. Just then, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Philosopher's Stone acquired. Task updated. Secure for 5 minutes or eliminate Quirrell, Voldemort. Task reward. Alchemical knowledge. Task hint. Your headmaster, Dumbledore, is en route for support, expected in approximately 5 minutes. Damn you, Dumbledore. Would it kill you to use apparition to arrive sooner? Ivan could no longer contain his exasperation. After tirelessly contributing to the school's efforts, he felt utterly dismayed by Dumbledore's apparent indifference. Upon hearing Ivan mention Dumbledore, Voldemort momentarily recoiled in surprise, momentarily distracted from seizing the Philosopher's Stone as he glanced around fearfully. However, his expression darkened when he discerned that there was no one else present. Moreover, if Dumbledore were nearby, he would have already met his demise. It seems Dumbledore has neglected to inform you, Voldemort sneered, that Hogwarts is protected by enchantments, rendering apparition impossible within these walls. Ivan rolled his eyes, bemused by Voldemort's naivety in believing Dumbledore's fabrications, and thought to himself how such gullibility would ultimately lead to his downfall. Was that old be adept at shifting forms? In the future, it would not be the first time such displacement magic was employed at Hogwarts, particularly the kind that allows for instantaneous travel with others. After all, Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, possessed privileges that were beyond the reach of others. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort extended his withered, charred arm, inching closer to Ivan, who was concealed behind cover. The 5 fingers of his palm were merely thin membranes stretched over bones, an utterly grotesque sight. This decayed body rendered Voldemort incapable of running. Even moving at a brisk pace was beyond him. The Philosopher's Stone soared through the air. Voldemort's last shred of patience evaporated as he pointed his wand at the stone in Ivan's grasp. The irregular gem trembled within Ivan's palm, but unexpectedly, it quivered only twice before coming to a halt, failing to slip from his grasp. Voldemort, too, was taken aback, but excitement swiftly followed, for this indicated that the magical power contained within the stone exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, it would not have resisted his spell at such close range. Perhaps the power of the stone could indeed facilitate his resurrection. A flock of birds. Seizing the fleeting moment of Voldemort's distraction, Ivan waved his wand, transforming the debris below into a multitude of flying birds that surged toward Voldemort. Regrettably, as tendrils of ominous flames erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, the flock was engulfed in a blaze, reduced to ashes, while the brilliant purple light was smothered by the thick black mist surrounding Voldemort. Chapter 77. The Reversal of Offense and Defense. The Shadow of the Unicorn. In an instant, the fierce flames encircling Voldemort morphed into a serpentine form, advancing towards Ivan. Ivan, having read the original text, was all too aware of the flame's formidable power. Even Horcruxes could be annihilated by such fire. The fire-resistant potion he had consumed would offer no protection against such a conflagration. "Here, take the Philosopher's Stone," he shouted, feigning the act of throwing the stone into the serpent of flames just as it was about to reach him. No. The serpentine visage of Voldemort contorted in a sudden twist, forcibly redirecting the flames to collide with the adjacent wall. Ivan cast a glance at the rapidly melting bricks, swallowing hard as he covertly checked the countdown for reinforcements. Only 20 seconds had passed. For the first time, Ivan felt as though 5 minutes stretched interminably. Yet he tightened his grip on the Philosopher's Stone. Seeing Ivan's movements, Voldemort realized he had been outsmarted, his fury rising, yet he dared not unleash the flames again, uncertain if the stone could withstand such inferno. However, Voldemort's restraint did little to ameliorate Ivan's predicament, for as a master of dark magic, Voldemort possessed more than just a handful of spells. The only thing allowing Ivan to persevere was that Voldemort's condition continued to deteriorate. This body, once belonging to Quirrell, had been scorched by flames and drained of a significant amount of life force, and merely standing upright was a miracle. One could assert that with each incantation, Voldemort was draining the last vestiges of vitality from his body. Should he take a few more steps, he might just disintegrate. This was precisely what Ivan longed to witness. Driven to the brink of collapse by fury, Voldemort could no longer restrain himself. From a distance, Ivan could clearly observe the charred visage of Voldemort, where flesh and blood suddenly shrank away, releasing vast plumes of dark mist that surged forth from his broken form. enveloping Ivan. Obstacles abounded. Ivan endeavored to erect a series of magical barriers before him. Yet these tendrils of darkness encircled him from all directions, rendering his fiery spells utterly ineffective. Before being completely engulfed, Ivan barely managed to cast a shield charm upon himself. But this protective layer was swiftly breached by the encroaching black mist. The nature of this mist was enigmatic, suffocating him with an array of negative emotions. Even worse, the dark fog soon infiltrated his body through his mouth, nose, and pores. A bone-chilling cold permeated his being, as Ivan felt his warmth and life force being siphoned away by the black mist. Even his once rapid thoughts began to succumb to a numbing haze. At that moment, the pendant around Ivan's neck emitted a faint, ethereal glow, enabling him to maintain a semblance of consciousness amidst the engulfing darkness. However, this protective aura was not limitless. With the passage of time, fissures began to appear in the center of the pendant. The pendant's shielding power afforded Ivan a temporary reprieve, but more crucially, he sensed a warm surge emanating from his heart as magical blood began to circulate throughout his body. With his thoughts once again regaining clarity, Ivan found himself able to move. The tip of his wand burst forth with a blinding white light, and in the next instant, the surrounding black mist dissipated as if it had encountered a formidable adversary, melting away like snow under a clear sky. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Ivan's mind. Ding. Task. The promised revenge. Status updated. Bloodline magic temporarily unlocked. Please check promptly. Just having narrowly escaped danger, Ivan couldn't resist the urge to focus a portion of his mind on the task at hand. Task. The promised revenge. Task objective. Eliminate Chilo. Task description. As you confront your foe, you have temporarily gained Cecilia's acknowledgement. To retain this power, you must fulfill your promise swiftly. Note, Bloodline magic shadow of the unicorn has been unlocked. Ivan noticed the several question marks in the Bloodline magic section of the system had vanished, replaced by the glimmering blue light of the shadow of the unicorn. With the acceleration of thought provided by the experience card, Ivan swiftly mastered this newfound ability. With a flourish of his wand, more white specters erupted from its tip, coalescing into the ethereal form of a unicorn, reminiscent of the one he had seen in the Forbidden Forest. Beautiful, proud, and sacred, yet entirely composed of white mist and light. Appearing even more elusive with its crimson eyes fixed intently upon Voldemort's figure. Awakening of the bloodline? After the black mist was thoroughly dispelled, Voldemort, the spellcaster, fell into a state of stupor. No, that was not correct. He immediately refuted this notion. The awakening of one's bloodline refers to certain members of ancient wizarding families possessing unique bloodlines that may activate hidden powers within them when they surpass a particular threshold of strength or experience significant stimuli, thereby granting them extraordinary abilities tailored to their circumstances. However, the potency of these bloodlines has diminished significantly through multiple iterations, making any enhancement of power difficult to ascertain. It is nearly impossible for one like Ivan to integrate the might of magical creatures into a specific spell. Furthermore, the unicorn before him was strikingly familiar. Voldemort was certain it was the very one that Chilo had slain earlier, now appearing before him in such a state, indicating only one possibility. This first-year young wizard had successfully completed the most perilous bloodline fusion experiment within a magical realm and had lived to tell the tale, thereby usurping a portion of that power. Taking advantage of Voldemort's momentary confusion, Ivan swiftly acclimated himself to his newfound abilities. He distinctly sensed his perceptions splitting into two, one through his own eyes and the other through the unicorn's. It felt as though his body, under his brain's command, had transformed into two entities. From this moment, the tides have turned, Ivan remarked, gazing at Voldemort, whose face bore the marks of life force being excessively drained, revealing scarce patches of flesh. This was a remarkably extraordinary sensation, instilling in Ivan an unparalleled confidence. Moreover, after being relentlessly pursued and nearly consumed by the black mist, even a figure made of mud would possess a semblance of defiance. It was finally his turn to retaliate. Chapter 78. I have many little tricks up my sleeve, foolish. Voldemort scoffed at Ivan's declarations, acknowledging that the young wizard's achievements were indeed impressive, yet thinking such feats could bridge the chasm of their power disparity. What ist? Ivan disregarded Voldemort's mockery and attempted to direct the unicorn towards him in a charge. The white silhouette leaped through the air, unbound by gravity or physical restraints. Cecilia moved like a streak of white lightning, a barrage of projectiles. Voldemort raised his wand, and large fragments of stone levitated into the air, numbering in the hundreds. As he brought down his wand, These assorted stones emitted a piercing, whistling sound as they hurtled forward. Even in his weakened state, Voldemort's unleashing of projectiles was exponentially more powerful than Ivan's. This indiscriminate area attack forced Ivan to take refuge behind a collapsed pillar, concentrating on maneuvering the shadow of the unicorn. The ethereal, white figure appeared as if it were nothing more than an illusion, sharp, jagged stones of varying sizes protruding directly from the unicorn's body, trailing wisps of translucent smoke behind. Observing the ineffectiveness of his curse, Voldemort brandished his wand and summoned over a dozen magical barriers around him. Yet, these hastily constructed defenses proved utterly futile. In the next moment, the white, seemingly illusory light had traversed through the layers of magical shields, standing before Voldemort. Although the previous sharp stones and magical barriers suggested that the unicorn was merely a deceptive apparition, Voldemort dared not relax for a moment. Dense black mist enveloped his form, the tip of his wand igniting with fierce flames. However, this blazing fire, capable of incinerating all, faltered this time as half of the unicorn passed right through it. The black mist offered some resistance, but it was evidently too late. A pair of hooves, solidifying from the ethereal, struck heavily against Voldemort's body, visibly caving in his chest. Instantly, he was propelled backward by the tremendous force, crashing against a distant pillar. Yet, as the orchestrator, Ivan felt the magical energy within him drain away in an instant, his head spinning as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had also lost the prime opportunity to pursue. When he regained his composure and turned to where Voldemort had fallen, that grotesque figure was already rising. The black cloak draped over Voldemort was now tattered, the hood having been thrown back to reveal a head devoid of hair, lined with deep wrinkles and bearing faint scorch marks upon the exposed skin. More alarmingly, tendrils of black mist continuously seeped from the bare flesh, causing his sternum to collapse. Yet Voldemort showed no signs of death. Such resilience left Ivan astounded. How could he still be alive? You should perish. Reduced to such a pitiful state by a first-year wizard, Voldemort was now teetering on the brink of madness. Raising his hand to unleash his most favored curse, the killing curse, the blinding green light surged directly through the white apparition toward Ivan himself. To prevent Voldemort from unleashing widespread, indiscriminate spells, Ivan commanded the unicorn's shadow to launch another assault. Once again, the same strategy unfolded. The unicorn transformed into light, racing forward, rendering any magic cast by Voldemort ineffective in its presence, save for the mysterious black mist that provided some measure of obstruction. Realizing this, Voldemort began to fight with desperation, the black mist surrounding him surging forth, coalescing into the faint shape of a serpent, entangling the white figure and preventing it from closing in. Seeing Voldemort poised to retaliate, Ivan sensed impending doom. He swiftly withdrew two spherical, irregular objects from his robe and hurled them forward. They shattered. Voldemort, lacking the courage to allow these objects to approach, responded with a splitting spell, detonating the two spherical items into fragments. However, what Voldemort did not anticipate was that upon the explosion of these two objects, a viscous yellow liquid, akin to raindrops, cascaded in all directions, some even landing on his head and clothing. Initially, Voldemort harbored concerns that this liquid might be a corrosive poison, but he soon realized that he felt no discomfort. Yet, the foul odor was astonishingly reminiscent of excrement. Voldemort's mind reeled. He had never encountered such a situation in battle, quickly followed by a surge of humiliating rage. Is this all you can muster, these repugnant little tricks? Voldemort bellowed, the serpentine black mist that restrained the unicorn's shadow nearly disintegrating under his fury. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. How about this? Ivan keenly observed Voldemort's reaction and decided to press on. With a flick of his wand, a beam of purple light shot forth, striking Voldemort, who was unprotected by the black mist and hindered in movement. Fear descended. In that instant, the enraged Voldemort experienced the essence of terror, for he discovered that his body, barely sustained by magic, could no longer endure the immense pressure. Starting from his palms, he began to wither and age, his skin and bones fracturing and collapsing. What kind of magic is this? Voldemort realized in horror that even his immortal soul was beginning to wither away. Impossible. How could my soul, anchored by Horcruxes, face annihilation? Voldemort quickly sensed that something was amiss. Upon this realization, the fear curse dissipated, and his body reverted to its previous decrepit state. Seeing Voldemort easily break free from the fear curse, Ivan felt no surprise. In truth, had the Dark Lord not been at his weakest, and had the scenario he conjured not been the very embodiment of death that Voldemort most dreaded, it likely would not have taken effect at all. However, The 2 or 3 seconds of delay proved sufficient. The unicorn's shadow had already broken through the black mist's obstruction, its spiraled horn piercing through his heart, blood gushing from his back, propelling Voldemort towards the wall engulfed in blazing fire. Chapter 79. Could my hand be poisonous? He could hardly believe that the so-called eternal flames, capable of incinerating all, would fail to destroy this body. No, Voldemort, fully aware of the impending danger, shouted hoarsely. If he were truly thrust into the flames, it would mean his end. His vitality drained, his body could no longer extract any latent potential. Reluctantly, Voldemort sacrificed one hand to regain a semblance of self-preservation. As his left arm exploded, flesh consumed by magic, more black mist surged forth from his being, corroding the unicorn's shadow, formed of magical energy. This was a contest of magic against time. Although Ivan's magical power had nearly doubled following the fusion ritual, this increase was merely relative to a young wizard. The magic had been significantly depleted through previous large-scale expenditures. The condition of Voldemort was equally dire. A gaping wound marred his chest, several ribs shattered, and he was pitifully reliant on a severed arm to sustain the dwindling mass of dark mist. Fortunately, it was Quirrell's body he inhabited, and he felt no remorse as he was incessantly driven towards the searing wall by the relentless pressure of the unicorn. Death was merely a matter of time. Amidst this stalemate, however, it was Ivan who faltered first. The continuous drain of magical energy had rendered his mind foggy, and his body's cells screamed warnings at him. Had he not maintained the accelerated processing mode of his experience card, he likely would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. After a strenuous effort, the unicorn, composed of white light, began to dissipate, and with his remaining strength, Ivan managed to topple his opponent, sending Voldemort crashing into the nearby mirror of Ariste, his wand falling aside. Yet to Voldemort's delight, he could clearly perceive the lingering defiance in the unicorn's crimson eyes as it faded away. "Ha ha ha, I have triumphed," he cackled. But as he continued to laugh, the mirth faded from his expression, for he noticed that Ivan's face bore no signs of despair or defeat. "Harry, stop playing dead and get up. Slap him," Ivan shouted towards Harry, who lay nearby with eyes shut tight, resembling a corpse. Ivan understood well that while the dark mist could take his life, it would never extinguish Harry's. In an astonishing turn of events, Harry Potter, presumed dead in Voldemort's estimation, suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged at him. Contrary to Ivan's belief that Harry was merely feigning death, he had been rendered immobile. Having inhaled a copious amount of dark mist, Harry had thought he was doomed, his consciousness slipping into a brief oblivion. Yet, something within him seemed to protect him, resisting the encroaching darkness. Fully aware that the battle had reached a critical juncture, Harry disregarded his frail state and, following Ivan's command, pressed his hands against Voldemort's grotesque, serpentine face. The withered visage felt akin to a tattered cloth, slick with a viscous yellow liquid. A hissing sound emanated from the point of contact, as Voldemort emitted a pained wail, his flesh peeling away as if seared by a branding iron. He forcefully kicked Harry to the ground, yet he could not halt his own disintegration. Harry collapsed, staring in disbelief at Voldemort's wretched state, simultaneously astonished by his own hands. Had he inadvertently poisoned him with but a mere touch? Harry pondered, caught between elation and dismay. Shatter him to pieces. Ivan summoned the last vestiges of his magical energy, directing his wand at Voldemort's crumbling form. "Apologies, but this head is mine." As Voldemort's corporeal form disintegrated into a fine dust, drifting through the air, Ivan, overwhelmed by the resonating system sounds echoing in his mind, succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground. The dark remnants of Voldemort's soul, roaring in fury, surged forth from the pulverized body, hurtling towards Ivan. Yet, before it could make contact, the ethereal essence abruptly altered its course and fled the confines of the room. In the next moment, a cerulean phoenix soared through the doorway, enveloped in black flames, radiating a serene blue glow that calmed the spirit, flitting restlessly within the chamber. Upon witnessing the phoenix, Ivan felt a weight lift from his heart, though he could not suppress a lingering urge to curse. "Dumbledore, your timing is impeccable," he thought bitterly. However, as relaxation washed over him, waves of fatigue surged forth, and despite his efforts to resist, he ultimately succumbed to slumber. Just as Ivan drifted into unconsciousness, Dumbledore's voice resonated softly at the threshold. "All spells cease." The black flames obstructing the doorway gradually extinguished, the mystical force extending into the expansive room. The so-called eternal flames, under this influence, could not escape their fate of extinguishment. "Professor, quickly, Ivan and Harry are inside." Hermione, unable to restrain herself, dashed into the room, as the black flames dwindled. Of course, the young witch did not forget to tug at Dumbledore's sleeve, pulling him along, while Ron hurriedly followed behind. Panting heavily, upon entering the spacious chamber, the trio was immediately confronted with the devastation within. The 12 supporting columns had succumbed to destruction, nearly half shattered, with large chunks of debris strewn across the floor. The surrounding walls bore the scorched remnants of the fierce flames, marred by deep craters and the unmistakable stench of ruin. The sight of such destruction was shocking, even for Dumbledore, who, despite having glimpsed the scene through the perspective of his Patronus beforehand, felt a jolt of surprise upon witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 8. The Mystery of That Day's Hidden Menace. As for Hermione and Ron, their reactions were even more pronounced. Upon witnessing the scene, they feared that Ivan and Harry had met a tragic end. After all, such a battle was far beyond the capabilities of two first-year wizards. Ivan, Harry. Hermione's keen eyes spotted the two unconscious figures on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Do not worry. They are unharmed, Dumbledore reassured them after a brief examination. Harry has sustained minor injuries, and Ivan has merely exhausted his magical energy and fainted. What transpired that day was indeed beyond Dumbledore's expectations. He had not anticipated Voldemort's stealthy incursion during the Ministry's inspection. It was only when the minor enchantment he had placed on the Philosopher's Stone was triggered that he realized a battle had erupted. Regrettably, Fudge was still at Hogwarts at that time, necessitating Dumbledore to invest time persuading the power-hungry fool to depart promptly. As he approached the Mirror of Ariste, Dumbledore cast his gaze upon the tattered wizard's robe that lay on the ground, gently lifting it with his wand as the remnants of ash gradually dispersed in the wind. "Professor, where is Quirrell?" Ron inquired, scanning the room for any signs of enemies, yet finding none. "Was that not what you just witnessed?" Dumbledore replied with a sidelong glance at Ron. Remembering the ashes, Ron shivered, unable to fathom what kind of magic could yield such terrifying consequences. Dumbledore, however, understood that this was the effect of the protective charm within Harry, aligning with his initial expectations, though he realized that the devastation surrounding them might exceed his predictions. Just as Dumbledore was about to set aside the wizard's robe, a peculiar scent caught his attention. Leaning closer, he inhaled the fabric, and his normally composed visage suddenly shimmered with intrigue. Why does this garment carry the odor of excrement? Dumbledore pondered, realizing the reason behind his inability to locate Quirrell. Meanwhile, Hermione had rushed to Ivan's side. Despite Dumbledore's reassurances that Ivan and Harry were in no danger, she could not quell her concern. Noticing Ivan's pale complexion and the wounds inflicted by debris, Hermione felt a pang of regret, wishing she could have acted more swiftly. Unbeknownst to her, had she not insisted on dragging him along, Dumbledore could have hastened his pace. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, surrounded by the ancient decor and the lingering aromas of peculiar potions, Ivan sat up, his head clouded as though he had awakened from a drunken stupor. He resolved that he must never deplete his magical energy again. The experience was utterly unbearable. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a table piled high with various gifts, mostly sweets and small tokens, accompanied by cards inscribed with well wishes. Harry was nowhere to be seen on the adjacent bed, perhaps having been discharged before Ivan regained consciousness. How long have I been asleep? Ivan wondered, feeling an emptiness in his stomach. He felt he could devour a whole roasted lamb if it were placed before him. Wait, where's my Philosopher's Stone? Ivan searched his person frantically, but found nothing, his expression falling. Surely Dumbledore had seized the precious stone while he lay unconscious. This left Ivan anxious about whether his task had truly been accomplished, prompting him to open the system's task list. He recalled that he should have indeed secured a trophy. Task: Vow of Revenge. Task objective: Eliminate Quirrell completed. Task description: Your faithful actions have garnered Cecilia's favor and trust. Although it is somewhat regrettable that you did not witness your foe's demise firsthand, she remains willing to fight for you, should you know how to summon her. Task: Steal the Philosopher's Stone. Task objective: To endure for 5 minutes or eliminate Chilo completed. Task reward: Relevant alchemical knowledge, to claim or not. Task description: Aside from those lackluster levels, you managed to turn the tide in the final asymmetric battle through sheer luck and audacious tactics. Despite the process being far from commendable, you still achieved an epic victory. Upon seeing that both tasks were completed, Ivan exhaled in relief, realizing that the loss of the Philosopher's Stone would not affect the outcome of the quest. However, the description for the task of seizing the Philosopher's Stone left Ivan quite discontented. What did it mean to rely on luck and shameless tactics? It was clearly a matter of wisdom and courage. Ivan glared at the task description, thinking that if he hadn't employed various strategies to provoke Voldemort, causing him to lose his composure during the battle, he would undoubtedly have perished in the final showdown of magical prowess. Claim the reward, Ivan silently recited. And in the next moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. After a period of organization, he discovered that the so-called relevant knowledge referred to the methods of crafting the Philosopher's Stone. It seemed that the 5-minute endurance task was not solely linked to Dumbledore's support. It likely required the system some time to analyze the Philosopher's Stone. However, upon receiving this reward, Ivan found himself at a loss as to whether to feel elated or disheartened. On one hand, the Philosopher's Stone, as the legendary Sorcerer's Stone, was reputed to possess terrifying abilities, including the creation of elixirs for immortality and the transmutation of base metals into gold. Possessing it equated to holding boundless lifespan and wealth. Yet, from the information flooding his mind, he realized that crafting the Philosopher's Stone required not only various rare materials, but also a minimum proficiency in alchemy of level 7. Moreover, the option for crafting magical items had vanished from the system interface. Ivan speculated that it might have been integrated into alchemy, as the creation of magical items is indeed a significant branch of the discipline. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to enhance his proficiency in alchemy. Chapter 81, Professor. Where have you hidden my Philosopher's Stone? Just as Ivan was deep in thought, a gentle female voice resonated through the room. I recommend that you linger in bed a little longer after waking. It's best not to move around excessively. Ivan turned to see Madame Pomfrey approaching from the other side, her expression solemn, holding a large bowl which she presented before him. Here, drink this potion first. Ivan gazed at the murky, gray-black concoction, adorned with indiscernible sediment. Grimacing, but obediently lifted the potion to his lips. The taste of potions in the wizarding world was hardly pleasant, perhaps due to the bizarre array of ingredients. Calming flowers, 4-leaf clovers, mouse droppings. With his advanced knowledge of potion making at level 4, Ivan swiftly identified most of the components within the dark mixture. They were primarily intended to hasten magical recovery and induce tranquility. Indeed, that's correct. Those are the main constituents. Though you missed the tail wing of the black bat and a touch of snail slime. Unfortunately, I am not a teaching professor, so I cannot award you any extra points. Madame Pomfrey had not anticipated Ivan's exceptional proficiency in potion making. Although she could not identify all the ingredients, her knowledge was impressive. Upon hearing that snail mucus was among the components, Ivan's expression soured, and he nearly regurgitated the potion he had just consumed. It was utterly repulsive. You need to rest for several days, hence you must take this potion twice daily, Madame Pomfrey continued, seemingly oblivious to Ivan's discomfort. By the way, how did you exhaust all your magical energy? She inquired, her gaze fixed on him with disapproval. Fortunately, Albus had delivered you in a timely manner. Otherwise, you might have become mute in the future. Is it that serious? There won't be any lingering effects, will there? Ivan, disregarding the potion's unpleasantness, pressed her for answers. Not this time, but I sincerely hope such a situation does not recur. Madame Pomfrey replied with utmost seriousness. Ivan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Whether her claim was an exaggeration or a reality, he lacked the courage to test it a second time. In truth, had he not been so insistent on claiming a victory, he would not have drained his magical energy to such an extent. After Madame Pomfrey enumerated a plethora of precautions, she urged Ivan to rest and took the empty bowl away, her murmurs questioning how he had managed to arrive at such a state in the supposedly safe confines of Hogwarts. Safe? Ivan's lips twitched at the thought. Throughout the semester, he had encountered trolls, fire dragons, unicorns, and even the Dark Lord himself. Was this truly safety? He pondered the dangers that lurked beyond these walls. As he continued to mentally critique his predicament, the door to the infirmary swung open once more, revealing none other than Dumbledore. The venerable headmaster was adorned in a striking purple robe, a deep red scarf draped around his neck, and he appeared to be in fairly good spirits. After exchanging a few words with Madame Pomfrey, he approached Ivan. Ivan activated his mental shielding spell, reluctantly spending 100 achievement points to access the experience card mode. He was simply too timid, his mental shielding spell still too rudimentary. However, Dumbledore's approach was not as Ivan had envisioned. Rather than engaging in a profound conversation, he lightly tapped the adjacent long table with his wand, transforming it into a semicircular dining table. The snacks and cards upon it seemed to come to life, hopping and stacking themselves against the wall, clearing a substantial space. Witnessing such fluid, wandless magic, Ivan felt a pang of envy, pondering how long it would take him to achieve such mastery. While Madame Pomfrey believes you should consume something lighter, I would like to inquire about your preferences. What would you like to eat? Dumbledore inquired, exuding the elegance of a high-end restaurant waiter. I would like a whole roasted lamb, with extra cumin and chili, please," Ivan declared. Dumbledore's form hesitated momentarily. He contemplated expressing that the matter was overly greasy, but considering the words he had already let slip, he could only helplessly wave his wand to fulfill Ivan's expectations. Had he truly been unconscious for 2 days? How was it that he had not starved to death? This thought flickered through Ivan's mind, yet he swiftly cast it aside. After such an extended period of hunger, he casually indulged in a few slices of apple pie and sipped some lemon juice, then proceeded to cut a piece of lamb with his knife and fork, savoring its taste. One must admit that the culinary skills of the house elves at Hogwarts were truly remarkable. The surface of the lamb was roasted to a crisp golden hue, while the meat within was extraordinarily tender. The flavors of the seasonings seemed to have permeated the meat, dispelling any lingering gamey odor. If such culinary mastery were indeed a form of magic, he would certainly aspire to master it. Dumbledore sat quietly nearby, observing with great interest as Ivan devoured his meal with little regard for decorum, occasionally refilling his glass after he finished the lemon juice. Perhaps due to his ravenous state, within a mere half-hour, Ivan had cleared the table of all its delectable offerings, leaving behind a chaotic collection of empty plates. Satisfied, he let out a contented belch and reclined comfortably against his pillow. It was then that Ivan recalled Dumbledore was unlikely to have come solely to deliver his meal, and an inexplicable tension began to rise within him. However, Ivan was keenly aware that he must not allow Dumbledore the opportunity to inquire first. So he took the initiative to ask, "Professor, where's my Philosopher's Stone? I painstakingly seized it from that snake-faced wizard. Have you put it away somewhere?" Ivan gazed at Dumbledore with eager anticipation, his eyes clearly conveying the question of when he might reclaim the stone. Dumbledore's expression faltered as he gazed at Ivan with a mix of amusement and incredulity, wondering when the Philosopher's Stone had become his. "The stone belongs to my dear friend, Nicholas Flamel," he began to explain. "He had received word that Voldemort might be after it, thus requesting my protection. Consequently, I brought the stone to the school and concealed it within the mirror of a Reist." Dumbledore felt compelled to elucidate the origins of the stone to prevent Ivan from harboring unrealistic expectations regarding its return. He also shared with Ivan that he had obtained Nicholas's consent to destroy the stone, aiming to quash any lingering fantasies Ivan might have about its power. Although Ivan had already anticipated this outcome, he still felt a sense of regret. In his previous life, he had not regarded the Philosopher's Stone as particularly remarkable, but now, in its actual presence, he comprehended the immense allure of boundless wealth and eternal life. This was undoubtedly the ultimate dream for the vast majority of individuals. Dumbledore, noticing the disappointment in Ivan's eyes, felt compelled to interject, "Perhaps, as a young wizard, it is difficult for you to grasp. But there exist far more precious things in this world than wealth and longevity. For instance, the courage to risk oneself for a friend, or the wisdom displayed in times of peril. These are the true treasures. In comparison, while the power of the Philosopher's Stone is indeed formidable, it is not without limitations, much like our inability to conjure something from nothing." Dumbledore's blue eyes, peering through his half-moon spectacles, were fixed intently on Ivan. From Ivan's recent actions, he discerned many rare qualities. Dumbledore had encountered countless exceptionally gifted wizards, consumed by the allure of power, wealth, influence, and immortality. Grindelwald was one such example, as was Tom Riddle, and even his younger self was not exempt. Had it not been for Ariana's death, which prompted his timely awakening, the wizarding world might have already been embroiled in war against Muggles under the joint dominion of himself and Grindelwald. Ivan, unable to deny it, merely nodded. While he did not pursue immortality and power with the same fervor as Voldemort, he also did not dismiss their significance as Dumbledore did. Even if the Philosopher's Stone came with restrictions or side effects, its merits were undeniable. After all, Nicholas Flamel had lived for over 6 centuries. Fortunately, he had now acquired the method to create the Philosopher's Stone, and perhaps, years hence, with an elevation in his alchemical skills, he too could possess one of his own. Thus, Ivan quickly composed himself, a fact not unnoticed by Dumbledore, who felt quite pleased and resolved to share some joyous news. "The tale of how you and Harry vanquished Quirrell in the Chamber of Secrets has somehow leaked, and within a few days, it is likely to spread throughout the school. Moreover, your actions have enabled Gryffindor to amass an unprecedented 860 house points, nearly double that of the second-place Slytherin. Alas, you were unconscious at the time, and thus missed witnessing the astonishment of those young wizards." Ivan rolled his eyes. Beyond the points, could they not offer something more tangible? Besides you, who else could have passed on the news? Ivan was acutely aware of Dumbledore's efforts to bolster Harry's reputation, casually bestowing points without a second thought, merely including him in the process this time. Well then, After the rejoicing, we must turn to other matters, Dumbledore said with a smile, shifting the topic. You see, 2 days ago, when Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley rushed breathlessly to me, imploring me to hasten to the trapdoor to rescue you and Harry, I was quite alarmed. Fortunately, by the time I arrived, you were safe and had already defeated Voldemort, who had possessed Quirrell. That was Harry's doing, Professor. Upon touching Voldemort, his body disintegrated, Ivan insisted, eager to downplay his own role and diminish his presence. However, I'm more intrigued by how you managed to hold Voldemort at bay for such an extended period. I gleaned some information from Harry, yet remains insufficiently thorough, Dumbledore remarked. Though Voldemort was reduced to a mere soul, controlling a broken body, he was not an adversary that a first-year wizard could easily contend with. Furthermore, Dumbledore was curious about the sudden changes that had transpired within Ivan 2 days prior. Ivan longed to inquire how Harry had conveyed this information to Dumbledore, pondering how best to fabricate a story moving forward. However, he sensed that the old fox would not divulge anything, compelling him to voluntarily disclose a portion of the truth. Ivan sighed, contemplating what he could articulate before organizing his thoughts. Professor, have you ever experienced that sudden sense of omnipotence, as if magic enveloped you, allowing you to cast various spells without a wand or incantation? Is this what you mean? Dumbledore mused, gently placing his empty left hand above a white porcelain cup. Without any visible movement, the cup suddenly twisted and elongated, and moments later, an owl adorned with pristine white feathers appeared before Ivan. The owl, startled by its sudden emergence in an unfamiliar environment, attempted to flee from the infirmary, only to collide with the glass, tumbling to the ground and intermittently flapping its wings. Ivan was astounded. He discerned that this was likely not an ordinary transformation spell. Had it been so, the owl would have reverted to the cup upon impact, shattering into fragments. Dumbledore's display, while somewhat different from Ivan's own experience of casting transformation spells at an extraordinary distance during his magical surge, shared the same principle. No wand was waved, no incantation uttered. It was purely the force of magic that facilitated this advanced biological transformation. He had once entertained the thought of challenging Dumbledore in such a wondrous state, but now he realized how naive that had been. In retrospect, it was merely a parlor trick, lacking substantial utility in practical application. Noticing Ivan's astonishment, Dumbledore offered a mild explanation, dismissing it as a mere trick. Is this truly just a trick? Ivan mused, surprised to discover that beneath Dumbledore's seemingly humble and conservative exterior lay a desire for subtle grandeur. Unbeknownst to Ivan, Dumbledore was not deceiving him. The sensation of wielding magic with such spontaneous freedom was indeed exhilarating. Yet the potency of the spells cast in such a manner paled in comparison to those executed with a wand, especially one as formidable as the Elder Wand, a deathly hallow. Chapter 83. What's wrong with growing a horn? It's still a horse. Dumbledore's display of power caught Ivan off guard, but after a brief moment of surprise, he succinctly recounted his own second surge of magic, during which he had entered a similarly extraordinary state, significantly enhancing his abilities. This boost in power played a crucial role in his capacity to contend with Voldemort. As for the matter of having merged with unicorn blood, Ivan hesitated on whether to disclose this information. It was not entirely unshareable, after all. The book Bloodline Origins had been discovered in the restricted section, and he could easily assert that a similar tome at home could complete the missing portions, though there was always the possibility that Dumbledore might see through his ruse on the spot. Ivan felt that the most outrageous thing he had done was pilfering Snape's potion and stealthily sneaking into the restricted section to read. Given his numerous accomplishments this semester, it was highly unlikely that Dumbledore would take any serious action against him. At most, he would intensify guidance and covert surveillance. The only secrets that must remain unspoken were those of his time travel and the system he possessed. Just as Ivan hesitated, Dumbledore, after listening to his experiences, suddenly spoke up. This could be a bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening? What is that? Ivan had heard this term for the second time, recalling that it had also been mentioned during his confrontation with Voldemort. The record in Bloodline Origins contained little information on this matter, and he wondered if it was part of the missing sections. He had some understanding of the Hall's family. It seemed that their ancestors did not possess any special bloodline. Of course, it could also stem from his mother Aisha's lineage, but he knew very little about that side of his heritage. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore began to clarify Ivan's confusion. In essence, it referred to ancestors who had utilized various methods to merge the bloodlines of magical creatures, thereby stealing their powers and passing them down through generations. This power would diminish over time, so that after several generations, the descendants bore no difference from ordinary wizards. However, among these descendants, there were always a few exceptionally gifted individuals. When their strength reached a certain threshold or they experienced significant stimulation, they could reawaken the latent power within them. The most outstanding among them could seamlessly integrate the powers of magical creatures into their spells, showcasing extraordinary abilities. Ivan nodded, finding this explanation consistent with his own conjectures from the book, though Dumbledore's elaboration provided more depth. "Is your family also like this?" he inquired, feigning curiosity. Recalling the entries in Bloodline Origins, he remembered that not everyone in the Dumbledore family had the ability to summon a phoenix. Only the current headmaster and Credence Barebone, Aurelius Dumbledore, could do so. Upon hearing Ivan's question, Dumbledore once again fell into silence, his azure eyes gazing at Ivan as if he were another person. "What's wrong?" Ivan asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Just reminded of a time many years ago when someone asked me a similar question," Dumbledore eventually replied. Ivan subtly guessed who that might be, feeling somewhat regretful for his inquiry. However, Dumbledore suddenly smiled. "I am pleased you're not like him. You possess something he did not." Ivan exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that his earlier efforts to tidy up had not been in vain. Dumbledore still held some fondness for the past. "Headmaster, the Ministry of Magic is looking for you. They insist on waiting for you outside the office." Just as the atmosphere began to soften, Madame Pomfrey entered, casting a glance at Ivan. "Additionally, I believe Halls should take a respite as well." Dumbledore nodded. The Ministry of Magic's response remained sluggish. He had reported the incident regarding Quirrell 2 days prior, yet only now had they dispatched someone to address the matter. This was starkly different from their prompt investigation of the dragon incident. If Fudge and his ministry could channel their fervor for power struggles into more pressing matters, the magical world would be free from so many troubles. After advising Ivan to rest adequately, Dumbledore rose and proceeded toward the door. Ivan, who had been fraught with anxiety, finally exhaled in relief. He glanced at the countdown of the experience card, which had only a few minutes remaining. Ivan estimated that Dumbledore's soul extraction skill was at least of level 6, while his own mental shielding had only just reached level 3. Once the experience card's protective influence on his mind dissipated, he could not be certain of evading Dumbledore's scrutiny, especially considering the professor had not yet employed his full strength. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the hospital wing, Dumbledore encountered Harry and others who had come to visit Ivan after class. "Professor, has Ivan awakened?" Hermione inquired eagerly upon spotting Dumbledore, with Harry and Ron looking on as well. "Yes, he appears to be in good spirits, but Halls has only just regained consciousness. I suspect you will need to persuade Madame Pomfrey to gain entry," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Harry and asked, "Harry, you mentioned that Halls conjured an illusory specter during the battle. Could you describe its appearance?" "It seemed to resemble a horse, Professor," Harry responded, somewhat uncertain. "A horse? Could it be a Kelpie?" Dumbledore mused as he walked toward the headmaster's office. Watching Dumbledore's figure fade at the corridor's end, Harry suddenly recalled that the horse-like apparition appeared to have a sharp horn atop its head. Hesitating, he shook his head. Perhaps he had simply been mistaken. Chapter 84. The Exams Before Leaving School. 2 days later, Ivan, who had nearly rusted away in the hospital wing, was finally granted permission to leave. He had grown weary of lying in bed and the daily regimen of medication. Had Madame Pomfrey not insisted on the grave consequences of neglecting his recovery, he would have discharged himself much earlier. However, life after leaving the hospital was no more pleasant, for the end-of-term examinations loomed just ahead. On the very first day after his departure from the hospital bed, Hermione presented him with a hefty stack of books. A History of Ancient Magic, Standard Spells, Beginner, Guide to Basic Transfiguration, and Fundamentals of Potion Making. "I remember these. We've already reviewed them, haven't we?" Ivan said, bewildered. "But it's not the same. To ensure success in the exams, we must memorize all these texts." Hermione insisted fervently, cutting him off before he could protest. "I've already committed them all to memory. In your absence over the past few days, the professor has imparted a wealth of new lessons, which I shall recount to you shortly." Ivan gazed at the towering stack of books, roughly half his height, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had no desire to revisit texts he had already comprehended thoroughly. He turned to Harry and Ron, discovering them engrossed in the lively scene around them. Noticing Ivan's gaze, Harry hastily propped up the book in his hands, while Ron, even more clumsily, held his book upside down, both feigning a diligent study demeanor. They were keen to avoid Hermione's scrutiny, for the sheer volume of books would take them until next year to memorize. Ivan made a subtle gesture, hinting to Hermione to attend to these two rascals who were merely enjoying the spectacle, as they were beyond redemption. Hermione stammered, her words casting a shadow over Harry and Ron, who buried their heads in their books, rendered speechless. Fortunately, During the examination a week later, Harry and Ron discovered that their knowledge was not as lacking as Hermione had suggested. The performance of their fellow wizards was even more dismal, making them appear quite competent in comparison. Ron felt an overwhelming confidence that he would surely secure an E in both charms and herbology. However, this confidence waned during the potions exam, as Snape often prowled near them, instilling a sense of dread in both Harry and Ron. Yet, such pressure was inconsequential to Ivan, whose prowess in potions was well-earned. The concoctions he brewed surpassed the standards of his peers, suitable for commercial sale. After completing his potion, he noticed Snape lingering, jotting notes, and Ivan could discern that it likely indicated a resounding, "Oh, outstanding." Harry maintained a steady performance, leaving Snape with no opportunity to unleash his acerbic tongue. Next came the Transfiguration exam, where Professor McGonagall required each student to transform a small, round piece of wood into a button. Success in the transformation would suffice for passing. But those who crafted a button of appropriate size adorned with intricate patterns would achieve the highest accolades. Ivan observed the first-year Gryffindor students and concluded that, apart from himself, only Hermione could accomplish this feat, as she emerged from her turn radiating joy, a smile gracing her lips. "Ivan Halls." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated from the classroom. Ivan gathered his focus and entered. The spacious room held but a long table, with McGonagall not watching him, but rather fixated on the exquisite button resting atop the table. Clearly Hermione's handiwork from her examination. "Professor McGonagall, I begin?" Ivan inquired, retrieving his wand with eagerness. "Certainly, though I suspect these little assessments hold no challenge for you," McGonagall replied, lifting her gaze to Ivan, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She even boldly inscribed a large O on the report card in his presence. Both the ghostly visage he encountered on the 4th floor and the stretcher he had transformed before her days prior made it abundantly clear to Professor McGonagall that Ivan's skills in transfiguration far exceeded those of his contemporaries. The examination, fundamentally speaking, serves to inform professors about whether students meet the required learning progress. Yet this particular test evidently fails to assess Ivan's true capabilities. "So, does that mean I don't need to take the exam?" Ivan inquired, puzzled. "No, I have prepared another task for you. Let us explore the transformation of an inanimate object into a living creature. You may choose any form," Professor McGonagall stated, retrieving a new wooden block from her drawer and assuring Ivan that his success or failure in this endeavor would not affect his exam results. It was merely an additional assessment. Ivan nodded, eager to test the limits of his transfiguration skills. He envisioned a creature in his mind and ultimately settled on an owl, inspired by the earlier encounter with Dumbledore, intending to replicate the transformation he had witnessed. It would be a genuine transfiguration of a living being, irreversible in nature. Professor McGonagall observed silently, perplexed as to why Ivan had yet to take action, when suddenly he brandished his wand and gently tapped the tip against a circular piece of wood. This transformation was notably slow. Converting a mere 10-centimeter wooden block into a creature the size of an owl was an arduous task. However, due to his prior experience, Ivan progressed smoothly, yet he encountered difficulties with the transfiguration of living tissue, as he lacked understanding of the structure of flesh and blood cells. Perhaps it was this very lack of knowledge that had caused the phoenix he had once created to explode upon receiving magical energy. Wait, flesh and blood cells? Ivan suddenly had an epiphany. His own body was composed of such cells. If he could analyze his own physical form using magic, he might succeed. With this realization, Ivan immediately set to work, first gathering magical energy in his pinky finger for testing. Once assured there were no issues, he gradually expanded it throughout his entire body. However, in his normal state, Ivan was unable to penetrate the cells deeply. He could only obtain a general understanding and was cautious not to venture too recklessly in certain crucial areas. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The circular wooden block on the table began to stretch and morph into the shape Ivan had envisioned. Professor McGonagall, having recognized the nature of Ivan's undertaking, was engulfed in astonishment from the moment the transformation commenced. Approximately a minute later, a snow-white feathered owl appeared before them, cooing inquisitively and surveying its surroundings. Yet, Ivan exhaled slowly, expressing his disappointment. What a pity, although the transformed owl bore an exact resemblance to a real one. The change was merely temporary. It would last only a short while, as he ultimately failed to alter its essence. This was undeniably his closest attempt at success. A notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Through your relentless practice, your proficiency in transfiguration has slightly increased. This small acknowledgement provided Ivan with a modicum of solace. She believed that even Dumbledore could not have achieved Ivan's current level during his first year. However, after offering her praise, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted. And she inquired with a frown, "What were you doing just now? Using magic to analyze your own body? I nearly thought you were attempting a perilous inimicus transformation. Fortunately, you did not delve too deeply. Otherwise, I would have considered interrupting your transformation process. Is that truly how one practices animagus?" Ivan's eyes brightened, as he felt he had discovered a method to swiftly enhance his transfiguration spells. If he could master animagus, his proficiency in transfiguration would surely experience a substantial boost. Professor McGonagall, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, regretted her momentary slip, yet since she had already spoken, she continued to admonish him. Animagus is an exceedingly advanced transfiguration spell. You would be wise not to attempt it alone, for the consequences of a failed transformation are unimaginable. She understood that her warnings might not suffice, and rather than allowing Ivan to experiment in secret, she would prefer to guide him herself. Ivan, of course, agreed without hesitation. If someone was willing to teach him, he would not be foolish enough to try it alone, especially considering that animagus involved transforming his own body. What if something went awry? At Hogwarts, aside from Dumbledore, whom he preferred to avoid, Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly the most skilled in transfiguration. "Since you agree, let's make a pact. You must not attempt to analyze your own body with magic until the next semester," Professor McGonagall warned. "Can I analyze other living things?" Ivan was acutely aware that his transfiguration skills required more than just reading general texts. Only through high-level biological transformations like this could he gain any proficiency. With that thought, Ivan turned his gaze to the owl he had transformed, focusing on Maka in the dormitory. Professor McGonagall, not missing a beat, replied with exasperation. "Owls are a wizard's best friend. No wizard would harm their owl, and the same goes for cats." She added, "Perhaps you could experiment with a toad or a mouse instead. Aren't they also friends of wizards?" Ivan opened his mouth to retort, "Professor, that's species discrimination." Ron and Neville would be in tears. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he was promptly dismissed by Professor McGonagall, who claimed that if he stayed any longer, the others would not need to take their exams. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall felt it necessary to temper Ivan's burgeoning pride with a reminder. "Do not forget to review your textbooks at home. Read diligently, for I will be testing you again. If you do not meet the standards, do not blame me for reneging on our agreement." Ivan nodded. He was not one to become conceited due to a slight surge in ability. Previously, when facing the remnants of Voldemort, Ivan had already come to terms with his own shortcomings. Even when the opponent was severely weakened, he had relied on the protective magic within Harry to emerge victorious. If faced with the true Dark Lord, he would likely find himself bereft of any capacity for resistance. Thus, Ivan had resolutely decided to utilize the protracted vacation after leaving school, vowing not to squander a single day. However, it seemed that young wizards were prohibited from performing magic outside school grounds. This thought caused Ivan considerable distress. He recalled that in the original narrative, Ollivander's shop sold wands, each embedded with a trace. The Ministry of Magic could easily detect whether these wands were in use, and the trace would only dissipate once the young wizards graduated from Hogwarts. This implied that unless he devised a means to acquire a wand belonging to an adult wizard, he would be relegated to spending his entire summer confined to his room with nothing but books for company. After all, the Ministry's regulations regarding this matter were exceedingly stringent. Should a young wizard be discovered casting spells outside the school, the consequences were dire: a first warning, a second offense leading to expulsion, and a third resulting in the wand being snapped. Not everyone possessed the illustrious reputation of Harry Potter, and Ivan did not believe he would be granted any exemptions. Feeling disheartened, Ivan exited the classroom. Outside, Harry and the others, who had been waiting for quite some time, assumed he had performed poorly on the exam. "Ivan, a rare slip-up is nothing to fret over. We all know your transfiguration spells are excellent," Hermione reassured him, with Harry and Ron nodding in agreement. "Slip-up? Not at all. Professor McGonagall awarded me the highest score," Ivan replied, fully aware of their misunderstanding, as he waved his hand dismissively. "Then why do you look so glum?" Harry inquired, puzzled, noting that Ivan had been in there for quite a while, which should have meant a swift exit. "It's just that Professor McGonagall assigned me an impromptu quiz, which I did not pass," Ivan offered a vague explanation. He certainly could not divulge that he was contemplating ways to exploit loopholes in the Ministry's regulations to perform magic outside of school. "Harry Potter." Just as Harry was about to ask him what kind of quiz it was, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the classroom, compelling him to proceed with the examination. Upon entering the classroom, Harry immediately spotted a pristine white owl perched on a desk to the right, alongside several round buttons. He was somewhat bewildered by Professor McGonagall's decision to bring an owl into the examination room, suddenly recalling Ivan's mention of a quiz. As he gazed at the owl, He swallowed hard, feeling that the pressure was rather excessive. Chapter 86. I am the mysterious one. I speak for the dung beetle. Meanwhile, outside the examination room, Hermione was pressing Ivan for details about the quiz. When she learned that Ivan had transformed a small block of wood into an owl, she felt quite disheartened. Hermione had initially believed that her diligent studies would allow her to close the gap, only to find that the chasm was widening instead. On his way back, Ivan happened upon the glum faces of George and Fred Weasley, who had just completed their third-year History of Magic exam, looking as though the sky had fallen. What's wrong? It's not time for results yet, is it? Ivan inquired with curiosity. No, but we're certain we've flunked, Fred sighed, shifting his gaze to George. It is all your fault, George. I told you to set aside the research and focus on reviewing thoroughly before the exams. So, did you actually study? Who was it that stayed up late in the dormitory researching yesterday? George rolled his eyes. I was studying a buzzer quill that can automatically write answers. Preparing for the exam, unlike you. Fred defended himself. Indeed, but the buzzer quill only scribbles the questions we already know. It is undoubtedly the most dreadful invention. George expressed his dissatisfaction, regretting his earlier trust in Fred, only to be dumbfounded upon entering the examination room. An automatic buzzer quill? Quite useful for homework, Ivan mused, feeling somewhat uplifted as he observed the two bickering and blaming each other. This was not out of schadenfreude. Rather, the duo possessed an inherent charm that could brighten anyone's spirits. Professor Binns had a decent temperament, generally, as long as one completed the work and the answers were not too outrageous. Passing should be a certainty. Ivan found it amusing and offered some words of consolation. Exactly. That was my thought as well, which is why I secretly consumed a quick-acting skipping class candy, caused a bit of nosebleed, and pretended to feel unwell to elicit sympathy. Initially, it went smoothly, but then George shrugged. Surely, they thought alike, and while Professor Binns could be somewhat muddled at times, he was certainly not foolish. Two students with continuous nosebleeds would raise suspicions. Thus, we are doomed. George and Fred exchanged glances, teetering on the brink of tears. I can only wish you the best of luck. Ivan spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. Let's not dwell on that. Have you tried the dung bomb we gave you? How did it work? We are planning to officially sell it at school next semester. George quickly regained his composure and inquired. I use it on Quirrell. The results, how shall I put it, were quite remarkable. Otherwise, I might not have been able to meet you. Ivan's expression turned peculiar. Was it when you and Harry defeated Professor Quirrell in the basement? Do tell us, Fred exclaimed, suddenly excited. George had a brand new idea. Perhaps we could turn this event into a promotional slogan for next semester and place Quirrell's likeness on the packaging. That dung bomb would surely sell like hotcakes. Listening to George's whimsical plans, Ivan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, gaining a new understanding of their reckless tendencies. Are you not concerned about the Dark Lord's reputation with such reckless antics? Ivan hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose Quirrell's manipulation by the Dark Lord to dissuade their self-destructive ideas. However, recalling their audacity during Voldemort's peak power in the original timeline when they dared to spoof the Dark Mark, Ivan decided it was better to remain silent. Otherwise, they might just have the audacity to print Voldemort's likeness on the dung bomb, coupled with a slogan, I am the mysterious one, and I endorse the dung bomb. A few days later, the examination results were finally revealed. In the interim, the entire Hogwarts was engulfed in a palpable anxiety. Even the Weasley twins transformed their sorrow into motivation, concocting a talisman purportedly capable of temporarily enhancing one's grades, which quickly became a sensation. In fact, they themselves became believers, carrying it with them incessantly and even attempting to bestow one upon Ivan. Naturally, Ivan declined, for he had no need for such an artifact. His scores in transfiguration, potions, herbology, and charms were all perfect, surpassing the highest marks attainable. Remarkably, even in the flying class where he previously struggled, Ivan achieved an outstanding evaluation. The infusion of unicorn blood had not only augmented his strength, but, more crucially, had significantly enhanced his innate talent. His perception and manipulation of magic had undergone a profound transformation, making the control of a flying broomstick an effortless endeavor. The only unexpected outcome for Ivan was in the History of Magic course, where he received merely an E, exceeds expectations, leaving him bewildered and deprived of the coveted top position in his year, which had been claimed by Hermione. She was elated for the entire day, yet maintained a semblance of restraint as she collaborated with Ivan to review their answers, searching for points of deduction. No, I distinctly recall that the ancestors of werewolves were derived from the distortions of wizards. I certainly did not err, Ivan mused, glancing at the parchment in his hands. Hermione swiftly produced a hefty tome, a history of ancient magic, and quickly located the relevant passage to present before Ivan. Upon reading it, Ivan recollected that he had always referenced the contents of Bloodline Origins. It was evident that Professor Binns had tailored his examination based on the textbook. Well, let the truth be carried away by the winds, Ivan thought with a sense of resignation, for he could hardly confront Professor Binns with that book in hand. Once the results were announced, only a day or two remained before the holiday break. Ivan showed no signs of relaxation. This meant he would have to confront unfamiliar family members in an even more alien, potentially perilous environment. Although he had meticulously organized his memories through the study of mind-closing techniques, he was still not the original Ivan, making it challenging to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. The sole solace lay in the fact that he had spent nearly a year at Hogwarts. Should any discrepancies arise, they could be attributed to his growth during his time at school. Nevertheless, Ivan, with a cautious disposition, spared no effort in the final moments to enhance his abilities and knowledge base. Most importantly, he was eager to explore his newly acquired bloodline magic, the Shadow of the Unicorn. This unique bloodline magic was undoubtedly Ivan's most formidable trump card, if wielded adeptly. It might allow him to stand against adult wizards. Thus, the priority of his practice surpassed even that of transfiguration. Ivan initially thought this would be a relatively simple endeavor, considering he had successfully unleashed it once before, as recorded in the magical systems interface. However, as he began to practice, he found himself utterly perplexed, for he had no knowledge of the incantation required to summon Cecilia. Initially activated due to a perilous situation, he could hardly revert to that state to attempt a summoning. Could this be related to that? Ivan inexplicably recalled the ethereal blue phoenix, alongside Dumbledore's prior assertion that certain wizards could integrate the powers of magical creatures into their spells, thereby unleashing extraordinary abilities. If this were the case, might his bloodline magic be connected to the Patronus, given that both conjure a spectral animal and share numerous similarities? However, the Unicorn Shadow was notably unique, possessing the ability to materialize and engage in combat through a special magical force. Ivan speculated that perhaps this was attributable to Cecilia's soul replacing the Patronus. Armed with these hypotheses, Ivan promptly made his way to the library in search of tomes pertaining to the Patronus. After several hours of diligent study, he successfully elevated his Patronus to the first level. Patronus. Eagerly, Ivan entered the room of requirement, brandishing his wand to test it. Wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the tip of his wand, and a serene, tranquil emotion gradually enveloped his heart. Although nothing materialized, a joyful expression graced Ivan's face, for he was now utterly convinced that a connection existed between his bloodline magic's Unicorn Shadow and the Patronus. In the ensuing period, Ivan devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing the Patronus, even at the expense of his precious academic credit points. Yet, as it was the end of the term, with no classes to attend or questions to answer, his academic points could only be expended without replenishment, leading to a dwindling supply. With merely 500 points remaining, Ivan began to reminisce fondly about the benevolent Professor Dumbledore. Setting aside other matters, he had always been generous with bonus points. Indeed, during the semester alone, Dumbledore had awarded him at least 200 points. Nonetheless, this generosity could not alleviate Ivan's current predicament. Considering he might need to address unforeseen circumstances during the holiday, he resolved to retain 200 points as a contingency, leaving him with only 300 points available for use. This translated to a mere 3 hours of accelerated study or practice time. Redeeming an academic excellence experience card, Ivan, having adjusted his mindset, unhesitatingly embarked on his first accelerated practice. 100 academic points have been deducted. Accompanied by the system's notification, Ivan felt a marked clarity in his mind, and his mastery over magic surged to a new level. He then waved his wand. Patronus. The haunting white mist reappeared, wafting from the tip of his wand in delicate tendrils, swirling around him like ethereal smoke. This time, the white mist was significantly more abundant than before. After practicing for a while, Ivan quickly grasped the uniqueness of the Patronus. It was a profound emotional magic. The caster must harness positive emotions and concentrate this power to successfully summon their own guardian spirit. Ivan found himself stymied at this final step. How he wished for a Dementor to practice with, he mused. Although Ivan found himself within the wish-granting chamber, he did not attempt to exploit its peculiarities to conjure a Dementor. From previous experiments, he had already comprehended the confines of this place. Living beings and magical artifacts could not be manifested, and it was more inclined to provide a venue. For instance, it could materialize a dragon's sanctuary, yet devoid of dragons, or conjure a vault, yet empty of gold. The armory, however, contained weapons, albeit relics from a millennium past, with not a single magical weapon in sight. Memories flooded back to him. The times he had played pranks on the dwarf star Peter. The moments he had needed Professor Chilo to take the blame, and the instances he had hurled dung bombs at the Dark Lord. A smile crept onto Ivan's lips as inspiration struck him, with a gentle wave of his wand. The surrounding white mist seemed to be drawn toward the center, as if compelled by an unseen force. A long, piercing shriek resonated throughout the practice room, and within the ethereal white light, Cecilia's ghostly figure materialized in midair, playfully circling Ivan, subtly expressing affection. Most astonishingly, Ivan noted that Cecilia's once blood-red pupils had transformed into a serene blue, reminiscent of tranquil waters. Was it a sign of successful vengeance? He pondered. However, Cecilia's apparition dissipated into mist shortly thereafter. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding, the Academic Elite Experience card has expired. Would you like to renew it? Not renewing, get lost, Ivan replied, his expression darkening. Unbeknownst to him, he had been practicing intensively for a full 3 hours. Upon reviewing the system interface, he discovered that his guardian summoning had progressed to level 2. When he attempted to use it again in a normal state, he summoned only wisps of white mist, unable to coalesce them into a solid form. However, the system interface revealed a wealth of new information regarding the shadow of the unicorn. After examining it, Ivan gleaned some understanding. Bloodline magic, shadow of the unicorn, Cecilia's shadow. Prerequisite, guardian summoning level 4, level 2 in experience card mode. Description, this is a unique magic that merges bloodline and soul power. As a soul guardian, Cecilia can disregard the majority of obstacles. Only a few spells can inflict harm upon her. You may also choose to expend a significant amount of magical energy to temporarily construct a body for Cecilia, allowing her to briefly interact with the material world. Note, unless the host perishes, the soul will not completely dissipate upon suffering fatal damage, but will remain within your body to recuperate until it can regain its form. Thus, I have become a vessel for Cecilia's soul, Ivan mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated the final note. It seemed that until his guardian summoning reached level 4, he would have to rely on the experience card mode to reactivate it. Chapter 88. Behold, how peacefully this mouse departs. Amidst learning and contemplation, Ivan endured until the conclusion of the term. At the end of the term, Dumbledore monotonously delivered his speech in the Great Hall, while the young wizards from the various houses below struggled to stay awake, showing little interest in the fate of the House Cup. Even Slytherin, who occupied the second position, had long relinquished any hope of contention, as the disparity between the houses was insurmountable. However, the Gryffindor students remained spirited. Upon Dumbledore's announcement of Gryffindor's victory, they erupted in applause, proudly casting glances at the Slytherins across the long table, celebrating their first triumph by a resounding margin. During the spectacle, Ivan found himself the center of attention, yet he was preoccupied with the mouse he had just caught, having little time to acknowledge the commotion. His studies in the Patronus charm had reached a plateau, and ordinary practice or reading yielded minimal results. Consequently, Ivan decided to focus on practicing transfiguration instead. As before, after signing the departure agreement, the imposing Hagrid led the first-year students to the Hogwarts station. Gazing back at the receding silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, Ivan's mind was suddenly interrupted by the system's notification sound. Ding! The academic year has concluded. Would you like to proceed with the year-end summary? Yes, Ivan silently affirmed. He had previously wondered why there was no reaction or reward from the system during the announcement of grades. It turned out that the summary prompt was only triggered upon leaving the school. As of today, your performance for this academic year is as follows. Class evaluation, excellent. Reward, 100 academic points. Final exam results, potions, outstanding. Transfiguration, outstanding. Herbology, outstanding. History of magic, exceeding expectations. Reward, 650 academic points. Glory, Quidditch champion, not participated. Gryffindor House Cup, 100 academic points. Total reward, 850 academic points. The unexpected reward of 850 academic points delighted Ivan, who had been anxious about his insufficient points. The timing couldn't have been better. This news provided him with a sense of reassurance as he prepared to enter a new environment. Coupled with the 200 points he had reserved, he could allocate 10 hours for combat training or utilize the time for accelerated learning. All right, children, hurry up. We must make haste to the station. Hagrid's booming voice echoed ahead, resonating like a drum. Ivan collected his thoughts and followed Hagrid's lead until they reached the Hogwarts station. Not far from the lake, in the distance, he spotted the old steam engine, its vibrant red paint gleaming, with thick white steam billowing from the large exhaust. Ivan had not anticipated that his first journey aboard the Hogwarts Express would occur during his departure. It was indeed a unique experience. While he was still contemplating this, Harry and Ron had already pulled him into one of the compartments. The space within the private compartment was quite ample. Seating 3 or 4 individuals did not feel cramped. Hermione soon dashed over from another compartment, having originally been with her roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, but ultimately unable to endure their company. The group quickly engaged in lively chatter, particularly Hermione and Ron, who, despite their joy at Hogwarts, found themselves longing for home. Harry chimed in occasionally, expressing mild grievances about his aunt and uncle who had taken him in. Seizing the moment, Ivan retrieved a comatose mouse from a small cage he had brought and placed it on the table, preparing to continue his practice of magically dissecting biological cells. Once they disembarked, the use of magic would no longer be permissible. "Is this your new pet? A mouse? What about Maka?" Harry queried, bewildered by Ivan's peculiar behavior. "This is not a pet, merely a prop for practicing transfiguration," Ivan clarified, closing his eyes and attempting to channel magic into the mouse's body. Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron turned their heads, intrigued by Ivan's actions. However, they merely observed Ivan holding his wand against the mouse's forehead, standing still as if in a trance. "Is this really effective?" Ron muttered skeptically. "Utilizing magic to analyze an object is a prerequisite for mastering advanced transfiguration," Ivan replied, opening his eyes to address them. "Is it similar to how you transform your owl?" Harry inquired curiously. "Quite similar," Ivan nodded, omitting any mention of the animagus transformation, as this understanding was not incorrect. Harry and the others became increasingly interested, aware of Ivan's formidable transfiguration skills, and were excited to learn this method of practice, each eagerly drawing out their wands to partake in the experience. Ivan did not deter them, allowing them to experiment, for such mice were plentiful. He had captured more than one at Hogwarts. Harry attempted to mirror Ivan's earlier posture, wand poised against the mouse's forehead, trying to channel magic into it. While Hermione watched with curiosity, Ron recalled that he also had a mouse, so he fetched his own, Scabbers, who was busy munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and attempted to channel some magic into it with his wand. Scabbers, startled, emitted a piercing shriek, unable to escape Ron's grip on its tail, squirming in a desperate attempt to evade Ron's wand. "Hold still. Let me perform the spell properly," Ron grumbled, pressing Scabbers down and aiming his wand at its head. Scabbers wore an expression of utter despair, and at that moment, a commotion from Harry's side drew Ron's attention. The mouse on the table, lying unconscious, began to convulse violently after Harry's chaotic infusion of magic, frothing at the mouth. Moments later, it suddenly stiffened and lay motionless. Scabbers, witnessing this spectacle, widened its eyes in terror, feeling as though it might not survive the day. Harry's countenance bore an air of embarrassment. He had merely channeled a trivial amount of magic, yet the outcome was rather unexpected. "Not to worry. I had previously rendered this mouse unconscious with a slumber spell, and it departed in a state of serene tranquility." Ivan waved his hand, asserting his identity as a humane wizard, one who would never inflict cruelty upon animals, regardless of whether they were merely rodents. Ron, however, was the true perpetrator of rodent mistreatment. Ivan cast a fleeting glance at Ron's pet, Scabbers, and suddenly recalled that Scabbers was, in fact, an animagus. Chapter 89, The Platform. This realization ignited a fervor within Ivan's gaze directed at Scabbers. One must understand that the risks associated with becoming an animagus are exceedingly high. Countless exceptionally gifted wizards have faltered in this endeavor, resulting in the mere registration of 7 animagi within a magical community. Even if one were to include those who discreetly concealed their unregistered status, the total would scarcely exceed 30. This clearly illustrates the formidable difficulty of transformation. Furthermore, if one could decipher the anatomy of an animagus, it might significantly mitigate the risks of transformation. As Ivan's gaze intensified, the attention of the others converged upon Scabbers. This gray-black mouse was currently pinned on the table by Ron, trembling under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, its own glistening with unshed tears. It could hardly fathom what had transpired within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts over the years. Even first-year wizards exhibited such brutality. "Ron, allow me to assist you. I have yet to employ a slumber spell," Hermione interjected, feeling a pang of sympathy for the creature. She resolved to render it unconscious to spare it from Ron's potentially painful experiments. Yet, Scabbers dared not allow these ruthless young wizards to touch him again. His instinct for survival surged as he, in a theatrical display, emitted a shrill cry, rolled his eyes back, and lay motionless on the table, feigning imminent demise after witnessing the tragic fate of his kin. Ron, observing this display, hesitated to proceed. After all, Scabbers was his pet, and should he inadvertently cause its demise like Harry had, his mother would certainly not procure him another. The fainting Scabbers sighed in relief upon hearing Ron's words. But in the next heartbeat, a flash of light passed, and Scabbers promptly succumbed to slumber. Ivan, given that Scabbers is in such a state, perhaps we should reconsider. Ron furrowed his brow, questioning with uncertainty. I am not Harry. I would never harm Scabbers, Ivan reassured him, continuing, should any mishap occur, I shall procure for you an entirely new pet, be it an owl, a mouse, a toad, or a cat. This is crucial for my practice in transfiguration, Ivan asserted, fixing his gaze upon Ron. Ron glanced at the pitiful, disheveled Scabbers in his hand, then envisioned the new pets at the pet shop, and swiftly arrived at a decision. Very well, if this will aid you. Ron placed Scabbers on the table. Rest assured, he will survive, Ivan smiled, unsurprised by Ron's decision. The reason Ron held such affection for Scabbers was simply that it was one of the few possessions he could truly call his own. Despite the fact that this pet was given to him as a cast-off by his brothers, Ivan carefully took the unconscious creature, Ban-Ban, into his hands. He gently pressed his wand against its head, channeling a minute amount of magic to probe its essence. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ban-Ban's internal structure bore no distinction from that of the other mice he had previously examined. Were it not for the fact that Ivan could see Ban-Ban was missing a claw, he would have scarcely been able to ascertain that this was indeed the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. It appeared that the wonders of an animagus surpassed his imagination. Intrigued, Ivan increased the flow of magic, meticulously scrutinizing every sinew and cell within Ban-Ban's body. Only when the magic surged to Ban-Ban's head did he perceive a subtle, almost imperceptible difference. It seemed to be shielded by some unseen force, and hesitating briefly, Ivan dared not press further. He was uncertain of the consequences that might ensue should he attempt to unravel the mysteries of Ban-Ban's brain. Should he inadvertently disrupt the animagus transformation and awaken Peter Pettigrew, the other occupants of the compartment would be in peril. In truth, Ivan had contemplated using the Marauder's map to expose Pettigrew during his time at school, seeking to eliminate such a lingering threat. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. The ministry officials would likely be reluctant to acknowledge their past ineptitude, which had led to the torment of a hero who resisted the Death Eaters, imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade. Thus, he resolved to await the arrival of all parties involved before leaving the matter to Dumbledore's capable hands. Beep, through practice, your proficiency in transfiguration has improved. The system's notification chimed, and Ivan relinquished Ban-Ban to Ron without regret. Although he had not truly deciphered the secrets of the animagus, he understood that the brain was likely the most critical and perilous element in the transformation process. That alone sufficed. Amidst the resounding roar, the Crimson train billowed thick smoke as it gradually came to a halt at the platform. Ivan busied himself packing his belongings and placed the deceased mouse in a Maka's cage, providing it with a hearty meal, entirely clean and untainted. At that moment, Ban-Ban, having just regained consciousness and curled up in Ron's pocket, shivered at the sight. Outside the carriage, young wizards formed a queue, ready to disembark. However, devoid of Professor's guidance, the moment the doors swung open, chaos ensued. In a commotion, someone inadvertently toppled a cage containing toads, causing the creatures to scatter, uncertain if any were crushed beneath careless feet. As Ivan was jostled forward by the crowd, he rehearsed in his mind the anticipated reunion with his family, pondering what his first words should be and how he ought to present himself. In his recollections, his mother, Aisha, had always maintained a warm relationship with him, perhaps even to the point of indulgence. Ivan, as a substitute, was anxious about whether his performance would be satisfactory, for he could not feign the deep yearning that accompanies long-lost reunions. Fortunately, the original persona seemed to harbor some aversion to Aisha's overindulgence, often leading to quarrels between them. He simply needed to navigate this delicate balance. Ivan, come down. Why do you appear so distracted? Harry struggled to lift his large suitcase with both hands as he jumped off the train, then turned to glance at Ivan, who remained motionless. The group traversed platform 9 3/4, with Ivan experiencing the thrill of passing through a wall, reminiscent of his journey through the secret passage on the 4th floor. The atmosphere of the London station was filled with modernity, contrasting sharply with the medieval ambience he had grown accustomed to at Hogwarts. The polished tiled floors, the bright waiting hall, and the distant sound of whistles offered Ivan a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was due to the peak travel time for Muggles, but the station felt rather crowded. Among the throng of well-dressed Muggles, a significant number of young wizards' parents mingled, most having donned Muggle clothing, with only a few exceptions that hardly mattered. In Chapter 90, Home and Nocturne Alley, Ron called out, "Over here." Amid the bustling crowd, Ivan spotted a rather portly, red-haired, middle-aged man waving at them. The man nodded kindly in Ivan's direction. Beside him stood a somewhat short and stout woman, hands on her hips, scolding George and Fred, who looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, too intimidated to utter a word. Ivan quickly deduced they must be the Weasley couple, and the reprimand directed at George and Fred likely stemmed from their poor performance in History of Magic. "My dad's calling me. I have to go. You guys can come over to my house to play when you have time. I'll write to you during the holidays," Ron said before pushing his suitcase into the crowd. The throng was overwhelming, and Ivan had no intention of introducing himself, especially since he was uncertain of how they would react upon learning he was the child of a dark wizard. Soon, Harry was whisked away by his Aunt Petunia, who seemed eager to leave without a moment's pause, wearing a sour expression and completely ignoring Ivan and the others. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, was quite approachable, and Ivan politely engaged him in conversation. As most of the young witches and wizards were retrieved, the crowd thinned significantly. Ivan strained to locate his mother, Aisha, among the sea of faces when he suddenly felt a hand clasping his shoulder. His wand, concealed within his sleeve, was already gripped in his hand, but before he could react, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. A whiff of lavender wafted from behind him, prompting Ivan to relax his guard. It was the scent of his mother's familiar perfume. As expected, the next moment, Aisha's soft, nuanced voice reached his ears. "You've grown quite a bit in the past year, and have become even more charming. Have you missed your mother during these days?" "Of course I have," Ivan replied, feigning nonchalance. Turning to face the source of the voice, he beheld a beautiful witch clad in a dark green robe, meticulously tailored to retain its vintage allure while accentuating her figure, exuding an air of elegance that belied her 30-plus years. Ivan found himself ill at ease with the intimate proximity to a beautiful and unfamiliar woman, even if she was ostensibly his mother. He stammered as he searched for an excuse, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the pristine white owl in the cage. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he proclaimed with fervor, "I must have sent it. Perhaps Maka has taken a wrong turn along the way. Is that so?" Asia did not refute him, merely smiling warmly in response. Ivan swallowed hard, feeling the atmosphere around him grow somewhat frigid. Asia chose not to expose Ivan's fib. Instead, she glanced at the owl in the cage and remarked with a gentle smile, "I just learned a new recipe yesterday. A delightful dish called owl stew. Why don't we have that for dinner tonight?" "Owl stew?" Ivan's lips twitched slightly. "Surely, that is a bit extreme. But I heard Professor McGonagall say that owls are a wizard's best friend. No wizard would ever harm an owl." Ivan attempted to reason. "Is that so?" "The Ministry of Magic has no regulations against cooking owls," Asia countered, her tone unwavering, as she took hold of Ivan's wrist and led him out of the station. "Even if there were regulations, would you heed the ministry?" Ivan thought helplessly, yet he endeavored to speak well of Maka, ultimately dissuading Asia from her culinary intentions. The reasoning was simple. Acquiring a new pet would entail considerable expense. As they walked, Ivan had already changed out of his wizarding robes at the station. Now he donned casual blue attire, blending seamlessly with the muggles around him. In stark contrast, Asia's unique aura and striking beauty, coupled with her eccentric wizarding robes, drew the attention of passers-by, yet she remained entirely unfazed, strolling ahead with confidence. Upon exiting the station, the throng of people intensified as they made their way to the bustling commercial street. Ivan's gaze fell upon a dingy, narrow bar that appeared dark and dilapidated, standing in stark contrast to the opulently decorated clothing and record shops nearby. Indeed, it seemed as though an invisible barrier existed. Ivan witnessed a lady attempting to walk forward, only to unwittingly veer off course. Is this the magic of Muggle repulsion? Ivan pondered over this curious phenomenon, eager to fathom its mechanics. Yet it was evidently not the time for such inquiries. Asia had already ushered him into the leaky cauldron, a pivotal nexus between the magical and mundane worlds, perpetually bustling with activity. Behind the ancient bar, the venerable proprietor, Tom, engaged in conversation with a peculiar-looking old witch. Two witches sat at a nearby table, exchanging hushed whispers, while several languid drunks sipped butterbeer, even whistling at Asia, though they refrained from any over-advances. "I need some flue powder and a fireplace." Asia disregarded the drunken patrons entirely, her expression darkening, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. She tossed a few silver sickles onto the counter, her tone firm and resolute. This behavior may not be endearing, yet at times, it undeniably alleviates a multitude of unnecessary troubles. Of course, the owner of the tavern is a kind-hearted individual. After receiving payment, He reminded the two that the flue powder was placed in the box atop the fireplace. You go first, and once you arrive, don't move about recklessly. Remember Diagon Alley, Izia said, as she handed Ivan a handful of flue powder. Ivan found it somewhat peculiar that they did not simply teleport home, but he nonetheless tossed the powder into the flames, watching as the sparkling particles ignited with magic within the fireplace. Diagon Alley, Ivan declared. Azure flames erupted, and Ivan felt a peculiar warmth enveloping his body. Not the searing heat of fire, but rather a sensation of spatial displacement. It was as if he were being swept into a whirlwind, spinning rapidly, leaving him dizzy and unable to focus his gaze on the teleportation process. Chapter 91. Conflict in the Eye of Inquiry. When the light returned, Ivan discovered himself in an entirely new location, what appeared to be a dimly lit shop, shrouded in shadows, with glass domes displayed upon the counters. The nearest dome contained a small skull, seemingly treated in some peculiar manner, with deep scratches etched into its sides. Other domes housed an array of bizarre items, a blood-stained playing card, a serrated chandelier, each more uncanny than the last. Did you confront them? Ivan pondered, suspecting that Izia might have sought trouble with those drunken patrons. What are you thinking? That the leaky cauldron dared to create a disturbance there, and the Ministry of Magic would arrive in an instant, Izia admonished, shaking her head. Ivan, however, remained skeptical. What commotion could a dark wizard stir with a few drunken men? Stop daydreaming, stay close to me, Izia warned, leading the way as Ivan hurried to follow. As they passed the counter, the wind chime hanging by the door tinkled softly, and a hunchbacked, middle-aged wizard, fiddling with a peculiar spherical object, croaked, another visitor. Who might it be this time? Mr. Bach, it's me, Izia responded, stepping around the counter with a casual air. It turned out to be Madame Harst's proprietor, Galacticus Bach, who appeared somewhat indifferent, lazily reclining in his chair. You two come and go so frequently, you've dirted my fireplace. It seems I shall have to start charging a fee. Perhaps I should relocate the Diagon Alley transfer station here? Izia suggested with a smile. Forget it. That's not something that can be casually moved. A little dirt is inconsequential, Bach replied, a hint of a grin revealing a gold tooth. While the two conversed, Ivan took the opportunity to scrutinize the proprietor of Bach's magical emporium. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his greasy hair meticulously styled. On his slender, withered hands rested two dark rings, while he donned a rather commonplace black wizard's robe. Aside from his perpetual stoop, he bore no distinction from any ordinary wizard, speaking in a soft voice that exuded an air of harmlessness. However, both in the original text and the memories swirling in Ivan's mind, it was evident that he was no ordinary character. It's worth noting that even the infamous Dark Lord had once worked here in his youth. Perhaps sensing Ivan's gaze, Bork shifted the conversation, focusing on him. So you must be young Halls. It is my first time meeting you. Have you seen anything delightful in the shop? Bork placed a peculiar spherical object before Ivan. As Ivan approached, he discerned that it was an eye, seemingly imbued with some form of magic, its dark pupils swirling freely. Locking gazes with Ivan. In that fleeting moment of connection, Ivan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, prompting him to instinctively activate his mental shielding, which restored his clarity. Suddenly, a flash of blue light surged forth, and the eye was sent hurtling away, crashing against the doorframe. What do you intend to do? Izia's expression darkened as she brandished her wand, pointing it menacingly at Bork's head, the tip emitting a faint dark glow as if brewing some sinister spell. Besides, isn't young Halls perfectly fine? Izia turned to Ivan, who, appearing unfazed, shook his head. Only then did her scowl soften, and she lowered her wand. This was also related to Izia's understanding of the Eye of Inquiry's effects. Had it been a lethal magical item, she would not have been so nonchalant. While Ivan maintained a facade of calm, trepidation coursed through him. The alley was far more perilous than he had anticipated, and he had nearly fallen into a trap, all while under Izia's protection. If given the choice, Ivan would have gladly razed the place to the ground alongside Izia. Yet, engaging with a shopkeeper in a dark magic store was incredibly unwise. No one could ascertain the number of triggering magical items hidden within the establishment. Moreover, Bork seemed utterly unperturbed, which compelled Ivan to feign indifference and quell the brewing conflict. As a token of apology, I could gift this little trinket to young Halls, Bork remarked, maintaining an air of disinterest, though a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. While many wizards could resist the Eye of Inquiry, Ivan was the youngest Bork had encountered. No, I'm not interested, Ivan replied, shaking his head. Put away your tricks. Izia, equally unimpressed, had no desire to linger any longer. Grasping Ivan's wrist, she guided him towards the exit. What was that eye-like object? Is it called the Eye of Inquiry? Ivan inquired as they stepped outside. As Ivan gazed around, he discovered that he was in a narrow alleyway, flanked by walls constructed of red bricks, which were clearly in a state of neglect. On the right side, patches of green moss had begun to grow on the bricks, and some of the red bricks had even partially eroded. In the corner of the street, a heap of trash was barely visible, and a foul odor wafted through the air. A magical truth serum? Ivan felt a pang of envy, noting that the Eye of Inspection seemed to activate merely by making eye contact, an exceptionally cunning device. What? Regretting not asking for it? Aisha inquired. No, I hardly believe that Bach would be so benevolent, Ivan replied, shaking his head. He considered the item intriguing, but was not foolish enough to accept anything from an unfamiliar dark wizard, suspecting it might be rife with hidden traps. Chapter 92. A turkey made this way lacks a soul. Good to know, Aisha nodded, then curiously asked how Ivan managed to resist the Eye of Inspection. Brain closure charm, which I found in the restricted section of the library, Ivan confessed without hesitation after a moment's thought. He owed much to Dumbledore, who had repeatedly helped him refine the skill using the memory charm. It was this practice that allowed Ivan to react so swiftly. Well done. It seems you've gleaned a fair amount of knowledge from there. I only dared to sneak into the restricted section in my second year, Aisha remarked, regarding Ivan with an appreciative expression, showing no sign of reprimanding him for violating school rules. She merely cautioned him to keep certain knowledge to himself and not to attempt anything without full confidence. Aisha's reaction was entirely as Ivan had anticipated. In his memory, she had never been overly concerned with rules. Nevertheless, her encouragement to explore the restricted section left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Considering Ivan had just endured a fright, Aisha began recounting amusing anecdotes from her time at school, such as the time she nearly got caught by Filch on her first visit to the restricted section. Later, she devised a clever scheme to hide Filch's cat, causing him to search for several days. Occasionally, she would use the fear charm to play pranks on the ghosts and her fellow first-year wizards. As Ivan listened, his gaze towards Aisha grew increasingly peculiar. Suddenly recalling that the Sorting Hat had mentioned someone using the fear charm for mischief at the start of the school year, much to Dumbledore's dismay. To his surprise, that someone was indeed his mother, Aisha. Ivan nodded in agreement, then remembered a question he had previously left unasked. By the way, why didn't we simply use flue powder to travel directly to the fireplace at home? The fireplace at home has been enchanted, as I believe I mentioned to you, Aisha replied, scrutinizing Ivan for a moment. That was ages ago. How could I possibly remember everything? Ivan shrugged, hastily sifting through his memories. Although Ivan had organized his memories through the cerebral closure technique, it was, after all, a decade of a person's life experience, and he could not possibly remember everything with perfect clarity. To avoid speaking too much and making mistakes, Ivan chose to remain silent, using only his eyes to observe his surroundings. If Diagon Alley resembled a bustling city street, then Nocturne Alley bore a closer resemblance to a slum, perhaps even more perilous. This place was also a haven for dark wizards, and with the Second Wizarding War having concluded merely a decade prior, many escaped Death Eaters likely sought refuge here. The Ministry of Magic's regulations would find it challenging to exert any influence in Nocturne Alley. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Ivan finally caught sight of his home as he remembered it, a dark magic shop, perhaps due to its remote location and relatively low property prices. It appeared quite large and spacious. Peering through the glass window, he could faintly discern numerous magical items displayed on the shelves, unlike the sinister and foreboding Borgin and Burks. Upon entering, Ivan discovered that most of the items were small trinkets like bracelets, necklaces, and cards, seemingly ordinary. Yet he understood through memory that these items were predominantly imbued with trigger-type curses. The shop was divided into 2 levels. The first floor was dedicated to the sale of magical items, while the second floor served as a living area. And there was a basement where Aisha crafted or researched magical items, a place Ivan had rarely ventured into. Please take a moment to rest. I will prepare dinner, Aisha said as she led Ivan inside and gracefully made her way into the kitchen. After Aisha left, Ivan finally felt a sense of relief during his brief solitude. The exhausting journey of sifting through memories while engaging in conversation with Aisha had drained him both mentally and physically. The thought of spending the entire summer in such a manner made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. The sounds emanating from the kitchen clanged and clattered, lively as if from the back of a bustling hotel kitchen, capturing Ivan's attention. Looking through the window, he observed Aisha standing in the center of the kitchen, gently waving her wand, as a plucked turkey, devoid of its feathers, hopped onto the cutting board of its own accord. A carving knife hanging nearby slowly floated over, deftly slicing a steak into neat portions before attending to the turkey. Various jars filled with seasonings busily participated in the process. Rice wine was poured directly, submerging the turkey in a basin, while the steak, after being sprinkled with an unidentifiable seasoning, was dispatched into a magically enhanced oven. Ivan even witnessed the turkey actively flipping itself over during the oiling process, raising its wings to allow the brush to coat underneath, ensuring a more aromatic outcome when roasted. Witnessing this scene, Ivan wore an expression of perplexity. As he rummaged through his memories, he realized that the kitchen had been transformed into a magical culinary space, where the cooking process resembled an assembly line, yielding dishes that looked remarkably similar and were produced with astonishing speed. Without Aisha having moved much at all, a lavish turkey feast was swiftly prepared. Ivan longed to voice his thoughts that such dishes, produced in this manner, lacked soul. It was only when Aisha placed the plate on the table that Ivan could not help but swallow hard, for it appeared quite delectable. However, he found it peculiar that dinner was so lavish today. Even with a magical kitchen, Aisha rarely purchased such an abundance of ingredients. Ivan could easily envision Aisha preparing everything alone, waiting for him at the station. To his surprise, she had even kept the ingredients. Suddenly, while savoring the turkey feast, Ivan froze and thought, just how long had this turkey been stored? Surely, it hadn't expired. Staring blankly, he turned to Aisha and inquired. Chapter 93. Repeat. Which academy are you in? The reaction was amusingly consistent. Ivan rolled his eyes, lamenting how he had been so moved before. He vowed never to be deceived again. The Hall's family did not have many formalities, and as they dined, they conversed, though it was mainly Aisha who probed Ivan about his situation at school. Where did he procure the academic credits to enhance his abilities? Aisha listened with pride, especially when she heard that Ivan had received outstanding evaluations in all subjects except for the history of magic. This was intentional on Ivan's part, as he wished to avoid Aisha's exaggerated reactions whenever he needed to cast a spell. However, when Ivan mentioned that, through his efforts, Gryffindor had won the House Cup, Aisha's expression suddenly shifted to one of incredulity. The more she heard, the more she sensed something amiss, prompting her to query, "You are not in Slytherin, Gryffindor? You entered that house filled with fools, arrogant and reckless?" Aisha's tone grew increasingly intense, her delicate features suffused with anger. Ivan opened his mouth, feeling that Gryffindor couldn't be that terrible. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Aisha, furious, crushed the glass in her hand, the sharp shards piercing her palm, as orange juice mingled with droplets of blood, staining the table. "How could that wretched headmaster place you there?" Aisha demanded, each word deliberate. Ivan could not comprehend the source of Aisha's ire, as his memories bore no relevance to this matter. Yet, under the pressure, he replied, "The Sorting Hat decides the houses." Nevertheless, Aisha remained unconvinced. She believed that someone had coerced the Sorting Hat into altering its decision, and without restraint, she lambasted Dumbledore, employing every insulting term she knew for the venerable professor. "I should have sent you to Durmstrang instead," Aisha concluded in frustration. "Ah, you truly are like a protective mother," Ivan remarked, exasperated. Yet, despite his jest, Ivan understood that matters were far more complicated than he had initially assumed. He recalled the letter Aisha had previously sent him, in which her address of Dumbledore seemed rather inappropriate. At the time, he had attributed it to her anger. Now, it appeared there might be deeper reasons behind her sentiments. "Do you not have a cordial relationship with Professor Dumbledore?" Ivan cautiously inquired. "In summary, it is advisable for you to maintain your distance from him at school." Aisha, having composed herself, retrieved a piece of gauze from the cupboard to tend to her wound, and with a hint of irritation, spoke to Ivan. Ivan nodded in agreement, as he had always preferred to keep a safe distance from Dumbledore at school. The Last Supper was dealt with hastily. After finishing her meal, Aisha descended into the basement to tinker with her dark magical artifacts and prepare defensive spells. The atmosphere in the overturned alley was far from secure, especially given the recent unrest. The room was simple and tidy, furnished with only a bed, a desk, and a cupboard, yet was impeccably clean, devoid of dust. It appeared that the cleaning charm was employed regularly. A year had passed since his last visit, and it seemed just as he had left it. After neatly organizing his belongings, Ivan instinctively drew his wand to practice magic, only to remember that he was currently unable to cast spells. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged how unaccustomed he was to this way of life, especially after recently being deceived. He was eager to enhance his abilities and would have to inquire with Aisha tomorrow about potential solutions. As for now, Ivan decided it best to avoid misfortune. Despite his desire to understand the conflict between his mother and Dumbledore, he continued to peruse his books until midnight, when he sensed a disturbance in magical energies outside his window. Moving closer, he perceived an invisible entity slowly rising, undetectable to the naked eye, yet palpable to Ivan's keen magical senses. Was this a protective charm, or something similar? While pondering this, A series of wolf howls echoed from afar, and upon looking up, he noticed a full moon hanging high in the sky. It was the night of the full moon, a time for werewolves to transform. Ivan furrowed his brow. Although some werewolves indeed hid in the overturned alley, such brazen behavior was rare in his 10 years of memory. After all, the alley was home to many formidable characters, and the werewolves typically sought refuge on nights of the full moon rather than parading about. The haunting howls grew closer, and Ivan gripped his wand, internally lamenting the restriction against underage wizards casting spells outside of school. Wait, wasn't it permissible for young wizards to retaliate in life-threatening situations? As he hesitated, a tall shadow burst forth from the alley under the moonlight, a creature that was half wolf, half human, covered in brownish-gray fur, with long limbs and dark red eyes, panting heavily from its gaping maw. This was Ivan's first true encounter with a werewolf, and it seemed oblivious to his presence, hastily darting into a nearby house. Just as Ivan prepared to mourn for the occupants within, he was taken aback when the sizable werewolf was suddenly hurled back out, crashing against the brick wall and howling in agony, revealing deep wounds that exposed bone. Chapter 94. Another day passed peacefully and harmoniously in the overturned alley. What a tragedy, Ivan muttered. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld a male, which clad in tattered robes, grumbling as he emerged from a dilapidated abode with a gaping hole. Judging by the movements of his lips, it appeared he was lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. After all, amidst so many surrounding houses, why should his be the one to suffer an attack? The male witch, clearly aware of this irony, exhibited an increasing impatience, as dark energy began to emanate from his wand, accompanied by an incantation of cryptic and peculiar origin. The dark mist coalesced into a visage resembling a human face, its mouth opening and closing to emit a piercing shriek directed at the werewolf below. At that moment, a tremendous force caused the red brick wall behind him to collapse, and a larger werewolf, its fur a striking silver white, burst onto the scene. It forcefully hurled aside the smaller werewolf beneath it, only to have its arm corroded by the dark mist. The silver fur was stripped away, leaving behind a pockmarked arm with no signs of healing. This silver-furred werewolf let out a furious roar before seizing the smaller werewolf and retreating into the distance. The male witch's expression darkened, as if it could drip with malice, but he showed no inclination to pursue. Instead, he waved his wand and cast a restoration spell, reverting everything to its pre-battle state. Despite the commotion, the rest of the alley remained eerily silent, as not a single soul emerged to intervene or investigate. For them, the alley had simply endured another tranquil and serene day, with a lingering hope that the streets would not be marred by an additional corpse or two by tomorrow. Ivan, who had been a silent observer throughout the skirmish, wore a grim countenance. The prowess displayed by both combatants far exceeded his expectations. Had he been ensnared in the fray, escape would have been a daunting challenge unless he were to expend his academic achievement points for an experiential card mode. However, with only 1,000 points at his disposal, each use would diminish his reserves. Clearly, he needed to devise a method to elevate the level of his summoned guardian to 4 as soon as possible, he thought urgently. Moreover, he realized he was woefully lacking in high-damage spells. As Ivan lay in bed, contemplating how to enhance his abilities over the summer, a long-forgotten system notification chimed unexpectedly. A system update? He quickly sprang from his bed, eager to peruse the details of the update in his mind. Yet, the system remained as aloof as ever, offering not even a single hint, nor any mention of when the update would conclude. The sole comfort Ivan found was that during the update, the system's functionalities would not cease, signifying that he could still expend achievement points in dire situations to bolster his combat capabilities. The following morning, having had a restless night, Ivan adhered to his biological clock and rose punctually. Relying on memory, he navigated to the bathroom to brush his teeth and freshen up. Subsequently, he seated himself at the dining table, grasping a knife and fork in preparation for his meal. However, after waiting for over half an hour without sight of Aisha, he pondered that had he been more adept with a magical kitchen at home, he would have taken the initiative to prepare something himself. It was not until nearly 9 o'clock that Aisha, clad in a bathrobe and yawning, emerged from her room. "You sit tight. I will prepare breakfast." After Aisha finished speaking, she entered the kitchen and emerged a few minutes later, carrying a plate. The breakfast was quite simple, consisting of a few sandwiches and 2 bowls of oatmeal. Yet it was rather palatable, only slightly inferior to the fare prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts. Ivan found it rather absurd that he could manage to sleep through such a cacophony of howling. At this moment, Aisha offered an explanation. The pack of werewolves had appeared in Nocturne Alley over 2 months ago, likely having been displaced from elsewhere. They had maintained a low profile until now, causing no significant trouble, which is why no one had bothered to confront them. However, the reason for their sudden outburst yesterday remained a mystery to Aisha, but she did not dwell on it too much. Given the recent events, it seemed the werewolves would soon be unable to remain in Nocturne Alley. Ivan, having satisfied his curiosity, chose not to press further and swiftly redirected the conversation to his plans for practicing magic during the summer. That's quite simple. Just hand me your wand, and I will assist you. This may take a week, or perhaps a bit longer, Aisha replied, clearly pleased with Ivan's eagerness to learn. All right, Ivan said, handing over his wand. Since Aisha had a solution, it was certainly for the best. However, once relinquished, Ivan felt an unsettling emptiness within him. Pondering what he would do over the next few days, Aisha contemplated for a moment, then set down her utensils and ventured into the basement. When she returned, she held a wooden box. You may use this wand for the next few days and see how it suits you, she said, opening the box to reveal a wand within and handing it to Ivan. Curiously, he took it and attempted to channel his magic into it, finding the process remarkably smooth. As he waved it, the sandwiches and oatmeal on the table began to levitate. At the same time, Ivan noticed new information appearing in the system panel. Magical item, wand, hawthorn, dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Magic moderate, compatibility, 89%. Description, this wand has undergone special treatment. Engraved with 7 ancient runes, capable of concealing the fluctuations and traces of spellcasting. 89% compatibility? How poorly suited was my previous wand? Ivan silently mused. Nevertheless, the accompanying description surprised him. He looked closely at the wand's center, where indeed several peculiar characters were inscribed. He had noticed that the fluctuations during his levitation spell were significantly weaker than usual. How does it feel? Is it manageable? Aisha inquired. Very manageable, Ivan nodded in response. I knew it would be a good fit, Aisha replied, not at all surprised, as she tucked the empty box away. Did your mother craft this wand? Ivan asked, intrigued by the strange characters inscribed on it, recalling that other wands he had seen did not possess such features. Of course not. Crafting a wand requires highly advanced skills. I merely made some modifications to this one, Aisha clarified, shaking her head. Chapter 95 Look, I believe now is the perfect time to practice the summoning charm, Ivan mused, a hint of disappointment lingering in his voice. He had initially hoped to acquire some skills in wand making to craft his own wand, but it seemed that such aspirations were futile. Yet, this was hardly surprising. If wand making were so simple, Diagon Alley would not be graced solely by Ollivander's wand shop. By the way, Mother, how has your summoning charm been working for you? Ivan inquired, shifting the subject. Quite well, actually. Why do you ask? Are you planning to study this over the summer? Aisha replied, her tone a blend of surprise and concern. Although the summoning charm is indeed an advanced spell, it typically lacks significant utility. I believe you should focus on mastering more fundamental spells. Fundamental spells? Are these what you mean? Ivan responded eagerly, waving his wand and reciting incantations. A sandwich on the table first levitated, then tore into pieces, transforming mid-air into several birds. The melodic chirping of the birds filled the hall, only to be abruptly silenced as they were engulfed in flames. The charred remains exuding a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. As the structural integrity of the transformation crumbled, the burnt remains quickly turned to ash, whisked away by the breeze. Noticing this, Ivan shrugged in resignation, abandoning the idea of showcasing more basic spells, and turned his gaze toward Aisha. Look, I believe now is the perfect time to practice the summoning charm, he reiterated. Aisha stared in astonishment at the spectacle. Despite Ivan's previous mention of achieving outstanding grades in school, save for history of magic, where he had excelled, she still perceived him as merely a first-year student. No matter how impressive his grades might be, how formidable could his spellcasting truly be? Yet, Ivan's recent display had far exceeded Aisha's expectations. Within mere seconds, he had seamlessly executed the levitation charm, the splitting charm, the transfiguration charm, and the fire-making charm in a fluid, uninterrupted flow, attesting to the solid foundation he had built. His prowess in transfiguration alone surpassed that of many adult wizards in Nocturne Alley. Frustrated, Ivan was suddenly jolted from his thoughts as Aisha pinched his cheek, eliciting a yelp of surprise. She leaned closer, inhaling his scent and bombarding him with a flurry of questions, confirming that he was indeed not an impostor disguised by a polyjuice potion. What is happening? Ivan stammered, somewhat flustered by the unexpected attention. Despite his initial trepidation, he endeavored to convey the astonishment and displeasure that the situation warranted. I can't believe I have given birth to a genius, Aisha exclaimed, propping her chin on her hands, her violet eyes fixed intently on Ivan. How did I not notice this before? Indeed, genius cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning, much like the savior of the wizarding world. Harry Potter, who vanquished the Dark Lord at the moment of his birth, Ivan asserted emphatically, deliberately invoking Harry's name. He intended to subtly probe Isia's sentiments, particularly regarding her grievances with Dumbledore. I certainly did not observe anything particularly extraordinary about you at birth, Isia retorted playfully, tousling Ivan's hair and casting him a sidelong glance. Next time, practice magic with other means. Do not waste food. Ivan nodded, relieved by Isia's lack of extreme reaction, and then quietly inquired, what about the guardian summon? After hastily finishing breakfast, Isia finally accepted the fact that her child was a prodigious talent, and her excitement surged as she eagerly anticipated witnessing Ivan's prowess. Kulme, let us proceed to the practice room in the basement. Should you satisfy me, I may contemplate imparting my knowledge to you. Ivan, albeit reluctantly, followed Isia down to the basement, discovering a space considerably larger than the 2 floors above, divided into 3 distinct areas: a storage zone, a workspace, and a practice room. It appeared Isia had not been averse to unauthorized expansions over the years. Isia entered the practice room's cubicle, shedding her nightgown for her customary dark green wizard's robe, donning black gloves adorned with silver silk that intricately traced bizarre patterns, while her left hand, adorned with several rings, remained ungloved. All right, this will suffice, Isia declared, halting on the right side and gesturing for Ivan to take the initiative. Ivan glanced around the spacious area, which housed merely a few practice dummies and several wooden tables scattered about. Truth be told, he felt ill at ease with the prospect of engaging in a direct duel, especially against a clearly superior wizard. How could he possibly compete? Ivan was consumed by frustration, and Isia, noticing his hesitation after a brief wait, grew somewhat impatient, furrowing her brow and preparing to speak. In that instant, Ivan, sensing the shift in Isia's demeanor, swiftly drew his wand. There were no formalities of dueling, nor any indication of the battle commencing. Defend yourself. A brilliant red light arced through the air. When Isia next beheld Ivan, he had already cast the iron armor spell upon himself. Following this, a chorus of birdsong echoed throughout the practice room as Ivan's wand swept, summoning a multitude of small, agile birds that soared towards Isia in coordinated formations. Isia had no intention of launching an offensive. She was merely gauging Ivan's capabilities. Thus she advanced towards him at a leisurely pace, a flicker of magical energy coursing through the black silk of her glove. Without uttering an incantation, Isia merely tapped her wand, releasing a spark that quickly expanded into a broad purple flame barrier. The birds collided with the barrier, disintegrating into ashes before they could breach it. At that moment, Isia's thoughts shifted. She tilted her head, and a blinding white light pierced through the flames, striking a distant practice dummy behind her. Such overt intentions of combat will not do, Isia remarked with a smile, but her expression shifted dramatically the next instant. A gust of wind swept past her, prompting Isia to duck and sidestep, forcing her body to twist as she delivered a powerful kick, sending the activated dummy sprawling. Chapter 96. Magical artifacts are also a part of a wizard's strength. You are a wizard, not a berserker. Upon witnessing the scene, Ivan could not help but voice his frustration, though he understood that Isia was not like Kino, who had once been frail and incapacitated. She would not passively endure an onslaught. A strategy of mobility was the norm. Thus, his primary objective was to curtail her ability to move freely. As the purple flame barrier before him dissipated, Isia steadied herself, and more dummies were activated. Ivan shamelessly concealed himself behind several dummies, using them as shields while directing the remaining dummies to launch an assault from the front, left, and right. Perceiving the attack to be insufficiently forceful, Ivan resolved to obstruct Isia's only escape route by gesturing with his wand towards several square wooden tables behind her. The tables soared into the air. Under the influence of his magic, the tables tumbled toward Ivan's direction, with Isia positioned right in the middle. The tables were substantial. Even the previous purple flame barrier could not easily incinerate them. Ivan believed that even if Isia did not succumb, she would certainly find herself in a precarious predicament. However, he soon realized that Isia's laughter grew more exuberant, her mirth instilling a sense of dread within him. With a thunderous explosion, Isia's voice resonated within the training room. Her wand pointed decisively, igniting a blaze of orange flames that collided with the oncoming wooden tables. Upon impact, the tables erupted into splinters, consumed by the flames. A cloud of wood shavings and ashes descended, dimming the glow of the magical lights and shrouding the entire training room in a haze. Amidst the gloom, A flickering fire emerged, which Ivan soon recognized not as ghostly flames, but rather a small cluster of fierce fire. The previously charging dummies were instantly reduced to ashes, and Ivan swallowed hard, relieved as the fierce flames quickly dissipated, whether due to their inability to sustain themselves or a mere reluctance to incinerate him. A tempestuous wind swept through the training ground, clearing the airborne debris. Aisha approached him with an enigmatic smile, her left hand adorned with rings that shimmered with magical patterns. Each step drawing her closer. Following closely were blinding beams of magic. Cyan for the sleep spell, violet for the fear spell, and a black-gray one that Ivan could not recall. He knew that being hit by any of these would yield dire consequences. Struggling, Ivan endeavored to erect a magical shield ahead of him, but the onslaught of spells came too swiftly, and the shield he barely constructed was shattered in less than a second. The surroundings had been nearly stripped of usable debris and cover during the previous assaults, leaving only remnants scattered across the training room, with just Ivan and Aisha remaining amidst the wreckage. The activated dummies that had endured a few more hits now lay lifeless on the ground. Ivan even began to suspect that Aisha might not need to utter incantations to cast spells, her inhuman speed leaving him bewildered at how she had honed such skills. However, after fending off a series of attacks, Ivan quickly noticed something peculiar about Aisha's gloved right hand and the magical luminescence swirling about her rings. "You are cheating." Ivan was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, but in that moment of distraction, he was struck by a beam of black light. The reflective barrier constructed from the iron armor spell flickered briefly, deflecting the light before shattering into nothingness, causing the dark beam to redirect toward Aisha. "Disarm him." Aisha wasted no time, shattering Ivan's iron armor spell, immediately following with a disarming incantation. Deprived of his final defense, Ivan instinctively reached to expend his academic points to activate the experience card and summon the shadow of the unicorn. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, this was not a genuine battle, and such a hefty price was unwarranted. In that moment of hesitation, Ivan's wand soared into the air, landing deftly in Aisha's grasp. She caught it effortlessly and pointed the wand back at Ivan in an upside-down position. "Wait, I surrender," Ivan declared, raising his hands in surrender. However, this gesture bore no weight, as his body soon flipped under the influence of the magic, leaving him with an upside-down view of Aisha's thighs. "In a real battle, an enemy will not spare you simply for surrendering," Aisha remarked, crouching down and tapping Ivan's forehead with the wand. After imparting this lesson, Aisha waved the wand, allowing Ivan to right himself. "I have never seen anyone rely on magical artifacts in a standard duel. You are cheating," Ivan grumbled as he rose from the ground. After such an extensive battle, he could clearly discern that Aisha's overwhelming prowess stemmed from an extensive array of magical artifacts. "Magical artifacts are indeed a component of a wizard's strength," Aisha retorted, though her heart ached, knowing that many of the magical items she had previously employed were single-use, irreparably damaged, and would require considerable effort and a substantial amount of galleons to recreate. Ivan's capabilities had far surpassed her expectations, and to maintain her dignity as a mother and avoid humiliation, she had no choice but to expend her resources. Even during her initial passive defense, she had effortlessly neutralized his attacks, and during her subsequent offensive, he was left with little more than the ability to parry. Ivan surmised that even if he invoked his bloodline magic, victory was uncertain, as Aisha had clearly not exerted her full strength. Many lethal spells were unlikely to be unleashed in their duel. This realization brought a flicker of disappointment. Aisha, perceiving his disheartened demeanor, smiled warmly and inquired, "Do you still harbor hopes of defeating me?" Upon seeing Aisha's cheerful expression, Ivan shook his head vigorously. He had no desire to experience the sensation of being suspended mid-air once more. "Can I learn the Summon Guardian spell now?" Ivan quickly shifted his focus back to the purpose of their encounter. Aisha adjusted his disheveled attire post-battle and allowed him to attempt the Summon Guardian spell, contemplating how best to instruct him. "Summon Guardian," Ivan commanded, waving his wand as wisps of white mist poured forth from its tip, swirling and coalescing around them. Faint echoes of a unicorn's whinny resonating in the air. A serene and tranquil atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the two, a sight so peculiar that it left Aisha somewhat astonished. The usual summoning of guardians was not conducted in this manner. Chapter 97. Do not doubt it. After this battle, our household shall face bankruptcy, Ivan briefly elucidated within the forbidden section. Aisha nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries, instead contemplating how best to assist him. She had initially presumed that Ivan sought her counsel on summoning guardians due to his inability to harness emotions and thereby cast the spell. Yet it became increasingly apparent that this was not the case. Ivan possessed a commendable grasp of the summoning technique. What he lacked was the ability to manifest a guardian spirit. This, too, constituted a challenging aspect of summoning practice, as some individuals might labor for months without successfully materializing their guardian. However, there existed methods to expedite the learning process, provided one could generate sufficient external pressure as a stimulus. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to prepare the necessary materials for your guardian summoning practice. But it will require 2 to 3 days, Asia remarked, a hint of concern in her voice, for this implied yet another expenditure of galleons. Materials for summoning guardians? Could it be a Dementor? Ivan speculated, but quickly dismissed the thought. Procuring a Dementor was no trivial matter. Such creatures primarily served as guards in Azkaban, while others roamed in swarms in regions plagued by death and disease, making them exceedingly formidable, let alone capturing one alive. The most likely candidate would be a Boggart, capable of transforming into that which terrifies individuals most. A peculiar expression crossed Ivan's face. Surely Aisha did not believe that his greatest fear was a Dementor, prompting her urgency to learn the summoning technique. Ivan opened his mouth to inquire, but was met with Aisha's enigmatic demeanor, suggesting she would likely refrain from divulging the truth. Very well, a Boggart it shall be, he conceded, contemplating that perhaps through the practice of mental shielding, he might fabricate a memory to alter its form into that of a Dementor, which should prove somewhat effective. In the interim, as he awaited developments, Ivan remained industrious. Armed with his wand, he resumed his daily regimen of magical practice. During his leisure, he persistently approached Aisha, eager to learn the craft of magical item creation. The extraordinary prowess she displayed in their previous battle, amplified by the magical artifacts, piqued his curiosity. If he could produce dozens of magical items to carry, would he not be invincible? Yet Aisha unceremoniously shattered his delusions, stating that such an endeavor would surely lead to financial ruin after a single confrontation. Having observed Aisha's pained expression, he surmised that the cost of repairs would be substantial. Ivan opened his mouth to continue his jest, but under Aisha's increasingly perilous gaze, he wisely opted for silence. Aisha rummaged through her workshop, ultimately unearthing several hefty tomes, which she then unceremoniously thrust into his hands. In contrast to the playful antics he engaged in with the Weasley twins at school, Aisha's teaching methods were decidedly more formal. She presented him with a stack of substantial tomes, instructing him to complete them before they could proceed with their discussions, a comprehensive guide to basic magical materials, on the conductivity of magical metals, and little-known techniques for rune arrangements. Ivan gazed at the pile of books on the table, murmuring to himself. However, he felt no aversion. During his time at Hogwarts, he had always relished spending hours in the library. After tossing the books to Ivan, Aisha spent the majority of her time in the basement, diligently repairing the magical artifacts they had previously depleted. Consequently, Ivan successfully ascended to the position of the acting proprietor of this dark magic shop, or perhaps a front desk sales clerk, deferring any insurmountable challenges back to Aisha. For each week of work, he earned 2 galleons as pocket money. Thus, aside from practicing spells, Ivan found himself seated at the counter, perusing books while overseeing the operations of their dark magic establishment. After several days, Ivan had completed 2 books, but had yet to welcome a single customer. He was not surprised. It was entirely normal for a dark magic shop to experience weeks without patrons. In fact, making 3 to 5 sales a month would suffice for their livelihood. Suddenly, the doorbell, enchanted by Aisha, jingled without any breeze, prompting Ivan to set down his book. "Welcome to the magic shop. How may I assist you?" Ivan inquired politely. "Little Ivan, I'm not here to make a purchase." A stranger, a middle-aged wizard, entered. He appeared to be just over 40, with sparse brown hair neatly combed back. His oversized black-gray robe featured sleeves of uneven lengths, and he seemed to have applied some potion that emitted a pleasant aroma, though Ivan could still detect the underlying scent of alcohol. Upon seeing the man, memories surged in Ivan's mind, and he finally recognized the figure before him. Dot, the former deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. He was also Asia's most significant friend and ally in Nocturne Alley. Nobody knew his surname. In Ivan's recollection, he was simply referred to as Dot. However, Ivan found it perplexing that such a notable individual would reside in Nocturne Alley. "Where's your mother? Why are you here today?" Dot inquired as he quickly scanned the room, not spotting anyone before shifting his gaze back to Ivan, his eyes filled with affection. He even extended his right hand, intending to ruffle Ivan's hair. Instinctively, Ivan dodged, momentarily taken aback by his own familiarity with the gesture. As he rummaged through his memories, he realized he had performed the same evasive maneuver numerous times before, with about a 50% success rate. My mother is in the basement, likely repairing magical items. Is there something you need? Ivan replied. I merely came to check on her. Dot mumbled as he made his way inside with ease. Ivan, filled with skepticism, recalled his prior doubts, and, with a flicker of thought, inquired aloud, by the way, are you aware of the discord between my mother and Professor Dumbledore? Upon hearing Ivan mention Dumbledore, Doggett's expression soured, and after a moment's hesitation, he began, that is due to, Chapter 98, what are you thinking? I meant galleons. Doggett's words were interrupted when Aisha emerged from the basement, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. All right, I understand. Those are matters of the past. Doggett, too reluctant to delve into those bygone events, as they invariably evoked his ire, trailed off. What? Ivan, perplexed, pondered silently when Aisha abruptly threw a book at him, striking him on the head. Focus on your reading and refrain from asking trivial questions. Aisha shot him an irked glare before turning her attention back to Doggett. Have you procured what I need? Of course, but this item is not easily managed. I had to find a box capable of containing it, and it took considerable effort to arrange for its delivery here. Doggett grumbled, his complaints unceasing. However, he soon shifted his tone, patting his chest and assuring Aisha that if he could be of assistance, such inconveniences were not a burden. Aisha showed no interest in his ramblings. Tossing the bag she held in her right hand towards him. Is this sufficient? Well, as you say, I am merely assisting. It's not a transaction. Doggett replied with a sycophantic smile, accepting the bag before tossing it onto the counter, signaling Ivan to put it away. The bag was not large, landing lightly on the wooden counter, yet emitted a series of metallic clinks. Ivan speculated that the bag might have an expanded internal space, thus reducing its weight. Peering through the loosely tied opening, he glimpsed a glimmering interior filled with a substantial quantity of galleons. From their conversation, Ivan grasped that the sum of galleons required could only pertain to a boggart. At this realization, Ivan regarded the middle-aged man with newfound respect. A former deputy head of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries possessed such capabilities. As for the bag left on the table by Doggett, Ivan had no intention of touching it, for he understood his mother Aisha's character. She would never willingly accept aid from others. Doggett, aware of this as well, sighed and, with a sense of resignation, cautioned, a few days ago, I received word that the Ministry of Magic is planning significant actions, intensifying searches for dark magical artifacts. Minister Fudge is quite determined this time, even including the estates of pure-blood wizarding families within the scope of the searches. Although it is unlikely that the ministry will reach Nocturne Alley, it will inevitably impact business. Upon hearing this, Ivan recalled that, indeed, prior to Harry's second year, there had been a large-scale search. Even the Malfoy family has been affected, having to find ways to deal with the Horcrux notebook, indicating that the Ministry of Magic search is no trivial matter. Isia's expression shifted. If the ministry truly pursued this course of action, it was likely that there would be no significant business for the forthcoming months. After all, the individuals capable of purchasing magical items are predominantly the affluent pureblood families. It is unrealistic to rely on the impoverished denizens of Nocturne Alley for patronage. Nonetheless, Isia remained resolute. I shall find a way to manage this. You should keep the money for now. Seeing Isia's unwavering determination, Doggett found himself at a loss and tucked the bag of galleons into his pocket, then shamelessly lingered for lunch. This time, Isia did not refuse, though Ivan felt quite exasperated, as Doggett seemed intent on ingratiating himself with him, perhaps to forge a closer bond with Isia. Ivan rummaged through his memories and recalled that Doggett had always been transparent about his affections for Isia. Conversely, Isia had never concealed her disinterest in Doggett, yet the latter persisted tirelessly. By afternoon, Ivan could not rid himself of this middle-aged man, as the Dementor used for practicing the Patronus charm was housed at Doggett's residence, reportedly inconvenient to relocate. Doggett directly suggested that if they would do anything with the Dementor, they could do so at his home, where he could ensure their safety. Isia readily agreed, and promptly ushered both Ivan and Doggett out of the dark art shop. Is a Dementor what you desired, little Ivan? Doggett's expression was peculiar. He had initially thought Isia required the Dementor for some dark magical experiment. I'm bringing it for practicing the Patronus charm. What else would it be for? Ivan shrugged. If I had known it was for you, I would have brought the trunk over, Doggett muttered to himself. Ivan easily discerned Doggett's ulterior motives, feeling quite bemused. He had no desire to spend the afternoon with this older man. Upon stepping outside, within minutes, Doggett produced a flask from his long sleeve and began to drink. The reason he refrained from drinking in front of Isia was merely to preserve his image in her eyes, but he could not resist in Ivan's presence. Doggett's abode was not far, separated only by a narrow alley, though it was rather secluded with few surrounding houses, just an expanse of trees and weeds. A dusty sign, Askew, bore the words, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Ivan's expression turned peculiar. If memory served correctly, the hospital in the magical world was indeed called St. Mungo's. To remove two words and still hang a sign was quite audacious. It was fortunate that no one had troubled him over the years. Arriving at the entrance, Ivan discovered that someone was already waiting there, a wizard appearing to be in his 30s, clad in tattered robes. With deeply sunken eyes and a left hand emitting a faint black mist from beneath his sleeves. A werewolf? Ivan's expression darkened as he subtly grasped his wand. Just a few days had passed, yet he had not forgotten the battle of that fateful night, during which one of the silver-furred werewolves had been struck in the left hand by dark magic. The disheveled wizard showed no intention of aggression. Instead, he stepped before Dumbledore, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a grotesquely corroded and pockmarked left hand. "Is there any hope?" the wizard inquired. Dumbledore, having taken a drink, remained undeterred in his judgment. After a moment of scrutiny, he spread his fingers and gestured. "I can only last 5 days." The wizard pondered in silence before speaking again. "I mean, a total of 500 galleons," Dumbledore replied with irritation. "Have you ever considered that no one was ever handsome for 500 galleons? The disheveled wizard's brow furrowed deeply, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Yet he spoke in a low voice. "I do not possess such an amount, but I can work to repay you." "That won't be necessary. I do not require assistance, especially not from a werewolf. How much do you truly have? I need to contemplate how to treat you." Dumbledore retorted impatiently. Revealed in his true identity, the wizard trembled slightly, but refrained from any extreme reaction. He rummaged through the tattered folds of his robe with earnestness, eventually unearthing just over 50 galleons, along with a few sickles and nuts. Dumbledore muttered a spell, placing his wand against the wizard's pockmarked left hand. Gradually, the dense black mist was drawn forth, guided by Dumbledore's wand into the brush on his right. The grass that came into contact with the black mist withered away, leaving Ivan inwardly astonished at the potency of such dark magic. "All right, you may leave," Dumbledore said after the treatment had lasted just over a minute. The black mist on the wizard's left hand had diminished significantly, though it was not entirely eradicated, and Dumbledore paid no heed to the ordinary injuries. "This is the method of treatment for 50-odd galleons, sufficient to keep you alive. After all, werewolves recover swiftly by the next full moon. These injuries and the residual black mist will naturally dissipate." Accustomed to such treatment, the werewolf wizard exhibited no reaction, merely turning away in a daze. The white sap can heal external wounds. The roots of mugwort, when ground into powder, should have some efficacy against injuries caused by dark magic. Ivan suddenly suggested after the werewolf had departed. "To think you possess some knowledge of potions," Dumbledore remarked, surprised. "Hogwarts has offered potions classes for quite some time." Ivan shrugged. "I attended Hogwarts as well, but such subjects were not covered in the first year," Dumbledore said, his face reflecting admiration. He reached out, attempting to ruffle Ivan's hair once more, but Ivan deftly evaded. "By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, do you harbor disdain for werewolves?" Ivan inquired. "No wizard holds them in high regard. Even in Nocturne Alley, few are willing to employ werewolves. They are nothing but trouble." Losing control on the full moon and remaining unstable at other times, Dumbledore explained, casting a glance at him. "But isn't there a wolfsbane potion?" Ivan asked, puzzled. "Wolfsbane potion? What is that?" Dumbledore queried, intrigued. Ivan abruptly fell silent, suddenly recalling that the wolfsbane potion might not have even been developed by Marcus's uncle yet. It was no wonder that the werewolves were faring so poorly. However, even if it had been created, most werewolves might not be able to afford it. Daughter cast a suspicious glance at Ivan for a moment before producing a key to unlock the grand door of the dilapidated mansion, stepping inside. Ivan followed him into the somewhat run-down estate. Everything within appeared disheveled. The mahogany table in the hall was littered with a multitude of empty wine bottles. The floor stained with splotches of yellow and green, and the flying broom hanging on the wall was coated in dust, clearly in use for quite some time. Although Ivan understood that this was part of the mansion repurposed as a workspace, he never envisioned it to be in such a state. "Is this truly a hospital? You expect patients to stay here?" Ivan cast a peculiar glance at Daughter. Daughter slapped his forehead, realizing he must have overindulged in drink the previous night. He had originally planned to tidy up in the morning, but had completely forgotten. Thankfully, it wasn't Aisha accompanying him. Yet, whenever he was alone, he felt it wasn't too dirty, quite manageable. He mused quietly to himself, waving his wand. Clean and pristine. The ripples of magic gradually spread outward, and the crooked, empty bottles automatically gathered into a corner, while the furniture repositioned itself. The dust vanished in a matter of moments. Within just a few minutes, the mansion was restored to a livable condition. It was at this moment that Ivan noticed the large photographs adorning the walls, depicting a young, handsome wizard with a mane of thick brown hair, either cradling trophies or posing with others, a bright smile gracing his face. "Who is that? Your brother or child?" Ivan inquired, glancing around. "That's me." Daughter shot Ivan a bewildered look, incredulous that he could not recognize it. Ivan scrutinized daughter closely, particularly noting his thinning hair and beer belly, contrasting sharply with the youthful, dapper appearance in the photographs. He truly could not see the resemblance. Yet, upon reflection, who had not been handsome in their youth? Daughter did not allow Ivan to linger in the hall, but instead led him into a secluded room. It was empty, save for a large box resting in the corner. As Ivan stepped closer, he noticed the surface of the box was inscribed with numerous unfamiliar magical runes, distinct from those he had previously seen on wands or during the trials of the grand stage. Moreover, it was hard to fathom how a mere box could contain the terrifying dementors. Pretending to be careless, he lightly touched it. Magical item, preservation box. Magic level, moderate. Description: this is a specially crafted box that, after inscribing certain ancient runes, possesses the ability to isolate magical power. "Don't touch that." Daughter scolded as he approached to swat Ivan's hand away, speaking gravely. "I bought this box at a third of the price from the wizarding market. It's not necessarily sealed tightly. I am uncertain as to why Aisha would consent to your practice of conjuring a Patronus using a Dementor. Yet I must caution you that it is a creature of terrifying appearance." Ivan nodded. He was well aware of the dangers associated with Dementors from his readings in a past life. "How do you intend to practice? Would you like me to demonstrate?" Dugtur, not indulging in further drink, regarded Ivan with concern. With him nearby, there was a reduced risk of mortal peril, but should any psychological trauma arise, Aisha would surely hold him accountable. "No need for that. Let us proceed directly," Ivan contemplated, ultimately declining. What he required was pressure, the greater the better. After all, if anything truly went awry, Dugtur would be there to manage it. Chapter 100. Spare this Dementor. It has already made sufficient effort. "Very well, do take care." Dugtur pressed his wand against the latch, shattering it, and abruptly flung the box open, then retreated to a distant corner to avoid becoming the primary target of the Dementor. In the next moment, the surroundings seemed to dim, the box containing the Dementor appearing as an abyss of darkness, cold and silent. Ivan felt as if his body were plummeting into an ice cellar, some force siphoning the warmth from him. Then a withered, scabrous hand emerged from the box, followed by a bizarre figure cloaked in a tattered robe, seemingly legless, hovering in the air, its decaying body revealing exposed bones. Ivan had witnessed the pockmarked arms of a werewolf and had observed Chino's body after being scorched, yet nothing could compare to the horror of the Dementor, which resembled a mere cadaver draped in rags, an empty shell beneath. Dugtur took a swig of his drink, wand in hand, ready to intervene. He sensed that Ivan might not endure for long and hoped fervently that this would not leave any lasting psychological scars. At that moment, the Dementor floated before Ivan, exhaling a chilling breath, and began to extract a spectral essence, colorful and ethereal, from Ivan's very being, drawing it into its gaping void of a mouth. At some point, the Dementor's desiccated fingers had grasped the brim of Ivan's hat, preparing to lift it. Dugtur was about to act when he halted, for a wand had already thrust itself into the Dementor's maw. "Expecto Patronum," Ivan shouted defiantly in the face of death's threat. In that dark, silent space, color returned with a piercing shriek, radiant light piercing through the Dementor's form, followed by an outpouring of brilliance from its tattered cloak. The silent wails reverberated through the air, as the ethereal body of the Dementor appeared to be struck by an unseen force, becoming more insubstantial, and it was ultimately propelled backward, retreating into the box under the pressure of the white mist. As tendrils of white mist surged forward, the box was abruptly shut, for Dugtur had somehow reached the side of the box and commenced tidying up the aftermath. "How do you feel? Are you all right?" "I have no chocolate, but perhaps you might like a sip of wine?" Dugtur inquired with concern. "No need. I am well. As for the wine, I will pass." Ivan shook his head and then glanced at the system panel. The Patronus had ascended to level 3. The pressure was immense, and it was indeed wise of him to forego the use of the mind-blocking spell to thwart the Dementor's ability to siphon joy. "Let us proceed." After taking a few moments to gather his emotions, Ivan continued. "Already? Don't you need to rest a while?" Doctor raised an eyebrow. "Continue," Ivan insisted, following Ivan's command. Doctor opened the box once more and the Dementor surged forth again, its face obscured beneath its hood. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ivan could sense its fury. Patronus. Facing the Dementor again, Ivan was now well-versed. His fear had diminished significantly, and more importantly, the upgrade of his skills had led him to discover joy. Ding! Through practice, the proficiency of Patronus has greatly increased. Ivan glanced at the notification in the system bar, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Practicing Patronus against the Dementor had indeed accelerated his proficiency. With this momentum, it was conceivable that he could elevate his level to 4 by the end of the afternoon. With that thought, Ivan spoke enthusiastically, "Let us continue." Doctor's expression was peculiar. The terrifying ability of the Dementor to absorb joy and create suffering was something even many adult wizards were reluctant to confront. Unexpectedly, Ivan not only endured the pressure, but seemed to grow more exhilarated. Although somewhat perplexed, Doctor complied. On the third opening of the box, the Dementor, resembling a piece of tattered black cloth, rushed towards Ivan with its flattened body, only to be ensnared by white mist and defeated by him. By the fifth and sixth encounters, Ivan was thoroughly enjoying himself. Level 3 Patronus was insufficient to vanquish the Dementor, allowing him to practice with complete confidence. Moreover, each notification of increased proficiency brought him greater joy. Ding! Through practice, the proficiency of Patronus has greatly increased. Patronus has reached level 4, current proficiency 11,600. Reward 20 academic points. After repelling the Dementor for the 11th time, the system notification finally echoed in Ivan's mind. The swirling white mist gradually coalesced, and the clear sound of a unicorn's long whinny resonated within the basement. Doctor raised an eyebrow. He had long noticed the peculiarities of Ivan's Patronus, but assumed it was related to Aisha, thus refraining from inquiry. Now, however, he was curious about what Ivan's guardian spirit truly resembled. Yet, the Patronus, which had faintly begun to take the form of a horse, transformed back into white mist at the last moment, prompting Doctor to shake his head with a sigh. Ivan, however, bore no trace of disappointment on his face. For this was a deliberate choice. Although Doctor was one of the few individuals he could trust, they had known each other for less than a day, and the shadow of the unicorn represented his greatest trump card. Naturally, the fewer who were aware of it, the better. "Shall we continue?" Doctor inquired. Ivan nodded. Since the Patronus was related to his bloodline magic, a higher level was undoubtedly preferable. With the rare opportunity to have a Dementor as a sparring partner, he intended to practice as long as he could. However, after Dr. Doubt had opened the box for the 12th time, Ivan stood by, waiting in vain for the Dementor's attack. Just as Ivan began to doubt if the Dementor had succumbed to his antics, a withered, decayed arm emerged, grasping the lid and slamming the box shut with a resounding thud. It seemed content to remain within the confines of the box, unwilling to emerge. Ivan stood before the box, utterly astonished, completely unprepared for such a reaction from the Dementor. Turning his head, Ivan glanced at Doubt with a peculiar expression. Doubt, equally perplexed, awkwardly remarked, "Well, I think it might be tired today and in need of a rest. Perhaps we should return tomorrow. Isn't it said that Dementors are dark, cruel, and chaotic beings?" Ivan retorted in disbelief. "That is indeed true, but they possess intelligence and can comprehend commands. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would not employ Dementors to guard Azkaban," Doubt clarified. Chapter 101. If you say that again, I shall plunge your head into the cauldron. Ivan silently scoffed, contemplating that the Ministry hired Dementors not only because they worked for free year-round, but also came equipped with their own instruments of punishment. Nevertheless, he graciously replied, "Well then, let us allow it to rest for a day and return tomorrow." Achieving level 4 of the Patronus charm was sufficient for him. He merely needed to find time to practice steadily. Doubt noticed Ivan's uplifted spirits, yet, considering Ivan's recent prolonged confrontation with the Dementor, he suggested, "It is still early. How about I take you out for a stroll?" Ivan nodded in agreement. Confined to the dark magic shop day in and day out, he had grown restless. Since arriving here, he had longed to discover what Diagon Alley was like, but had previously lacked the courage to venture out alone without having achieved level 4 of the Patronus charm. "Come, I believe you will enjoy that place," Doubt said mysteriously. Intrigued, Ivan followed. Doubt locked the box containing the Dementor once more and then cast protective spells within the vacant room before leading Ivan out of the house. "They will simply wait there," Doubt said nonchalantly. Those who came here for treatment were typically special patients, either injured for unspeakable reasons or black wizards with criminal records, who could not seek help at a proper hospital and were thus compelled to come to him, no matter how long they had to wait. Ivan quickly grasped this. Realizing why Doubt's fees for treatment were so steep, he was evidently untroubled by the prospect of rejection. After walking for about 20 minutes, Doubt's path grew increasingly obscure, and Ivan's brow furrowed in concern. Were it not for his recollection that Doubt had known his mother for over a decade and maintained a good relationship with her, he might have feared he was being abducted. Fortunately, after a few more minutes, Ivan noticed that the number of pedestrians around them began to increase. In the distance lay a somewhat dilapidated large square, yet it was bustling with activity. On either side of the square, numerous wizards were seated upon the ground, with tattered cloths spread before them, displaying an array of peculiar magical items and materials. "Is this what you meant?" Ivan inquired, his curiosity piqued as he glanced around. He perceived these wizards as akin to market vendors from a past life, reminiscent of night bazaars. This was the wizarding market of Nocturne Alley, where both legal and illicit goods thrived, allowing everyone to find what they desired. No, Ivan shook his head, recalling that Aisha would occasionally take him to Diagon Alley for leisure. "Did you acquire your Dementor from here?" Ivan asked. "Dream on," Dugtur replied, rolling his eyes. "It took me considerable persuasion and a hefty sum of galleons to procure one through a friend. Even here, it is unattainable." Dugtur spoke with pride, oblivious to Ivan's quiet mutterings. "You claimed everything was for sale? A fraud. Look around. If you find something you fancy, I shall pay for it as a gift for you," Dugtur suggested. Yet upon noticing the gleam in Ivan's eyes, he quickly added, "But do not select anything too expensive." Disregarding Doubter's advice, Ivan approached one of the stalls, crouching down to examine a vial of blood. It was a bottle of nightmare blood, accompanied by vials labeled dragon blood and unicorn blood. Ivan felt a surge of nostalgia, realizing that the items he once longed for could now be effortlessly acquired in the market. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the stark difference. Nightmare blood. Activity, extremely low. Description: this is the blood of a male adult nightmare, infused with a magic that embodies death. A bottle of dragon blood costs 35 galleons. Nightmare blood, 50 galleons, and unicorn blood, 70 galleons. The stall owner, an elderly witch with a pipe clenched between her teeth and a pointed hat perched atop her head, exhaled clouds of smoke. Upon seeing Ivan shake his head, she leaned in closer, fixing her gaze on him. "But since you are quite adorable, how about I give you a 30 discount?" Ivan subtly leaned back, uncertain about market prices but instinctively recognizing that these rates were rather exorbitant. In Diagon Alley, a unicorn horn was merely 21 galleons. Why is unicorn blood so much more expensive than the others? Ivan queried, perplexed. "Have you ever heard of anyone raising unicorns?" The elderly witch asked. Ivan grasped the situation. Dragons were bred in certain regions, and some night maras had been tamed by wizards, making their prices comparatively lower. "Have you not made a selection yet?" Dugtur approached, noticing the 3 vials Ivan was observing. Furrowing his brow, he picked one up and placed a handful of galleons on the stall. "On the black market, nightmare blood is 11 galleons. Let us take this one." The elderly witch's hand trembled as she held her pipe, her eyebrows shooting up in indignation. Yet, when she locked eyes with Dugtur, her words faltered and she merely clicked her tongue. "Mel do docta." "Say that again, and I'll dunk your head in the cauldron." After a brief exchange, Dugtur tossed some coins aside and took Ivan away from the stall. "Why did you buy nightmare blood?" Ivan asked helplessly. "Relax. It won't go to waste. Even if you cannot use it, your mother will." Dugtur winked at him. Ivan's expression shifted momentarily, fearing Dugtur had uncovered the secret of his bloodline fusion. But soon he realized Dugtur was referring to the necessity of such materials for crafting certain magical artifacts. He sighed in relief and curiously inquired, "Why did that old hag call you out like that?" "Sometimes, having a few intimidating nicknames can save one from a lot of trouble," Dugtur nonchalantly explained, his eyes glinting mischievously. Ivan refrained from further questioning, having spent an afternoon together. He had not perceived Dugtur as a madman. Despite his penchant for alcohol and eccentric behavior, he seemed rather ordinary. Was it merely his drunken antics that made him appear so erratic? Ivan, observing Dugtur's tipsy demeanor, subtly distanced himself. In the 102nd chapter, The Ring of Magic, given Dugtur's former position as the deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Ivan sought his counsel on the brewing and selling of potions. "Are you planning to sell potions?" Dugtur halted his stride. "Listen, the art of potion making is never an easy endeavor. A slight deviation in any process can lead to vastly different outcomes. You may have successfully brewed some potions in your potions class at Hogwarts, but that hardly meets the standard for sale. A potion intended for sale must not only be effective, but also possess remarkable stability, ensuring that buyers are well aware of its potential effects before consumption." Dugtur patiently elucidated this to Ivan, who listened attentively. However, he felt a measure of confidence in his potion-making skills, particularly under the experience card system, where even the level 6 potion for bloodline fusion could be brewed successfully. "All right, You take a look around the vicinity for now, but don't wander too far. Call me if you need anything, Dogter said, seemingly discovering something, as he pulled some galleons from his pocket and handed them to Ivan before making his way toward a bustling stall. Ivan glanced in Dogter's direction and noticed a group of wizards and fairies engaged in a game of cards, likely gambling, which instantly diminished his interest. How did he become the deputy director with such vices as drinking, gambling, and extortion? Ivan pondered, shaking his head at the sight of Dogter reveling in his surroundings. Once Dogter was out of sight, Ivan felt free to explore the wizarding market. With the system's identification function at his disposal, he believed he might uncover some remarkable treasures. Special price, dragon liver, 7 ounces. Venom from the 8-eyed giant spider, only 60 galleons. Stalls displayed an array of bizarre items, with hawkers shouting incessantly, many of which were priced significantly lower than those in Diagon Alley. However, in contrast, this place is rife with chaos, as many of the goods sold here are counterfeit or defective, and distinguishing them with the naked eye proves to be quite a challenge. Ivan stumbled upon a stall offering a glimmering wheel 2000 for a mere 60 galleons, but upon closer inspection in the system's magical item catalog, he discovered that its speed was a pitiful 40 miles per hour, leaving him to wonder what means were employed to create a facade of the glimmering wheel 2000. Ultimately, Ivan found something worthy of purchase at a rather inconspicuous stall. It was a silver bracelet, seemingly crafted from the bones of various creatures, with a circular emblem at its end, adorned with 17 ancient runes arranged in a specific sequence. These runes were entirely new to him, not even mentioned in the tome on ancient runes that Aja had provided. The moment he touched it, information flooded into Ivan's mind. Magical item, Ring of Power. Power, low-high. Effect, condenses magical energy, repelling objects within a 1 meter, 3 meter radius. Description, although it appears to be intact, due to improper use by its previous owner. This bracelet is on the verge of breaking. You can only unleash its power twice. The Ring of Power, priced at 900 galleons. The stall owner, a short male which initially showed little interest in Ivan, a mere boy of 11 or 12, but nonetheless offered an introduction. By infusing it with magical energy, one could unleash the stored power when needed, capable of propelling an adult wizard away with considerable force. You dare sell such a damaged item at such a high price? Ivan remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. The short which was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. Damaged? It is perfectly intact. If you can't afford it, then be off with you. Is that so? Ivan retorted, as he retrieved 10 golden galleons from his pocket and placed them on stall. Here are 10 golden galleons. How about a wager? Your Ring of Power can only be used twice, and its efficacy does not even reach half of what you claim. If I lose, the money is yours. If I win, the bracelet is mine. The short which fell silent. In his months of selling, he had encountered many wizards who could discern the bracelet's issues, but none had articulated it so precisely. Even he could not be certain how many more uses the bracelet had left, only knowing it was close to malfunctioning. My family specializes in selling magical items, Ivan explained, and the short which finally understood. After sizing him up for a moment, he reluctantly stated, 60 golden galleons. Take it if you want, perhaps it can still be repaired. 6 galleons. I assure you from a professional standpoint, it possesses at most research value. Ivan, unfamiliar with market prices and wary of being swindled, thus boldly offered a mere tenth of the price. The short which stared at him, momentarily speechless, before delivering a single word. Leave. Recognizing that his previous bargaining had been too aggressive, Ivan did not depart, though he softened his tone considerably. At last, after a fierce exchange of words, Ivan managed to acquire the bracelet for the sum of 35 gold galleons. Am I truly at a gain or a loss? He slipped the bracelet onto his left wrist, his mind entangled with this persistent query. Yet, upon contemplating that the true value might lie in the magical inscriptions adorning it, his spirits lifted somewhat. As the twilight gradually descended, Ivan chose not to visit other stalls, but instead sought out the still engaged Daggett, who was engrossed in a card game at the small stand. The proprietor appeared to be a fairy, casually draped in a tattered cloth, perched atop a high stool. Were it not for the gold galleons placed before him, Ivan might have mistaken him for a house elf brought forth by some wizard. Has he lost? Ivan approached, surveying the situation at the table, and inquired with Daggett. Although he was not well versed in the game of wizard-esque cards, the expressions of the players spoke volumes. The fairy dealer wore a perpetual smile, while the 2 other players bore grim faces, with Daggett's expression the most dismal, his features nearly contorted together. Chapter 103, Mad Dog Daggett. Ivan shook his head in resignation and prepared to wait. Never mind, he thought, I shall address this later. Daggett waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor far from pleasant. The fairy dealer muttered a few words of discontent, reaching to collect the galleons from the table. But before he could finish, a large hand seized his head and slammed it forcefully against the table with a resounding thud. The round table, crafted from mahogany, cracked under the impact, and the golden galleons tumbled to the floor. The dealer's grotesque, wrinkled head was left bruised and bloodied, a mix of crimson blood and white mucus streaming from his nose. "Who are you calling a coward?" Daggett, seemingly possessed, showed no signs of restraint. After repeatedly smashing the fairy's head against the wooden table, he grabbed a kettle of hot water and poured it over him. The shrill cries of agony echoed throughout the wizarding market, drawing the attention of surrounding wizards. Yet, none came to assist. They merely watched the spectacle, leaving the enforcement of order to the law enforcement team. The two wizards playing cards were equally astonished. One staggered back, evidently unwilling to partake, while the other, clad in green robes, withdrew his wand, aiming it at Daggett. However, before he could cast a spell, a cup that had been overturned on the table had transformed into a purple-patterned snake, which bit the right hand of the wizard wielding the wand, its long body coiling around his arm. The green-robed wizard screamed in horror, only then realizing the presence of Ivan, the 11 or 12-year-old wizard, but it was too late. With a flourish of his wand, Ivan brought the green-robed wizard crashing to the ground. Although he was bewildered by Daggett's sudden bout of madness, he harbored no hesitation. After resolving this troublesome situation, Ivan remained vigilant, gripping his wand and keeping a wary eye on the other participant in the card game. He would not allow himself to become overconfident simply because he had taken down an adult wizard with ease. It had merely been a matter of catching the opponent off guard. However, the male which raised his hand, signifying that he bore no ill intentions and had no connection with the fairy vendor, assuring that he would not partake in the matter. More importantly, the male which perceived the duo, a large figure and a small one, as exceedingly formidable, far beyond his capacity to confront. Ivan, taken aback by this unexpected reaction, remained vigilant. Fixating his gaze on the witch, Dogtur glanced over, observing that Ivan had managed the troublesome situation, then turned away, opening his mouth wide and pressing his wand against the fairy's neck, angrily demanding, "Who did you just call a coward?" "Who?" The fairy vendor, whose head was pressed against the mahogany table, remained baffled as to why he had been struck, his thoughts muddled, and with his mouth ajar, having lost several teeth. He stammered, I'm the coward." At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd, and Ivan turned to see a group of neatly dressed black-robed wizards hastily approaching. "Help!" The fairy vendor cried out, as if he had seen a savior, his face streaked with tears, but the next moment, his head collided with the corner of the table, rendering him unconscious. Several black-robed wizards turned their attention toward them, visibly brandishing their wands, clearly aimed at Ivan and his companions. Ivan gripped his wand tightly while Dogtur, venting some of his frustration, pulled Ivan closer after rendering the fairy unconscious and cast a spell. Apparition. A flurry of multicolored magical beams surged toward them. But fortunately, Dogtur had timed his spell impeccably, causing all the magic to miss its mark. Another wave of spatial displacement ensued, the sensation reminiscent of using flu powder. When Ivan regained his bearings, he found himself in a dilapidated alleyway, surrounded by heaps of trash, with the nearby buildings in a state of ruin, evidently abandoned for quite some time. Once they were safe, a surge of anger welled up within Ivan. The whole ordeal felt utterly absurd. Was it merely because that fairy had called Dogtur a coward? Are you out of your mind? Not to mention being pursued by a horde of wizards, forcing them to flee in panic. This experience was simply dreadful. Ivan was about to voice his frustrations when he noticed Dogtur's expression shift dramatically as he seized Ivan's arm and began to run. "We must leave at once. They possess magical items that can locate apparition spots. What kind of people are these black-robed wizards? Are they from the Ministry of Magic?" Ivan understood that this was not the time for disputes, and, suppressing his anger, inquired. "Certainly not. They are wizards hired privately by the wizarding market, commonly referred to as enforcers, tasked with maintaining order." Dogtur, now somewhat calmer, still bore signs of intoxication on his face, though his mind remained alert. After ushering Ivan into the nearest dilapidated building, Dogtur spoke in a serious tone. "You stay inside and hide. Wait until I handle them or divert their attention before you come out. Can you truly deal with them?" Ivan retorted sarcastically, recalling that the black-robed enforcers numbered at least 5. "Do not underestimate me. They are merely a handful of worthless individuals." Dot took a quick glance, instructed his companion to conceal himself, and then dashed into the depths of the alley. However, what would be the conclusion after the confrontation? Before Ivan could voice his thoughts, Dot had already sprinted far away. Ivan, after observing for a moment, shielded his face with his hand, unable to bear the sight. Below, Dot, under the relentless barrage of spells from 5 wizards, found himself entirely incapable of retaliation, forced to flee with his head cradled in his arms. Occasionally, he managed to cast a spell or two, causing some inconvenience to the wizards, who, after all, was truly in control of the situation. Chapter 104. Move quickly. Why are you not moving? Shattered to pieces. Flames roared as vibrant spells whirled amidst the rubble. Dot struggled to cast a protective iron armor spell upon himself, but it was shattered after only a couple of hits, his body being tossed by the residual magic into the shadows of a stone pillar, spitting out the muck from his mouth. He also expelled a tooth and a bit of blood. Had he known, he would have drunk less. He would have dealt with that scoundrel fairy after leaving the wizarding market. Dot lamented inwardly, yet his mind was more occupied with devising an escape plan. He had initially thought that the 5 enemies would search for him in pairs, or even disperse completely, providing him with opportunities to strike them down one by one. Unfortunately, the wizards were not far apart, forming a loose half-circle that continuously cast spells, preventing him from focusing on his transfiguration. Even if he managed to shift his position, it was likely they would follow closely behind, adding to his predicament. Come out, Mad Dog Dot. The lead black-robed wizard relentlessly unleashed long-range spells, constricting the space in which Dot could hide, yet he showed no inclination to approach, clearly wary. At that moment, the leading wizard recalled a rumor and decided to test the waters. Coward, if you have no spine, just hide there. Just as he finished speaking, the black-robed wizard suddenly felt a pang of dread and hastily cast several protective charms upon himself. In the next instant, an enraged voice erupted. Tantou explosion. The fiery orange flames surged directly into the pile of rubble ahead, detonating with ferocity, showering countless heavy stones upon the 5 black-robed enforcers. Obstacles abound. Armor up. After a flurry of frantic spellcasting, the black-robed enforcers finally managed to shield themselves from the falling debris, yet in doing so, Dot's precise location was inadvertently revealed. A barrage of spells rained down, shattering a nearby stone pillar into fragments, exposing Dot's position, and leaving him with few places to conceal himself. Phantom Shift. Just as Dot prepared to take a risk and forcefully cast his escape spell, a white figure, like a bolt of lightning, suddenly burst forth from the stone wall behind the black-robed enforcers, its hooves crashing down heavily upon the leading wizard. The sharp crack signified the fleeting magic barrier of the armored spell, which shattered moments later. The leading black-robed sorcerer barely had time to express a flicker of fear before being sent flying by a kick from the shadow of the unicorn. Andrew. The remaining black-robed sorcerers were thrown into a panic, unleashing a cacophony of spells at the unicorn's shadow. Fall unconscious. Flames ablaze. Yet, the myriad of magical rays passed effortlessly through the ethereal form of the unicorn, striking Andrew behind it. Poor Andrew, having barely managed to rise from the ground, was met with a barrage of spells that left him on the brink of collapse, his clothing reduced to ashes. The remaining black-robed sorcerers found themselves in an awkward predicament. Even Dot was momentarily bewildered. Thankfully, his extensive combat experience allowed him to seize this opportunity for retaliation. As the black-robed sorcerers became distracted, Dot began to conjure a powerful spell. Tendrils of violet flames surged from the tip of his wand, swelling into a sea of fire that surged toward the adversaries. Unfortunately, facing multiple opponents made it difficult for his spell to take effect. Moreover, there were 4 sorcerers opposing him, and a series of counterspells easily subdued the violet inferno. However, counterspells held little power against bloodline magic. The elusive unicorn shadow glided through the purple flames, occasionally harassing or launching surprise attacks, leaving the black-robed sorcerers in disarray. In mere moments, another black-robed sorcerer was sent flying by the unicorn's shadow, rendered incapable of resistance. Foster. The 3 black-robed enforcers found themselves frustrated and powerless. Andrew's recent plight made them hesitant to cast spells for fear of striking their own allies. The only silver lining was that Foster, before sustaining serious injury, had activated a dark magic artifact, obliterating half of the unicorn's form, resulting in mutual devastation. A fleeting look of concern crossed Dot's eyes as he recognized the white mist. It was evident that this formidable spell was cast by Ivan, likely linked to the previously practiced Guardian Summon. Although he could not comprehend how Ivan had mastered such power at a young age, now was not the time for contemplation. Should the unicorn's shadow dissipate, he would be forced to confront 3 sorcerers alone. Both parties focused intently on the ethereal, pristine being, and suddenly, the unicorn's form dispersed into white mist. Before the enforcers could rejoice, a shrill cry pierced the air as the unicorn's shadow reappeared. The previous injury, which had resulted in half of its body being obliterated, seemed to have posed no hindrance to this unicorn. Its large, fierce eyes surveyed the three figures clad in black robes. Mad Dog Dot. I did not expect you to possess such a trump card, remarked the tall, slender black-robed sorcerer, eyeing the restored unicorn shadow with trepidation. Glancing at the disheveled figure before him, the enigmatic and unknown magic is astonishingly powerful. One can only conclude that Daggett has been concealing his true capabilities quite effectively. After a moment of hesitation, in order to avoid revealing Ivan's presence, Daggett feigned an air of disdain and remarked, "Had you not pressed so aggressively, I would not have intended to resort to serious measures." The remaining three black-cloaked wizards hesitated, astonished that 5 of their number had been unable to subdue their opponent, and 2 had been effortlessly dispatched. Continuing the fight seemed uncertain, and the notion of surrender now felt too late. Daggett, discerning their thoughts, sneered. Did my injuries come without consequence? Standing proudly at the center, Daggett awaited the actions of the unicorn shadow. Throughout the previous skirmish, he had already analyzed the characteristics of this magic. In its ordinary form, it could traverse obstacles and disregard spells, while possessing the ability to alter reality for brief periods. Not to mention, in its materialized state, it could swiftly recover from severe wounds, serving as a sturdy shield against numerous spells. Absent any additional constraints, it was nearly an insurmountable force. Daggett brimmed with confidence. Even if 3 more wizards were joined, he felt assured of his victory. The black-cloaked wizards, apprehensive, were reluctant to make the first move, resulting in a stalemate. After a few moments, Daggett observed the imposing unicorn shadow standing motionless, sensing something amiss. Do take action already. Chapter 105. Do not fear. He is nearing his end. Not far from there, on the dilapidated rooftop, Ivan stood, gazing below, muttering, "My magic is nearly depleted. I can only provide support. Why have you not yet made a move?" Having recognized the precarious situation Daggett was in, Ivan had resolved to intervene. After all, the matter had escalated, and he could not simply stand by and watch Daggett be captured. Thus, he surreptitiously summoned the unicorn shadow, lurking near the battlefield. It was only after Daggett caused chaos with a thunderous spell that Ivan seized the opportunity, swiftly eliminating the leading black-cloaked wizard, leveraging the opponent's unfamiliarity with bloodline magic. He coordinated with Daggett's violet flames to dispatch another enforcer. However, Ivan did not anticipate that the adversaries would employ an unknown magical artifact, which obliterated half of the unicorn's shadow, forcing him to expend considerable magical energy for repairs. After several exhausting encounters, Ivan estimated that he could manage only 1 manifestation of bloodline magic, compelling him to maintain a normal illusory state, remaining stationary to conserve energy. He hoped, as before, that Daggett would take the lead, allowing him to strike opportunistically and potentially incapacitate another black-cloaked wizard. As time passed without Daggett making a move, Ivan, in frustration, resolved to strike first. Otherwise, his magical reserves would soon be depleted. On the battlefield, Doug was unable to retreat, confronted by 3 ominous wizards cloaked in black, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. Lacking absolute confidence in withstanding their relentless assaults, he could only force a facade of arrogance, hoping to instill caution in his adversaries. Fortunately, the shadow of the unicorn began to stir, prompting a long sigh of relief from Doug, while the members of the enforcement team tensed up. Having witnessed the peculiarities of this magic, the instantaneous shift between reality and illusion, thus, they hastily enveloped themselves in layers of protective spells, hoping to withstand at least some of the impending attacks, while preparing to unleash whatever incantations they could muster against Doug. They might not be able to counter this magic directly, but eliminating the caster would suffice. Doug continuously cast spells, erecting barriers of magical energy before him. Though the speed at which he constructed them could not match the pace of their destruction, they would hold for a time. This was also aided by the unicorn shadow, which persistently harassed the enforcers, preventing the 3 black-cloaked wizards from concentrating solely on Doug. In the blink of an eye, the white apparition darted before one of the black-robed sorcerers. Barriers rose. Armor was conjured. After unleashing a series of defensive spells, the targeted wizard felt no sense of security. As the ethereal unicorn shadow effortlessly traversed through his formidable defenses, rendering even the ironclad spell ineffective. The spiraling horn pierced his chest, and just as despair washed over him, he felt the white shadow pass right through his form. Amidst the chaos and disarray, another targeted wizard, bewildered, examined himself, astonished to find he was unscathed. It was not until the unicorn's shadow toyed with the remaining enforcers that they gradually came to a startling realization. This peculiar magic seemed incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Otherwise, a few more encounters like the previous ones would have surely eliminated at least one of their number. With this thought, all three turned their gazes toward Doug. Doug's eyes widened in alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This magic was not of his conjuration, and he had no understanding of its true nature. Nevertheless, he maintained an appearance of composure, intensifying his attacks rather than solely focusing on defense. Seizing the moment while the enforcers were distracted by the unicorn shadow, he launched a fierce counterattack. Thunderous explosions erupted. In such close proximity, casting explosive dark magic was exceedingly perilous, yet Doug found himself without alternatives. The three enforcers, aware of the spell's terrifying potential, hastily erected numerous magical barriers. As the orange flames collided with the first barrier, they erupted violently, sending shockwaves and fiery debris radiating outward. Doug, shielded by only a single ironclad spell, was thrown back, suffering internal injuries. Even so, he persevered, casting a dark spell that struck one of the black wizards squarely. The dark energy surged upward, and the unfortunate figure of the black-robed wizard let out a wail as he collapsed to the ground, marking the fall of yet another enforcer. However, having reached this stage, Doug was nearing his limits. The protective spells he had cast were long since shattered by the explosive blasts, leaving him vulnerable with his next move. The remaining two enforcers brandished their wands, poised to deliver a final strike. But quicker than them was the ethereal shadow of a unicorn that had been roaming the battlefield. The spectral white figure approached, its hooves raised high, aiming a powerful kick at one of the enforcers. Instinctively, the enforcer attempted to evade, but just then, another shouted, "Do not fear. Continue the attack. He is merely posturing." Reflecting on Doug's pitiful state, where he could barely maintain his defensive spells, the enforcer steadied himself. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a sharp pain pierced his chest, as if he could hear the sound of his ribs cracking. Instantly, his body was propelled backward, colliding violently with the stone wall behind him, leaving his fate uncertain. This man is truly treacherous. He must be luring me into action. As the unicorn's shadow charged towards him, the black-robed wizard, in a state of panic, forced himself to perform the disillusionment charm, vanishing from the battlefield. Dogged, with a resounding thud, slumped to the ground, instinctively reaching for the flask at his waist, only to find it utterly devoid of any liquor. When he looked up again, the mysterious and powerful unicorn's shadow had transformed into a mist of light, dissipating at the center of the battlefield. How could the halls possess such formidable magic? Why has Aisha never employed it before? Doug muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Ivan, having just descended from the attic and walking through the alley, suddenly furrowed his brow as the space before him appeared to warp and tear, a figure clad in black robes being thrust forth from the rift. The two stood face to face, each staring wide-eyed at the other.